Hello everyone, I am here to help you today. I know you used this video to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The whisper of my name floated through the static like a fish through murky water. At first I thought I'd imagined it just another trick of my exhausted mind after 14 hours at the office, but then it came again, clearer this time. Sliding beneath the music in my wireless earbuds, a voice that knew exactly how to pronounce each syllable of my name, and it was getting closer. Night unning had become my salvation. 6 months ago, after my promotion to senior project manager at Meridian Tech, the pressure had nearly crushed me. The endless meetings, the impossible deadlines, the constant emails, even during weekends, all of it threatened to consume what little remained of my personal life. My doctor had been blunt: find a stress outlet or prepare for a heart attack before 40, so I started running, and the quiet suburban streets after 10 p.m. became my sanctuary. The route was always the same: down Oak Ridge Drive past the abandoned community center through Westfield Park and back home 3 miles of solitude, with nothing but my playlist to keep me company. I'd grown comfortable with the rhythm of my feet against the pavement, the burn in my lungs, and the blessed emptiness of mind that came around mile 2. No thoughts of upcoming deadlines or performance reviews, just movement music and night air that changed. On the third Tuesday of October, the temperature had dropped unexpectedly that evening, leaving a fine mist clinging to the streetlights. Each golden orb was surrounded by a hazy halo, the light diffracted through millions of microscopic water droplets. My breath formed small clouds as I pushed through mile 1, the familiar ache beginning to build in my calves. Florence Plus, the machine, thumped through my earbuds, drowning out the world. The first interruption was so subtle I almost missed it. A brief crackle of static like a radio caught between stations. I adjusted my earbuds without breaking stride, assuming they were just losing their Bluetooth connection. But the music cleared again, and I continued running 3 minutes later as I approached the darkened community center. The music dissolved into a wash of white noise. I slowed my pace, tapping my phone screen to check the connection. That's when I heard it, a whisper beneath the static so faint I had to strain to make it out. Michael, my name, spoken with an unsettling familiarity. The voice wasn't loud, but it was clear, as if someone were running right beside me, lips almost touching my ear. I yanked out my earbuds and spun around, scanning the empty street behind me, nothing but shadows and mist. My heart pounded harder than any run had ever caused. The cool air suddenly insufficient for my lungs. I convinced myself it must have been radio interference. The community center had once housed a small local station. Perhaps some equipment was still active, randomly broadcasting on frequencies that my wireless earbuds could pick up. A rational explanation, I replaced the earbuds and switched from streaming music to the downloaded playlist on my phone, eliminating any possibility of picking up external signals. The music returned and I resumed running, though at a faster pace than before. The familiar bass line of a Radiohead track helped steady my nerves as I approached the entrance to Westfield Park. The park was poorly lit by design, a concession to the Homeowners Association's concerns about light pollution. With only every third lamppost illuminated, I'd grown accustomed to navigating the winding path by memory and the dim pools of light. I was halfway through the park when the music dissolved again, replaced this time not by static but by immediate silence. Then the voice returned, no longer a whisper but a clear, measured tone. "Michael, I've been watching you run." The words sent ice water through my veins. I stopped dead in my tracks, my legs suddenly heavy as concrete. Again, I removed my earbuds, this time holding them in my open palm. The tiny speakers emitted no sound that I could detect in the open air. I closed all apps on my phone, even restarted it. When I cautiously replaced one earbud, there was nothing but silence. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived as I started jogging again, trying to convince myself it had been a glitch. The voice returned this time without any electronic mediation. "Michael, don't you recognize me?" It came from everywhere and nowhere at once, as if the night itself were speaking. I broke into a sprint, my training forgotten as panic propelled me forward. My lungs burned and sweat poured down my back. Despite the chill in the air, the path ahead stretched into darkness, the distance to the park exit suddenly seeming insurmountable when I finally burst out of the park onto Maple Street. I bent over, hands on my knees, gasping for breath. The residential area was well lit with porch lights and street lamps creating pools of comforting yellow light. Several houses still had windows illuminated, signs of normal life continuing undisturbed. I glanced back at the park entrance, half expecting to see someone or something emerging from the shadows, but there was only darkness and the gentle sway of tree branches in the night breeze. I walked the remaining distance home, my muscles tight with readiness to run again if necessary. The streets were empty except for a cat prowling along a garden wall and an occasional car passing by, normal, ordinary. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed, of being watched by something that knew my name and recognized my habits at home. I double-checked all the locks before heading straight to the shower. The hot water couldn't wash away the memory of that voice, nor the creeping sensation along my spine. When I recalled its words, I examined my earbuds, my phone, even my running app settings. Everything appeared normal. No unexplained connections, no unusual activity. The next morning, I called in sick for the first time in 3 years. Sleep had evaded me most of the night, leaving me staring at the ceiling, analyzing every creak and settling noise in my apartment when exhaustion finally pulled me under around dawn. My dreams were filled with foggy streets and a voice that chased me through endless darks by afternoon. I'd convinced myself that stress had manufactured the entire experience. Auditory hallucinations weren't uncommon in cases of extreme fatigue and anxiety. According to the medical websites I'd been browsing, the human brain, when pushed to its limits, could create remarkably convincing sensory experiences. This explanation provided temporary comfort, at least until the sun began to set as darkness fell. I found myself checking and rechecking the locks, drawing all the blinds, and even placing a chair against my bedroom door, behaviors I would have dismissed as paranoid just a day earlier. I knew I wouldn't be running that night. 3 days passed before I attempted running again, and I made several changes to my routine. I chose a different route, one that kept to well-lit main streets I left earlier while the last traces of sunset still colored the western sky. Most importantly, I ran without earbuds, allowing the ambient sounds of the neighborhood to surround me. The run felt good, therapeutic. Even my confidence returned with each stride, and I mentally rehearsed what I would tell my therapist about the incident, a temporary stress-induced hallucination. Nothing more on day 5. I returned to my original route, though still without earbuds and still before complete darkness. As I passed the community center, I felt a twinge of unease, but pushed through it. The park, however, presented a greater challenge standing at its entrance. I hesitated, staring down the winding path with its inadequate lighting. Several moments passed before I forced myself to enter, maintaining a brisk pace and focusing on my breathing. I was nearing the halfway point when I noticed how unusually quiet the park had become. No distant traffic sounds, no rustle of leaves in the breeze, no night birds, just the sound of my footfalls and breathing. Then, as if triggered by this realization, a familiar sensation crept over me, the feeling of being watched. I accelerated my pace, refusing to look over my shoulder, refusing to acknowledge the prickle of fear crawling up my neck. The path curved ahead, temporarily obscuring the next section from view as I rounded the bend. I collided with something solid that hadn't been there seconds before. Stumbling backward, I found myself facing a figure standing motionless in the middle of the path. The dim lamplight revealed a man of average height, wearing running clothes similar to my own. His face remained in shadow, but his posture was familiar too. Familiar. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice sounding thin and strained, even to my own ears. The figure tilted its head slightly, regarding me with unseen eyes. When it spoke, the voice sent shockwaves of recognition through me. "Don't you recognize me, Michael?" It was the same voice from my earbuds, but also it was my voice exactly. My voice with its particular cadence and timbre. The figure stepped forward into the pool of lamplight, and I felt the ground tilt beneath me. The face was mine, Every feature, every line. The 3-day stubble I hadn't had time to shave all perfectly reproduced, but the eyes were wrong. They reflected the lamplight in a way human eyes shouldn't. With an amber glow like an animal caught in headlights, I stumbled backward, unable to process what I was seeing. The doppelganger matched my movement step for step, maintaining our distance. "What do you want?" I managed to ask, though my throat had constricted to the point where speaking was painful. My double smiled, a perfect imitation of my own smile, yet utterly wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. "To run with you, Michael. I've been watching you for so long. Learning. You learning how to be you." The implications hit me like a physical blow. How long had this thing been observing me? What did it mean by learning to be me? I turned and ran faster than I ever had before. Not caring about proper form or pacing behind me, I heard footsteps matching mine. Exactly not pursuing, simply mirroring when I slowed. They slowed when I sprinted. They sprinted, always maintaining the same distance at the park exit. I risked a glance back. The path behind me was empty. The footsteps had stopped. Relief flooded through me as I staggered onto the well-lit street, hands on my knees as I struggled to catch my breath. That's when my phone buzzed in my pocket, a text message from my own number. "See you tomorrow night, Michael. Same route. I'm getting better at being you." I haven't run since that night. My earbuds remain in a drawer untouched. I've requested a transfer to our company's East Coast office, citing personal reasons sometimes. As I pack my belongings for the move, I catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, a figure watching from just outside my window. But when I turn to look directly, there's never anyone there. The moving truck arrives tomorrow. I tell myself that distance will solve the problem, that whatever this thing is must be somehow tied to this location. But late at night, in those vulnerable moments between wakefulness and sleep, I hear my phone buzz with notifications from unknown numbers. I never check them anymore, but I know what they say. They're updating me on my running progress, my improving times, my new routes in a city I haven't moved to yet. And sometimes in the darkest hours before dawn, I catch myself wondering which of us is really moving away, and which of us will be staying behind the shadows on these rural roads aren't just absences of light. They're presences, watchful and patient. I've driven this route hundreds of times, but that night the darkness felt different. Heavier somehow, as if the night itself had grown teeth. I didn't believe in premonitions then. Now I'm not sure what to believe anymore. It was just past midnight when my headlights cut through the fog that had settled over the winding road leading to my house. The quarterly budget meeting had dragged on far longer than necessary, leaving me exhausted and irritable. My eyelids felt heavy as I navigated the familiar curves, the radio playing softly to keep me alert. The sparse streetlights along this stretch created islands of sickly yellow illumination amid a sea of darkness, appearing and vanishing with hypnotic regularity. I was only about 2 miles from home when my headlights caught something at the edge of my vision, a figure standing motionless on the shoulder of the road. In these parts, it wasn't uncommon to encounter someone needing a ride, especially on nights when the weather turned unfriendly. Still, something about this particular silhouette sent a cold ripple down my spine. Before I could even consciously process what I was seeing as I approached, the figure became clearer. A man of average height wearing what looked like a dark overcoat, his hands hanging loosely at his sides. Nothing particularly unusual except that he wasn't dressed for the weather. No raincoat despite the drizzle that had started to fall. He stood completely still, facing the road as if he'd been waiting specifically for me. I slowed more out of instinct than genuine altruism. My mother had always warned me about stopping for strangers, but this was our community. People looked out for each other here. That's what I told myself as my foot eased toward the brake pedal. The headlights fully illuminated him now, and I could see his face. That's when the wrongness hit me with physical force where his eyes should have been. There were only absences, not empty sockets, not closed lids, but shadows that seemed deeper than they had any right to be, as if someone had taken an eraser to that part of his face and left holes in reality itself. The rest of his features were ordinary enough, a straight nose, thin lips, middle-aged, but those eyeshadows made my blood freeze in my veins. My foot jerked from the brake to the accelerator of its own accord. Some primal part of my brain had taken control, triggering a fight-or-flight response so powerful it bypassed conscious thought. Entirely, a cold sweat broke across my forehead and back, my heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to escape as I flew past him. He raised his hand in a small casual gesture, the universal sign for stop or wait. It was such a normal human movement that it somehow made everything worse in my rearview mirror. I could see him still standing there, perfectly motionless. Once again, his face turned to follow my retreating taillights. He didn't look angry or disappointed. He didn't look anything at all. I didn't take a full breath until I turned into my driveway, hands shaking so badly I struggled to put the car in park. I told myself I was being ridiculous. It was just a trick of the light, or maybe the man had been wearing unusually dark sunglasses at midnight in the rain. My house never felt so secure as it did that night. Yet sleep evaded me every creak and settling noise jolted me awake. Convinced that something was moving through my home. When I did drift off near dawn, my dreams were filled with dark roads and faceless figures. Morning came with blessed normality. Sunlight streamed through my kitchen window as I made coffee. The night's terror fading into an embarrassing overreaction, I decided to drive past that same spot on my way to work. Convincing myself I'd seen nothing unusual in the harsh light of day, I was right. There was no sign of the man with the shadow eyes, just an empty stretch of road with tall grass and wildflowers swaying in the morning breeze. Relief washed over me, followed quickly by self-deprecating amusement. I'd let my imagination run wild. That's all. Perhaps I was more tired than I'd realized. For 3 days, life resumed its predictable patterns, work, home, sleep, repeat. I almost managed to forget about the incident entirely until I started noticing small, unsettling changes. First, it was the electricity lights would flicker without explanation, especially at night. Then appliances began turning themselves on my TV, switching to static at 3 a.m., the blender whirring to life while I showered. I called an electrician who found nothing wrong with my wiring, suggesting it might be power fluctuations from the grid. Then came the shadows. They seemed to move differently in my peripheral vision, lingering a moment too long after I turned on a light. Stretching in directions that defied the positioning of the sun, I'd catch myself staring at the dark corners of rooms, half expecting to see something staring back. My sleep deteriorated further each night. I'd jolt awake with the unshakable certainty that someone was standing at the foot of my bed watching me. By the time I fumbled for the lamp switch, there would be nothing there, but the feeling of being observed persisted. About a week after my encounter, I was driving home late again when my headlights began to dim and flicker the radio, which had been playing quietly amid a high-pitched whine before dissolving into static. A heavy pressure descended on my chest, making each breath a conscious effort as I rounded the bend where I'd first seen him. My car sputtered and died completely. I sat in the sudden silence, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. Aware of how exposed I was on this darkened stretch of road, the logical part of my brain ran through possibilities: alternator failure, dead battery, empty gas tank. But another part, the part that remembered those impossible shadow eyes, screamed danger with trembling hands. I tried the ignition again. Nothing, not even the click of a dead battery. It was as if all electrical systems had simply vacated. My phone showed no service, which was unusual even for these rural roads. I was completely cut off. I had two choices: wait in the car until morning or walk the remaining 1.5 miles home. Neither option appealed to me, but sitting motionless in the dark felt like making myself a target for what I couldn't articulate even to myself. The road stretched before me, bathed in moonlight and mist, beautiful in an ethereal way that did nothing to comfort me. Each step away from my car felt like moving deeper into someone else's territory. The night sounds seemed to recede around me, creating a pocket of silence that followed as I walked. I'd gone perhaps 1/2 mile when I felt it. A subtle change in air pressure, like the atmosphere itself had become attentive. The hair on my arms and neck rose and my mouth went dry. I didn't want to turn around. Every instinct warned against it, but humans are cursed with curiosity that overrides self-preservation. I looked back. He stood about 30 yards behind me, exactly as before. Average height, dark coat, ordinary in every way, except for those abyssal shadows where I should be. He wasn't moving, wasn't approaching, just waiting. My legs nearly buckled with the surge of adrenaline. I forced myself to keep walking faster now, my breathing shallow and rapid. I didn't look back again, but I knew. I knew he was following, not with footsteps, not with any sound at all. He would simply be there closer each time. If I turned around the road, a head shimmered slightly like heat rising from asphalt on a summer day. Though the night was cool, as I walked, the distortion grew more pronounced. Something was wrong with the air, with reality itself. I rubbed my eyes, but the wavering persisted. That's when I noticed something else. The road wasn't taking me home. I'd been walking for what felt like 20 minutes, and I should have seen my mailbox by now, the large oak tree that marked my property line. Instead, the road stretched endlessly ahead, identical in every direction. Panic bubbled up my throat. I was lost on a road I'd traveled twice daily for years. Impossible, yet the evidence was undeniable. I was somewhere else, somewhere that looked like my road but wasn't. Or perhaps I was exactly where I should be, and it was the world that had changed around me. A sound finally broke the unnatural silence. A soft footfall behind me, then another, measured, unhurried, deliberate. I ran, my dress shoes slapped against the asphalt, my tie flapping over my shoulder, lungs burning with each gasping breath. The mist thickened around me until I could barely see a few feet ahead. Still I ran, even as a certainty grew within me that I was running in circles, or worse, that I was running directly toward what I was trying to escape. The air temperature plummeted suddenly, my exhaled breath clouded before me, and a bone-deep chill penetrated my suit jacket. The mist parted momentarily, and I saw my house ahead, dark, and still a sanctuary. If I could reach it, I stumbled up the driveway, fumbling with my keys, my hand shaking so violently that it took 3 attempts to fit the key in the lock. As the door swung open, I risked one final glance back. The road was empty. Relief flooded through me as I slammed and locked the door behind me. Home safe, I leaned against the wall, sliding down until I sat on the floor, waiting for my heartbeat to slow to something approaching normal. That's when I noticed how cold my house was. My breath still formed clouds in the air, and it was dark, completely dark, with none of the small indicator lights from appliances or electronics that usually dotted the rooms. A fresh wave of dread washed over me as I reached for the light switch. I already knew it wouldn't work. The house remained pitch black, but in that moment of attempting to turn on the lights, I became aware of something else. A presence in the darkness with me, not moving, not making a sound, just waiting. My phone screen provided the only illumination as I activated its flashlight function with trembling fingers. The beam cut through the darkness, sweeping across my familiar living room. Nothing seemed out of place. Nothing was there. I advanced slowly through the house, checking each room, telling myself I was being paranoid. The flashlight beam trembled with the shaking of my hand, casting juddering shadows that seemed to move independently of its source in my bedroom. The beam fell upon my dresser mirror, and there, reflected behind me, stood the figure not in the room with me. I spun around to confirm this, heart nearly stopping, but somehow in the mirror behind me, those shadow eyes fixed on my reflection, I stumbled backward, dropping my phone. The flashlight beam spun crazily across walls and ceiling before settling, illuminating nothing but ordinary bedroom furniture. When I retrieved it and checked the mirror again, it showed only my terrified face for hours. I sat with my back against the bedroom wall, flashlight trained on the mirror, waiting as dawn approached my phone. Battery died, plunging me back into darkness. I remained motionless, afraid that any movement might attract attention. Morning sunlight eventually filtered through my curtains, revealing a completely normal bedroom. Power was restored, clocks blinking. Needing to be reset outside, my car sat in the driveway. Though I had no memory of driving it home since that night, I've developed routines. I never drive after dark. I've installed the brightest security lights money can buy around my property. I keep flashlights in every room. Sometimes in unguarded moments, I catch glimpses of him reflected in windows or standing at the periphery of crowded places, always watching with those eyes that aren't, eyes always waiting. I've researched local history, looking for stories of missing persons along that stretch of road or accidents involving pedestrians. I found nothing concrete, though there are whispered stories among older residents about travelers who took wrong turns and found themselves on roads that shouldn't exist. What was he, a ghost? A hallucination? Something else entirely? I don't know, but I understand now what he was doing on that road. He wasn't seeking a ride to some physical destination, he was looking for a way in. And I'm increasingly certain that on that night when reality seemed to ripple and shift around me, I inadvertently showed him one. Sometimes when I look in the mirror, now my eyes seem darker than they used to be, just a little, just around the edges. And in those moments, I feel him watching. Not from outside, but from somewhere much closer. Waiting in the first night, I heard the breathing. I convinced myself it was just the old pipe settling by the third night. I knew better something in this house was alive, and it wasn't me. I never wanted to move to Oakage Lane. The neighborhood sat in a depression between two hills where fog settled each evening like a shroud. But the rent was reasonable, and at just 15 minutes from my new job at the tech firm, the location was ideal, a small sacrifice for a career advancement. I told myself just a stepping stone a few years here, then I'd buy something better, something with history that didn't feel wrong, the property. Manager Ms. Reeves had seemed oddly eager to have me sign the lease. Looking back, I should have questioned why such an affordable house had remained vacant for months, in a neighborhood where properties typically moved quickly when I asked about previous tenants. She muttered something about a job relocation and diverted the conversation to the updated kitchen appliances. During the first week, I attributed the strange occurrences to settling into a new place. The misplaced coffee mug I was certain I'd left by the sink appeared on the dining table. The bathroom door I always left open was closed when I returned from work. My glasses relocated from the nightstand to the kitchen counter, all easily explained away by stress and distraction from the new job. Then things escalated. I've always been methodical about certain habits. Checking that windows are secure before leaving, turning off lights before bed. So when I returned home to find the guest room window latched shut, despite distinctly remembering cracking it open that morning to air out the musty smell. A chill crept up my spine, not forgetfulness. Something else. The house itself was unremarkable. A modest 3-bedroom ranch built in the early 90s, nothing about its architecture suggested anything sinister. No Victorian turrets or creaking floorboards from centuries past, just beige walls, laminate countertops, and that persistent smell of dampness I couldn't seem to eliminate. Regardless of how many candles I burned, after 3 weeks, I finally approached the property owner. Mr. Davenport was a thin man with perpetually damp palms who lived across town when I mentioned the oddities I'd been experiencing. His smile tightened at the corners, a nervous tick pulling at his left eye. He claimed such things were common in houses built in that particular development. Something about settling foundations and an underground stream that caused electrical fluctuations. I pressed him about previous tenants having similar experiences, and his response haunts me. Still, he didn't deny it, only said that some people are more sensitive to their environments than others, before suggesting I invest in a carbon monoxide detector. The conversation ended with his uncomfortable laughter and an assurance that there was nothing to worry about. But there was one Tuesday evening I arrived home after a particularly grueling day at the office. The autumn sun had already set, and the house loomed dark against the night sky. As I approached the front door, key in hand, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. A light was on in the guest bedroom, the room where things moved most frequently, where I stored boxes still unpacked and books I hadn't shelved. I hadn't been in that room for days, and I certainly hadn't left any lights on when I departed. That morning, my hand trembled as I inserted the key. The rational part of my brain suggested a power surge, perhaps, or a timer I'd forgotten setting. But deep down, I knew better. Inside, the house was silent except for the persistent hum of the refrigerator. I moved through the living room down the hallway, my footsteps echoing against the laminate flooring. The guest room door stood slightly ajar, yellow light spilling onto the hallway carpet. I pushed it open fully, half expecting to find an intruder. The room was empty. Books I'd stacked neatly against the wall now formed a bizarre spiraling pattern on the floor. My heart pounded against my ribs as I stepped into the room. The light came from a small desk lamp I didn't recall plugging in. Beside it sat an old leather-bound journal I'd never seen before. I approached cautiously, sweat beading on my forehead. Despite the chill, the journal was weathered, its spine cracked with age. When I opened it, I found page after page of frantic handwriting, the script changing periodically as though written by different people. The entries described experiences eerily similar to my own objects relocating electronics, activating independently the persistent feeling of being watched. The final entry, dated just 6 months earlier, contained 4 words. "It knows I'm leaving that night," marked the beginning of true terror. I couldn't bring myself to sleep in the house with that journal, so I drove to a motel and paid for a room with the last of my cash reserves the next morning. Blur-eyed and questioning my sanity, I returned. The journal was gone. In its place sat my missing watch, the one I'd been searching for since moving day. I considered moving immediately, but financial reality kept me trapped. The security deposit and first month's rent had depleted my savings, and the new job's first paycheck wouldn't arrive for another week. I was stuck, at least temporarily. I began documenting everything. Took photographs of rooms before leaving for work, only to return to subtle changes. A chair shifted 6 inches to the left. Books rearranged on shelves. My coffee cup moved from the kitchen to the bathroom sink. I installed a basic security camera in the living room, but the footage showed nothing unusual except for occasional static interference around 3:18 a.m. Every night, sleep became elusive. I'd lie awake listening to the house settle or whatever was occurring behind the walls. Sometimes I heard scratching inside the drywall like rodents skittering between studs, but no exterminator could find evidence of infestation. The worst were the nights I woke to the sound of breathing outside my bedroom door. Not heavy or menacing, but soft, measured, patient, as though someone stood just inches from the wood waiting. My throat would constrict, heart hammering so loudly I was certain whatever stood outside could hear it. The digital clock always showed the same time. 3:18 a.m. during one such episode, paralyzed with fear beneath my sheets. I watched the doorknob turn slowly, metal gleaming in the dim glow of my alarm clock. The door remained locked. I'd taken to securing it with both the regular lock and a rubber door's stop, but the deliberate motion of the handle left no doubt. Something wanted in. I began spending nights elsewhere whenever possible, crashing on a coworker's couch under the pretense of late-night projects or claiming my house was being fumigated. But I couldn't escape completely. My financial situation demanded I return. Eventually, one night, desperate for answers, I forced myself to stay awake until 3:18 a.m., armed with nothing but a flashlight and waning courage. I positioned myself in the hallway, determined to confront whatever had been terrorizing me. As the digital clock on my phone ticked toward the dreaded time, the temperature plummeted. My breath formed visible clouds in the suddenly frigid air. At exactly 3:18, the electricity failed. Total darkness enveloped me save for the weak beam of my flashlight. The silence was absolute. Not even the refrigerator hummed. Then came the breathing, not from outside my bedroom door this time, but directly behind me. I spun around, flashlight beam cutting through darkness, illuminating nothing but empty hallway. Yet the breathing continued, moving now, circling me. The beam caught something, a distortion in the air like heat waves rising from summer pavement. The outline of a figure, transparent but undeniably present. My legs weakened, knees threatening to buckle. I backed toward the front door, never taking my eyes from the shimmer in the air. It followed, maintaining distance, not aggressive, but interested. Studying me as I had been studying it, I fumbled with the deadbolt fingers, numb with terror as the lock clicked open. The presence surged forward. The temperature dropped further. Frost crystallized on the walls. My flashlight flickered and died in the pitch darkness. I felt it, a cold pressure against my chest, like fingers pressing directly through skin to clutch at my hammering heart, a whisper directly in my ear. I bolted through the door and drove aimlessly until dawn, gulping coffee at an all-night diner while my hands trembled uncontrollably. When morning came, I called in sick to work and visited the county records office. Instead, the land records revealed nothing unusual about the property. No tragic deaths, no mysterious disappearances. Built in 1992, the house had seen a succession of short-term occupants, none staying longer than 8 months. The property changed hands, frequently sold at increasingly reduced prices. I was about to leave when the clerk mentioned something peculiar. Before the development was built, the land had housed a research facility owned by a now-defunct pharmaceutical company. There were rumors of sleep studies, experimental treatments for parasomnia and night terrors. Nothing confirmed, just local gossip from decades past that evening. I returned to the house with a plan I wouldn't be driven away like the others. Instead of running from the presence, I would acknowledge it. I sat in the center of the living room as darkness fell. No lights, no protection beyond my own resolve. Hours passed in silence at 3:18 a.m. The familiar cold descended. The air shimmered across from me, condensing into that vague human outline. "I know you're here," I said, voice steadier than I felt. "This is your home too, but it's also mine." Now the presence remained, breathing audible in the stillness. "I'm not leaving." I continued, "So we need to establish boundaries." The shimmering figure drifted closer. My body screamed to run, but I remained seated, fists clenched against my thighs. "You can stay in the guest room. That's yours. The rest of the house is mine. No moving my things, no lights after midnight, no standing outside my door." The temperature fluctuated wildly, freezing one moment, uncomfortably warm the next. The shimmer expanded, filling my vision, then contracted to a pinpoint of dense black space. Not absence of light, but absence of everything. I don't know how long we remained in this standoff. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion. I woke at dawn, still sitting upright on the living room floor, neck stiff and limbs aching. That was 2 months ago. We've reached an understanding of sorts, the presence, and it keeps to the guest room mostly, though I occasionally glimpse that distortion in peripheral vision elsewhere in the house. My possessions remain where I leave them. The lights stay off after midnight. Sometimes I hear it breathing behind the guest room door. I never open it anymore. The strangest development came last week when Mr. Davenport called to check on me. He seemed surprised, almost disappointed to hear I was still living in the house. When I mentioned I'd come to an arrangement with the place, a long silence followed before he muttered something about the house, finding another keeper. I don't know what he meant. I don't want to know. I could leave, I suppose, find another apartment, lose my security deposit, stretch my finances to breaking, but something holds me here beyond economic necessity. The presence hasn't shown any malevolence since our agreement, only curiosity, perhaps even loneliness. And lately I've been wondering when I leave for work each morning, does it watch from the windows, counting the hours until my return? Does it listen for my key in the lock with the same anticipation I once felt coming home to family? I still lock my bedroom door each night. But sometimes in those blurry moments between sleep and waking, I find myself listening for the soft breathing in the hallway. Not with fear, but with the comfort of knowing I'm not alone in this house that exhales in perfect rhythm with whatever waits beyond my door. The stain spreads. Each night it grows a little more across the fabric of my cap. I've tried everything. Bleach, gasoline, industrial-grade solvents that burned my fingertips raw, but nothing removes it. The discoloration isn't red like blood or black like oil. It's something else entirely. A color that shouldn't exist, that has no name in any language I know, and sometimes when the light hits it just right, I swear it moves, pulsating like something alive, something hungry. It's been 43 days since the accident that evening began like any other. I was riding my motorcycle back from a late shift, taking the rural highway that cuts through the abandoned lots on the edge of town. Most people avoid that stretch after dark, poor lighting, crumbling asphalt, and a general sense of desolation that makes even rational men uneasy. But it saved me 15 minutes on my commute, and I'd taken it 100 times before. Without incident, the moon hung heavy in the sky, nearly full but partially obscured by thin racing clouds. It created an effect like a strobe light alternating between silver illumination and inky darkness. As I leaned into the curves, the temperature had dropped unexpectedly and my fingers ached with cold. Inside my gloves, I remember thinking I should have worn the thermal liner. I never saw what caused the accident. Something in the road, perhaps an animal debris or just a pothole hidden in shadow. My front wheel caught suddenly and the bike kicked violently to the right. Years of riding experience triggered an automatic response, but it wasn't enough. The handlebars wrenched from my grip and I felt that sickening weightlessness as my body separated from the machine. The impact knocked the wind from my lungs. I tumbled across the asphalt, my helmet scraping against the ground with a sound like distant thunder. When I finally stopped rolling, I found myself sprawled at an awkward angle against the curb, my left knee screaming in agony. My motorcycle lay on its side 30 feet away, headlights still blazing but pointed at an empty sky. Pain radiated up my leg in nauseating waves. I attempted to stand but collapsed back to the ground, teeth clenching to suppress a howl. The highway stretched empty in both directions. No cars, no lights except for my fallen bike and the inadequate street lamp spaced too far apart. I fumbled for my phone, but the screen had shattered in the fall. Useless, that's when I felt it. A subtle change in air pressure, the peculiar sensation of no longer being alone. I didn't hear footsteps one moment. There was only me, my damaged bike, and miles of deserted road. And the next a figure stood at the periphery of my vision, a man in faded jeans and a worn canvas jacket, his face obscured by an old-fashioned cap. Not the modern snapbacks or baseball caps you see everywhere, but one of those vintage flat caps, the kind working men wore in the 1940s. He didn't speak. I called out asking if he had a phone, but he remained silent. He simply gestured toward me, then extended his hand. His movements were oddly fluid, almost too smooth to be natural, despite the pain in my knee and the growing unease in my chest. I accepted his help. His grip felt wrong. Not cold exactly, but absent of the expected warmth that comes from living flesh. It reminded me of touching the surface of a pond on a windless day. There was substance there, but it yielded in ways that seemed to defy physical laws. The man helped me to my feet and supported my weight as I limped toward my motorcycle. Together, we righted the bike and wheeled it to the shoulder all the while. He never uttered a word, never showed his face clearly. I kept trying to engage him in conversation, asking his name, thanking him, questioning where he'd come from. But he responded only with gestures, a tilt of his head, a wave of his hand. When the bike was secure, he pointed down the highway toward a distant glow. The gas station about a half-mile ahead. I nodded my understanding and he stepped back, still facing me but with his features hidden beneath the shadow of his cap. I thanked him again and started to hobble away. Using the guardrail for support after about 50 yards, I turned back to wave. Thinking perhaps he was waiting to ensure I could manage the road behind me, stretched empty under the pulsing moonlight. He had vanished as silently as he had appeared. I told myself there must have been a side road I hadn't noticed, or perhaps a path leading into the vacant lot beside the highway. The alternative that he had simply disappeared wasn't something my mind was prepared to accept. It took me nearly 40 minutes to reach the gas station, my knee throbbing with each step. The attendant looked up from his magazine as I pushed through the door, his expression shifting from boredom to concern. He asked what had happened, and I explained about the accident and the silent man who had helped me. The attendant's brow furrowed. He'd been on shift since 6 p.m., he said, and hadn't seen a single person walking along that stretch of road. No cars had stopped, and no one wearing an old cap had come by the station. According to him, I was the only person to pass through in the last 3 hours. I might have dismissed his statement. After all, the man could have gone in another direction, but something in the attendant's expression made my skin prickle. He looked at me, not with skepticism, but with an unsettling blend of pity and fear. When I pressed him for a clarification, he merely shook his head and reached for the phone to call me a tow truck during the wait. I cleaned up in the restroom, carefully washing the scrapes on my palms and the blood from a small cut above my eye. My cap had survived the crash relatively intact, a worn canvas thing. Not unlike the one mysterious helper had worn, I noticed it had picked up a strange stain near the brim, a discoloration I couldn't quite place. Not blood, which would have been dark red, and not oil, which would have been black. This was something else, something that seemed to shift color, depending on how the fluorescent light hit it. I assumed it was just dirt from the roadside and stuffed the cap in my jacket pocket. The tow truck arrived an hour later. The driver helped me load my damaged motorcycle, and I rode in the cabin back to my apartment complex. My mind replaying the strange encounter over and over by the time I crawled into bed that night. Exhaustion had overtaken my unease, and I dismissed the entire experience as shock and adrenaline playing tricks on my perception that should have been the end of it. 3 days later, I noticed the stain on my cap had grown what had been a small discoloration near the brim, now spread across nearly an inch of fabric, and it had changed somehow deeper, more vibrant, with edges that seemed to pulse slightly when viewed from the corner of my eye. I tossed the cap into the washing machine with my other laundry, using extra detergent for good measure when I retrieved it. Later, the stain remained unchanged. Impervious to the industrial strength cleaner over the following weeks, I tried everything to remove it. Specialized stain removers, bleach, even gasoline, but nothing worked. And all the while it continued to spread, advancing across the fabric like an infection. Dreams came next, vivid nightmares that left me gasping awake in sweat. Soaked sheets, always the same sequence. I'm riding my motorcycle down that empty highway, but the road stretches endlessly before me. The moon pulses overhead, growing larger with each flash until it fills the entire sky with sickly light, and always in my rearview mirror a figure follows. Walking at first, then running with impossible speed, wearing that old-fashioned cap pulled low over features I can never quite see. I wake just as he reaches for me. The dreams might have been manageable if they had remained confined to sleep, but soon I began experiencing moments of discontinuity during my waking hours, brief flashes where reality seemed to stutter like frames missing from a film reel. The first incident occurred while I was shopping for groceries. One moment I was selecting apples, and the next I found myself in the parking lot with a cart full of items I didn't remember choosing. 20 minutes had vanished, erased from my memory. These episodes increased in frequency and duration. Sometimes I'd wake up in strange locations, a park bench across town, the lobby of a hotel I'd never visited once, even standing before the guardrail at the exact spot of my accident with no recollection of how I'd gotten there. More disturbing were the changes to my apartment. Objects moved between blackouts, nothing dramatic, just subtle rearrangements that might be attributed to forgetfulness. A coffee mug on the wrong shelf, books facing spine inward on the bookcase, my motorcycle keys in the refrigerator, and always the cap with its growing stain prominently displayed wherever I returned to consciousness, on the kitchen counter, the bathroom sink, once directly in the center of my pillow. No matter how many times I buried it at the bottom of the trash or stuffed it into distant corners of closets. It reappeared. I sought medical help, describing the blackouts and disorientation while carefully omitting the more inexplicable elements of my experience. The doctor ordered tests and MRI blood work. Neurological examinations, but found nothing physically wrong. He suggested the accident might have caused a mild traumatic brain injury too subtle to appear on scans, and prescribed rest and follow-up appointments. The medication he gave me for anxiety did nothing to stop the blackouts or the dreams. My research into the area where the accident occurred yielded little of use. The vacant lot had once been a small factory producing machine parts demolished in the 1970s after a fire. Nothing in its history suggested tragedy or violence. No deaths, no disappearances, nothing that would seed the ground for the kind of haunting I was experiencing, if it was a haunting at all. Increasingly, I questioned my own perception, my own sanity. Perhaps the silent man had never existed. Perhaps I had imagined him in the confusion and pain following the crash. Perhaps the stain was simply something my damaged mind had fixated on, imbuing an ordinary object with supernatural significance. But then came the photographs. I hadn't taken them. At least not consciously. They appeared on my phone one morning after a particularly severe blackout that had left me waking up in my bathtub fully clothed and shivering under cold water. I had no memory of running. The images showed my empty apartment from various angles, as if someone had methodically documented every room except in each photo. Barely visible at the edge of the frame was a dark blur, the suggestion of a figure just stepping out of view. And in the final image, a close-up of my nightstand sat the cap, with its spreading stain now covering nearly half the fabric with that impossible shifting color, written in condensation on my bathroom mirror that same morning in handwriting that was almost but not quite my own. "He helps until he doesn't last night." I returned to the site of the accident, not during a blackout, but deliberately driving my car slowly along that stretch of highway. Just after midnight, the road was as empty as it had been that night, the moon again playing hide and seek with racing clouds. I parked on the shoulder near where I had fallen and stepped out into the cool night air. The vacant lot stretched away into darkness, tall weeds swaying in a breeze I couldn't feel. I stood motionless, waiting, though, for what I couldn't have said. Minutes passed. Nothing happened. No silent figure emerged from the shadows. No answers presented themselves just as I turned to leave my headlights. Illuminated something in the weeds several yards from the roadside, a flash of faded blue fabric. My heart hammered against my ribs as I approached my flashlight beam, dancing erratically with the trembling of my hand. There, half buried in the dirt and overgrowth, lay an old-fashioned cap identical to the one worn by mysterious helper and identical to my own. It bore a stain spread across its surface, the same indefinable color that now covered most of my cap at home. But this stain had expanded further, consuming the entire fabric until the original color was merely a memory. I didn't touch it somehow. I knew that would be crossing a threshold from which there would be no return. Instead, I backed away, returned to my car, and drove home in a state of numb dissociation. My cap was waiting on my pillow. When I arrived, its stain now expanded dramatically since morning. Only a small portion of the original fabric remained visible around the edges. I understand now the man who helped me that night wasn't a good Samaritan. He wasn't even a man. He was something else, something that has attached itself to me through that inexplicable stain. Something that grows stronger with each passing day, each blackout, each moment of lost time. He helps until he doesn't, and soon, very soon, the stain will complete its spread across my cap. I don't know what happens then, but I feel him watching from just behind my eyes, waiting with impossible patience. Sometimes when I catch my reflection unexpectedly, I see him there. My face, but not my face, wearing that old-fashioned cap pulled low. And I understand now why he never spoke, why his grip felt so wrong, why he disappeared so completely that night. I understand what's coming. The stain spreads each night. It grows a little more tomorrow. I think it will be complete the shadows in this building. Don't behave like normal shadows. They stretch when they shouldn't contract, when the light demands expansion. And sometimes I swear they move independently of their owners. I noticed this on my third day working here, but dismissed it as sleep deprivation or the quirks of outdated fluorescent lighting. Now, 3 months into my new position at Meridian Consulting, I understand these aberrations were warnings. The building's way of communicating that it harbors something ancient and restless beneath its corporate veneer. The Meridian Tower stands isolated among a cluster of half-empty office buildings in what was once the city's thriving business district. Economic downturns transformed this area into a ghost town of concrete and glass. My relocation here came with a substantial salary increase enough to overcome my initial hesitation about the commute to this desolate zone. The building itself is an architectural relic from the 1970s, 16 floors of brutalist design, with narrow windows and a facade of weathered concrete that appears almost porous in certain lights, as if the building itself were breathing. My department occupies the 8th floor by department. I mean myself and 3 colleagues who I rarely see. The company operates on a flexible schedule system, and most employees choose to work remotely. I prefer the structure of an office environment. Despite the eerie emptiness of our floor, my office sits at the end of the eastern corridor, offering a view of abandoned construction projects and the distant skyline. The fluorescent lights flicker occasionally, and the ventilation system produces a constant whispering hum that becomes white noise. After a few hours, the first incident occurred 3 weeks ago. I had stayed late to finish the quarterly financial projections routine work that demanded focus rather than creativity around 8:30 p.m. I noticed a rhythmic flickering from the hallway. The light on the opposite end of the corridor pulsated in an unnatural pattern. 3 quick flashes followed by 2 longer ones. Then darkness for 10 seconds before repeating the security guard had left at 7 and I believed myself to be alone on the floor. My heartbeat quickened as I approached the disturbance. Each step on the thin carpet seemed to produce an echo that shouldn't have been possible. In a space with acoustic ceiling tiles, the air grew noticeably colder as I neared the source of the flickering. I called out asking if maintenance was working, but my voice sounded muffled as if the air itself were absorbing the sound waves. When I reached the light switch, the flickering stopped abruptly, the panel showed no signs of tampering, and a quick inspection revealed no one hiding in the nearby offices. I convinced myself it was an electrical issue, made a mental note to email facilities management, and returned to my desk. I put on my noise-canceling headphones to silence the building's constant mechanical murmuring and resume my work. The spreadsheet demanded my full attention, and I lost myself in the rhythm of data entry and analysis. 20 minutes later, the volume in my headphones surged from background music to a deafening roar. Pain shot through my ears as the sound amplified beyond what the equipment should have been capable of producing. I yanked the headphones off my hands, trembling, expecting to see smoke or some sign of malfunction. The volume indicator on my computer showed no change. It remained at 40%. I quickly shut down the system, but the headphones now resting on my desk continued to emit a high-pitched wail, audible even without wearing them. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead as I stared at the disconnected headphones still producing sound. When I finally gathered the courage to touch them again, I pulled the cable from the jack and the noise ceased. Instantly, the abrupt silence felt more oppressive than the mechanical whine of the building. I packed my belongings with shaking hands and left immediately, telling myself that electromagnetic interference or a power surge had caused the malfunction. But as the elevator descended, I couldn't shake the sensation of being observed not by cameras or people, but by the building itself, as if it had tested me and I had fled. The following days passed without incident, and I began to rationalize what had happened. Old buildings have quirks, electrical systems deteriorate, equipment fails. These explanations seemed sufficient in daylight, surrounded by colleagues and the mundane activities of office life. But each day as the sun began its descent, I found myself watching the clock, making excuses to leave before darkness fully claimed the cityscape last week. Deadline pressures forced me to work late again by 7:30 p.m. I was alone on the 8th floor, the cleaning staff. Having completed their rounds an hour earlier, I had deliberately avoided using my headphones, instead working in the building's ambient silence. The occasional distant ping of an elevator or the settling creak of the structure provided the only interruptions to my concentration. At 8:27 p.m., I remember checking my watch. The temperature in my office dropped dramatically. My breath fogged in the air and my fingers grew stiff with cold. The building's climate control system showed no changes, maintaining its steady 72 degrees. According to the thermostat, I put on my jacket and continued working, attributing the chill to poor air circulation in the aging structure. The computer screen flickered, displaying momentary distortions that resembled faces, gaunt, elongated visages with hollow eyes that appeared for milliseconds before dissolving back into spreadsheet cells and graphs. I blinked hard, pressed my palms against my eyes, and took several deep breaths. When I looked again, the screen displayed only my work, but the image of those faces remained burned in my mental periphery. The desk phone rang its shrill tone, shattering the silence. My hand hovered over the receiver as dread pulled in my stomach. According to the display, the call originated from extension 842, an office down the hall that I knew to be vacant. After 4 rings, the call transferred to voicemail. The message light remained dark. No recording. I gathered my courage and stepped into the hallway, determined to investigate the empty office. The corridor stretched before me, seemingly longer than during daylight hours. The overhead lights created pools of sickly yellow illumination with deepening shadows between them. I moved slowly, hyper-aware of every sound: the soft pad of my shoes on carpet, the quickening rhythm of my breathing, the thunderous pounding of my heart. Office 842 stood with its door slightly ajar, darkness spilling from the opening like liquid. I pushed the door wider, fumbling for the light switch. The fluorescents buzzed reluctantly to life, revealing a standard office setup desk, ergonomic chair filing cabinet, computer, everything coated with a fine layer of dust except for the phone, which gleamed as if recently polished. I approached it cautiously, noting that its message light was blinking steadily. One new message received, my finger hovered over the playback button. The rational part of my brain argued that a technical glitch had triggered an automated call, that there would be nothing but static or silence on the recording. But deeper instincts screamed warnings. Raising the hair on my arms and the back of my neck before I could decide, the message played automatically, filling the room with the sound of breathing. Not the regular pattern of a living person, but a labored, wet rattling that seemed to emanate from damaged lungs. I backed toward the door, my legs threatening to buckle beneath me. The breathing on the recording accelerated, matching my own panicked gasps. Then came words distorted and stretched but unmistakable. "You belong to the building?" Now the lights extinguished themselves, plunging me into absolute darkness. I turned to flee, but my sense of direction betrayed me. The doorway had vanished, or perhaps I had become disoriented in my panic. My outstretched hands encountered only wall where the exit should have been. I moved laterally, fingers scrabbling against the surface, searching desperately for the frame of the door. The breathing from the recording continued, now seeming to come from directly behind me rather than the phone. A cold pressure settled between my shoulder blades, like a hand made of ice pressing through my jacket and shirt to touch my skin. My muscles locked in terror as it trailed upward to the nape of my neck. The building's fire alarm activated without warning. The strobe effect of emergency lights revealing the room in fractured freeze frames. The exit appeared before me, and I lunged through it, stumbling into the hallway where other alarms blared in synchronized chaos. Employees from the few occupied offices emerged, looking confused and irritated by the disruption. None showed signs of having experienced anything unusual, beyond the inconvenience of an evacuation outside, standing amid a scattered group of annoyed co-workers in the building's plaza. I gazed up at the 8th floor in the window of office 8-42. A silhouette stood watching a figure composed more of absence than substance, a void in human shape that seemed to absorb the emergency lights rather than reflect them. I called in sick the following day and the day after. When I finally returned, I requested an office reassignment, citing poor ventilation affecting my asthma. My manager seemed understanding, even mentioning that my predecessor had made similar complaints. The company relocated me to the 6th floor in a corner office with windows on 2 sides and better lighting. The space feels safer, more exposed to natural light and the activities of colleagues. But sometimes in the reflection of my monitor, when the screen dims, I see that office on the 8th floor. And sometimes when I work past sunset, I hear the elevator stop on 8. Although I've pressed 6, the door's opening to reveal an empty corridor illuminated by pulsating. Light 3. Quick flashes, 2 longer ones. Then darkness. Yesterday, my new headphones arrived. Wireless models that connect via Bluetooth rather than cables. I wore them during my commute this morning and they performed flawlessly. But now, as twilight gathers outside my window, I notice the battery indicator dropping rapidly despite being fully charged an hour ago. And though I've set the volume at a comfortable level, the sound seems to be intensifying incrementally. With each passing minute, the building knows I'm still here and night is falling. The human mind is remarkably adept at rationalization. We explain away the inexplicable, dismiss the impossible, and rewrite our memories to maintain sanity. I used to be like that, logical, skeptical, grounded. But that was before the call. Before the voice that knew my name started reaching through the darkness, leaving traces of its existence that vanished like morning dew under scrutiny. Now I understand that some things exist in the liminal spaces between what we can prove and what we can perceive, and they're watching, always watching. I've always been particular about my nighttime routine. My apartment isn't large, but it's mine, a one-bedroom sanctuary on the third floor of an older building. Downtown, the bedroom walls are painted a calming slate blue, and the hardwood floors creak. Reassuringly, when I pace during late-night insomnia episodes, every night before bed, I'd plug my phone in at the small desk in the living room, deliberately placing it beyond arms. Reach the soft blue glow of notifications had disrupted my sleep once too often, and separation from my digital tether had become necessary. Self-care, this simple habit had served me well for months. Until that Saturday in late October, the night had been unremarkable. I had spent the evening alone reviewing architectural plans for Monday's client meeting, nursing a glass of bourbon as rain pelted against my windows. The weather forecast had predicted a storm system moving through, and the wind whistled through the building's old framework like a distant, mournful song. I remember checking my phone one last time around midnight. No messages, no missed calls, battery at 38%. I plugged it in at my desk, switched off the lights, and settled into bed, falling asleep to the rhythm of rain against glass. The ringing jolted me awake at first. I wasn't sure what I was hearing. My mind was thick with sleep, my thoughts sluggish and confused. The soft blue glow of my digital clock read 3:17 a.m. The ringing continued, muffled and distant as though coming from underwater or behind a wall. It took several seconds for my brain to process that it was my phone and several more to realize it shouldn't be ringing. At this hour, I stumbled out of bed disoriented, my bare feet cold against the hardwood floor. The apartment was pitch black except for a sliver of streetlight filtering through my bedroom curtains, casting long shadows that seemed to move with each flash of lightning outside. The ringing continued as I made my way toward the living room, my hand trailing along the wall for guidance. Something felt wrong. The ringing didn't sound right. It was my ringtone. Yes, but distorted somehow, as if playing through damaged speakers or from beneath a heavy blanket. The sound seemed to shift direction as I moved, first coming from the desk where I'd left my phone, then seemingly from behind me. Then from the kitchen, I blamed my sleep brain and the acoustics of my apartment. But a cold sweat had begun to beat on my forehead. Despite the autumn chill, when I finally reached my desk, the phone screen illuminated a small circle of the room, casting harsh shadows across my architectural drawings. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number with my area code. The time on the screen confirmed it was 3:18 a.m. No one calls at this hour with good news. I hesitated, watching it ring 3 more times before finally answering with a cautious, "Hello." Silence greeted me, but not complete silence. There was a soft, staticky hiss, the sound of an open line without a speaker. I repeated my hello louder this time, my voice sounding foreign and tense in the darkened room. Nothing, just that persistent, gentle static like the sound of distant rainfall or someone breathing very softly into the receiver. I waited, listening to the nothingness for nearly a minute before deciding it must be a misdial or a system error. I ended the call, placed the phone back on the charger, and returned to bed. Though sleep eluded me for the remainder of the night, every creak of the building, every gust of wind against the windows seemed amplified. Intentional watching, morning arrived with watery sunlight. Breaking through cloud cover, the storm had passed, leaving behind puddles that reflected a pale blue sky. I rose feeling unrested, the night's disturbance lingering like a bad aftertaste over coffee. I scrolled through my phone, intending to block the number that had called. That's when I noticed something odd. There was no record of any incoming call in my call history. Instead, there was a notification I hadn't seen before. One new voicemail received at 3:17 a.m. My coffee suddenly tasted bitter in my mouth. I stared at the notification, trying to reconcile what I knew had happened with what my phone was telling me. I had answered that call, I had heard the static. There should be a record of it, but instead there was only this voicemail from a call I had no memory of receiving or missing. With a sense of growing unease, I pressed play on the voicemail and held the phone to my ear for several seconds. There was nothing but that same static I'd heard when answering the phone. Then emerging from the white noise like a figure appearing through heavy fog came a voice. It was distorted, pitched too low to be natural, with a metallic quality that made it sound almost mechanical. But despite the distortion, I could clearly hear it speak my name. Not my nickname or shortened form, but my full formal name that few people used. The voice repeated it 3 times each, utterance more drawn out than the last, elongating the vowels until my name was barely recognizable. Then the voice began to speak again in what sounded like sentences, but the words were unintelligible, either in a language I didn't recognize or so heavily distorted that English became unrecognizable. Beneath the voice was a rhythmic metallic scraping, like a blade being drawn slowly across a metal surface. The message continued for 47 seconds before cutting off abruptly mid-syllable as if the speaker had been interrupted. My hands were trembling by the time the message ended. I played it again, straining to make sense of the garbled speech, but could discern nothing beyond my name. I checked the number. It matched the one I'd seen on my screen at 3:17 a.m., but when I tried to call it back, an automated voice informed me that the number was not in service. A quick internet search revealed nothing. The number wasn't associated with any business or listed in any directory I could find. I tried to approach the situation rationally. It was probably just an elaborate ruse call, a new type of scam. The distortion could be a technical glitch, and perhaps they had my name from some data breach. The absence of the call in my history might be due to my half-awake state. Maybe I had dreamed answering the phone and had actually slept through the call, which went to voicemail. These explanations felt flimsy even as I formulated them, but they were preferable to the alternative that something inexplicable had occurred. Sunday passed in a haze of unease. I found myself checking my phone compulsively, both dreading and anticipating another call. None came. I spent hours researching obscure phone scams and voice distortion techniques, trying to find something that matched my experience. My searches yielded nothing conclusive. That night I broke my routine and kept my phone on my bedside table, both as a challenge to whatever had happened and out of a strange fear of having it out of reach. I slept poorly, waking at the slightest sound, but no call came. Monday brought the distraction of work client meetings and colleagues who knew nothing of my disturbed weekend. I began to distance myself from the experience, compartmentalizing it as an unsolved but ultimately insignificant mystery. By Wednesday, I had almost convinced myself it had been nothing more than a bizarre technical glitch, combined with my own sleep-deprived imagination. Almost it was Thursday night when things escalated. I was working late at home, sprawled on my couch with blueprints scattered around me and my phone resting on the coffee table at precisely 10:46 p.m. My phone screen lit up with an incoming text message. The number was different from the one that had called, but similarly unfamiliar. The message contained a single word: listening. A chill ran through me. I stared at the message, trying to determine if it could be spam or a message sent to the wrong number as I was debating whether to respond. A second text arrived from the same number, 317. My mouth went dry. My heart began to pound so hard I could feel it in my fingertips as they hovered over the screen. This couldn't be a coincidence. Before I could decide what to do, a third message appeared soon. I immediately tried to call the number back. It rang once before connecting to nothing. No voicemail, no automated message, just that same staticky silence. I had heard on Sunday morning. I hung up and blocked the number, then sat in my suddenly too quiet apartment. Listening to the sound of my own rapid breathing sleep was impossible that night. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, jumping at every sound from the street below or the neighboring apartments around 2:30 a.m. I noticed my phone's battery was getting low despite having been charged all evening as I watched the battery percentage drop rapidly from 42% to 36% to 29%, as if something was actively draining it. I plugged it in, but the battery continued to deplete despite being connected to power by 3:08 a.m. It was down to 17% at 3:16 a.m. My fully charged wireless earbuds, which were sitting in their case on the coffee table, suddenly connected to my phone without me touching them. The notification appeared on my screen: AirPods connected. A second later, my phone screen went completely black. despite still being plugged in my throat, constricted with panic. The room suddenly felt 20 degrees colder. I could see my breath forming small clouds in front of my face. Though it was a mild autumn night and my heating was functioning normally, the hair on my arm stood on end and a sensation like static electricity prickled across my skin at exactly 3:17 a.m. A voice came through my connected earbuds. It was the same distorted metallic voice from the voicemail, but clearer now, as if whoever or whatever was speaking had moved closer to the microphone. It spoke my name again, followed by an address. My address, then it described in precise detail where I was sitting in my apartment. At that very moment, what I was wearing and the expression on my face, I ripped the earbuds out. My hands shaking violently, but the voice continued, now coming directly from my phone's speakers. Despite the black screen, the voice described how long I'd lived in the apartment where I worked my daily routines. It knew things no stranger could know, the recurring nightmare I'd had since childhood. The name of my first pet. The words I had whispered to my mother at her hospital bedside when no one else was in the room with each new revelation. The metallic scraping in the background grew louder, more frantic, like dozens of knives being sharpened simultaneously. Then the voice changed tone, becoming almost conversational. Despite its inhuman quality, it told me it had been watching me for a long time, always listening, always present in the background of my life. It said it had finally found a way to reach through to make contact. It said this was only the beginning at 3:23 a.m. My phone screen suddenly illuminated again, showing dozens of rapid-fire incoming text messages, all from different numbers, all containing the same phrase repeated over and over. See you soon. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I grabbed my car keys and fled the apartment, driving aimlessly through empty streets until sunrise. When I returned cautiously, everything was normal. My phone functioned perfectly with no evidence of the texts, the call, or the battery drain. The only lingering evidence was the original voicemail still saved in my inbox and my own fractured sense of reality. That was 2 weeks ago. I've since changed my phone number, my email addresses, even my apartment. I've consulted with tech experts who found no malware on my devices. No evidence of hacking. One particularly thorough security specialist told me with professional certainty that what I described was technologically impossible. Yet every night at 3:17 a.m., no matter where I am or what precautions I take, something electronic near me activates. Sometimes it's subtle, a digital watch briefly displaying the wrong time, a nearby TV momentarily losing signal, a car alarm chirping once for no reason. Other times it's more direct, a random number texting me a single word, always different, but always ominous. Closer patience. Remember, I've stopped trying to explain it to others. I've stopped trying to fight it now, I just wait. Watching the clock each night as 3:17 a.m. approaches, wondering when the voice will tire of these games and finally reveal what it wants from me. Because one thing has become increasingly clear. Whatever is reaching out through my devices isn't trying to harm me, at least not physically. It's trying to communicate something specific, something it believes I need to understand sometimes in my more rational moments. I wonder if this is all an elaborate breakdown, if stress and isolation have fractured my perception of reality. But then I remember the voice speaking facts no one could know. Secrets I've never shared. And I remember the one part of the distorted message I finally deciphered after listening to it. Hundreds of times you open the door, you can't close it. Now I don't know what door it means, I don't know what's coming through, but I know it's getting closer, and I know that soon, very soon, I won't need a phone to hear it anymore. The glass doesn't lie, but it doesn't tell the whole truth either. That's what I keep telling myself as I stand frozen in my kitchen at 3:17 a.m., staring at a reflection that shouldn't exist. The silhouette behind me is taller than I am, with shoulders that hunch forward at an unnatural angle. I haven't turned around yet. I can't. Because deep down I know that when I do, I'll see nothing but the empty hallway, and that terrifies me. More than whatever is watching me from inside the glass, my ground floor apartment had seemed like a steal. 6 months ago, newly renovated kitchen, decent square footage for the price, and a private entrance through a sliding glass door that opened to a small patio surrounded by neglected shrubs. The property manager had called it garden access. Now I understand why the previous tenant left so abruptly, breaking their lease without even collecting their security deposit. I first noticed it 3 weeks ago, a routine midnight trip to the kitchen for water before bed. The overhead light was off. I know my way around well enough and didn't want the harsh fluorescence to fully wake me. The kitchen was lit only by the dim glow of the digital clock on the microwave, and whatever ambient light filtered in from the street lamps outside. I filled my glass at the sink, and as I turned to head back to bed, I caught a glimpse of movement in the glass door, a dark shape where there shouldn't have been one. Hovering just behind my left shoulder, my body responded before my mind could process what I was seeing. Heart lurching into my throat, I spun around, sloshing water onto the linoleum. Nothing. The hallway stretched empty and dark behind me. I stood motionless. Water dripping from my fingers, ears straining for any sound. Besides my own shallow breathing after a full minute of silence, I convinced myself it had been a trick of the light, or perhaps my own drowsy brain. Manufacturing images in the darkness, but when I turned back toward the glass door, it was there again, not directly behind me anymore, but standing slightly to the side as if it had moved. While I was looking away this time, I could make out more details. The vague outline of a head, the curve of hunched shoulders, arms that hung too long and too still at its sides. It didn't appear solid, more like a smudge of deeper darkness against the shadows reflected in the glass. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes, squinted at the reflection. The shape remained unmoving now when I raised my hand. It didn't mirror my movement when I took a step forward. It stayed in place only when I finally gathered the courage to whirl around again did it disappear, and only from my direct view I knew somehow that if I turned back to the glass it would still be there. Watching, I left the water glass on the counter and retreated to my bedroom that night, double-checking the lock on my door before huddling under the covers like a child. Sleep came eventually, but it was thin and troubled, filled with dreams of standing in front of mirrors that reflected someone else's movements. The following morning, under the harsh light of day, I almost managed to convince myself I'd imagined it all. Sleep deprivation from too many late nights at the office, stress from the upcoming performance review, perhaps even the beginning of a migraine. There were plenty of rational explanations. I went about my day deliberately pushing the incident from my mind that evening. I installed brighter bulbs in the kitchen light fixtures and made a point of keeping them on whenever I entered the room. After sunset for 3 days, this strategy worked. The increased illumination eliminated most of the reflective quality of the glass door, and I could fetch my evening water without incident. I began to relax, to believe the whole thing had been nothing more than an isolated episode, a quirk of an exhausted mind. Then the power went out. A brief summer storm had knocked out electricity to several blocks in my neighborhood. Nothing serious. The property manager assured all tenants via text that it would likely be restored by morning. I found my flashlight, set out some candles, and settled in for an early night around midnight. Thirst drove me from my bed to the kitchen. The beam of my flashlight cast elongated shadows that danced across the walls. As I moved, the kitchen was eerily silent without the usual hum of the refrigerator. I filled my glass by flashlight, then set the light on the counter pointing upward to create ambient illumination while I drank. That's when I felt it, a distinct drop in temperature, as if someone had opened a freezer door behind me. The hairs on my arms stood on end and my breath fogged slightly in front of my face. Slowly, reluctantly, my gaze moved to the glass door. It was there, clearer than before. The diffused glow of the flashlight created the perfect conditions for the door to become a mirror, and what it reflected chilled me more thoroughly than the sudden cold snap. The figure stood directly behind me now, close enough that I should have felt its breath on my neck. Its form was still indistinct, like a person shaped from smoke or ink and water, but I could now make out what might have been facial features, hollow depressions where eyes should be a gash-like opening in place of a mouth. As I watched frozen in place, its head tilted slightly as if in curiosity. One elongated arm began to rise. Reaching toward my shoulder, I could see the movement clearly in the reflection. Could track the approach of those impossibly long fingers, but felt nothing on my skin. My lungs burned before I realized I'd been holding my breath when I finally gasped for air. The sound was explosively loud in the silent apartment. I spun around, flashlight already raised as a makeshift weapon. Nothing empty air greeted me. The temperature had already normalized, my breath no longer visible. I swept the flashlight beam across every corner of the kitchen and adjacent hallway, finding nothing out of the ordinary, but I couldn't shake the certainty that something had almost touched me or tried to. I avoided the kitchen for the rest of that night, ignoring my parched throat until morning brought both sunlight and restored electricity at work. I researched the history of my apartment building, looking for any tragedies or unusual events that might explain what I was experiencing. The structure was relatively new, only 15 years old, built on what had previously been an empty lot. No reported deaths, no notorious incidents, nothing that would account for a haunting. If that's what this was, I considered the possibility that I was experiencing some sort of neurological event. Hallucinations could be symptoms of serious conditions, but the phenomenon seemed too specific, too localized to that one reflective surface. I could look in my bathroom mirror without incident. The stainless steel of my refrigerator door reflected. Normally, it was only the glass patio door that showed me things that shouldn't be there that night. I conducted an experiment. I set up my phone to record video of the kitchen. While I stood in front of the glass door, the resulting footage showed only me alone staring tensely at my reflection. But I had seen it again just as clearly as before, the dark figure standing behind me this time, with what looked like one hand raised to its distorted mouth as if signaling for silence. After a week of increasing encounters, I developed a system. Kitchen lights always on at night, quick in and out. No lingering, never looked directly at the glass door. If it could be avoided, I rearranged my furniture so I could approach the sink from an angle that minimized exposure to the reflection. When I absolutely had to face that direction, I kept my eyes unfocused, looking through rather than at the glass. But avoidance strategies can only work for so long. The figure grew bolder, appearing earlier in the evening, remaining visible even with the lights on. Though more transparent, sometimes I'd catch glimpses of it from the corner of my eye while cooking dinner. Other times I'd feel that distinctive temperature drop while sitting on my couch, only to look up and see it watching me from the reflection in the TV screen when it was turned off last night. Things escalated. I woke suddenly at 2 a.m., my mouth dessert dry heart pounding from a nightmare. I couldn't remember. The need for water was overwhelming. I stumbled to the kitchen, flicked on the light, and froze. The glass door was covered in condensation from the inside, as if someone had been breathing on it. In the foggy surface, a finger had traced 3 words, "Not your reflection." My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Temperature differences between inside and outside condensation patterns forming coincidental shapes, my own subconscious interpreting random marks as words. But I knew what I had seen before. I could think better of it. I approached the door and wiped my hand across the glass, erasing the message. The surface was bone dry. I backed away, bumping into the kitchen counter. Hard enough to send a mug crashing to the floor. The sound shattered the midnight silence, and in that moment of distraction, I glanced at the glass door again. The figure was there, more substantial than ever before, no longer just a silhouette. It now had definition. The suggestion of clothing, a face still shrouded in shadow but unmistakably turned toward me. Worst of all, it was no longer mimicking my position. While I stood pressed against the counter, it was moving toward the glass from the other side, one hand raised, fingertips pressing against the barrier between us. I watched, paralyzed, as frost began to form around those points of contact, delicate crystalline patterns spreading outward across the glass. The temperature in the kitchen plummeted so rapidly that I heard the distinct ping of glassware contracting in the cabinets. My exhaled breath billowed in front of me like smoke. Something in me finally broke. I lunged for the light switch, plunging the kitchen into darkness, then stumbled blindly back to my bedroom, slamming and locking the door behind me. I huddled under my blankets until dawn, listening to the soft rhythmic tapping that seemed to travel from the kitchen down the hall to stop just outside my bedroom door. This morning I called in sick to work and contacted a real estate agent. I told her I needed to sublet my apartment immediately, making up a story about a job opportunity in another state. She asked about the lease termination fees. I told her they didn't matter. Tonight is my last night here. The new tenant moves in tomorrow afternoon. I didn't tell her about the glass door or what I've seen in it. Perhaps it's something specific to me, some projection of my own. Psyche that won't affect her at all, or perhaps she'll never notice. We'll keep the blinds drawn and the lights bright and never have reason to see what waits in the reflection. It's nearly midnight. Now I've packed everything except a mattress and the clothes I'll wear tomorrow. My throat is dry from moving boxes all day, but I've been holding a bottle of water close, taking small sips to avoid any need to return to the kitchen. I should sleep in less than 12 hours. This will all be behind me, but there's a part of me that needs to know a part that won't let me leave without understanding what has been watching me all these weeks. So here I stand one last time in front of the glass door. The kitchen lights are off. The only illumination comes from my phone's flashlight propped on the counter to cast just enough glow to create reflections. The figure is already there, has been waiting for me. It seems more solid tonight, less a shadow and more a presence. We face each other, me and the kitchen. In whatever space exists inside or beyond the glass, I raise my hand, it mirrors me. Raising its own, I step closer. It does the same for the first time I speak to it directly, asking what it wants from me. The reflection's mouth moves, but I hear nothing. Instead, frost begins to form on the glass again, patterns swirling into letters, then words to switch places as understanding dawn. I notice something I've been too frightened to see before. The figure isn't some supernatural entity or ghost. The face taking shape in the glass, it's my own but wrong. Somehow eyes too hollow, smile too wide, posture too hunched. I've been looking at myself all along, but not my reflection, my replacement. I back away from the door, shaking my head. The figure, my distorted double, presses both hands against the glass, now leaving spreading frost in the shape of palms and fingers. The barrier between us seems thinner than ever, vibrating slightly like a membrane about to rupture. I should run. I know I should run instead. I find myself wondering, how long has it been watching? Has it always been there, waiting for me to notice? And what happens if one night I turn around quickly enough to catch it outside the reflection? I won't find out tonight. I grab my keys and phone, leaving everything else behind. The motel 6 miles away isn't comfortable, but it has no large glass surfaces, and that's all that matters now. Tomorrow, I'll be gone from this place for good. I'll move to another city, another state somewhere. I can start fresh. I'll avoid ground floor apartments. I'll cover mirrors at night. I'll be careful about reflective surfaces, and I'll never again look too long at my own reflection for fear of noticing that its movements come just a fraction of a second before my own. The 7th floor of my building doesn't exist. At least that's what I told myself until 3 weeks ago. The elevator panel shows it. Clearly buttons for floors 1 through 12, but everyone knows the building was designed with the superstition of certain cultures in mind. No 13th floor, no 7th floor, just an architectural quirk, a numbering system that jumps from 6 to 8. I never questioned it until that Friday evening when everything I thought I knew about my home began to unravel. The chill that ran down my spine. When the elevator stopped at the 7th floor still haunts me. It wasn't supposed to be there. I've always been a creature of habit after 5 years working at the same accounting firm. I've perfected my routine, leave the office by 5:30 p.m., catch the 5:40 bus, and arrive at my apartment building by 6 p.m. Sharp. The predictability comforts me. 12 floors of identical corridors, identical doors, identical lives stacked one atop another. My little box on the 9th floor has been home for 6 years. Now that particular Friday had been brutal end of quarter reports, a system crash that nearly lost 3 weeks of data, and my boss breathing down my neck about deadlines. By the time I dragged myself into the lobby of my building, my shoulders ached with tension, and a dull throb had established itself behind my right eye. Mrs. Garza from the 5th floor nodded to me from her mailbox. We exchanged our usual pleasantries about the unseasonably cool weather, the familiar scent of Mr. Patterson's cooking. Something with garlic and onions drifted down from his 1st floor apartment. Everything normal, everything as it should be. The elevator arrived with its customary ding, and I stepped inside, grateful to find it empty. I jabbed the button for the ninth floor and leaned against the back wall. Loosening my tie, the doors slid closed and the familiar hum of machinery filled the small space as the elevator began its ascent. 1, 2, 3. The illuminated numbers changed on the panel. My eyelids grew heavy. 4, 5, 6. The elevator slowed unexpectedly. The sudden deceleration made my stomach lurch. I opened my eyes just as the display changed to 7, 7. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. There was no 7th floor. Everyone knew that. Management had even sent out a memo when I first moved in, explaining the numbering system, cultural considerations resulting in the omission of certain floors. Yet here I was stopping at a floor that shouldn't exist. The doors slid open with painful slowness. Beyond them lay a corridor identical to mine, yet fundamentally wrong. The hallway stretched into darkness, the overhead lights either burnt out or never installed. Only the faint red glow of an exit sign at the far end provided any illumination. Casting the corridor in a bloody hue, the air that rushed in felt wrong, stale, and unnaturally cold. Carrying a faint scent, I couldn't identify something ancient and musty like old books left too long in a damp basement. My heart hammered against my ribs. I jabbed the close door button repeatedly. My finger becoming more frantic with each press. Nothing happened. The doors remained stubbornly open as if inviting me to step out into that impossible hallway. That's when I heard them footsteps slow and deliberate coming from somewhere down the darkened corridor. The sound echoed oddly as if the space were much larger than it appeared. I pressed myself against the back wall of the elevator, my mouth dry as sand. The footsteps grew closer, yet I could see nothing moving in the shadows. My rational mind grasped for explanations. A maintenance worker, another resident, a security guard making rounds. But why would anyone be on a floor that didn't exist? A blast of frigid air swept into the elevator, bringing with it that musty smell. Now stronger, my teeth began to chatter, partly from cold, partly from fear. The footsteps stopped directly in front of the elevator doors. I couldn't see anyone there, just the empty threshold between elevator and corridor. Yet I felt a presence, a weight in the air, a pressure against my skin. Something was standing there watching me. My breath came in short, painful gasps. A high-pitched ringing filled my ears. My vision began to narrow, darkness creeping in at the edges. I was going to pass out. Part of me welcomed it with a final, desperate lunge. I slammed my palm against the control panel, striking every button. At once, the elevator chimed in protest, but the doors finally mercifully began to close as the gap narrowed. I felt something brush past me, a cold current of air, or perhaps something more substantial. The hairs on my arms and neck stood on end for a fraction of a second. I thought I caught a whiff of cologne, old-fashioned and heavy with spice, mingling with that musty odor. Then the doors sealed shut and the elevator lurched upward. I collapsed against the wall. My legs suddenly unable to support my weight, sweat soaked through my shirt. Despite the lingering chill, the overhead light flickered once, twice, then stabilized as the elevator continued its journey when the display showed 9. I bolted out the moment the doors opened wide enough to squeeze through. Standing in the familiar well-lit corridor of my floor, I gulped down air that tasted normal, smelled normal as I fumbled with my keys at my apartment door. I glanced back just in time to see the elevator doors closing. The digital display above the elevator showed it was descending to the 7th floor. Sleep eluded me that night. I lay awake dissecting what had happened, searching for rational explanations. Perhaps the building's numbering system was just for show, a marketing gimmick to appeal to superstitious buyers. While the actual floor still existed, maybe I had misread the display, hallucinating a 7 where there was actually a 6 or an 8. I decided to ask my neighbor, Mrs. Chen, about it. The next morning, she'd lived in the building since it was constructed. When I casually mentioned the 7th floor, her expression changed. Subtle but unmistakable, a tightening around the eyes, a slight pursing of the lips. She asked why I wanted to know. Her tone remained pleasant, but something in her voice made me backpedal. I laughed it off, saying I was just curious about the building's design. She nodded and mumbled something about architectural superstitions before hurriedly excusing herself. Her reaction only deepened my unease that weekend. I took the stairs everywhere, 12 flights up and down, left my legs burning, but the alternative, facing that elevator again, was unthinkable by Monday morning. However, I couldn't avoid it any longer, late for work. After a nearly sleepless night, I stood before the elevator, my palm hovering over the call button just as I was about to press it. Mr. Abernathy from the 12th floor joined me in the lobby. His presence bolstered my courage, safety in numbers. I told myself the elevator arrived. We both got in, and I pressed 9 while he selected 12. The ride was uneventful for the next week. I timed my comingings and goings to coincide with other residents. Never alone in the elevator, never vulnerable. The incident began to lose its sharp edges in my memory, softening into something that could have been a stress-induced hallucination. Long hours, exhaustion, an overactive imagination that had to be it until last Tuesday. I worked late. Much later than usual by the time I dragged myself home. The lobby was deserted. I stood before the elevator debating whether to tackle the stairs. Despite my exhaustion, the display showed the elevator was already on its way down from an upper floor. I decided to wait, hoping another resident might join me. No one came when the doors opened to an empty car. I hesitated for just a moment before stepping inside. I needed sleep more than I needed to indulge this paranoia. The ride began normally enough, 1, 2, 3. My muscles gradually relaxed as the elevator passed each floor without incident, 4, 5, 6. My phone chimed with a text message as I reached into my pocket. The elevator lurched violently, throwing me against the wall. The lights flickered and for one terrifying moment went out completely before resuming at half their normal brightness. The display read 7. My heart nearly stopped. Not again. I lunged for the control panel, but before I could reach it, the elevator came to a smooth halt. The door slid open. The 7th floor corridor appeared different. This time illuminated for one thing, though the light was sickly and uneven, emanating from sconces along the walls. Rather than overhead fixtures, the wallpaper pattern matched the rest of the building. But the colors were wrong, faded, as if exposed to years of sunlight. The carpet beneath the doors showed visible wear patterns, and the doors themselves. They had numbers 7017022703. Apartment numbers for a floor that didn't exist. I stood frozen, unable to move, unable even to reach for the close button. My gaze traveled down the hallway, taking in details I'd missed in the darkness. Before the exit sign at the end still glowed red, but now I could see that one of the apartment doors stood slightly ajar, 707, just a crack, but enough to reveal absolute darkness beyond a cold draft seeped from that opening, carrying with it that same musty smell, now identifiable as old paper dust and something metallic like copper pennies or blood. The elevator chimed impatiently somehow. That mundane sound broke my paralysis. I stabbed at the close button. Then at 9, then at every button I could reach, the doors remained open. The chime sounded again, louder this time, almost admonishing from the partially open door of 707. I heard movement, a soft shuffling like slippered feet dragging across carpet. Then came a sound that turned my blood to ice, humming a melody I almost recognized, distorted by the poor acoustics of the hallway. An old tune, the kind my grandfather might have whistled the door to. 707 began to swing wider. I threw myself at the elevator doors, trying to force them closed with my bare hands. My fingers scrabbled uselessly against the metal. The humming grew louder, closer. Light from the hallway illuminated a pale hand curling around the edge of the door to 707. At that moment, the elevator doors finally responded. Sliding shut with agonizing slowness, I caught a glimpse of something emerging from 707, a shape of figure moving with unnatural, jerky motions toward the elevator. The doors sealed just as a shadow fell across the threshold. The elevator resumed its journey as if nothing had happened. No lurching, no flickering lights, just the smooth hum of machinery carrying me upward. I collapsed against the wall, my clothes soaked with cold sweat, my breathing rapid and shallow. When I reached my floor, I ran to my apartment and locked every lock, even using the security chain I'd never bothered with. Before I spent the night with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and settling noise of the building. That was a week ago. I've taken the stairs exclusively since then. No matter how tired I am yesterday, I inquired with management about the building's floor plan, keeping my tone casual, curious. The property manager, a new hire who didn't know me, was happy to show me the original architectural drawings there on paper. Plain as day 12 floors with 7 conspicuously absent. The space between floors 6 and 8 was reduced as if floor 7 had been erased, not just in name, but in physical reality. Why no 7th floor? I asked, forcing lightness into my voice. The manager explained it was common in many buildings, cultural superstitions, marketing considerations, nothing unusual. When I pressed further, asking if there had ever been plans for a 7th floor, her demeanor changed. She suddenly remembered an urgent call she needed to make and ushered me out of her office last night. I did something I'd been avoiding. I accessed the building's online tenant portal and checked the directory. No apartments numbered in the 700s, no residents assigned to a 7th floor. According to every official record, it doesn't exist yet. I know what I saw, what I felt, what I heard this morning. Mrs. Chen from across the hall stopped me as I was leaving for work. She looked tired with dark circles under her eyes. "You asked about the 7th floor," she said without preamble. I nodded. My mouth suddenly dry. She glanced around the empty hallway, then lowered her voice. "Don't take the elevator alone." Her eyes held mine, conveying the weight behind her simple warning. Before I could ask anything more, she retreated into her apartment. Tonight, as I write this, I can hear the elevator moving in its shaft, stopping at floors, including one that shouldn't exist. Occasionally, I press my ear against my apartment wall, listening. Sometimes I swear I can hear humming coming through the ventilation system, that same half-familiar tune. I've started researching the building's history. There are gaps, inconsistencies, rumors about a fire during construction, about permit issues that delayed opening, nothing concrete about a 7th floor, but nothing that definitively rules it out. Either tomorrow, I plan to visit the city archives to look at older records. I need to know what happened here, why a floor would be erased, not just from the building's numbering system, but from everyone's acknowledgement. For now, though, I sit with my back against the wall, listening to the elevator move up and down its shaft, wondering who or what rides it to the floor that doesn't exist. The floor I've seen with my own eyes, the floor where something waits, humming an old tune, reaching out with pale hands, and sometimes in the stillness of night. When the building settles into silence, I swear I can hear footsteps in the hallway outside my door, slow, deliberate footsteps that pause just for a moment before continuing past. I never check to see if anyone's there. Some things once seen can't be unseen, and some floors once visited never truly let you leave. The yellow eyes haunt me. Even when I close mine, they appear in that space between wakefulness and sleep, glowing like twin embers in the darkness. It's been 3 weeks since I first saw the dog at Lake Evergreen, and something fundamental has shifted in my world. The rational part of my brain, the part that pays bills and nods politely at neighbors, insists it was just a stray. But deep down in that primal chamber where instinct resides, I know better. Whatever followed me that night wasn't just a dog. I've always been a creature of routine. After my divorce last year, the nightly walks became my sanctuary. The 3-mile loop around Lake Evergreen offered the perfect combination of exercise and solitude during daylight hours. The path teems with joggers, families, and the occasional tour group admiring our small town's modest attraction. But after 10 p.m., the space transforms. The lamplight creates islands of dim yellow illumination amid vast pools of shadow. The water becomes a black mirror reflecting fractured moonlight. The silence is broken only by the occasional rustle of nocturnal creatures and the rhythmic crunch of my footsteps on gravel that night. 3 weeks ago began like any other. I parked my car in the nearly empty lot, zipped my jacket against the October chill, and set out counterclockwise around the lake. The first lap was uneventful, just me and my thoughts circling like faithful companions. It wasn't until I passed the halfway point on my second lap that I sensed something had changed. The hair on the back of my neck stood up before my conscious mind. Registered why I wasn't alone anymore. Initially, I thought it was another night walker, perhaps a fellow insomniac seeking relief from racing thoughts. But when I glanced over my shoulder, I saw it a large canine silhouette about 30 yards behind me. It moved with purpose, matching my pace with uncanny precision. In the dim light, its fur appeared to absorb the darkness around it, creating an outline more defined by absence than presence. I quickened my pace slightly, heart thumping against my ribs. The dog adjusted its speed accordingly, maintaining the exact distance between us. When I slowed, it slowed when I stopped abruptly, pretending to tie my shoe. It sat on its hunches and watched me with unnerving patience. Those eyes, even from that distance, I could see them clearly. Luminous amber orbs that seemed to generate their own light rather than reflect it. They fixed on me with an intelligence that felt measured, calculating not the gaze of a hungry stray or a lost pet, but something evaluating. After completing that second lap, rationality briefly reasserted itself. It was just a dog, probably abandoned by some irresponsible owner. I decided to approach it, thinking perhaps it had a collar with identification. I turned and walked deliberately toward the animal, speaking in the soft tones people instinctively use with pets. The dog immediately backed away, maintaining our separation. I took another step. It retreated by the same measure for a moment. I looked around for anyone who might claim ownership of this strange animal. The parking lot remained empty, save for my car, and the path stretched vacant in both directions. When I turned back, the dog was gone, not running away, not hiding behind the nearby bench or trash can, simply gone. I searched the nearby bushes and peered down the various exit paths, but found no trace. Of the animal, it had vanished as completely as a stone dropped in the lake center that should have been the end. A strange encounter, perhaps fodder for conversation at next week's office lunch. But the following night, as I reached the halfway point of my first lap, that familiar prickling sensation returned to my neck. This time I didn't need to look to know the dog had returned, trailing at the same careful distance. Its yellow eyes fixed on me with the same unsettling focus. Night after night, the pattern repeated with mechanical precision. The dog would appear at exactly the same spot, follow me for precisely 2 laps, and vanish. When I tried to approach it, I began to notice details. It made no sound. When it walked left, no paw prints in the muddy sections of the path, and never once broke its gaze from me, even when a startled rabbit darted across our path. One night, the dog's eyes remained locked on mine, showing none of the predatory interest a normal canine would display after the first week. I tried changing my routine. I walked earlier, then later I reversed direction, going clockwise. Instead of counterclockwise, I even skipped 2 nights entirely. None of it mattered. The dog appeared at the same relative point in my walk, regardless of the time or direction, maintaining its silent vigil behind me. By the second week, sleep became elusive. I would lie awake replaying each encounter, searching for some explanation that would satisfy my increasingly frayed nerves. During daylight hours, I researched local folklore, looking for stories of ghostly animals or supernatural guardians associated with the lake. I found nothing unusual. Just the standard small-town history of settlers and minor industrial development. I considered discussing the situation with friends, but something held me back. How could I explain the growing certainty that this wasn't just a stray dog, but something wearing the shape of one? How could I convey the weight of those amber eyes which seemed to see through flesh and bone to something deeper? I feared the concerned glances, the gentle suggestions that perhaps I should speak to someone professional, so I kept silent, carrying my dread like a stone in my gut last night. Everything changed. I had resigned myself to my shadow companion and was halfway through my second lap when a sharp pain lanced through my temple. The world tilted sideways and I stumbled to a nearby bench, gripping the armrest to steady myself. My vision blurred, then crystallized with unnatural clarity. The night around me seemed suddenly more vivid. Colors, deeper sounds, sharper. I could hear the minute lapping of water against the shore. 50 yards away, could smell the distinct scent of pine sap from trees. I couldn't even see in the darkness. When I looked up, the dog stood directly before me. No longer maintaining its distance, It sat on its haunches just 3 feet away. Those yellow eyes level with mine up close. I could see that its fur wasn't simply black, but seemed to shift and ripple like oil on water, occasionally revealing patterns that hurt my eyes to focus on my breath. Came in short, shallow gasps, sweat beaded on my forehead. Despite the cool night air, every instinct screamed for me to run, but my body remained frozen, pinned by that unwavering gaze. The dog tilted its head, an almost human gesture of curiosity. Then, with deliberate slowness, it opened its mouth. I expected teeth, rows of gleaming white daggers. Instead, I saw only darkness, a void so complete it seemed to pull at my consciousness like a vacuum. A voice filled my head. Though the dog's mouth made no sound, it wasn't speech as humans understand it, but rather concepts and images that assembled themselves into meaning. You see me now truly see my reality fractured. The pain in my temple intensified until I thought my skull would split through watering eyes. I looked down at my hands gripping the bench and saw with horror that my skin seemed to ripple and shift just like the dog's coat, momentarily revealing patterns beneath that belonged to no known anatomy. When I looked up again, the dog was gone. In its place stood my own reflection, cast somehow upon the night air like a projection on black glass, but not quite my reflection. The eyes that stared back at me glowed with the same amber light as the dog's. The apparition dissolved as quickly as it had formed, leaving me alone on the bench, shaking violently as my mind tried to process what I'd seen. I don't remember the drive home, only that I somehow found myself sitting on the edge of my bed at 3 a.m., still fully clothed, staring at my hands as if they belonged to someone else today. I called in sick to work. For the first time in 5 years, I've drawn all the blinds and locked every door and window in my apartment. The sunlight that manages to seep through seems too bright. Almost painful, ordinary sounds. The hum of the refrigerator water moving through pipes, the distant conversation of neighbors, assault my ears with newfound intensity as dusk approaches. I feel a familiar pull toward Lake Evergreen. Not desire, but something more fundamental like gravity or tide. I know I should stay away, but with each passing minute the urge grows stronger, becoming almost physical in its demand. I've begun to notice other changes. Food tastes like ash in my mouth. My reflection in the mirror seems slightly delayed, moving a fraction of a second after I do. And sometimes just at the edge of my vision, I catch glimpses of my skin rippling like dark water. The sun will set in 20 minutes. My car keys sit on the table before me, and already I can feel my hand twitching toward them. I know I'll go to the lake tonight. I know the dog will be waiting. And I know with a certainty that terrifies me to my core that this time I won't be walking behind it. This time I'll be looking back with yellow eyes watching for someone else to follow. The scratching started 3 nights ago, faint at first, like fingernails dragging lightly across drywall. A sound so subtle I convinced myself it was the old Victorian house settling. Or perhaps mice in the walls, but mice don't leave notes and houses don't write warnings in handwriting. That looks like it belongs to someone who's forgotten how to hold a pen. I've lived alone in this house for almost 2 years. The home office became my sanctuary after the divorce, a place where I could rebuild my freelance writing career piece by piece. The cork bulletin board above my desk was nothing special, just a practical tool for organizing deadlines, pinning business cards, and keeping track of article ideas. Nothing remarkable until the first note appeared. It was a Tuesday morning when I saw it, a small yellow post-it note stuck among my orderly arrangement of reminders and to-do lists. At first I thought nothing of it, assuming I'd written it myself during a late-night work session and simply forgotten. But when I got close enough to read the scrolled message, "Don't forget about the shadows," an involuntary shiver ran down my spine. The handwriting wasn't mine, not even close. The letters were jagged, pressed deeply into the paper as if written with tremendous force, yet somehow still nearly illegible. I tore it down, immediately crumpled it in my palm. My hand trembled slightly as I tossed it into the wastebasket. A prank, I decided someone had been in my house. The realization should have terrified me, but instead I felt a flare of anger. I checked all the doors and windows, locked every one of them. I even examined the door frames and window sills for signs of forced entry. Nothing the next morning. A new note awaited me. It's getting late. It read in the same disturbing handwriting. My throat constricted as I stared at it. I live alone. The doors were locked. The security system had been armed all night, yet somehow someone had entered my private space and left this message. I took photos of the note, its positioning on the board, even the pushpin holding it in place. I'm not sure why evidence, perhaps, for whom I couldn't exactly go to the police with complaints about cryptic post-it notes. They'd think I was losing my mind sometimes. I wonder if they'd be right that night. I locked the office door before going to bed. I even wedged a chair under the door knob, feeling ridiculous, but desperate for some peace of mind. Sleep came reluctantly, my ears straining to catch any sound of movement in the house. When morning arrived, I approached the office with dread coiling in my stomach like a cold, heavy snake. The chair remained in place. The door was still locked. I used my key with shaking hands, pushed the door open, and felt my heart stutter in my chest. There in the center of the bulletin board was a new note. "I see you when you sleep." My legs nearly gave out. I stumbled to my desk chair and collapsed into it, my breathing shallow and rapid. The room suddenly felt too small, the air too thin. My eyes darted to every corner, searching for some explanation, some sign of how this was happening. The windows were sealed shut. They had been since last winter when I'd caulked them closed to keep out the draft. There was no other entrance to the room except the door I'd just unlocked. I took the notes to a handwriting analyst, a former police specialist who now ran a private practice downtown. I told him they were for a story I was researching. He studied them through a magnifying glass, his brow furrowed in concentration. "This is unusual," he said. Finally, he explained that the writing showed signs of severe distress or physical impairment, possibly written by someone with neurological damage or under extreme duress. When I asked if all three notes were written by the same person, his answer chilled me. Yes, but he hesitated. The most recent one shows deterioration, as if the condition is worsening. He pointed to where the pen had torn through the paper in places, how the letters became increasingly malformed. That night I installed a motion-activated camera in the office, positioned to capture the entire room, especially the bulletin board I set it to. Send alerts to my phone if it detected movement. Then I locked the door again, adding a new deadbolt. I'd purchased that afternoon. I even placed a thin line of talcum powder along the threshold, an old trick I'd read about in a detective novel. I barely slept, checking my phone every few minutes for alerts from the camera. None came. When dawn broke, I approached the office with a mixture of hope and dread. The powder line was undisturbed. The deadbolt was engaged. I unlocked the door with trembling hands. A new note waited for me. "The walls are too thin." The camera had captured nothing. The recording showed an empty room all night, the bulletin board clearly visible one moment. There was no note, and in the next frame there, it was as if it had materialized from thin air. I began to question my sanity. Was I writing these notes myself in some dissociative state? Was this some bizarre form of sleepwalking? I scheduled an appointment with my doctor, who referred me to a neurologist. The brain scan showed nothing abnormal, no evidence of seizures or other neurological issues that might explain blackouts or lost time. The notes continued to appear, each more disturbing than the last. I'm getting closer. "Can you feel me breathing soon? We'll meet each morning." I would find them pinned to my bulletin board, despite increasingly elaborate security measures I installed. Additional cameras, motion sensors, even a pressure mat under the carpet. Nothing ever triggered them. No one ever appeared on the footage yet. The notes kept coming. The lack of sleep began to take its toll. Dark circles formed under my eyes. My work suffered. I jumped at the slightest sounds. The house I once found so charming now felt like a prison. Or worse, like I was sharing it with something I couldn't see or understand. I began researching the history of the house. It was built in 1897, and records showed a succession of owners, none particularly noteworthy. No tragic deaths, no notorious crimes. The house had been empty for nearly 2 years before I purchased it. The previous owner, an elderly woman who had moved to a retirement community. I tracked her down, hoping for answers. Mrs. Keller was 93, her mind still sharp. Despite her frail body, when I mentioned the office, something flickered in her eyes. She admitted that she had used that room as a sewing room, and yes, she had experienced strange occurrences. Items moved the sensation of being watched, and once she said in a near whisper she had seen something, a figure just at the edge of her vision, standing in the corner where my desk now sits. She'd moved her sewing machine to another room after that and kept the door closed. My skin prickled with gooseflesh as she spoke. I asked if anyone had died in the house. She shook her head, but then paused, her rheumy eyes distant with memory. "No one had died there," she said. But the man who built the house had a brother who suffered from what they called nervous hysteria. In those days, he had been confined to that room during his episodes, which grew more frequent and severe over time. Eventually, he was committed to an asylum where he died. Some years later that night, I couldn't bring myself to return to the house. I checked into a hotel, desperate for a night of uninterrupted sleep. The next morning, I felt marginally better, clear-headed enough to form a plan I would confront whatever was happening head-on. If there was something supernatural at work, I would address it directly. If it was a mental health issue of my own, I would seek the appropriate help. I returned home in the late afternoon, my stomach knotting with anxiety as I unlocked the door. The house was quiet, seemingly unchanged. I went straight to the office, steeling myself for whatever new message might await me. The bulletin board was empty, every single note, memo, and business card had been removed. In the center, pinned with a single red push pin, was a larger sheet of paper. The familiar tortured handwriting covered it completely. The words crammed together, some written over others in a frenzied palimpsest. It took me several minutes to decipher the message. "I've been trying to warn you. They kept me here too. They are in the walls. They want what's inside you. They made me write things. I didn't mean they will do the same to you. Get out before you can't." As I stared at the message, trying to process its meaning, I became aware of a sound, that same faint scratching I'd been hearing at night. Only now it was coming from inside the wall, directly behind the bulletin board, and it was getting louder. I backed away slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs. The scratching intensified, no longer resembling fingernails, but something harder, like metal scraping against wood and plaster. A hairline crack appeared in the wall, extending upward from behind the bulletin board. I didn't wait to see what would emerge. I ran from the room, slamming the door behind me. My hands shook so violently I could barely grab my car keys. I made it to my car and drove away with no destination in mind. Other than away from here, I'm writing this from another hotel room. My third in as many days I haven't been back to the house. I'm not sure I ever will. I've contacted a realtor about selling the property, though I haven't told her why. What could I possibly say? Last night I woke suddenly at 3:17 a.m., the same time I used to hear the scratching in my office walls. The hotel room was silent, but a familiar sensation of being watched crept over me. I turned on the lamp beside the bed. There on the hotel notepad on the nightstand was a message in that same tormented handwriting. "You can check out, but you can't leave me behind. I don't know what's following me or what it wants. I don't know if it's trying to help me or harm me, but I do know this. Wherever I go, it finds me, and its messages are getting longer, more coherent, as if it's getting stronger or closer or both. Sometimes in the deepest hours of the night, I think I catch glimpses of movement at the edges of my vision, a darkness that seems deeper than shadow, a subtle distortion of the air, and sometimes when I'm drifting on the edge of sleep, I swear I can hear breathing that isn't my own. I've started carrying a notebook with me if whatever is happening is truly beyond my control. If something is trying to communicate through me, I want to capture it, understand it. Maybe that's the writer in me still searching for a story, even in the midst of terror. Or maybe it's my way of maintaining some illusion of control. Either way, I've noticed something troubling. My handwriting has started to change just slightly at first. The angle of my letters, the pressure of my pen, but it's becoming more pronounced, more jagged, more desperate. More like the notes the first time I heard it rain lashed against my windows like desperate fingers trying to get in a slow, deliberate scraping sound. Not quite a drag, not quite a scratch. Moved across the ceiling above my head. 3 a.m. and sleep evaporated instantly, replaced by that primal alertness that comes when your body recognizes danger before your mind can rationalize it away. I lay frozen eyes fixed on the textured white surface above me, tracking the invisible path of whatever created that sound. It stopped directly over my bed. My penthouse apartment was supposed to be the crown jewel of the building. Nothing above you but the sky. The realtor had promised with rehearsed enthusiasm she'd conveniently omitted the small attic space that technically belonged to my neighbor's unit. An architectural quirk from when the building was reconfigured decades ago, a shared structure she'd later admitted when I pressed her after the closing, but nothing I needed to worry about, just a storage space that nobody used. Nobody except something that moved on rainy nights. After that first night, I convinced myself it was the building settling, or perhaps rodents seeking shelter from the storm, but rodents don't pace with the measured rhythm of footsteps. They don't stop and start again as if listening, and they certainly don't seem to respond when you call out, "Is someone there?" With a tremor in your voice that embarrasses you, even when alone. I'm not a man who scares easily. I've traveled to remote locations for my work as a photographer, spent nights alone in abandoned buildings to capture the perfect light at dawn. I understand the tricks the mind plays in darkness, but what happened in the weeks that followed tested the boundaries of rational explanation and my own grip on reality. The sounds established a pattern. They came most often during storms, but occasionally on clear nights. They always started around 3 a.m. and lasted anywhere from 10 minutes to 2 hours. Sometimes just the scraping, sometimes footsteps, and on the worst nights, a sound like something heavy being dragged across the floor back and forth, with agonizing slowness after 2 weeks of disrupted sleep and fraying nerves. I knocked on my neighbor's door. Marcus was a middle-aged accountant who looked perpetually exhausted when I mentioned the attic. His expression shifted subtly, a tightening around the eyes that suggested discomfort. He explained that he'd never used the space in the 7 years he'd lived there, just some old boxes from the previous owner that he'd never bothered to remove. Too much of a hassle to climb up there, he said. Especially with his bad knee. I asked if I could take a look sometime, and he hesitated before agreeing. Though he warned me there was nothing to see, I left his apartment with the distinct impression he was hiding something, though I couldn't articulate what or why. That night the sounds were louder, more insistent, as if whatever dwelled above knew I was asking questions the next morning. Blur-eyed from another sleepless night, I contacted the building manager. Mr. Grayson was skeptical but professional, agreeing to inspect the attic space that afternoon. I waited anxiously in my apartment, listening to his footsteps above as he moved around. After 20 minutes, he descended and reported finding nothing unusual, just some old cardboard boxes, dust cobwebs, and some minor mold issues. He'd have someone address. I pressed him about the sounds. Describing in detail what I'd been hearing, his expression remained neutral, but something in his eyes made me think he wasn't telling me everything he suggested. Old buildings make strange noises, and the recent weather changes could be causing the structure to contract and expand before leaving. He asked if I was under any particular stress lately, if I was taking any medications that might cause auditory disturbances. The implication was clear: the problem was in my head, not my ceiling that night. The activity above reached a fever pitch. It started earlier than usual, just after midnight, and with an intensity I hadn't experienced before. The footsteps moved with purpose, circling, stopping, then rushing across the length of the attic. The scraping sound had developed a rhythm, 3 long drags followed by silence. Then repeated. My ceiling light flickered, though there was no storm, and for one terrifying moment I swore I saw the paint bulge downward, as if under pressure from above. I grabbed my phone and texted Mr. Grayson demanding another inspection. No response. I considered calling the police, but stopped myself. What would I tell them? That I was hearing scary noises, that my ceiling was breathing? They dismiss it as quickly as the building manager had. Sleep was impossible. I sat in my living room as far from the sounds as possible, researching the building's history on my laptop. The structure dated back to the 1920s, originally a hotel before being converted to apartments in the 1970s. A few minor mentions in local news over the decades. Renovations ownership changes a small fire in the East Wing in 1983. Nothing suggesting tragedy or the kind of history that spawns ghost stories around 4 a.m. The noises suddenly stopped. The silence felt more threatening than the sounds had been. My apartment seemed to hold its breath. Then my phone chimed with a text from Mr. Grayson. "We'll check again tomorrow at 2 p.m. The next day passed in a haze of exhaustion and dread. By the time Mr. Grayson arrived precisely at 2 p.m., I'd convinced myself that whatever was happening had a rational explanation: water damage, structural issues, perhaps even Marcus sneaking up there for some reason. He didn't want to admit Mr. Grayson brought a maintenance worker with him this time, a younger man named Cal who carried a toolbox and looked distinctly uncomfortable. They disappeared through the access panel in the hallway outside Marcus's apartment. Marcus himself was at work, having left me a key to access the hallway entrance to the attic. Their inspection lasted longer, this time nearly an hour, when they finally emerged. Mr. Grayson looked troubled. He reported finding nothing out of the ordinary, though they'd done a more thorough check. Even moving the boxes to examine the entire space, Cal remained silent throughout, avoiding eye contact after Mr. Grayson left. I caught Cal in the hallway. When I pressed him for details, he reluctantly admitted that he'd felt something off about the attic, but couldn't explain what the temperature had dropped dramatically in one corner, and his flashlight had dimmed for no apparent reason. Before he could say more, his radio crackled with Mr. Grayson calling him to another task, and he hurried away with an apologetic shrug. That night I waited. The apartment felt different somehow, as if the space itself had become aware of me. The familiar corners and shadows of my home now seemed to conceal secrets. I positioned myself in the hallway with a clear view of my bedroom ceiling, armed with my phone's camera ready to record any disturbance. Hours passed in silence. By 3:30 a.m., my vigilance began to waver. Perhaps the inspections had solved whatever issue was causing the noises. Perhaps it had all been in my head. After all, I was about to retire to bed when the first scratch came, louder than ever before. A deliberate, angry sound like nails dragging across the ceiling. My phone was recording instantly, pointed upward as I moved slowly into the bedroom. The scratching continued, accompanied now by a distinct tapping pattern. 3 quick taps. Pause, 3 quick taps, I called out, demanding to know who was there. The tapping stopped immediately. What happened next defies explanation. A dark stain began to form on my ceiling, spreading outward from a central point like spilled ink blooming on paper. Not water damage, too dark, too purposeful in its movement. It formed a crude shape that, with mounting horror, I recognized as a handprint. Large, with elongated fingers pressed against the ceiling as if something on the other side was trying to push through. I backed away, still recording my breath. Coming in short, painful gasps, the stain continued to spread, forming a second handprint beside the first, then a third. The entire ceiling now appeared to sag slightly, the white paint cracking along the edges of. The dark mark's panic finally broke my paralysis. I rushed from the apartment. Not stopping until I reached the building's lobby, the night security guard looked up in surprise at my disheveled appearance. I showed him the recording hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped the phone. His expression changed from concern to confusion. The video showed nothing but my empty ceiling, unmarked and ordinary. I spent the remainder of the night in a 24-hour diner across the street, watching my building through the window as if expecting to see some external manifestation of the horror inside. Morning came with no answers. Only the crushing certainty that I couldn't return to my apartment alone. Desperation drove me to Marcus's door as soon as a reasonable hour arrived. When he answered, the dark circles under his eyes mirrored my own. Without preamble, I demanded to know what he knew about the attic. His initial denials crumbled under my insistence, and he finally invited me inside with the defeated air of a man unburdening a long-arid secret over coffee that neither of us touched. He confessed that he'd experienced similar disturbances when he first moved in. The previous owner had warned him never to enter the attic space, to pretend it didn't exist. Marcus had dismissed the warning until the noises began. His investigation had revealed nothing physical, but the activity had intensified dramatically afterward, just as it had for me after weeks of escalating phenomena. He'd followed the previous owner's advice. He sealed the attic access in his apartment and never acknowledged the space again. The disturbances had eventually stopped. I asked why he hadn't warned me. His response was simple and chilling. He was afraid that speaking about it would make it start again for him. He believed that whatever was up there fed on attention and awareness. Investigate it, acknowledge it, fear it, and it grew stronger, ignore it completely, and it eventually moved on to someone else who would engage with it. The implication hung between us by ignoring it. He had redirected it toward me. My fury must have shown on my face because Marcus quickly added that he thought it was gone for good. The previous disturbances had happened years ago, and there had been 2 other tenants in my unit since then with no complaints. He'd assumed whatever had been there had moved on permanently. I left his apartment with no clear plan except the certainty that I couldn't continue. As things were, the prospect of another night under that ceiling filled me with dread. But the thought of abandoning my home to this intrusion sparked a different kind of anger. This was my space. Whatever was trying to drive me out had no right to it that evening. I set up cameras in every room. I placed audio recorders strategically throughout the apartment. I researched cleansing rituals from various traditions and performed a hodgepodge ceremony that would have made any serious practitioner cringe, burning sage, reciting protective prayers from 3 different religions, sprinkling salt in the corners. I didn't believe in any of it. Not really, but it gave me a sense of taking action rather than merely waiting for the next manifestation. As night deepened, I positioned myself in the center of my living room, surrounded by my technological and spiritual defenses. The weight stretched my nerves to breaking point, every normal house sound, the refrigerator humming, the heating system cycling on the faint traffic noise from the street below made me flinch. Midnight passed, then 1 a.m., then 2. Nothing happened. The silence felt like a taunt at precisely 3:17 a.m. Every light in my apartment flickered simultaneously. The temperature plummeted so rapidly, my breath clouded in front of me, and then the noises began not from above this time, but from everywhere at once. Scratching inside the walls, footsteps circling me, though I could see the empty floor whispers just below the threshold of comprehension. My recording equipment emitted high-pitched feedback, then died completely. The protective circle of salt I'd laid down remained undisturbed, but somehow I sensed a presence within it standing just behind me, close enough that I should have felt breath on my neck. I didn't turn around. Some primal instinct warned that seeing it would cross a boundary that couldn't be uncrossed. Instead, I spoke to it directly, my voice steadier than I expected. "This is my home," I said simply. "You don't belong here." The air around me seemed to compress pressure, building in my ears. The whispers intensified, forming patterns that almost but not quite resolved into words. I continued speaking, focusing on the idea that had formed while talking with Marcus. This thing, whatever it was, fed on attention and fear. The more I investigated, the stronger it became. "I don't believe in you," I stated firmly. "I don't acknowledge you. You have no power here that I don't give you." The pressure increased until I thought my eardrums might rupture something cold. Brushed against my shoulder, a touch so light it might have been imagination, yet so distinct I had to stifle a scream. Still, I didn't turn. I kept my eyes fixed forward, repeating my denial of its existence. My rejection of its right to be in my space hours passed in this standoff. Dawn eventually lightened the windows, and with the first ray of sunlight, the presence receded. The apartment warmed gradually. My electronics remained dead, but the oppressive atmosphere had lifted in the weeks that followed. I developed a strange relationship with my home and what dwelled above it. I never acknowledged the sounds when they came. I never investigated further. I lived my life as if sharing space with something I refused to see, and it retreated to the periphery. The manifestations became less frequent, less intense, though never completely absent. I still hear it on rainy nights, that deliberate scraping across the ceiling. but I've claimed my territory through stubborn denial, carved out a tenuous coexistence based on mutual disregard. I don't know what lies in the space above, and I've made peace with never knowing some mysteries I've learned are safer, left unsolved. But sometimes in the moments between waking and sleep, I wonder if my strategy has truly worked or if it's simply biding its time. Growing stronger in the darkness, I refuse to illuminate, waiting for the moment my vigilance falters, and on the worst nights when the rain beats against my windows like desperate fingers trying to get in, I swear I can feel the ceiling watching me. There are moments when the veil between what we understand and what lurks beyond our comprehension thins to nearly nothing. I've come to learn that in those moments, sometimes things slip through, things that have no business being in our world, and once they find you, they never truly leave. My weekend retreat was supposed to be an escape, a small weathered cabin nestled in the dense woods of northern Michigan. Far enough from civilization that cell reception was a luxury rather than an expectation. I had purchased it 3 years ago after my divorce, seeking a place where the constant noise of city life couldn't reach me for 2 days. Each week I could pretend that my life hadn't fractured into before, and after that, anxiety didn't follow me like a shadow that Friday the forecast had called for light showers. What arrived instead was a biblical deluge. I had barely made it up the long dirt driveway before the rain transformed it into a muddy river. Thunder crashed overhead with such violence that I could feel it vibrating in my chest as I hurried inside. Groceries clutched against my body by dusk waters streamed down the windows in sheets so thick they distorted the view of the pines outside, turning them into wavering, indistinct silhouettes. I had just finished preparing a simple dinner when the inevitable happened. A particularly vicious thunderclap followed by the sudden absence of electricity. I'm not a man who frightens easily growing up in a rural area. Power outages were common enough that I had developed a routine. I set aside my half-eaten meal and retrieved the emergency flashlight from the kitchen drawer, then located the heavier lantern I kept for such occasions. Its warm glow spread across the living room, casting long shadows that danced along the walls with each subtle movement. The rational part of my mind insisted I should read a book, perhaps even enjoy the ambiance of the storm, something about being forced to slow down to exist without the constant buzz of technology. But beneath that rational voice lurked another feeling, something primal and inexplicable, a heaviness in the air that hadn't been there before. I positioned myself on the worn leather couch facing the large picture window that dominated the western wall of the cabin. The lantern sat on the coffee table, illuminating my surroundings in a bubble of amber light, while leaving the corners of the room in murky darkness. Rain pounded against the roof with a fury that made conversation impossible, even if I'd had someone to talk with instead. I let my mind wander, trying to focus on the manuscript I'd brought to review rather than the growing unease settling in my stomach. It was subtle at first, so subtle that I questioned whether I had seen anything at all. The heavy cotton curtain, forest green and thick enough to block the morning light when I wanted to sleep in, seemed to ripple just once. Just slightly. The movement was so minimal that had I blinked I would have missed it entirely. I lifted my gaze from the manuscript, focusing intently on the curtain for several long moments. Nothing happened. The fabric hung still, seemingly obedient to the laws of physics that dictated it shouldn't move without cause. I almost convinced myself it had been a trick of the light, the way the lantern's flame flickered and caused shadows to shift. Then it happened again, a deliberate movement as if something had brushed against it from the other side, not the violent billowing that would accompany a draft, but something more controlled, more intentional. My heartbeat quickened, the sudden rush of blood in my ears, nearly drowning out the rain. For a moment, I set the manuscript aside and leaned forward. Eyes locked on the curtain, the cabin was sealed tight against the storm. I had checked all the windows and doors upon arrival, a habit born from years of home ownership. There should be no breeze, no air current to explain the movement. "Hello," I called out. Feeling immediately foolish for doing so, the sound of my voice seemed swallowed by the darkness. Barely carrying beyond the lantern's glow, I stood legs stiff from sitting and approached the window with measured steps. The floorboards creaked beneath me, each sound amplified by the tension gripping my body. The lantern in my hand cast my elongated shadow before me, stretching up the wall and across the ceiling like some grotesque extension of myself. 3 feet from the window, I froze there. Visible against the fabric of the curtain was the unmistakable impression of something pressing against it. From the outside, a vague shape, formless and yet distinctly present. My mind raced through explanations: a branch blown against the house, an animal seeking shelter, perhaps even a person stranded in the storm. But deep down, I knew it was none of these things. Branches don't press deliberately against windows. Animals don't stand upright at that height. And people cast shadows with recognizable forms. This was something else entirely. My throat constricted, suddenly parched. Despite the humidity hanging in the air, the lantern trembled in my grasp, causing the shape behind the curtain to waver and shift in the unstable light. I forced myself to breathe, to take another step forward. Whatever was on the other side of that glass, I needed to see it to confirm or disprove the impossible thought taking root in my mind. With one swift motion, I yanked the curtain aside, thrusting the lantern forward to illuminate whatever waited outside. Nothing. The glass reflected my own face, back at me, pale and drawn with tension beyond it. Only the darkness and the relentless rain, each drop catching the light as it fell. No figure, no creature. Nothing that could have caused the impression I had so clearly seen. Moments before, I pressed my face closer to the glass, cupping my hands around my eyes to reduce the glare. The window was cold against my skin, the chills seeping into my bones as I scanned the darkness beyond. Nothing moved save for the rain, and the wind tossed branches, and yet as I began to pull away to attribute what I'd seen to an overactive imagination fueled by isolation and storm-induced anxiety, the curtain behind me fluttered again, this time more noticeably as if gently brushed by fingertips. I spun around, heart-hammering against my ribs with such force I feared they might crack. The curtain settled back into place, as innocuous as ever. But the sensation lingered, the absolute certainty that something had been there, watching me, something that had moved to stay behind me as I turned. My breathing came in short, shallow gasps, each one burning in my lungs as if I were inhaling ice. The lantern's flame dipped and swayed, responding to my trembling hands more than any draft sweat beaded along my hairline. Despite the chill that had settled into the cabin, I backed away from the window, unwilling to turn my back on it again. My mind cycled through explanations, each more desperate than the last. Perhaps the isolation was affecting me more than I realized. Perhaps I was more exhausted than I knew. Perhaps the storm was playing tricks with the air pressure, causing the curtains to move in ways that defied explanation. But none of these thoughts could explain away the feeling of being observed. Not just observed, studied, as if something was taking careful note of my reactions. My fear learning what made me tick. I retreated to the center of the room, placing the coffee table between myself and the window. A barrier so laughably inadequate that in any other circumstance I might have found it humorous, but there was nothing funny about the way my skin crawled with the sensation of unseen eyes. The hours that followed were an exercise in endurance. I maintained my vigil, refusing to look away from the window for more than seconds at a time. The curtain remained still, but the damage was done. Every shadow seemed to harbor movement just beyond my direct gaze. Every creak of the cabin's frame as it weathered the storm sent a jolt of adrenaline through my system. I contemplated leaving, driving back to the city. Despite the treacherous conditions, but the thought of stepping outside, of being exposed to whatever might be lurking in the darkness, was even more terrifying than remaining inside. At least here, walls separated me from whatever had been peering in. Or so I told myself. As the night wore on, my fear took on a new dimension. Not just of what might be outside, but of what might already be inside with me. I found myself checking over my shoulder with increasing frequency, scanning the darkened corners of the room where the lantern's light couldn't quite reach my mind. Conjured images of pale figures standing just beyond the boundary of light, watching and waiting. By the time the first hint of dawn brightened the eastern sky, I had cataloged every sound the cabin could make, the specific groan of the roof as the temperature changed, the hollow tap of rain finding its way down the chimney to the closed damper below, the subtle scratch of tree branches against the siding. and one sound I couldn't identify, a soft rhythmic sound like breathing that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. When full daylight finally arrived, I performed a thorough inspection of the cabin's exterior. The ground beneath the window was a muddy mess, but devoid of footprints or any sign that something had stood there. The window itself was intact, the lock secure. Nothing in the physical world could explain what I had experienced. I left earlier than planned that Sunday, unable to face another night in the cabin. As I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror at the retreating structure for just an instant. I could have sworn I saw movement at the window, a shifting of the curtain pulled aside by an unseen hand. I haven't returned to the cabin since that weekend, though. I can't bring myself to sell it either. Sometimes I consider having someone else go there to see if they experience anything unusual, but I never follow through. What if they don't? What if whatever was there only shows itself to me? Or worse, what if it follows them back? Most troubling of all is what happens some nights as I'm falling asleep in my city apartment with the comforting sounds of traffic and neighbors all around me. Just as consciousness begins to slip away, I become aware of a presence, something standing in the corner of my bedroom watching. And though my eyes detect nothing when I jerk awake, I can't shake the sensation that lingers, the distinct feeling of fabric moving against my skin like a curtain being slowly drawn back. The air in room 307 felt wrong from the moment I stepped through the threshold. Not stale or musty as one might expect from a 200-year-old colonial hotel, but somehow expectant, as if the room itself had been waiting for me. The ornate brass key felt unnaturally cold against my palm as I locked the door behind me, the mechanism engaging with a deep, satisfied click that echoed against the high ceiling. I dismissed the prickling sensation across the back of my neck as travel fatigue. After all, I'd chosen this place, the historic Blackwood Hotel, precisely for its antiquated charm and connection to the past. What I couldn't have known was how intimately that past would soon connect with me. The afternoon sunlight filtered through heavy damask curtains, casting the room in a deceptively warm glow. Antique furniture gleamed with layers of polish accumulated over generations. A four-poster bed with an imposing mahogany headboard, a writing desk positioned beneath the window. Overlooking the cobblestone street, a tall wardrobe with a mirror that reflected the room at a slightly odd angle. Everything appeared meticulously preserved, like a museum exhibit one could sleep in. I unpacked methodically, arranging my clothes in the wardrobe, placing my laptop on the desk, and setting my phone to charge on the nightstand. The hotel manager had proudly informed me that they had modernized just enough to provide electrical outlets and Wi-Fi while maintaining the building's historical integrity. As day faded into evening, I returned from exploring the town's historic district, my camera filled with shots of colonial architecture and my notebook scrolled with observations for my travel blog. Exhaustion settled into my bones as I showered in the surprisingly modern bathroom annexed to the antique bedroom. By the time I emerged, steam billowing around me, twilight had nearly completed its transition to night. That's when I first noticed it, a subtle shift in the room's atmosphere. The temperature had dropped several degrees, enough to raise goosebumps across my still damp skin. I adjusted the ancient radiator, but it was already hissing and clanking at full capacity, shrugging into a sweater. I attributed the chill to the building's age and poor insulation. The first night I was half asleep when the whispering began. At first I mistook it for the normal sounds of an old building settling, or perhaps other guests moving in the hallway, but as my consciousness hovered in that liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, the sounds crystallized into something more deliberate. Hushed voices engaged in urgent conversation. Just below the threshold of comprehension, my eyes snapped open, pulse quickening, but the room remained empty. The digital clock on my phone read 3:17 a.m. Forcing myself to sit up, I switched on the bedside lamp. The whispers ceased. Immediately, my breath came in shallow bursts as I scanned every corner of the room. Nothing seemed disturbed, yet everything felt different. The mirror on the wardrobe now reflected a room that appeared longer, darker at its edges than the actual space. Warranted, the pattern in the wallpaper seemed to have shifted slightly, revealing subtle shapes that resembled faces in profile. I blinked hard and the distortions vanished. Must be jet lag playing tricks on my perception. I reasoned, though I'd only traveled 2 time zones east. I spent the remainder of that night with the lamp on, pretending to read. While my peripheral vision constantly monitored the room's darkest corners, the hotel staff noticed nothing unusual about my haggarded appearance at breakfast when I casually inquired about room 307's history. The elderly waitress's hand trembled slightly as she refilled my coffee in a carefully neutral tone. She suggested I speak with the manager if I had any concerns about my accommodations. Her avoidance only intensified my curiosity. That afternoon, I researched the Blackwood Hotel between visits to local landmarks. The building had indeed witnessed its share of history. Originally a merchant's mansion during colonial times, later converted to a hospital during a regional conflict, and finally reimagined as a luxury hotel. In the 1920s, newspaper archives mentioned renovations, ownership changes, and visiting dignitaries, but nothing that explained the atmosphere in my room yet. As I scrolled through decades of information, a pattern emerged. Vague references to incidents and disturbances in the hotel's East Wing. Where my room was located, several guests had apparently checked out early, foregoing refunds, their reasons diplomatically omitted from the record. The second night I returned to my room, determined to approach any unusual occurrences with rational skepticism. I left my laptop recording audio while I pretended to sleep, the desk lamp providing minimal illumination. My heart thudded against my ribcage as darkness thickened around me. The temperature plummeted precisely at midnight. This time I remained perfectly still, eyes closed but senses hyper-alert. The transformation happened gradually. First came the shift in air pressure, a heaviness that made my ears pop. Then the scent changed. The clean lemon polish smell replaced by something earthier, medicinal. When the whispers started, I focused intently on them without betraying my wakefulness, though still largely unintelligible. Certain phrases began to penetrate the murmured chorus, never found justice, buried beneath. Must be revealed, a floorboard creaked near the foot of my bed. Sweat beaded across my forehead despite the cold, but I maintained my facade of sleep. Someone moved around the room with deliberate steps. The mirror on the wardrobe rattled ever so slightly. Pages rustled on the desk where I'd left my notebook. My muscles tensed with the effort of remaining motionless when every instinct screamed for flight. Then came the sensation of breath against my ear, carrying words that froze the blood in my veins. Help us reveal the truth. My control shattered. I bolted upright, gasping for air that suddenly seemed too thin. The room appeared empty, yet fundamentally altered. The walls had receded, the ceiling heightened, transforming the space into something closer to a hospital ward than a hotel room. Shadowy figures occupied the periphery of my vision, but when I turned to confront them directly, they dissolved into the darkened corners. My laptop had stopped recording, its battery inexplicably drained. My phone showed only static when I attempted to take photos. Heart hammering against my ribs like a caged animal seeking escape, I grabbed my key and fled into the hallway. There the world returned to normal, warm lights, solid walls, the distant sound of the night clerk watching television in the lobby. I spent the remainder of the night dozing fitfully in a leather armchair near the front desk, claiming insomnia when questioned. The third day I approached the hotel's archives with newfound determination. The manager, perhaps concerned about potential negative reviews, granted me access to their historical records under the pretext of research for my travel blog. Hours of sifting through yellowed papers revealed the first concrete clue during its time as a hospital. A particular doctor had been accused of experimental treatments on patients, though never formally charged. He disappeared suddenly along with evidence that might have implicated him. The hospital wing was hastily converted to hotel rooms shortly thereafter. Room 307. My room had been his office that evening. I returned with purpose. I rearranged the furniture to its original configuration according to a floor plan. I discovered in the archives. I placed my notebook open on the desk pen beside it. Then I waited for nightfall, no longer afraid but electrified with anticipation. The transformation began precisely at midnight. My skin prickled as the air thickened and the whispers commenced. This time I spoke directly into the darkened room. I know what happened here. I want to help reveal the truth. The temperature dropped so rapidly that my breath clouded before me. The whispers intensified, coalescing into a single urgent voice. The shadowy figures materialized more distinctly now. Patients in outdated hospital attire, their forms translucent but unmistakable. My heart raced not with terror but with adrenaline as the pen on the desk rose and began to move across the paper of its own accord, coordinates, dates, names. My hand trembled as I reached for the notebook, the writing continuing around my fingers. The information detailed the location of patient records and evidence of malpractice that had been concealed within the building's walls during renovations. As the last word was written, the pen dropped. The figures gathered around me, their expressions shifting from desperation to something approaching peace. The room temperature gradually normalized, the shadows receded by dawn. I was alone again in a perfectly ordinary hotel room. I spent my final day in town locating the hidden cache of documents exactly where indicated, concealed in a forgotten maintenance space between walls. Working with a local historian and the reluctant but ultimately cooperative hotel management, we extracted crumbling patient records and a doctor's journal that confirmed decades of suspicions and rumors. The historian wept as she read accounts that would finally bring closure to numerous local families whose relatives had seemingly vanished from the hospital's records. As I checked out of the Blackwood Hotel, the manager avoided my gaze but ensured me that my stay would be complimentary. I declined, insisting on paying the full amount, something about maintaining the proper balance of exchanges that night in a different hotel across town. I dreamt of room 307 in the dream. Sunlight streamed through open curtains, illuminating an empty space devoid of shadows. The whispers had been replaced by silence. Not the tense, expectant quiet of my first night, but the peaceful absence of sound that comes when long-held secrets have finally been spoken aloud. I still checked the local newspaper website occasionally last month. They ran a feature on the formal memorial service held for the hospital patients now properly identified and acknowledged. Room 307 at the Blackwood Hotel has been converted to a small historical exhibit about the building's past. The article noted that guests and staff report the East Wing feels lighter, somehow as if a weight has been lifted from the very foundations they're right. Of course, some burdens can only be released when the truth is unearthed and acknowledged. Some spaces can only be cleansed when justice, however delayed, is finally served. As for me, I've developed a particular sensitivity to historic accommodations, a knack for sensing when the past isn't quite willing to remain behind thick walls and beneath fresh coats of paint. There are more truths waiting to be revealed, more silenced voices seeking the right listener, and now I know exactly how to hear them. The forest has a way of speaking to you when you're alone, not in words, but in the language of creaking branches and rustling leaves. I should know I'm a scientist, a man of reason and empirical evidence, yet here I am huddled in the corner of a decaying cabin, miles from civilization, watching shadows dance across warped floorboards as something scratches at the walls outside, something that knows my name. 3 days ago I entered the Blackwood Forest Preserve with nothing but my research equipment and enough supplies for a week-long expedition. The university had finally approved my grant to study the rare Myotis obscurus, a species of bat thought extinct for decades, until trail cameras captured a blurry image. 6 months ago, this discovery could cement my reputation in the field of conservation biology. Worth the risk of going alone, I told myself no one else was available on such short notice, and the mating season would end. Soon the initial hike went smoothly. I cataloged specimens, recorded ambient sounds for later analysis, and tracked animal movements with practice efficiency. The forest grew denser as I ventured deeper, the canopy above gradually blocking out the sky until only occasional spears of sunlight penetrated the gloom. My GPS signal, weak in cell service, had disappeared hours earlier. By late afternoon, dark clouds gathered overhead and the temperature dropped precipitously. The weather forecast had predicted clear skies, but mountain weather is notoriously unpredictable. As the first fat raindrop splashed against my face, I consulted my topographical map. The nearest ranger station was 15 miles back, but my field notes indicated an old fire road 2 miles ahead that might offer shelter. Thunder rumbled in the distance as I quickened my pace. The rain intensified, transforming from gentle pattern to driving sheets. Within minutes through the downpour, I spotted a shape among the trees. Angular and artificial against the organic curves of nature, a cabin weathered gray and almost consumed by undergrowth stood in a small clearing. Providence, I thought, or so it seemed. The door hung partially open. Swollen from moisture and age, my flashlight beam cut through the gloom, revealing a single-room interior. Dust covered everything: a small table, a chair, a cast-iron stove, and a narrow cot against the far wall. No signs of recent habitation. The roof appeared intact. Despite the cabin's overall dilapidation, I called out a greeting, half from scientific caution, half from primal instinct. Only the echo of my voice returned. I set up camp inside, grateful for the solid walls between me and the worsening storm. After a meager dinner of trail mix and beef jerky, I organized my notes and prepared my equipment for the next day. The rain continued drumming against the roof with hypnotic persistence. I checked the door, secured with a simple wooden bar that slid across metal brackets, before settling onto the cot with my sleeping bag. Sleep came quickly, but it didn't last. The first sound that woke me was subtle, a light scratching against the exterior wall near my head, probably branches blown by the wind, I reasoned, or perhaps small animals seeking shelter from the storm. I rolled over and drifted back to sleep. The second disturbance came hours later. 3 distinct knocks, evenly spaced on the cabin door. My eyes snapped open. The rain had stopped, leaving a silence, broken only by the dripping of water from the eaves. I held my breath, straining to hear any movement outside. Nothing, just as I convinced myself I'd dreamed it. The knocks repeated: 1, 2, 3. "Hello," I called, voice cracking from sleep and unease. "Is someone there?" No response. I fumbled for my flashlight and swept its beam across the room. Everything remained exactly as I'd left it. The door bar was still in place. I checked my watch. 3:17 a.m., the witching hour, as my grandmother would have called it. I told myself it was likely a forest ranger, though I hadn't registered my specific location with the Park Service, or perhaps another researcher. I'd seen no evidence of camps or other expeditions. The third possibility, local hunters or transients, seemed most plausible if unwelcome. I decided against opening the door. Instead, I called out that I was conducting authorized research and would appreciate being left alone until morning. The knocking stopped. I lay awake for another hour, listening to the natural sounds of the forest gradually resume. Finally, exhaustion overcame vigilance and I fell into troubled sleep. The dream began immediately. I stood in the clearing outside the cabin, but the forest had changed. The trees leaned inward, their branches elongated and twisted into impossible shapes. Their leaves whispered words just beyond comprehension. In the dream, I understood with perfect clarity that I was being watched, had been watched since the moment I entered the forest. I turned slowly, sensing a presence behind me. The dream forest pulsed with bioluminescence, casting everything in an ethereal blue glow. At the edge of the clearing stood a figure, indistinct and shifting like smoke. It raised an appendage, not quite an arm, but something that served a similar purpose, and pointed directly at me. "We have waited so long," the words weren't spoken. They appeared in my mind, accompanied by a sensation of cold pressure against my temples. "We need your voice." I woke gasping, sweat-soaked despite the cabin's chill. Dawnlight filtered through the single dirty window. Birds chirped outside their ordinary sounds. Reassuring after the night's disturbances, I told myself it was just a stress dream, triggered by isolation and unfamiliar surroundings. As I prepared breakfast on my portable stove, I noticed something peculiar, a pattern of moisture on the window glass. Not random condensation, but what appeared to be deliberate markings dragged through the morning dew. From my angle, they resembled letters, though in no alphabet I recognized. I approached the window cautiously, camera in hand, to document the anomaly. As I drew closer, the pattern resolved into recognizable English. "Welcome back. My heart hammered against my ribs. I hadn't told anyone about this specific location. No one knew where I was. More importantly, I'd never been here before. Scientific training kicked in, suppressing the initial surge of panic. There had to be a rational explanation. Perhaps previous researchers used this cabin regularly, and the message was left for someone else or local kids playing pranks on whoever might stumble upon the place. The message wasn't necessarily recent condensation, could have simply revealed older markings. I photographed the window, then wiped it clean with my sleeve. The forest outside looked perfectly ordinary in daylight. No twisted trees or bioluminescence, just mixed hardwoods and conifers stretching to the horizon. After a brief debate with myself, I decided to continue my research rather than retreat. The strange occurrences were unsettling but not threatening. Besides, the thought of admitting defeat to my department head over some unexplained noises and a possible prank was more frightening than spending another night in the cabin. I spent the day setting up recording equipment in promising locations and collecting environmental data. The work was absorbing enough that the previous night's events gradually receded in importance. By late afternoon, I'd almost convinced myself I'd overreacted. Then I found the marks. They circled the entire cabin, pressed into the soft ground approximately 2 feet from the foundation. Not footprints exactly, they were too narrow, too deep, with strange articulations that reminded me of insect appendages but scaled to impossible size. They formed a perfect perimeter as if something had paced methodically around the structure. Testing for weaknesses, I photographed them meticulously, placing my field notebook beside each impression for scale. The nearest impressions to the door were the deepest, as if whatever made them had stood there longest. Perhaps while knocking, the scientific part of my brain cataloged possibilities. Large woodland creatures, perhaps multiple animals, creating overlapping tracks or erosion patterns from the previous night's rainfall. But another part of me, a primitive instinct that predated scientific reasoning, recognized a deliberate pattern, a containment circle, a boundary. As daylight faded, I returned inside with growing apprehension. I reinforced the door bar with my tent poles and placed my heaviest equipment against the door. The window was too small for anything larger than a child to enter, but I covered it with my backpack frame. Nonetheless, night fell with unnatural swiftness. The forest sounds changed character, not quieting as nocturnal creatures replaced dural ones but ceasing altogether. The silence pressed against my ears until I could hear my own heartbeat. Then it began again, soft scratching. At first circling the cabin with increasing speed, then knocking. Not just at the door this time, but at each wall in sequence. As if testing for response, I remained silent, documenting the phenomenon in my field journal with increasingly unsteady handwriting. 10:42 p.m. knocking pattern. Change now mimics human heartbeat. Rhythm 10:57 p.m. Temperature dropped 7 degrees in 15 minutes. Breath visible 11:16 p.m. Scratching sounds have pattern 3 short, 3 long, 3 short so's, and Morse code. 11:44 p.m. voice-like sounds outside, not human language recording on phone. When I played back the recording, the sounds were barely audible beneath static, but what I could hear chilled me more than the rapidly dropping temperature. The noises had structure, cadence, rhythm, the unmistakable characteristics of language at midnight. Exactly everything stopped. The silence returned somehow heavier than before. I sat rigid on the edge of the cot, muscles aching from tension, ears straining for any sound. My scientific detachment had evaporated entirely, replaced by primitive fear. Sleep was impossible, yet somehow it took me. The dream was waiting. I stood again in the blue-tinged forest, but this time inside the cabin. The figure from before was pressed against the window. Its form more defined, it had a face, or rather a place where a face should be, with hollows that suggested eyes and a mouth. It pressed what might have been hands against the glass, leaving smears of phosphorescent material. You came back. You always come back in the dream. I found my voice. I've never been here before. Not in this body, not with these memories, but your pattern has been here. We recognize it. What are you? We are the caretakers, the collectors, the memory of the forest. What do you want from me to complete the circle to finish what you started? The figure's form rippled momentarily, taking a shape that seemed horrifyingly familiar. My shape but wrong proportions, distorted limbs, elongated eyes too large and black. You left something with us now. We need your voice to finish it. I jerked awake, a scream trapped in my throat. My flashlight had died, leaving me in complete darkness. The air felt thick electric with potential energy. Something scraped against the roof. Not the random pattern of branches, but deliberate movement. Tracking back and forth, then a new sound dripping slow rhythmic drops hitting the floorboards beside my cot. I fumbled for my phone, activating its flashlight. The liquid pooling on the floor glowed with the same blue bioluminescence from my dream. It seeped through the ceiling in a perfect circle directly above where I lay as I watched it begin to form patterns. Not random splashes, but deliberate shapes that resembled the strange letters I'd seen on the window. My analytical mind desperately sought explanation, bioluminescent fungus perhaps, or some chemical reaction with rainwater. But I knew with bone-deep certainty that I was witnessing communication. Something intelligent wanted my attention. I backed away from the spreading puddle, retreating to the far corner of the cabin. The liquid continued to drip faster now, the patterns growing more complex in the glow. I noticed something I'd overlooked during my initial inspection of the cabin markings, carved into the floorboards radiating outward from the center of the room. Ancient symbols worn by time but still visible in the otherworldly light. The cabin wasn't abandoned, it was a waypoint, a meeting place. The dripping stopped abruptly in the sudden silence. I heard a sound that turned my blood to ice, the wooden bar across the door sliding slowly open. Moved by no human hand, I lunged forward, throwing my weight against the door just as it began to swing inward. Something pushed from the other side, not with the straightforward force of a physical body, but with pulsing pressure that seemed to come from multiple points simultaneously. "What do you want?" I shouted, voice cracking with terror. The pressure ceased so suddenly that I stumbled forward, nearly falling through the partially open door. Through the gap, I saw not the forest clearing, but a luminous blue tunnel stretching impossibly into the distance. At its far end, a figure approached the same shifting form from my dreams, but now with purpose and direction, I slammed the door shut and fumbled to replace the bar with trembling hands. My phone's flashlight flickered and died, plunging me back into darkness broken only by the blue glow of the liquid on the floor. The symbols carved into the floorboards now glowed with the same light. Creating a perfect circle around me, I recognized with sudden clarity that I had positioned myself exactly where whatever was outside wanted me to be. The knocking resumed, not random now, but a complex rhythm that resonated with the glowing symbols. Each impact sent vibrations through the cabin that I felt in my bones. The air thickened further until breathing became difficult. I closed my eyes, covering my ears to block out the increasingly synchronized pounding that came from all directions at once, but the voice found me anyway, bypassing my physical senses and emerging directly in my mind. "You began the work in another life, the research that bridged worlds. We have kept it safe, protected it, waiting for your pattern to return." Images flashed behind my closed eyelids, a man who both was and wasn't me, working by candlelight at the cabin's table, inscribing the very symbols that now surrounded me. The same man venturing into the forest at night following lights, similar to those I now saw disappearing into a luminous doorway promising to return. The doorway weakens, the connection fades. We need your voice to renew the bridge. My scientific mind fought against these impossibilities, but something deeper recognized truth in the images. A fragment of memory not my own, yet somehow familiar, surfaced the knowledge that what waited outside was neither malevolent nor benign, but simply other, ancient, patient, and terribly, terribly lonely. Dawn came with excruciating slowness as the first gray light filtered through the window. The pounding stopped, the blue glow faded from the symbols, and the liquid, which had dried to a crystalline residue. Only then did I realize I had been speaking no chanting words in a language I didn't recognize but somehow understood. When full daylight finally arrived, I gathered my equipment with shaking hands. Every instinct screamed to flee to put this place and its impossibilities behind me. Yet the scientist in me, the seeker of knowledge, urged documentation. I photographed the dried residue, the symbols on the floor, the strange tracks outside that now formed a perfect circle around the cabin as I prepared to leave. I noticed my field journal open on the table. Strange, as I distinctly remembered packing it in my backpack on a blank page written in my own handwriting. But with subtle differences in formation was a message. The research continues across lifetimes. You will return when the stars align again. We will wait. I left the cabin and hiked out of the forest without looking back. My mind a battlefield between rational explanations and the undeniable evidence of my experiences. The forest remained ordinary in daylight. No blue glow, no twisted trees, no watching presence, but sometimes in the quietest moments. When I'm alone in my university office, I hear 3 distinct knocks evenly spaced on my door when I open it. No one is there, and in my dreams a blue pathway opens, leading back to that cabin where something ancient waits, patient and persistent for me to finish what I supposedly began. I've canceled my follow-up expedition. I've told colleagues it's due to inconclusive preliminary findings, but the truth is both simpler and more complex. Some doors once noticed can never truly be closed again, and some research once begun continues with or without the researcher's consent. I don't know if I'll ever return to that forest, but increasingly I'm certain the forest has never really left me the moment I stepped into the Blackwood Hotel. Something shifted in the air around me. A heaviness settled over my shoulders as if the century-old building itself was placing a cold hand upon me. The ornate lobby with its faded crimson carpets and brass fixtures whispered of bygone elegance, but beneath that veneer lay something rotten. I wouldn't recognize this feeling for what it was until later, a primal warning, the ancient part of my brain detecting a predator before my conscious mind could process the danger I was in. Burlington for a 3-day marketing conference, the kind of mandatory corporate event that normally fades from memory the moment you board the plane home. My company had booked rooms at this historic hotel downtown, citing its proximity to the convention center as the primary selling point. What they failed to mention was the building's oppressive atmosphere, the way shadows seemed to linger a beat too long in corners, or how sounds carried strangely through its narrow hallways after checking in. I noticed him for the first time. He stood by a leather armchair near the antique mailboxes, a bulky figure in a rumpled charcoal suit that hung awkwardly on his frame. The fabric appeared expensive but weathered, as if he'd been wearing it continuously for days. What struck me initially wasn't his disheveled appearance, but his unwavering stare while other guests milled about in the bustling reception area. His gaze remained fixed on me with unsettling intensity. I averted my eyes, chalking up my discomfort to travel fatigue. The desk clerk handed me my key, an actual metal key attached to a heavy brass number, not the plastic key cards I was accustomed to, and directed me toward the elevators as I wheeled my suitcase across the lobby. The hairs on my neck prickled without turning. I knew he was still watching. The elevator was an antique cage-style contraption with ornate ironwork and manual inner doors that had to be pulled shut. As I reached to close them, a thick-fingered hand shot through the gap. My stomach dropped as the rumpled suit man stepped in, standing closer than necessary in the spacious compartment. The doors clanged shut with finality. We ascended in silence, broken only by the mechanical groaning of ancient cables. His cologne, if you could call it that, was an odd mixture of mothballs and something metallic like old pennies. I pretended to check emails on my phone. Though reception was non-existent in the elevator shaft, from my peripheral vision I could see him staring, not even pretending to look elsewhere. When I glanced up, involuntarily his lips twitched into what might have been a smile but never reached his eyes. Flat gray and unnaturally still, the elevator indicator showed we were passing the 3rd floor when he finally spoke. Asking which floor I needed, his voice was surprisingly smooth for his rough appearance, with an accent I couldn't place. I replied curtly that I was on the 5th floor, immediately regretting sharing even this small detail. When the elevator shuddered to a stop at 5, He exited ahead of me despite not pressing any button himself. My chest tightened as he walked down the same corridor, his footsteps eerily synchronized with mine. The hallway stretched before us, narrower than modern building codes would allow, with yellowed sconces casting insufficient light over faded floral wallpaper. Each door we passed made the next seem farther away, the corridor stretching impossibly. My room was at the end. 503 as I approached, he remained just steps behind, fumbling with the key. I felt his presence like a physical weight pressing against my back. Though no part of him touched me, heat radiated from his body. In unnatural waves, I managed to slip inside and lock the door in one fluid motion, immediately engaging the deadbolt and chain through the door. I heard his footsteps pause, then slowly retreat. I remained frozen, listening until they faded entirely. Only then did I notice I'd been holding my breath, my shirt damp with sweat. Despite the room's chill, I told myself I was overreacting. Business travel often brought strange encounters with socially awkward individuals. Perhaps he was just another guest with poor boundaries. The explanation felt hollow even as I formed it. The room itself did little to ease my growing unease, furnished with heavy Victorian pieces that absorbed rather than reflected the meager light. It featured a 4-poster bed with a sagging mattress and windows that opened only partially, as if the building itself was reluctant to allow fresh air into its musty interior. The bathroom fixtures were original to the building. The clawfoot tub and pedestal sink might have been charming in daylight, but took on a more sinister quality in the flickering fluorescent light. Sleep came fitfully that night. The walls seemed to transmit every creak and groan of the old building several times. I jerked awake, convinced I'd heard my doorknob turning each time I found it secure, though the sensation of being watched persisted. Even with the curtains drawn, the next morning rationality returned with daylight. I attended my conference sessions, networking with colleagues and focusing on work by evening. I had almost convinced myself that stress and an unfamiliar environment had exaggerated a mundane encounter. That illusion shattered when I returned to the hotel. He was in the lobby again, seated this time. A newspaper held upside down in his hands, his eyes found mine immediately as if he'd been waiting. The newspaper lowered, revealing that same not-quite smile. My colleagues continued toward the hotel bar, but I made excuses and headed for the elevator, hoping to retreat to my room as the elevator doors began to close. A familiar hand slid through the gap. My heart hammered against my ribs as he entered, nodding as if we were old acquaintances. This time he didn't ask my floor, but pressed 5 himself. The ascending journey felt interminable. Sweat beaded at my temples. Despite the building's persistent chill, he positioned himself differently, this time directly beside me rather than behind, and spoke in that unnervingly smooth voice. He asked if I was enjoying my stay, if I found the hotel's history interesting. I gave non-committal responses, struggling to maintain composure. Then he mentioned something that sent ice through my veins. He knew I'd been at the Harrington presentation that afternoon. I hadn't mentioned the conference to him, let alone specific sessions, when the doors opened at 5. He gestured for me to exit. First, every instinct screamed to stay in the elevator to ride back down to the populated lobby, but fear of confrontation propelled me forward again. He followed this time as we walked the narrow corridor. He asked if I might be interested in discussing certain opportunities that could benefit someone with my expertise. His phrasing was vague, cloaked in corporate jargon, but underlying. It was something predatory at my door. I declined firmly and hurried inside, engaging all locks through the peephole. I watched him linger, staring at my door for nearly 5 minutes before departing. That night, I researched the hotel's history on my laptop. The Blackwood had stood since 1898, surviving fires, economic downturns, and numerous renovation attempts. Several pages mentioned its supposedly haunted reputation, standard fare for marketing historic properties. What caught my attention was a small article from 1976 describing how a traveling salesman had disappeared. After last being seen at the hotel, the piece mentioned police suspicion of an unidentified business associate who had allegedly been seen following the victim's sleep was impossible. After that, I pushed a heavy dresser against the door and kept the bathroom light on somewhere around 3 a.m. I heard shuffling in the hallway that stopped directly outside my room. The door knob turned gently, testing the lock, when it held a soft scratching sound began as if someone was running their fingernails lightly across the wood. It continued for several minutes before fading away. The third day of the conference passed in a haze of exhaustion and paranoia. I kept seeing figures in rumpled suits at the periphery of my vision. Twice I excused myself from sessions to call the hotel's front desk inquiring about their security procedures and whether they could tell me anything about other guests on my floor. The clerk sounded puzzled, then concerned, eventually informing me that due to privacy policies they couldn't discuss other guests, but that security could escort me to my room if needed. I declined the escort, not wanting to appear irrational to colleagues, but decided to return to the hotel earlier than planned. Perhaps confronting this situation in daylight would dispel some of its power over me. That decision proved catastrophic. The hotel corridor was deserted when I exited the elevator at 5. Relief washed over me until I rounded the corner to the wing containing my room. There he stood leaning casually against the wall beside my door as if he belonged there. The corridor suddenly seemed both endless and confining. The walls pressing inward, my feet felt lean, each step requiring conscious effort when he saw me. That familiar, not quite smile spread across his face. His eyes, which I now noticed had an unusual reflective quality in certain light fixed on mine. He straightened his posture but didn't move from his position blocking access to my door. For the first time I noticed something else. No one else ever seemed to acknowledge his presence. No staff greeted him. No other guests nodded in passing. He existed in a bubble of isolation that now threatened to envelop me as well. He asked if I was finally ready to talk, his tone suggesting we had an appointment I'd been avoiding. My mouth went dry, pulse throbbing visibly in my wrists. I refused, attempting to move past him toward my door. He shifted slightly, not explicitly blocking me, but positioning himself so I would have to brush against him to pass. I chose retreat instead, backing away while maintaining eye contact, unwilling to turn my back on him. His expression didn't change as I retreated, but something flickered in those flat gray eyes. Something ancient and hungry that had nothing to do with business opportunities. I spent that night in the hotel bar, remaining in public spaces until exhaustion overtook fear. When I finally returned to my room well after midnight, the corridor was mercifully empty inside. However, something felt different. The air held a faint trace of that mothball and metal scent. The dresser I'd pushed against the door had been moved back to its original position. Nothing was missing but several items, my toiletry bag, conference materials. Even my pajamas had been rearranged just enough to notice I didn't sleep at first light. I packed my bags and went to the front desk to check out a day early. The clerk seemed unsurprised by my request but paused while processing it. She mentioned something odd. According to their records, I'd been upgraded to my room at the request of another guest, a business associate who had called ahead when I pressed for details. She checked the system again and appeared confused, saying she couldn't find any record of who had authorized the upgrade. As I waited for my receipt, a chill washed over me in the reflection of the brass bell on the counter. I saw him watching from the same spot by the mailboxes. When I turned, he raised his hand in a mocking salute outside. The taxi driver loaded my luggage while I kept glancing back at the hotel entrance as we pulled away. I looked up at the 5th floor from the street there, in the window of room 5. 03 stood a familiar silhouette, impossible since I just surrendered my key. More disturbing was the room adjacent to mine, where an identical figure stood in the window. Then a third appeared in another window and a fourth. The taxi turned the corner. Breaking my line of sight, I never returned to Burlington, and I changed careers 6 months later. Sometimes in crowded places, airports, shopping malls, conference centers, I catch a glimpse of a rumpled suit in my peripheral vision, and in my dreams, endless hotel corridors stretch before me, each door opening to reveal the same smiling figure patiently waiting for me to be ready to talk. I know someday I'll run out of places to hide, And on that day, I suspect I'll finally learn what he's been so eager to discuss the first time I heard the scratching. I convinced myself it was just the old oak branches scraping against the roof. The second time, I blamed raccoons or squirrels that had found their way inside. By the third time, when the scratching transformed into a slow, deliberate dragging sound, directly above my bedroom ceiling, I could no longer deny that something was living in my attic. Something that seemed to grow more restless with each passing full moon. I inherited this colonial-style house from my uncle. 6 months ago, the property sits isolated at the end of a winding rural road surrounded by dense woods that seem to devour the sunlight. Even on the brightest days, the realtor had casually mentioned that my uncle spent his final years as a recluse, refusing visitors and becoming increasingly paranoid. I should have paid more attention to the way her smile never reached her eyes when she handed me the keys, or how she hurriedly mentioned that the attic had been permanently sealed. For structural reasons, the first full moon after I moved in passed without incident. I was too busy unpacking, arranging furniture, and adapting to my new remote work setup to notice anything unusual. The house creaked and settled as old houses do, and I attributed the occasional odd sound to unfamiliar acoustics. It wasn't until the second full moon that the pattern began to emerge that night. I woke suddenly at 3:17 a.m., the digital clock's red numbers burning in the darkness. The scratching above me was methodical. 3 quick scrapes followed by a pause, then repeated. I grabbed my phone and recorded the sound, playing it back in the morning light. To confirm it wasn't just a dream, the recording captured it perfectly. Scrape, 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 pause, scrape, scrape, scrape. When I checked the astronomical calendar online later that day, I discovered it had been a full moon. By the third full moon, the scratching had evolved. Now it sounded like something heavy being dragged across the attic floor directly above my bedroom. The noise would start around midnight and continue intermittently until dawn, but something else had changed too. A smell began to permeate the house. Faint at first, but growing stronger as the night progressed. It was an odor I couldn't quite identify, like wet soil mixed with something metallic and organic, reminiscent of blood, but earthier, more primal. I spent that entire night wide awake, my heart hammering against my ribs as the dragging sounds traced what seemed to be deliberate patterns overhead when morning finally arrived. The noises ceased and the smell gradually dissipated until it was just a memory that made me question my own senses during daylight hours, rationality. Returned, I researched local wildlife that might have nested in my attic. Raccoons, opossums, even larger animals like foxes that might seek shelter. None of the descriptions matched what I was experiencing. Most nocturnal animals don't synchronize their activities with lunar cycles, and none would explain the distinct odor that seemed to seep through the ceiling. It took me 2 more weeks to gather enough courage to investigate. I found the attic access in the hallway ceiling, a hinged trap door sealed with multiple layers of paint and what appeared to be construction adhesive around its edges. The effort put into sealing it seemed excessive for structural reasons. Using a utility knife, I carefully cut through the layers of paint and adhesive. My palms were slick with sweat, and my breathing had become shallow as I worked. When the blade finally breached the seal, a whisper of that same earthy metallic odor escaped through the crack, making my stomach clench. I froze utility knife suspended in midair as a wave of irrational panic washed over me. For several minutes, I stood motionless on the stepladder, listening intently for any sound from above. There was only silence pushing past my hesitation. I finished cutting through the seal and pushed the trap door open. The hinges protested with a screech that seemed unnaturally loud. In the quiet house, a rush of stale air descended, carrying dust particles that danced in the beam of my flashlight. I steeled myself and climbed into the darkness. The attic stretched the length of the house with rough wooden floorboards and exposed rafters. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, illuminating decades of dust. Except for one alarming detail, a clear path had been worn through the dust as if something regularly moved from one end of the attic to the other. The path wasn't random. It formed a precise pattern that reminded me of the ritualistic movements I'd heard on full moon nights as I followed the path with my light. My breath caught in my throat. There, gouged into the wooden floorboards, were deep scratch marks. They weren't the random scratchings of an animal seeking entry or exit. These marks were deliberate, four parallel lines repeating at regular intervals along the path, each groove at least half an inch deep in the hardwood. Whatever made these marks possess strength no woodland creature could muster. I knelt to examine the scratches. More closely running my fingers along the grooves, the wood around the marks felt unusually cold, as if it had absorbed some lingering chill that defied the stuffy attic heat. My fingertips tingled unpleasantly where they touched the gouges, and I jerked my hand back, wiping it instinctively against my jeans. A thorough search of the attic revealed no obvious entry points, no damaged vents, no gaps in the roof line, no broken windows. Whatever moved up here didn't seem to come from outside, yet something was clearly accessing this sealed space in the farthest corner. Partially hidden behind an old steamer trunk, I discovered a peculiar arrangement of small objects. At first I thought they were just debris, but as I moved closer, my flashlight revealed their deliberate placement. Twigs, bits of bone, small stones, and dried plants had been arranged in a perfect circle about 2 feet in diameter. In the center of the circle lay a small pouch made of what appeared to be leather, discolored with age and tied with sinew. Every instinct screamed at me not to touch it. Yet I found myself reaching for the pouch, drawn by a curiosity that overwhelmed my fear. The leather felt unnaturally warm against my skin, pulsing slightly as if something inside was alive. I pulled the drawstring open and tilted the contents into my palm. A single tooth yellowed with age but unmistakably human, and a small piece of paper with strange symbols written in what looked disturbingly like dried blood. The discovery sent me scrambling back down the ladder, heart pounding so violently I could feel it in my throat. I slammed the trapdoor shut and spent the remainder of the day researching local legends, folklore, and the history of the property. The County Historical Society had little information except that the land had once belonged to a reclusive naturalist in the late 1800s who was rumored to conduct unorthodox experiments involving lunar cycles and their effects on animal behavior. My uncle, I learned, had acquired the property in the 1970s after it had stood abandoned for nearly 2 decades. According to the few locals willing to discuss it, he had been a normal, sociable person until about 15 years ago, when he suddenly cut ties with friends and began covering all his windows during full moons. That night, I scoured online forums dedicated to paranormal phenomena and occult practices. One obscure thread caught my attention, a discussion about lunar parasites, entities that supposedly exist in a state between corporeality and energy, manifesting strongest during full moons when they feed on the heightened electromagnetic fields generated by living organisms. The description matched my experiences too closely to dismiss as coincidence. I spent the next 3 weeks preparing for the upcoming full moon. I installed motion-activated cameras in the attic and placed sound recorders at strategic locations. I researched protective measures mentioned in the online forums, lines of salt at thresholds, specific herbs known to repel negative entities, symbols of protection drawn in chalk. Half of me felt ridiculous. Taking these measures, the other half remembered the deep gouges in solid hardwood and the strange arrangement of objects in the circle. When the full moon finally arrived, I was ready, or so I thought. I sat in my makeshift command center in the spare bedroom, surrounded by monitors connected to the cameras. The local weather forecast had predicted cloudy skies, but as evening approached, the clouds dispersed as if deliberately making way for the moon's ascent. The first hours passed uneventfully. The monitors showed nothing but the still dust-filled attic. Then, as the moon reached its zenith around midnight, the temperature in the house plummeted. My breath formed visible clouds in the suddenly frigid air. The familiar odor returned stronger than ever, seeping into every corner of the house. On the monitors, I watched in horror as the dust on the attic floor began to swirl, forming a vortex at the center of the ritual circle. I discovered the cameras flickered, their digital displays distorting as if affected by some powerful electromagnetic field. Then, one by one, they went dark. The scratching began no longer above me, but throughout the house, as if whatever dwelled in the attic had expanded its territory. The sound emanated from inside the walls, under the floorboards, even from within the heating vents. My ears popped painfully as the air pressure in the house changed, becoming dense and difficult to breathe. I tried calling for help, but my phone showed no service. When I attempted to leave through the front door, the knob turned red hot in my grasp, searing my palm and sending me reeling back in pain. Every window had fogged over with a thick viscous condensation that no amount of wiping would clear. As I stood in the hallway paralyzed with indecision, the trap door to the attic slowly opened by itself. No creaking hinges this time, just a silent, deliberate movement that defied physics from the dark rectangular opening. That fetid odor poured down like a waterfall of invisible miasma. Time seemed to distort as I watched the darkness at the opening. At first I saw nothing, but as my eyes adjusted, I detected movement. Not a solid form, but a rippling disturbance in the air, like heat waves rising from hot asphalt. The disturbance expanded, flowing down from the attic like liquid shadow. My legs gave way and I collapsed against the wall, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. The rippling darkness approached, bringing with it a bone-deep cold that seemed to freeze the marrow in my bones. As it drew nearer, I began to discern a pattern within the distortion. Something almost like a face, if a face could be composed of constantly shifting smoke and shadow. What happened next remains fragmented in my memory. I recall running to my uncle's study, driven by some instinct I couldn't explain. The room had remained largely as he left it, with bookshelves lining the walls and his old desk dominating the center as the temperature continued to drop and the scratching sounds converged on the study door. I frantically searched the desk drawers. In the bottom drawer, I found a leather-bound journal, its pages filled with my uncle's increasingly erratic handwriting. Flipping through it desperately, I found an entry dated exactly 15 years ago. During a full moon, my uncle had described discovering the same ritual circle I had found, but he had gone further. He had completed the ritual, thinking it would grant him communion with natural energies. Instead, it had created a bridge, a doorway for something that existed in the spaces between dimensions. The final pages contained his desperate solution, a counter-ritual that would bind the entity to the attic. Preventing it from fully manifesting, he had performed this binding during each full moon, sacrificing his own blood to strengthen the seal with his death. The binding had weakened with each lunar cycle as the study door began to bulge inward, the wood splintering under invisible pressure. I cut my palm with a letter opener and hurriedly performed the ritual. Described in the final pages, the words felt foreign on my tongue, ancient syllables that seemed to vibrate with their own power. The effect was immediate. The pressure in the room reversed, creating a vacuum that pulled the shadows back toward the attic. The temperature rose rapidly and the scratching sounds receded. I followed the retreating entity, my bleeding hand extended before me, continuing the chant as I forced it back up through the trapdoor. When it was finally contained, collapsed on the hallway floor, exhausted beyond measure. According to my uncle's journal, the binding would hold until the next full moon, when I would need to renew it. That was 4 lunar cycles ago each month. As the full moon approaches, I prepare the ritual components. Each month, the entity tests the boundaries of its prison, growing stronger, more intelligent in its attempts to break free. Sometimes I hear it speaking not in words, but in impressions that form thoughts in my mind. It makes promises, offers knowledge and power beyond human understanding. Last month, it showed me visions of what it could help me become. The images were seductive, offering evolution beyond my mortal form. For a moment, I considered accepting its offer, wondering if my uncle had originally intended to merge with it before losing his nerve. I now understand why my uncle became a recluse. This house cannot be abandoned. The binding is connected to the bloodline that performed it. If I leave, the entity will break free, seeking the one who imprisoned it, so I remain a jailer in my inherited prison. Tomorrow night brings another full moon. The scratch marks on the attic floor have begun to glow with a faint blue luminescence. The odor has started seeping through. Earlier than in previous months, I found new symbols carved into the undersides of furniture appearing when I'm not looking. I fear the binding is weakening, or perhaps the entity is evolving, finding new ways to influence our world. Sometimes when I look in the mirror, I notice my eyes reflecting light oddly. Like an animal's in the dark, my teeth ache constantly as if shifting in my gums. And lately I've been wondering why I continue to fight. It would communion with such an entity be so terrible? My uncle feared it, but perhaps he lacked vision. Perhaps this is evolution calling tonight. As the moon rises, I will ascend to the attic once more. Whether I go as jailer or supplicant, I have not yet decided. Hello everyone, I am here to help you today. I know you used this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching now? Get comfortable and relax. The shadows in this place have weight. That's what I've come to understand after 15 years working the graveyard shift at Meridian Industrial Supply. They aren't just absences of light. They're presences gathering in corners, stretching across concrete floors, and lately watching me. I first noticed it 3 weeks ago. Now I can't stop noticing it, and I can't shake the feeling that something has changed in the warehouse, or maybe something has changed in me. My name is Ray Carlson, and until recently I considered myself a rational man. The night shift suited me. Fewer people, fewer complications. I patrol the sprawling warehouse complex, check the loading bays, and monitor the security feeds. Simple work for decent pay. I've never been jumpy working alone in a 990,000-foot facility filled with stacks of lumber piping and construction materials. Teaches you to distinguish between the natural settling sounds of a building and anything that requires attention. But that night 3 weeks ago, something changed. It began as most shifts do, coffee and a thermos clipboard in hand. Flashlight on my belt. The night was unseasonably cold for September, and a thin fog had settled over the industrial park, diffusing the sodium lights outside into hazy orange globes. I made my first rounds, noting the chill that seemed to seep through my jacket. Despite the building's climate control, nothing unusual, just the typical creaks and groans of metal shelving. The distant of the HVAC system, the occasional scurrying of mice in the rafters. I was midway through my second patrol when I heard it. Footsteps, not the hollow metallic sounds of the building. Contracting but deliberate footfalls. The unmistakable sound of weight shifting from heel to toe. They echoed from the eastern corridor where we store specialty cement and insulation. Nobody should have been there at 2:17 a.m. My first thought was mundane, probably someone from the day shift who forgot something and came back. But I'd locked up myself, and the alarm system hadn't registered any entries since I'd arrived. My second thought was less comforting. Intruders looking to steal copper piping or power tools, items that regularly disappeared from construction sites in the area. I radioed in the security company that monitors our feeds remotely. The operator confirmed what I already knew. No entry alerts, no motion sensor trips. I should have been completely alone. The warehouse's layout is a grid of long straight corridors, intersected by narrower aisles. The eastern section is poorly lit, even during the day, with high shelving that creates deep caverns of shadow. As I approached, I switched on my heavy-duty flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness. Like a knife security. I called out my voice, sounding thinner than I intended. Identify yourself. The footstep stopped. I swept my light down the corridor, illuminating stacks of pink insulation on one side. and pallets of concrete mix on the other at the far end. Perhaps 60 feet away, my light caught something, a silhouette motionless and dark. It stood perfectly still, its edges seeming to blur into the shadows behind it. I couldn't make out features, just a vaguely hum shape. Watching my heart hammered against my ribs as adrenaline surged through my system, I took a step forward, radio raised. "This is private property," I said, trying to sound authoritative. Despite the tremor in my voice, "Identify yourself, or I'm calling the police." The figure didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there as if considering me. I began walking toward it, flashlight beam fixed on the spot, though the light seemed to bend strangely around the silhouette, never quite illuminating it directly. My mouth went dry, and each step required more effort than the last, as if I were wading through invisible molasses when I was perhaps 20 feet away. The figure was simply gone, not like someone who ducked around a corner or ran. There was nowhere to run to. It was as if it had been absorbed into the darkness itself. I stood there, pulse throbbing in my temples as a cold sweat broke out across my back. I searched every aisle, every possible height in place. In that section, nothing, no doors had been opened, no windows breached. The building was secure. Later that night, I reviewed the security footage. What I saw didn't make sense. The cameras showed nothing in the corridor when I entered it. No silhouette, no intruder. But they did capture something else. Brief, almost subliminal distortions passing in front of each camera in sequence, like someone moving just fast enough to register as motion but not slow enough to be seen. Clearly, the timestamp showed these anomalies occurring throughout the building. Sometimes in areas I had just left, sometimes in areas I was about to enter. I convinced myself it was a technical glitch. Camera systems' malfunction sensors get triggered by changes in temperature or air pressure. There had to be a logical explanation, but then it happened again. 2 nights later, I was in the break room microwaving a frozen dinner when the fluorescent lights above me flickered. Once, twice, then steadied. The microwave digital display reset itself, blinking 12L, and I felt it a pressure change as if the air had suddenly become denser. The hair on my arm stood up, and I had the distinct visceral sensation of being watched slowly. I turned toward the doorway. Nothing was there, but the hallway beyond seemed darker than it should have been, as if the shadows had condensed into something more substantial. I abandoned my meal and spent the next hour checking every corner of the facility. Everything was secure. Everything was normal, and yet nothing felt normal anymore. Over the following weeks, the incidents escalated in frequency and intensity. I began finding objects move between my rounds. A clipboard left on one shelf would appear on another. Tools arranged in specific patterns that I didn't create. Once I returned to the security office to find every monitor displaying the same empty corridor, though I was certain I'd left them cycling through different areas. I started documenting everything, keeping a detailed log of times, locations, and sensations. The pattern that emerged was unsettling. The phenomena clustered around 3:15 a.m., focused initially in the eastern corridor but gradually spreading throughout the warehouse, and they always seemed to anticipate my movements occurring in areas shortly before I arrived. The physical manifestations of my fear became impossible to ignore. My resting heart rate increased. I developed insomnia that persisted. Even on my days off, I would jolt awake from half-remembered nightmares, convinced that a silhouette stood in the corner of my bedroom watching my appetite disappeared. And with it 15 pounds in 3 weeks, my supervisor noticed the change in me during a shift. Handover, he suggested I take some vacation time, commenting on the dark circles under my eyes, the way my hands trembled as I filled out the nightly report. I almost told him everything then about the footsteps, the silhouette, the displaced objects. But I could already imagine his reaction. He'd attribute it to stress or sleep deprivation. He might even suggest I seek professional help. Maybe I should have. Instead, I decided to confront whatever was happening. If something or someone was in the warehouse, I would find evidence. I brought in additional equipment from home, a digital audio recorder, a thermal imaging attachment for my phone, motion-activated trail cameras I'd once used for a brief hunting phase. I set them up in the eastern corridor and other hot spots I'd identified for 2 nights. Nothing happened. The warehouse was quiet. Normal, I began to wonder if my mind had manufactured the entire experience. If stress and isolation had finally caught up with me after years of nocturnal solitude. Then came last night. I was in the security office reviewing camera feeds when the power went out. The emergency lights kicked on, immediately bathing the corridors in a dim reddish glow. I grabbed my flashlight and radio following protocol to check the circuit breakers. The main breaker panel is located in the basement level, a sprawling concrete space mostly used for storage of outdated inventory and discarded fixtures. I'd always disliked going down there. The ceiling is low, the pathways narrow and twisting, but I'd never feared it. Until last night, as I descended the stairs, the beam of my flashlight seemed to penetrate less deeply into the darkness, as if the shadows had become thicker, more resistant. The temperature dropped noticeably with each step, my breath forming clouds in the increasingly frigid air. The silence was absolute, no hum of electricity, no distant traffic sounds penetrating from outside, just the sound of my boots on concrete and my increasingly shallow breathing. I reached the breaker panel and found it untouched. No trip circuits, no obvious cause for the outage. As I was examining it, my radio crackled to life through bursts of static. I heard what sounded like breathing. Slow, deliberate breaths as if someone were standing very close to a transmitter. "This is Carlson," I said into the radio. "Who's there?" The breathing continued for several seconds, then stopped. The static cleared, and then I heard my own voice coming through the speaker, repeating words I'd spoken earlier that night during a routine check-in. All clear in Section 4, moving to Section 5. A cold weight settled in my stomach. I switched off the radio, fighting the urge to run. I needed to return to the security office to check if anyone had entered the building during the blackout. That's when I heard the footsteps again. Not from the radio, but from somewhere in the basement. They were unhurried, deliberate, moving toward me. My flashlight flickered, dimmed, then brightened again. I swept its beam in the direction of the sound, illuminating stacks of old lumber, discarded display racks, and pallets of discontinued tile. The footsteps stopped. I held my breath, listening. Nothing then, a sound directly behind me. The soft scuff of a shoe on concrete. I spun around, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. My light caught something at the edge of its beam, that same dark silhouette now much closer than it had ever been before. Still featureless, still indistinct, but undeniably present. Fear paralyzed me. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. My light flickered again, and in that momentary darkness, I felt something cold brush against my cheek. Light as a breath, but deliberate as a caress. When the light stabilized, the silhouette was gone, but on the wall beside me where nothing had been. Before I saw a handprint not made of dust or dirt, but of absence, as if someone had pressed their palm against the concrete and somehow extracted all color and texture from that exact spot, leaving a perfect void in the shape of a hand. I don't remember running up the stairs, don't remember locking myself in the security office, but I remember the cameras coming back online one by one, each showing normal empty corridors, and I remember the timestamp on each feed, 3:15 a.m. I've called in sick today, the first time in 7 years. I'm sitting in my apartment with all the lights on, typing this account while the events are still fresh, because I need to understand what's happening. Because I need someone to know the trail cameras and audio recorders are still in the warehouse. I should go back tonight to retrieve them to see if they captured anything. The rational part of me, the part that's shrinking by the hour, says there will be a logical explanation for everything. A prankster with access to the building, a malfunction in the electrical system. My own overtaxed imagination, but another part of me knows different, because when I finally left the warehouse this morning as dawn broke over the industrial park, I checked my pockets for my car keys and found something else. Instead, a small, smooth stone I'd never seen before, and when I held it up to the light, I saw that it wasn't a stone at all, but a perfect cube of concrete. Its surface bearing the faint impression of fingerprints that don't match my own. I don't know what's waiting for me in that warehouse. I don't know if I'll go back tonight, but I know that whatever has been watching me from the shadows isn't just a figment of my imagination, and I know with growing certainty that it's been watching me for much longer than I've been aware of it. Perhaps it's been there all along in the peripheral shadows of my life, waiting for me to finally notice. And now that I have, it's noticed me too. The first time I heard the pipes, I convinced myself it was normal. New buildings settle. New plumbing has quirks, but there's nothing normal about what happens at 2 a.m. In my walls, I found the apartment listing 3 months ago during a desperate housing search. The photo showed gleaming hardwood floors, pristine white walls, and modern fixtures all recently renovated. According to the description, the price seemed suspiciously reasonable for such a prime location, but the landlord explained that he was eager to secure a long-term tenant after completing extensive renovations. Something about tax write-offs and avoiding vacancy when I toured the place. Everything checked out. The renovation was immaculate. New floors threw out fresh paint, updated kitchen appliances, and completely redone bathroom plumbing. The landlord, Mr. Harmon, a thin man with perpetually damp palms, proudly detailed how he gutted the entire unit down to the studs he mentioned repeatedly, how he'd replaced everything that needed replacing. I remember finding the phrasing odd, but I was too enchanted by the apartment's spaciousness and natural light to dwell on it. I moved in on the 1st of February. For the initial 2 weeks, everything was perfect. I settled into a comfortable routine, enjoying the reliable water pressure and efficient heating system. System luxuries my previous apartment had sorely lacked. I even started sleeping better, no longer disturbed by the creaking floors and rattling windows of my old place. Then came the first night I heard it. I'd fallen asleep reading, only to jolt awake at exactly 2:03 a.m., according to my bedside clock. At first, I couldn't identify what had woken me. Then I heard it again. A distinct gurgling sound coming from inside the wall behind my headboard. It wasn't the normal sound of water running through pipes. This was different, irregular, almost rhythmic, like liquid being forced through a partially blocked passage. I pressed my ear against the wall. Tracking the sound, it seemed to move, flowing from one section of wall to another, traveling up, then horizontally, then down again. The path made no sense given the apartment's layout. I knew enough about basic PL to understand that water lines generally follow logical routes, straight lines connecting fixtures in the most direct way possible. This sound wandered like a maze. I checked every faucet on the toilet to ensure nothing was running or leaking. Everything was dry, perfect. Even I convinced myself it was probably the upstairs neighbor using water at an odd hour and went back to bed. But the next night at precisely 2:03 a.m., the same sound returned, and the night after that and the night after that, always at the same time, always 2:03 a.m., following the same irregular pattern through my walls, always lasting exactly 17 minutes before stopping as abruptly as it began. After a week of disrupted sleep, I contacted Mr. Harmon. His response was dismissive. Something about air trapped in the new pipes that would work itself out. Eventually, he seemed eager to end the conversation, reminding me how much money he'd spent on replacing everything that needed replacing. When I mentioned the precise timing of the sounds, his voice tightened. He suggested I was being overly sensitive to normal building noises. Perhaps I was, so I bought earplugs and tried to ignore it, but then came the tapping. It started 3 weeks into my tenancy. I'd pressed my ear against the wall, tracking the liquid sounds as had become my nightly ritual when I felt, rather than heard, a vibration, tap, 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 as if someone was gently knocking from the other side of the wall. I pulled away immediately, heart pounding, then cautiously placed my palm flat against the cool surface. The tapping came again, 3 distinct vibrations, precisely spaced, then silence. I told myself it was pipes, contracting or expanding, a common occurrence in buildings. Even new plumbing can make knocking sounds when H water runs through cold pipes, but this didn't feel mechanical. It felt intentional. I spent the next day at work researching plumbing systems on my breaks, looking for rational explanations. That evening, I methodically inspected every inch of the apartment, tapping walls and listening for hollow spots that might indicate unusual spaces or non-standard construction. Everything seemed normal, which somehow made it worse. That night, I stayed awake until 2 a.m., sitting cross-legged on my bed, watching the wall when the gurgling began, right on schedule. I didn't just listen, I documented. I recorded the sounds on my phone, timed their duration, and mapped their apparent path through my apartment. On a crude floor plan I'd sketched, the pattern was consistent with previous nights, but seeing it visualized disturbed me deeply. The sounds traveled in a pattern that resembled a crude figure eight, looped through my bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, and living room walls. No plumbing system would be designed this way. When the tapping began, I tried something new. After the 3 taps concluded, I reached out and responded with 3 taps of my own. The silence that followed was heavier than any I'd experienced before. The gurgling stopped mid-flow for nearly a minute. Nothing happened. Then from deeper within the wall came 5 distinct taps, slow, deliberate, unmistakably responsive. My mouth went dry, my pulse hammered in my throat, sweat beat along my hairline. Despite the cool air, I couldn't move, couldn't blink, couldn't breathe. I'd been prepared for the sounds to be mechanical, or at worst from a neighbor's apartment carrying through the shared walls. I wasn't prepared for direct communication. I didn't tap back. Eventually, the gurgling resumed its pattern, completed its usual 17-minute cycle, and ceased. The next day, I called in sick to work and spent hours inspecting the building's exterior. I studied old photos of the property I found online, looking for clues about its original construction or any history that might explain what I was experiencing. The building was over 80 years old but had been well maintained throughout its life. Nothing in its documented history suggested anything unusual. I approached a neighbor across the hall, casually inquiring about their experience in the building. The elderly woman seemed confused by my questions about plumbing. Noises she'd lived there for 12 years and never heard anything unusual at night. Certainly nothing at such specific times. When I asked about the previous tenant of my unit, her expression changed subtly. She mentioned only that the young man had left suddenly, breaking his lease. Mr. Harmon had started renovations immediately after that night, unable to face another 2 a.m. visitation alone. I invited a friend to stay over. Mark arrived with beer and skepticism. In equal measure, he laughed at my detailed sound log and the dark circles under my eyes. I didn't blame him. It all sounded absurd when spoken aloud. I didn't tell him about the responsive tapping. I couldn't bring myself to voice that particular detail. We stayed up watching movies, and I watched the clock obsessively as 2 a.m. approached. Mark was half asleep on the couch. When the time came, I held my breath, waiting. Nothing happened. The apartment remained silent. No gurgling, no tapping. Just the normal sounds of a building. At night, Mark left the next morning, giving me a concerned look and suggesting I might want to talk to someone about my sleep issues and anxiety. I nodded. Embarrassed and confused, had I imagined everything was this some bizarre manifestation of stress or isolation? That evening, I returned from grabbing takeout to find the hallway light on. I was certain I'd left it off. It was an old-fashioned wall switch that made a distinctive click when flipped. Not something that could be triggered accidentally. I turned it off and went about my evening, trying not to assign significance to what was probably my own forgetfulness. But at 2 a.m., I woke to find every light in my apartment on, every single one, including lamps that needed to be physically switched on. The oven light behind its closed door, even the tiny LED on my electric toothbrush charging in the bathroom, all glowing all at once. And in the sudden harsh brightness, I could see something I'd missed before: a subtle discoloration on my bedroom wall, a long vertical seam where the fresh paint didn't quite match, as if a section had been patched and repainted separately from the rest of the renovation without conscious. This decision, I found myself standing before this section of wall. My hand raised, the gurgling had already begun following its usual pattern through the walls. When it reached the section before me, I placed my palm flat against the surface. It was warm, unnaturally warm, and beneath my palm I felt a distinct vibration. Not tapping this time, but a continuous tremor, as if something on the other side was pressing back. I snatched my hand away, but the sensation lingered on my skin, a phantom warmth and pressure that wouldn't fade. My heart thundered so violently I felt lightheaded. Sweat drenched my t-shirt despite the chill in the room. Every instinct screamed to run, to get out, to never return to this place. Instead, I found myself in the kitchen, returning with a hammer, standing before the discolored section of wall tool in hand. I hesitated. What was I doing? Property damage was illegal, would cost me my security deposit at minimum, but something deeper than rational thought drove me forward. Something primal that needed to know what was behind that wall. The first strike broke through the drywall easily, too easily, as if the material were softer than it should be. The second strike widened the hole enough for me to peer inside with the flashlight on my phone. What I expected, what would have been logical, was to see the ordinary innards of a wall stud's insulation, wiring pipes, normal construction materials. What I saw instead was a narrow space perhaps 8 inches wide, extending vertically between the studs. But instead of insulation, the space contained old copper pipes. Not the new PEX tubing Mr. Harmon had proudly shown me during the tour. These were ancient corroded tubes covered in a substance I initially took to be rust, but the color was wrong too, dark too, or organic, and wrapped around these pipes, threaded through them, woven into a complex pattern with something that resembled wiring, but moved slightly in ways electrical wiring shouldn't. I leaned closer, my phone's light revealing more detail than I wanted to see. Not wiring something else, something that pulsed faintly with the gurgling sound that now surrounded me. I stumbled backward, dropping my hammer with a clatter that seemed muted against the now louder liquid sounds. The gurgling had intensified, no longer confined to its usual path, but concentrated behind the wall. I just breached, and now there was a new sound underlying it, a low, wet rasp that reminded me horribly of labored breathing. The wall began to bulge outward around the hole I'd made, not cracking, not breaking, but stretching, as if the drywall had suddenly become elastic. Something was pushing through from the other side, something that made the material IAL distend in a shape that suggested fingers. I didn't wait to see more. Self-preservation finally overcame curiosity. I ran for the door, fumbling with the locks. With trembling hands behind me, I heard the distinct sound of drywall tearing, of something heavier than liquid hitting the floor. I spent that night in my car, parked several blocks away, unable to stop shaking when morning came. I called Mr. Harmon. No answer. I texted, explaining in frantic, disjointed sentences what had happened. The response, when it finally came hours later, was brief. Told you I replaced everything that needed replacing. Not my fault you disturbed what didn't. I never returned to the apartment. I sent movers for my belongings, refusing to step foot inside again. They reported nothing unusual, just a patched hole in the bedroom wall that looked like someone punched it. According to them, the apartment was silent, dry, and perfectly normal. I lost my security deposit and paid 2 additional months' rent as penalty for breaking the lease, small price for freedom. Sometimes I wonder about the building, about Mr. Harmon's renovations, about what he chose to wall. No voices, nothing to indicate human habitation. I approached 4B slowly, my footsteps muffled by the worn carpet. Runners standing outside Miller's door, I pressed my ear against the cool wood and listened. Nothing, no movement, no sound at all. My heart raced as I rapped lightly on the door, then more firmly when no response came. The hollow sound echoed down the empty corridor. I tried to peer through the peephole from the outside and exercise inutility that only demonstrated my growing desperation. I returned to my apartment confused but oddly relieved. Perhaps Miller had gone on a trip. Perhaps the sounds I'd been hearing were just the building settling, and my sleep-deprived mind had been creating patterns where none existed. I fell into bed exhausted from my amateur detective work and drifted into the first deep sleep I'd experienced in months until 11:07 p.m. The sound jolted me awake, a violent scraping directly above my head, so powerful that a fine dust of plaster drifted down from a small crack in my ceiling. My body went rigid, every muscle tensing at once. My breathing became shallow and rapid as I stared upward, following the sound as it moved from above my bedroom into the living room area. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy, deliberate footsteps traversed the length of my ceiling. Whatever was up there, it wasn't Mill. It couldn't be the next morning. My hands still trembling slightly from the night before I cornered the building superintendent, Mr. Gaines, as he collected mail from the lobby. I casually mentioned the noise from apartment 4B, careful to keep my tone conversational, despite the tightness in my chest. What he told me turned my blood to ice. Miller had moved out 3 weeks ago. The apartment was empty, awaiting renovations before a new tenant could move in. I almost laughed in the superintendent's face, thinking he was confused about the apartment number. I described to Miller the hat, the briefcase, the gray coat. Mr. Gaines nodded in recognition, but confirmed that, yes, that was Miller, and yes, he had definitely moved out. Almost a month ago, he had transferred to another city for work, paid the lease termination fee, and cleared out his belongings in a single day. I stumbled back to my apartment, my mind racing through possibilities. Perhaps Miller had left some furniture behind, perhaps the renovation crew was working late nights, perhaps the sounds were coming from a different apartment entirely, and my spatial perception was flawed. That evening, I asked Mr. Gaines for the key to 4B, inventing a story about a package delivered to me that might belong to the former tenant. He hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with the request, but eventually relented when I suggested the alternative was disturbing the property manager over such a trivial matter. The key felt unnaturally heavy in my pocket as I rode the elevator up to the 4th floor. My stomach churned with each ascending floor, and I could feel sweat gathering at my temples. Despite the building's perpetually overactive air conditioning, the elevator doors opened with a cheerful ding that seemed obscenely out of place, given the dread coursing through me. Apartment 4B's door looked exactly like mine, down to the peeling paint around on the brass numbers. I inserted the key with a trembling hand, half expecting it not to work, but it turned smoothly. The door swung inward to reveal nothing, absolutely nothing. The apartment was completely empty, no furniture, no boxes, no renovation supplies, just bare hardwood floors covered in a thin layer of dust that clearly hadn't been disturbed in weeks. The layout mirrored my own apartment. Below, a small entryway opening to a living room with a kitchen, alcove to the right, and a short hallway leading to the bedroom and bathroom. I stepped inside, my footsteps echoing in the vacant space. The windows were covered with brown paper, casting the room in a dim, sepia-toned light. I moved through each room, methodically checking closets, looking behind doors, inspecting the ceiling for signs of water damage or structural issues that might explain the sounds. Nothing was out of order, no loose floorboards, no exposed pipes. Nothing that could possibly create the cacophony I'd been enduring night after night. I found myself standing in the center of what would be the bedroom directly above my own, staring at the floor as if it might reveal its secrets. The room was cold unnaturally, so despite the warm spring day outside, my breath formed small clouds that dissipated quickly in the stagnant air. That's when I noticed it, a perfect circle. Circle of dust-free floor, approximately 3 feet in diameter, positioned exactly where a person might stand while looking out the window. I knelt down to examine it more closely. The wood there seemed different somehow, darker, more worn, as if that specific spot had endured decades more use than the surrounding floor. My finger traced the edge of the circle, and a jolt of something static electricity, I told myself, shot up my arm. I jerked backward, losing my balance and landing hard on my tailbone. Pain radiated up my spine, but it was nothing compared to the icy terror that flooded my veins when I heard it. A soft thump from inside the empty apartment, followed by another and another footsteps. Coming from the living room, I scrambled to my feet, hard hammering so violently I could feel my pulse in my fingertips. The room temperature seemed to drop another 10 degrees in an instant. My breath came in ragged gasps as I stood paralyzed, listening to the slow, deliberate footsteps approaching the bedroom. Thump, thump, thump. They stopped just outside the bedroom door. The empty doorway framed nothing but the dim hallway beyond. Yet I could feel a presence there, something watching. Waiting, aware of my intrusion, I backed toward the window, my eyes never leaving the doorway. My heel hit the circle on the floor, and suddenly the temperature plummeted further. Frost began to form on the window behind me. The air felt thick, resistant, as if I were trying to move through gelatin. A whisper emerged from the empty doorway. Not words exactly, but a sound so close to human speech that my mind strained to decipher it. It grew louder, transforming from a whisper to a moan to something approaching a scream, though all without ever becoming completely audible. My paralysis broke. I lunged for the apartment door, moving faster than I had in years, driven by pure animal terror. I didn't look back, didn't stop to close the door behind me, didn't even wait for the elevator. I took the stairs 3 at a time, nearly falling twice in my desperate descent. I haven't been back to my apartment since that day. 3 weeks ago, I'm writing this from a motel room 30 miles away, paid for with nearly the last of my savings. My few valuable possessions remain in apartment 3B, but nothing could compel me to retrieve them. I've called the property management company twice the first time I asked about the history of apartment 4. They told me nothing unusual had ever been reported. The second time I asked about breaking my lease, they reminded me of the substantial penalty. But I don't care. I can't go back there last night. I woke at exactly 11:07 p.m. My body drenched in cold sweat for a moment in the disorientation of sleep. I thought I was back in my apartment. I could hear it clearly, the scraping sound above me followed by heavy footsteps pacing methodically back and forth. But I'm on the top floor of this motel. There is no apartment above me here. As I lay rigid in bed, staring at the water-stained ceiling tiles, a realization crept over me like a shadow. It was never about the apartment. It was never about Miller. Whatever walks those floors at night has followed me here, and I suspect it will follow me wherever I go. Sometimes I think I catch glimpses of it in reflective surfaces, a tall, thin figure in a gray coat, its face obscured by the brim of an outdated hat. But when I turn to look directly, nothing is there tonight. I'll stay awake until 11:07 p.m. I'll listen for the footsteps, and I'll finally make my choice. Continue running from something that can apparently follow me anywhere, or confront whatever has decided that my ceiling is its floor. I already know which option I'll choose. Some mysteries should remain unsolved, some doors should stay closed, and some sounds like heavy footsteps in an empty apartment should be ignored, even when they shake the very foundation of your reality. Especially then, the walls of the Belmont Hotel had absorbed 70 years of whispers. I noticed it immediately, that particular silence. Old buildings have where the quiet itself feels heavy with all its holding back. My footsteps on the worn burgundy carpet echoed down the third-floor corridor, each step absorbed into the stillness. Like a stone dropped into thick mudroom, 307 waited at the end of the hallway, its brass numbers dulled with age. I had chosen this place for its location and its price, not its charm. That was my first mistake. The key was an actual metal key, not a card, another relic of the hotel's refusal to fully join the present century. It turned with resistance in the lock, as if the door itself was reluctant to allow entry. The room smelled of furniture polish and something else beneath it, a musty thickness that hung in the air like invisible smoke. Nothing remarkable at first glance. Queen bed with a faded floral comforter, heavy drapes drawn against the streetlights, a desk with a lamp casting a shallow yellow pool across its surface. Just another forgettable room in another forgettable hotel in another city I was passing through for work. I unpacked methodically as I always did, arranging my toiletries in the bathroom, hanging my suits to release their travel wrinkles, setting up my laptop on the desk. Routine calms me. I travel 40 weeks a year selling industrial equipment across 6 states. Hotel rooms are more familiar to me than my own apartment. I know their rhythms, their peculiarities. I can tell within minutes whether the shower will run hot, whether the air. Conditioning will rattle all night, whether the walls will allow me to hear every intimate detail of my neighbors' lives. But the Belmont felt different from the start. Not just old I could handle, but aware. Somehow I dismissed this thought as exhaustion from the 6-hour drive and ordered dinner from a nearby they place, ate at the desk. While reviewing tomorrow's presentation, showered, called my girlfriend back home, telling her about the eccentric old hotel with its elaborate crown molding and creaking floors. We laughed about how places like these were probably haunted. Her voice tinny through the phone speakers. I didn't mention how the silence in the room pressed against my eardrums when I wasn't speaking, or how the shadows seemed unusually deep in the corners where the ceiling light couldn't reach. Sleep came easily enough. The day's travel is sufficient sedative. I woke disoriented at 3:17 a.m. My throat parched. The digital clock's red numbers cast the only light in the absolute darkness of the room. Something had woken me, though I couldn't identify what. I reached for the water bottle on the nightstand, finding it empty. With a sigh, I swung my legs over the side of the bed, the floor cold against my bare feet. That's when I heard it, a voice low and indistinct, like someone speaking just below normal conversational volume. It seemed to be coming from somewhere nearby, not my room, but close the wall shared with room 309. Perhaps I froze water forgotten, straining to make out words. The cadence was conversational, rising and falling as if in dialogue, though I could hear only one voice. I couldn't distinguish gender or age, just a continuous murmur that occasionally peaked into almost comprehensible phrases before subsiding again. My skin prickled with goosebumps despite the room's warmth. Something about that voice felt wrong, the tone perhaps, or the hour, or the fact that it never paused for response. After several minutes, curiosity overcame discomfort. I pulled on sweatpants and moved to the door. Pressing my ear against it, the voice was clearer in the entryway, definitely coming from the hallway or the adjacent room. I turned the handle slowly, wincing at the slight creak as I pulled the door open an inch. Then wider, the hallway stretched empty in both directions, the dim safety lights creating pools of yellowish illumination every 15 feet. The worn carpet runner absorbed sound, creating a vacuum-like silence, but the voice continued, now seeming to emanate from directly beside my door from room 309. I stepped fully into the corridor, the door clicking shut behind me. My heart rate accelerated, each beat a distinct thump against my ribs. The voice grew neither louder nor clearer. Despite my proximity, I approached room 309, standing directly before it. The murmuring continued at exactly the same volume, as if the speaker remained at a constant distance. Regardless of my movement, I raised my hand to knock, then hesitated. It was nearly 3:30 a.m. What business did I have disturbing another guest? What would I even say? Yet something compelled me to knock softly, my knuckles barely making contact with the wooden door. The voice stopped immediately. Complete silence descended, broken only by my increasingly shallow breathing. I waited seconds. Stretching uncomfortably, no answer came. No sounds of movement within. Nothing to indicate anyone had heard me at all. I retreated to my room, the back of my neck tingling with the distinct sensation of being watched. Sleep eluded me for hours afterward, my body alert to every creak and settle of the old building. The voice did not resume. That night morning brought rationality with its light. I dismissed the incident as a guest with insomnia having a late-night phone conversation. The peculiar acoustics of the old hotel had simply made it difficult to pinpoint. The source at breakfast in the small hotel dining room, I casually asked the receptionist about the occupancy on the third floor. She consulted her computer, then informed me that aside from my room, the entire third floor was unoccupied. Due to ongoing renovations at the far end of the hall, a cold sensation spread across my shoulder blades. I asked specifically about room 309. She checked again, confirming it was vacant and had been for several weeks. I must have heard someone from another floor, she suggested, or perhaps sounds from the street. The building was old, and sound traveled strangely. Her explanation was practical, delivered with the practiced smile of someone accustomed to smoothing over guests' concerns. I nodded and thanked her, but a seed of unease had been planted throughout my meetings that day. My mind kept returning to that murmuring voice and the empty room it supposedly came from. I considered requesting a room change, but dismissed the thought as an overreaction. One unexplained voice in the night hardly justified disrupting my stay. Besides, I told myself it was probably just someone in another room or even outside old buildings play tricks with sound. That night, I returned late from dinner with clients. The Belmont's lobby was dimly lit, the ancient chandelier casting prismatic shadows across the worn marble floor. The night clerk nodded as I crossed to the elevator, his eyes barely lifting from his computer screen. The elevator's brass gate closed with a metallic clang that echoed up the shaft as I ascended. I felt an increasing heaviness in my chest, an inexplicable reluctance to return to the third floor. The corridor was silent when I stepped out. I walked briskly to room 307, telling myself I was being ridiculous. Inside, I prepared for bed with deliberate normality. I placed a full water bottle on the nightstand, eliminating any need to leave the room during the night before turning off the light. I checked that the door was securely locked, testing the handle twice. Sleep came fitfully, my subconscious alert for unusual sounds. I woke several times to ordinary hotel noises, the hum of the heating system, distant doors closing, water running through pipes. At 24:03 a.m., I jerked fully awake. The voice had returned this time. It was louder, clearly emanating from the hallway directly outside my door. No longer a murmur, but an urgent, insistent monologue, still indistinct in its words, but unmistakable in its presence. I lay rigid in bed, cold sweat beating across my forehead. My mouth dried instantly, my tongue sticking to the roof of my mouth, every muscle tensed as I strained to understand what was being said. The voice continued unabated for several minutes, rising and falling in its intensity, but never resolving into comprehensible language. It was neither male nor female, but somehow both simultaneously, its tone shifting between what seemed like pleading and explaining. I fought the overwhelming urge to cover my ears, to block out that persistent, unintelligible speech against all better judgment. I slid from bed and approached the door. The room's chill air raised goosebumps across my arms as I pressed my eye to the peephole. The distorted, fishy view showed an empty hallway impossible. The voice was directly outside, so close it might have been speaking into the very door itself. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. Logic warred with instinct. There was no explanation for a disembodied voice, yet my senses insisted on its reality. The metal knob felt impossibly cold against my palm. I turned it slowly, pulling the door open. A crack. The hallway was empty, yet the voice continued, uninterrupted now, seeming to come from the space directly before me where no one stood. My vision blurred at the edges, darkness creeping in as my breathing became rapid and shallow. The physical impossibility of what I was experiencing sent pulses of adrenaline surging through my body. I slammed the door shut, fumbling with the lock, then backed away until my legs hit the bed. The voice stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was almost worse, expectant, as if waiting for me to make the next move. I sat motionless on the edge of the bed, ears straining for any sound. Minutes passed, nothing. Eventually, exhaustion overcame fear, and I fell into troubled sleep. Shortly before dawn at breakfast, I approached the front desk with as much composure as I could muster. The day clerk was an older man with weary eyes and thinning gray hair. When I mentioned hearing voices on the third floor, his expression shifted subtly from professional courtesy to guarded recognition. I pressed further, asking directly if other guests had reported similar experiences. He hesitated before admitting that yes. Over the years, there had been occasional reports of voices in the hallways, particularly on the third floor, most often in the small hours of the morning, always seemingly engaged in one-sided conversations that never resolved. He delivered this information reluctantly, watching my reaction carefully as if gauging whether he'd shared too much. I asked if he knew what the voices were saying. His response was evasive. No one had ever been able to make out specific words, only the impression of urgent communication. The phenomenon had been occurring for decades. Long before his employment, the hotel management generally attributed it to the building's acoustic peculiarities and its location near a hospital where ambulance sirens and emergency room activity continued through the night. His explanation was reasonable but delivered with the practiced ease of something repeated many times. I noticed he didn't meet my eyes as he spoke when I mentioned that the voice seemed to be directly outside my door where no one stood. He fell silent, busying himself with papers on the desk. After a moment, he asked if I would like to change rooms. I accepted immediately. My new room was on the first floor, smaller but renovated more recently. I spent the day distracted. Researching the Belmont's history between meetings. The hotel had opened in 1932 and operated continuously since changing ownership several times, nothing in its public. History suggested tragedy or circumstances that might explain supernatural activity, yet online review sites contained scattered comments about strange noises and talking in the hallways that the management consistently attributed to the building's age and sound-carrying properties. That night, I slept soundly in my new room, undisturbed by voices or other phenomena. The following night passed similarly. By my final night at the Belmont, I had nearly convinced myself that my experience had been some combination of exhaustion, the building's acoustics, and my own suggestibility. As I checked out the next morning, the night clerk who was finishing his shift handed me my receipt. He commented that I seemed to have slept better after changing rooms. I agreed, adding that the third floor had been unsettling. A shadow passed across his features. He glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot before leaning slightly closer. What he told me was brief but sufficient to ensure I would never return to the Belmont. He claimed that in the 1950s, a traveling salesman like myself had stayed in room 309. For several weeks, the man had suffered from what would now be diagnosed as schizophrenia, manifesting his endless one-sided conversations with entities no one else could perceive. Hotel staff had become concerned when other guests complained, but the hotel's owner refused to evict a paying customer who wasn't violent. Eventually, the man had been found in a catatonic state, staring at the wall shared with room 307. He never spoke again and spent his remaining years in a psychiatric institution before being taken away. He had managed to write a single sentence on a piece of hotel stationery. There, still waiting for an answer, I left the Belmont that morning with my bags and a persistent chill that no amount of sunlight seemed to dispel in the weeks since I've changed hotel chains entirely. Avoiding historic properties, regardless of their convenient locations or competitive rates. I've convinced my employer to book only modern accommodations with concrete and steel construction rather than the wood and plaster of older buildings. Sometimes at night, just as I'm drifting off to sleep, I imagine I hear that voice again, urgent, insistent. Just beyond comprehension, I tell myself it's memory playing tricks, nothing more. But I always sleep with music playing now, filling the silence with something known and human, and I never ever answer if I think I hear someone speaking outside my door after midnight, because whatever was in that hallway, whatever has been trying to communicate through the thin barrier between its reality and ours, is still waiting for someone to answer, and I fear what might happen when someone finally does. Scratching started on the third night, a faint persistent sound. Fingernails against wood, or perhaps something sharper. I lay awake staring at the ceiling, counting the seconds between each scrape, wondering if lack of sleep was amplifying ordinary house noises into something sinister. The Victorian-era house had creaked and settled from the moment I moved in, but this was different, more deliberate, more alive. I should have listened to that quiet voice of intuition that first day when Mr. Hargrove handed me the keys. With trembling hands, his eyes never quite met mine as he muttered something about the attic being off limits, storage issues, structural concerns, the usual landlord excuses, but the rent was almost criminally low for a three-bedroom house with original hardwood floors and stained glass windows. Especially in this gentrifying neighborhood, I was 34, divorced, and starting over. I couldn't afford to be picky. Remember, he'd said the only time his gaze locked with mine, the attic stays sealed. It's in the lease his pupils had constricted to pinpoints. Despite the dim afternoon light, I'd nodded and signed, barely registering the clause on page 4 prohibiting access to the third-floor space. The heavy wooden door at the end of the upstairs hallway, the one leading to the attic staircase, had been sealed with industrial-grade padlocks and what appeared to be a fresh coat of paint around the edges, as if someone had tried to permanently seal the gap between door and frame. I dismissed it as excessive caution from an elderly landlord worried about liability for the first 2 nights the house had been quiet, save for the expected settling sounds of an old structure. I unpacked my meager possessions, arranged furniture, and tried to feel at home in the cavernous rooms with their high ceilings and ornate moldings. The divorce had left me with little. Karen took most of our shared belongings along with the dog. But in those empty spaces I found a strange comfort, a blank canvas, a new beginning. But on that third night, the scratching began. I told myself it was mice, maybe squirrels, that had found their way into the walls. I made a mental note to call an exterminator in the morning and pulled my pillow over my head. Sleep eventually came, but it was shallow and troubled, filled with dreams of something pacing above me waiting. Morning light dispelled my unease, as sunlight often does with night fears. I called an exterminator who promised to come the following week in the rational clarity of day. I convinced myself the noises were nothing more than wildlife, a common issue in century-old houses. I went to work, taught my high school English classes with my usual enthusiasm, and returned home feeling foolish about my midnight anxieties. That night, the scratching returned louder and more insistent. I stood on my bed and pressed my ear against the ceiling, tracking the sound as it moved from one end of my bedroom to the other. Too methodical for rodents, too heavy. The movement suggested something much larger, something that dragged itself across the floor above with laborious determination. My throat tightened as I realized the implications. If something that size was in the attic, it couldn't be an animal that had accidentally found its way inside. It would have to be something that had been deliberately placed there, or something that had chosen to make its home there. Long before I arrived, sleep eluded me completely that night. I sat in the hallway beneath the sealed door, listening around 3 a.m. I heard what sounded like a muffled exhalation, a long rattling breath from something with compromised lungs. My skin prickled with goosebumps and sweat beaded on my forehead. Despite the cool air, when dawn broke, I called Mr. Hargrove. His voice hardened when I mentioned the attic, and he dismissed my concerns with rehearsed efficiency. Probably the wind through the eaves, he suggested. Old houses make noise. Nothing to worry about when I pressed him. Mentioning the distinct sound of movement, he abruptly informed me he was late for an appointment and hung up. The following day at school, I found myself distracted, jumping at the slam of lockers and struggling to maintain my train of thought during lectures. My department head noticed my behavior and inquired if everything was all right. I deflected with a story about insomnia and promised to get more rest. How could I explain that something unseen was stalking the floor above my bedroom that my landlord seemed terrified of? Whatever lurked behind that padlocked door that evening, I invited Mark, my only friend in town, over for dinner. I needed another person to witness what I was experiencing. We sat in the kitchen eating takeout when the ceiling above us creaked a long, deliberate stride from one end to the other. Mark froze mid-bite. What the hell was that? The validation I felt was almost worth the terror. I wasn't imagining things I explained about the sealed attic, the landlord's warnings, the nightly disturbances. Mark suggested we investigate his presence emboldened me, and we ascended to the second floor. Stopping before the padlocked door up close, I noticed details I'd overlooked before: deep gouges in the wood around the frame, as if something had clawed repeatedly at the edges. The paint ceiling. The door wasn't just around the edges, it formed strange symbols. At intervals halfway between hieroglyphics and mathematical notations, Mark ran his fingers over the marks. These looked like he trailed off his expression, troubled like what I pressed. He shook his head. Nothing, probably just damage from previous tenants trying to get in. But I could tell he was holding something back. Mark worked as a research librarian specializing in historical documents. If anyone would recognize obscure symbols, it would be him. We examined the hinges next. They were reinforced with multiple screws and metal plates far beyond what would be necessary for a normal door. The padlocks, 3 of them, were heavy-duty and relatively new. These weren't installed to keep people out. Mark muttered they were installed to keep something in a crash from above made us both jump. It sounded like something heavy had been thrown against the floor, or like something had thrown itself against the floor. In rage, Mark stayed only another hour before making an excuse to leave. I didn't blame him. The atmosphere in the house had become suffocating, charged with a malevolent awareness that seemed to intensify with his presence. As he left, he suggested I find somewhere else to stay for a few days. I promised to consider it, but we both knew I wouldn't. Something in me needed to understand what was happening. Even as another part screamed to run alone again, I tried to distract myself with television, but the volume couldn't mask the sounds that had begun again, an earnest, dragging scratching, and now a new noise, a rhythmic thumping like a fist pounding in frustration or a head banging repeatedly against the floor. My mouth went dry. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. The logical part of my brain offered rational explanations, an animal a structural issue. Even squatters who had somehow accessed the attic from outside, but none could account for Mr. Hargrove's fear. The sealed door, or the feeling of intelligent malice that now permeated the house. I retreated to my bedroom and locked the door, though I knew it would provide little protection if whatever was above somehow broke through sleep was impossible. I lay rigid beneath my covers, tracking the movements overhead, trying to discern patterns or purpose. In the pacing around midnight, the noises abruptly stopped. The silence was somehow worse pregnant with anticipation. I strained to hear even the faintest sound, but there was nothing. Minute stretched into an hour of perfect stillness. Then I heard a new sound coming. Not from above, but from the hallway outside my bedroom. A slow dragging step followed by another. The distinct sound of labored breathing. A soft thud against my door as if something had pressed itself against the wood. The door handle turned, slowly testing the lock. I bit down on my fist to keep from screaming. My legs trembled so violently the bed frame shook. Cold sweat drenched my clothes as I stared at the handle, waiting for it to stop. It didn't. It continued to turn, applying pressure against the lock mechanism. I could hear a soft scratching at the keyhole as if something was trying to manipulate the tumblers with a claw or talon. Suddenly, my phone rang from the nightstand. The shrill tone shattered the silence, and I nearly leapt out of my skin. The door handle stopped turning. I grabbed the phone. Mark with shaking fingers. I answered. He didn't wait for my greeting. "Get out of there." "Now," he urged, his voice tight with fear. "I've been researching your house in 1897. The original owner, Theodore Blackwood, was committed to an asylum after claiming something had taken residence in his attic. Something he accidentally summoned through occult experiments. He sealed it in with binding symbols and warned it should never be released." As Mark spoke, I heard the dragging footsteps, retreat from my door, and move back toward the hallway that led to the attic. "The story gets worse," Mark continued. "Every owner or tenant since has reported similar disturbances. 3 have committed suicide. 2 disappeared without a trace. The house has been vacant for most of the last 20 years until Hargrove inherited it from his uncle. 6 months ago, my throat constricted. Why wouldn't he warned me? He probably thought it was just superstition, or maybe he was desperate to offload some of the financial burden of the property. Either way, you need to leave tonight. You can stay at my place." I agreed, promising to pack a bag and drive straight to his apartment. As I hung up, I realized the house had gone completely silent. Once more, not even the usual creaks of settling wood disturbed the stillness, moving with deliberate quiet. I grabbed a duffel bag and stuffed it with clothes and essentials. I didn't bother with most of my possessions. They could be replaced. I just needed to get out. I unlocked my bedroom door and peered into the darkened hallway. Empty, the path to the stairs was clear. I took a deep breath and stepped out. Moving quickly toward the staircase as I passed the attic door, I froze the padlocks. All three of them lay open on the floor. The door stood ajar just a few inches, but enough to reveal absolute darkness. Beyond, dark matter seemed to seep from the opening like black smoke. Though I knew that had to be my imagination, I should have run then. Every instinct urged me to flee down the stairs and out of the house, but a terrible curiosity rooted me to the spot, and after all the fear, all the sleepless nights, I needed to know what lurked in that forbidden space. I inched closer, holding my phone with its flashlight activated before me like a talisman. The thin beam did little to penetrate the unnatural darkness beyond the door. With trembling fingers, I pushed the door wider. The hinges screamed in protest. Not from disuse, but because they were bending outward. The metal warped as if by tremendous force, applied from within. The heavy door had been systematically compromised. The frame splintered where the locks had been attached. It hadn't been opened from the outside. It had been broken open from within. My flashlight beam caught movement at the top of the attic stairs, a swift withdrawal of something pale and emaciated. I heard a sound like wet meat slapping against wood as it retreated into the darkness. The smell hit me then, a putrid combination of rot ammonia and something metallic like blood. But underneath was a more disturbing scent, old paper ink and candle wax. The remnants of Blackwood's occult workings preserved for over a century in the sealed space. A low, guttural sound emerged from the darkness, halfway between a growl and speech syllables that hurt my ears and made my vision blur. The temperature in the hallway plummeted, my breath fogging before me. Self-preservation finally overcame curiosity. I staggered backward, nearly falling in my haste to put distance between myself and the open door as I turned to run. I caught a glimpse of something emerging from the darkness, a pale, elongated limb reaching around the doorframe, fingers too numerous and joints too flexible to be human. I didn't look back again. I flew down the stairs and out the front door, leaving it open behind me. I drove straight to Mark's apartment, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. I never returned to the house, not even for my remaining possessions. Mark helped me file a police report the next day, but when officers visited the property, they found nothing. Amidst, the attic door was securely locked. They reported with no signs of damage. Mr. Hargrove expressed surprise at my paranoid delusions and offered to release me from the lease without penalty, an offer I gratefully accepted 2 weeks later while staying at a budget motel and searching for a new apartment. I received a small package in the mail. No return address, but the shaky handwriting on the label was unmistakably Mr. Hargrove's. Inside was a single key and a handwritten note. It knows you're sent. Now it may follow if it does use this on any door in your home and keep that door sealed. May God forgive me, I threw the key away and moved to another state. The following week, sometimes at night, I still wake to the sound of scratching, faint but persistent, coming from the ceiling above my bed, and sometimes in the darkest hours before dawn, I hear something dragging itself slowly across the floor of the vacant apartment above mine. The chlorine smell hits differently at night during the day. It's normal, expected, even mingling with the sounds of splashing and laughter. But at 2 a.m., when the building should be empty, that chemical scent hanging in the still air becomes something else. Entirely something invasive, something wrong. And when I hear water moving in an empty pool, the smell intensifies as if responding to my fear. I've been the night custodian at Westfield Community Sports Center for nearly 7 years now. It's not a glamorous J job, but it pays the bills and suits my preference for solitude. The center itself is a relic from the 1970s, a sprawling concrete structure with dated wood paneling, flickering fluorescent lights, and that particular musty odor, unique to places where thousands of sweaty bodies have passed through over decades. My shift begins at 10 p.m., after the last patrons and staff have left. I clean the weight room, sweep the basketball courts, mop the locker rooms, and ensure everything is ready for the morning crowd. Most nights are uneventful, just me and my cleaning cart, moving through the empty building, my footsteps echoing against the walls. I've grown accustomed to the various sounds an old building makes at night, the settling of foundations, the hum of vending machines, the occasional rattling in the ventilation system, but the pool area has always been different. The indoor pool is housed in its own wing, a large glass roof space with poor acoustics and perpetual humidity. Even during busy hours, voices echo strangely in there, distorted by the water and tile surfaces at night. That echo effect seems to intensify, as if the space itself is somehow larger in the darkness. The first incident happened about 3 months after I started. I was passing by the pool entrance around midnight when I heard what sounded like someone doing laps. The rhythmic splash of arms cutting through water, the distinct sound of someone coming up for air. I froze, convinced we had an after-hours trespasser. It wouldn't be the first time some teenagers had found a way to sneak in for a midnight swim. When I pushed open the heavy double doors, the splashing immediately stopped. I hit the light switch, illuminating the vast space in harsh fluorescent light. The water surface was completely still, a perfect blue mirror reflecting the ceiling. No ripples, no movement, no sign that anyone had been there at all. I searched the entire area, checking bathroom stalls, looking behind equipment, even examining the emergency exits for signs of forced entry. Nothing. Security hadn't reported any breaches, and the building's old but functional alarm system hadn't been triggered. I convinced myself I'd imagined it, or perhaps heard water moving through the pipes. Old buildings make strange sounds after all, but it happened again 2 weeks later. This time the splashing was more frantic, like someone thrashing in the water. I rushed in, faster heart, hammering against my ribs, certain I'd find someone in trouble again. Nothing, just that impossibly still water and the overpowering smell of chlorine that seemed to cling to my clothes for hours afterward. Management brushed off my concerns when I mentioned it. The building manager, a perpetually exhausted man named Taylor, suggested it was probably just the filtration system. Cycling on the maintenance supervisor theorized that temperature changes at night caused the water to expand and contract, creating sounds. Both explanations seemed reasonable, and I wanted to believe them. For a while, I avoided the pool area. During my shifts, I'd speed through my cleaning duties there early in the evening and find reasons to stay in other parts of the building during the later hours. But eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I began lingering near the entrance, listening for those sounds, almost hoping to hear them again so I could prove to myself that I wasn't losing my mind on a particularly cold Tuesday in November. I got my wish. The splashing was unmistakable, loud enough that it sounded like an entire swim team practicing relays. I didn't immediately rush in this time. Instead, I pressed my ear against the door, listening to the rhythmic sounds, trying to detect any pattern or explanation. Then came a new sound, a low gurgling moan that raised the hair on my arms and sent ice through my veins. I backed away from the door, my heart thundering in my chest. My first instinct was to leave to call security or even the police, but I knew what they would find. Nothing, just like every other time. Whatever was happening in there, it seemed visible or audible only to me. That night, I went home and researched the history of the sports center. The building had been constructed in 1974, renovated twice since then, but the pool area remained largely unchanged. There were no newspaper reports of drownings or accidents, no tragic stories that might explain what I was experiencing. The place had an unremarkable history, just decades of swim lessons, water aerobics classes, and community events. The following week, I brought a digital recorder with me. If I couldn't see anything unusual, perhaps I could at least capture the sounds. I set it up near the pool entrance around 11:30 p.m. and continued with my cleaning duties elsewhere. When I retrieved it an hour later, my hands were shaking so badly I could hardly press the playback button. The recording contained nothing but static and the occasional sound of the building's heating system cycling on. No splashing, no moaning, nothing. To validate what I'd been hearing, I began to seriously question my sanity. Was I experiencing auditory hallucinations? Was the isolation of night shifts finally getting to me after years? I even scheduled an appointment with my doctor, who found nothing physically wrong, but suggested I might be experiencing stress-induced sensory anomalies. He recommended a psychiatrist, but I never followed through with the referral. Instead, I became obsessed with proving what I heard was real. I installed a small personal security camera aimed at the pool, camouflaged among the safety equipment on the wall. It was technically against company policy, But my need for answers outweighed potential consequences for 3 nights. The camera recorded nothing unusual, just an empty pool area with occasional shadows cast by passing clouds over the glass ceiling. On the 4th night, everything changed. The footage began normally, the still pool illuminated by the dim emergency lighting at 1:17 a.m. The surface of the water began to ripple slightly from the center outward. As if disturbed by a gentle touch, the ripples increased in intensity until the entire pool appeared to be churning water, sloshing against the edges, and yet there was no visible cause. No object, no person. Nothing falling from above, just the water itself, moving as if alive at 1:22 a.m. The camera's image became distorted, the screen filling with static when the picture cleared. 10 seconds later, the pool was completely still again. The timestamp showed no skip in recording whatever had happened. The camera had captured it or tried to. I watched the footage over and over, a cold sweat breaking out across my forehead. This was proof evidence that something was happening in that pool, something that defied logical explanation. That same night, I made the decision to confront whatever was in there. I waited until 1 a.m. when the building was at its quietest. I entered the pool area, leaving the lights off, except for my flashlight. The chlorine smell hit me immediately, stronger than usual. Almost eye-watering in its intensity, I called out, my voice echoing against the tile walls. I asked if anyone was there, feeling immediately foolish for speaking to an empty room. The water remained still, reflecting the beam of my flashlight like black glass. For nearly 20 minutes I stood there waiting, listening. Nothing happened. No movement, no sound. I began to wonder if the phenomenon was somehow aware of my intentions, if it was hiding from my scrutiny as I turned to leave. Defeated in questioning my investigation, the sound began, not splashing this time, but a slow rhythmic dripping like water falling from a great height into the pool. Drop by drop, I swung my flashlight toward the sound but saw nothing. The dripping continued, growing faster, more insistent, until it became a steady stream. A wave of dizziness washed over me. The smell of chlorine became overwhelming, filling my lungs, making it difficult to breathe. The beam of my flashlight dimmed the batteries, seemingly draining. In real time, in the fading light, I saw the water begin to move, not in ripples or waves, but rising upward in a column from the center of the pool. I backed away, unable to process what I was seeing. The column grew taller, taking on a vaguely humanoid shape, a head, shoulders, arms forming from liquid that somehow maintained its form outside the confines of the pool. My back hit the wall and I realized I had nowhere to run. My legs refused to move. Frozen in primal terror as the water figure drifted toward the edge of the pool. Nearest to me, it had no face, no features, just a suggestion of human form composed entirely of pool water. Yet somehow I felt it watching me, studying me with an intelligence that made my skin crawl. The chlorine smell became mixed with something else, something older and more organic, like algae or river mud. My chest constricted as I struggled to breathe. Black spots danced at the edges of my vision. I was certain I was about to lose consciousness when the overhead light suddenly blazed to life. The water figure collapsed instantly, splashing back into the pool with a sound like a body falling from height. I looked toward the door and saw Taylor, the building manager, his hand still on the light switch, staring at me with concern and confusion. He wanted to know what I was doing in the dark. Why I looked so terrified I couldn't form coherent words, could only point toward the pool that was now perfectly still under the harsh fluorescent lights. Taylor checked the time, nearly 3 a.m., and suggested I'd fallen asleep on the job, perhaps had a nightmare. The explanation was almost appealing in its normalcy, and I nearly accepted it, but then I noticed the puddle of water at my feet several yards away from the pool's edge. Water that couldn't have splashed this far. Water that smelled not of chlorine, but of river mud. Taylor saw it too. He frowned, asking if I'd spilled something when he knelt to touch it. I wanted to stop him, wanted to scream at him, not to make contact with it. The liquid seemed to recoil from his fingers, sliding away across the tile in defiance of gravity before disappearing into a nearby drain. I quit that night. Handed Taylor my keys, mumbled something about health issues, and never returned to collect my final paycheck. He didn't try to convince me to stay, just gave me an odd evaluating look before nodding slowly as if confirming something to himself. It's been 6 months since I left the Westfield Community Sports Center. I found other workday shifts only and mostly convinced myself that stress and isolation were responsible for my experiences. Almost 2 weeks ago, I received a small package in the mail. No return address. Just my name and apartment number. Inside was a USB drive containing a single video file security footage from the pool area, dated 3 days after my departure. The familiar scene of the empty pool at night, the water beginning to move with no apparent cause, but this footage continued longer than mine had the water. Rose formed its humanoid shape and then changed features appeared in the watery form, a face-taking shape, eyes, opening mouth, moving as if speaking words. The camera couldn't capture. It was my face looking back from that watery body. The video ended there, replaced by a text document containing just 3 sentences. The pool has always remembered those who fear it. It collects their reflections, their impressions left on the water. Sometimes it gives them back. I've moved twice. Since receiving that package, I avoid all bodies of water larger than a bathtub. I don't swim, don't visit beaches, don't walk near lakes or rivers. I've installed waterproof cameras throughout my apartment, focused especially on bathroom drains and faucets at night. I often wake to the sound of distant splashing, though there's no water source nearby that could EXP explain it. Sometimes the air in my bedroom smells faintly of chlorine, a scent that now sends me into immediate panic. The worst part isn't the fear of what might be following me, it's the growing sense that whatever is haunting me isn't some external entity from that pool. The real horror is the possibility that part of me never left that building, that some essential piece of my consciousness was somehow extracted and now exists separately trapped in water, trying to find its way back to me, or perhaps trying to replace me entirely. Every mirror I pass, every reflective surface shows me myself, but sometimes just for a moment my reflection seems to move independently, its expression slightly out of sync with my own, a subtle wrongness that vanishes when I look directly at it but returns in my peripheral vision. I don't know how long I can continue living this way, jumping at the sound of running water, avoiding rain, suspecting my own reflection of malevolent intent. But I know one thing with absolute certainty: whatever began in that pool isn't finished with me, and sometimes in my darkest moments of doubt, I wonder if I'm still there, standing at the edge of that pool in the middle of the night, hallucinating this entire life as my body slowly drowns, pulled under by something that has waited decades for company. The thought almost makes me hope that the flashing sounds I hear coming closer each night will finally reach me, if only to confirm which version of reality is true. The first time I heard the footsteps, I dismissed them. The second time I questioned them. By the third time I feared them. Now I know they're waiting for me, and the worst part is that I don't know why my name is Daniel Mercer. I've worked at Crawford & Associates Accounting for 8 years, and until 3 weeks ago, my biggest concern was meeting tax season deadlines. Funny how quickly your priorities change when you realize something impossible is happening around you, something that defies explanation, something that follows you. Our office occupies the entire 4th floor of the Grayson Building, a 1970s concrete structure that's about as charming as you'd expect from that Archet Ural era. It's all fluorescent lighting, beige carpeting, and partitioned cubicles. The kind of place designed to blend into the background of your life during business hours. It hums with activity phones ringing, printers whirring, keyboards clacking, and the constant murmur of colleagues discussing client matters or weekend plans after hours. Though it transforms, the silence becomes a presence in itself, heavy and watchful. The overhead lights cast shadows that never appear during daylight. The building settles with creaks and groans that echo through empty hallways. This never bothered me before. I've always been the one who stays late, who catches up when everyone else has gone home. I found comfort in the solitude, the peaceful productivity of working without interruption that changed 3 weeks ago on a Tuesday night. Tax season was approaching, and I had a backlog of financial statements to review by 9:30. I was the only one left on our floor, possibly in the entire building. Except for Morris, the night security guard, who usually made his rounds every couple of hours. I was hunched over my desk, spreadsheets illuminated by my desk lamp when I first heard it. Footsteps in the main corridor. Firm measured steps moving at an unhurried pace. The sound carried clearly through the silent office heel to toe, the distinctive cadence of hard-soled shoes on carpet. I assumed it was Morris doing his rounds. "Hey, Morris," I called out, not looking up from my screen, going to be another hour or so here. No response came, just the continued sound of footsteps that suddenly stopped. I frowned, lifting my head to listen. Nothing. The corridor outside my office had fallen silent. "Morris," I called again. Pushing back from my desk, the silence stretched on, broken only by the soft hum of my computer and the distant rumble of the HVAC system. A trickle of unease raised the hair on my arms. I stood, walked to my office door, and peered out into the hallway. Empty, the long corridor stretched in both directions, dimly lit by the emergency lighting. No sign of Morris or anyone else. I stepped fully into the hallway and walked its length, checking the break room, the conference area, even the restrooms. Nothing. The entire floor was deserted back at my desk. I rubbed my eyes. Fatigue was making me imagine things. Perhaps the building's old pipes or ductwork created sounds that resembled footsteps that had to be. I returned to my spreadsheets, determined to finish before midnight. 20 minutes later, the phone rang, not my direct line, but the extension on the desk adjacent to mine. A workstation that had been vacant since Lindsay from payroll left the company 4 months ago. The sudden shrill ring in the silent office made me jolt. Heart hammering against my ribs, I stared at the blinking light on the phone. Base confused, that line shouldn't be active. It had disconnected it weeks ago when they collected Lindsay's equipment. It continued, ringing, the sound unnaturally loud in the empty office. After 5 rings, I reached over and picked up the receiver. "Hello, Crawford and Associates," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. No one answered. Instead, I heard what sounded like someone breathing, faint but unmistakable, along with a subtle static that ebbed and flowed like waves on a distant shore. I pressed the phone tighter to my ear. "Hello, who is this?" The breathing continued, neither accelerating nor stopping, as if someone had called me just to let me hear them exist. The longer I listened, the more wrong it felt. The breath seemed to come at precisely timed intervals. Too regular to be natural, my mouth went dry. Look, I don't know who this is, but the line went dead. I set the receiver back in its cradle, my hand trembling slightly. A wrong number, I told myself. Or a glitch in the phone system. The rational explanations lined up in my mind, but none of them explained why my skin felt too tight, or why I suddenly wanted to be anywhere but alone in that office. I saved my work and shut down my computer. The finance statements could wait until morning as I gathered my things. The overhead lights flickered once, twice before stabilizing, just a power surge. I reasoned even as my pulse quickened, moving quickly. Now I switched off my desk lamp and headed toward the exit. The main office lights were controlled by a panel near the elevators. As I approached it, I heard the footsteps again, this time behind me. I froze mid-stride, my breath catching in my throat. The steps were closer than before, moving at that same deliberate pace, heel to toe. I turned slowly, expecting to see Morris or perhaps the cleaning crew. I'd forgotten about the hallway stretched empty before me, silent and still. "Hello?" My voice cracked. "Is someone there?" Nothing, just the soft buzz of the emergency exit sign, sweat bead on my forehead. Despite the office's chill, I was not someone prone to imagination or nerves. I dealt in numbers and certainties. In the comforting reliability of balance sheets where everything must add up, whatever this was, didn't add up. I moved quickly to the light panel and shut everything down. The office plunged into darkness, illuminated only by the exit signs and the city lights filtering through the blinds. As I turned back toward the elevators, the footsteps resumed now. From the direction of my office, they moved steadily, purposefully, coming closer. My pulse thundered in my ears as I jabbed the elevator call button repeatedly. I could hear the elevator car whirring its way up from the lobby, too slowly. The footsteps continued their approach, and now I could feel a change in the air, a drop in temperature. a heaviness that hadn't been there before the elevator dinged its arrival. Just as the footsteps reached the corner of the hallway, I practically threw myself inside, punching the lobby button and the door. Close button simultaneously as the door slid shut, I caught a glimpse of nothing, just the empty hallway. Though the sound of footsteps had been mere seconds away from rounding the corner, that night I slept with the lights on for the first time since childhood. The next morning I convinced myself I'd experienced some combination of exhaustion and an overactive imagination. The human mind seeks patterns, creates explanations, finds faces in random shapes. I'd been working too hard. That's all. Nevertheless, I found myself leaving the office promptly at 5 that evening, something I hadn't done in years. 2 days passed without incident. My confidence returned, and with it my usual work habits, taxis, and waits for no one. After all, by Friday, I once again found myself alone in the office after hours, though I promised myself I wouldn't stay past, At 7:30, I was deep in concentration when the temperature in my office plummeted. One moment I was comfortable, the next, I could see my breath forming small clouds with each exhalation. I looked up from my computer, rubbing my arms against the sudden chill. That's when I noticed the cursor on my screen moving. I hadn't touched the mouse. My hands were nowhere near the keyboard, yet the cursor drifted deliberately across the spreadsheet I'd been working on. Highlighting a column of numbers, I stared, unable to process what I was seeing. As the cursor clicked on the sum at the bottom of the column, 14 set out 58,643, and began typing. The digits deleted themselves one by one, replaced by new numbers, 3479. My throat constricted. Those weren't just any digits, they were the last 4 digits of my social security number. I lunged forward, yanking the computer's power cord from the wall. The screen went black instantly. My chest heaved as though I'd run a marathon, cold sweat soaking through my shirt. Despite the frigid air, this couldn't be happening. It wasn't possible. A notification chimed on my phone. With shaking hands, I pulled it from my pocket and looked at the screen. One new email from an address I didn't recognize. New Grayson Building. Net. The subject line read simply 3479. I didn't open it. Instead, I grabbed my coat and briefcase, not bothering to shut down properly or organize my desk. As I hurried toward the exit, I heard the footsteps again, this time from multiple directions. They converged on my position from the break room, the file storage area, and the main corridor, walking faster now. Urgent. I ran the stairwell. Seemed safer than waiting for the elevator. I took the steps 2 at a time, the sound of my own panic descent echoing in the concrete chamber behind me. Or was it above me? I heard doors opening. More footsteps joining the chase. By the time I reached the lobby, I was in a full sprint. Morris looked up from his security desk, startled by my sudden appearance. "Everything all right, Mr. Mercer?" he asked, concern etched on his weathered face. I forced myself to stop, to breathe, to appear normal. I couldn't tell him I was running from nothing, from footsteps without bodies, from a presence I couldn't see. "Fine, Morris," I managed. "Just realized I'm late for dinner plans." He nodded, though his eyes remained skeptical. "Working too hard, sir. Not good for the health." If only he knew. The weekend provided sanctuary in the comfort of my apartment, surrounded by daylight and the familiar sounds of my neighborhood. The events at the office seemed distant, almost dreamlike. I considered finding another job, but how would I explain leaving a senior position during tax season? Besides, Crawford and Associates had been good to me. The pay was excellent. My colleagues respectful. Was I really going to throw that away because of some unexplained occurrences that probably had rational explanations by Monday? I'd convinced myself to return, though I made a new rule: no staying after 6. No matter what, for a week this worked. I came in early instead of staying late, maintained a friendly but casual relationship with my colleagues, and tried to forget what had happened. The incident with my computer I attributed to some kind of malware, the cold spot to a malfunctioning vent, the footsteps to the building's peculiar acoustics. Then Lindsay from payroll called me. Not the actual Lindsay. She'd moved to Seattle months ago, but a call from her old extension. I was alone in my office at 5:45, preparing to leave, when her line rang, the same line that had been disconnected, the same line that shouldn't work. I stared at the blinking light. My hand hovering midway to the receiver, every instinct told me not to answer it, but something stronger. Curiosity, perhaps, or the need to confront what was happening made me pick up. "Hello," I said, my voice steadier than I felt this time. Instead of breathing, I heard what sounded like a recording of my own voice played back at me from some previous conversation. Going to be another hour or so. Hear my greeting to Morris from that first night. Ice flooded my veins. "Who is this?" I demanded. "What do you want?" More of my own words echoed back. "Look, I don't know who this is." But then a new voice broke through, distorted as if coming from underwater or through damaged speakers. It spoke just 3 words, each one. Distinct and deliberate, the numbers wrong. The line went dead. I dropped the phone as if it had burned me wrong. Numbers, that's what this was about. Financial statements, spreadsheets. Had I made some critical error that was now manifesting in this impossible way? I pulled up the file I'd been working on that first night, scanning the columns for discrepancies. Everything looked cool, correct. But then I noticed a footnote I hadn't seen before. A small asterisk next to one of the client claim deductions. Following the reference led me to a note that simply hadn't been there before. Check storage box 3479. The digits again, my social security number's last 4. The file room was on the opposite side of the office, a windowless space lined with metal shelves and filing cabinets. During business hours, it was frequently visited after hours. It was the most isolated part of the floor. I checked my watch 6:10 p.m. I'd already broken my rule about leaving by 600. I should go home. I told myself whatever this is, it can wait until morning when others are here. But I knew it wouldn't wait. Something was trying to communicate with me, and it was using the only language it thought I'd understand, numbers. The journey to the file room felt longer than usual. The overhead lights buzzed more intensely, casting deeper shadows. Each step I took seemed to echo oddly, as if someone just around the corner was matching my pace. When I reached the file room door, my shirt was damp with sweat. Despite the building's cooling system inside, the room was colder than the rest of the office. My breath formed visible puffs as I navigated the narrow aisles between shelving units. Box numbers were organized by client and year, but also had sequential storage numbers. I found section 3000 quickly enough, then worked my way to 3479. The box was unremarkable, a standard cardboard storage container. Dusty from lack of handling the label. Indicated it contained records for a client we hadn't serviced in years, a small manufacturing company that had gone out of business in 2008. 2008. Why would this be relevant? Now I pulled the box from the shelf. It was lighter than I expected, as if it contained just a few papers, rather than the thick files it should have held. The lid came off easily, revealing a single manila folder. Inside the folder tab was labeled simply Daniel Mercer. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper, an employee termination form with my name on it. The termination date was listed as March 15th, 2018, 7 years ago. But that was impossible. I hadn't been terminated. I was still employed here. I had just received my annual review 2 months ago, along with a modest raise at the bottom of the form, where a reason for termination should have been listed. Someone had written in block letters, "Deceased workplace accident." The paper slipped from my numb fingers. This was a sick joke. It had to be someone playing an elaborate prank. Maybe the partners were trying to push me out, make me quit, rather than fire me properly. As I bent to retrieve the fallen paper, I noticed something else in the box. A newspaper clipping yellowed with age. The headline read, "Local accountant found dead in office building." The photo beneath the headline showed the Grayson building. Police cars parked outside their lights, casting red and blue patterns on the concrete facade. The article was dated March 16th, 2018, and began Daniel Mercer, 34, was found deceased in his office at Crawford and Associates early Thursday morning by the night security guard. My vision blurred. This couldn't be real. I was alive. I was here. I could feel the paper between my fingers, see my breath in the cold air, hear my heart pounding in my chest, and suddenly I could hear footsteps again all around me, now coming from every direction and circling the file room. Not just one set, but many a crowd of invisible presences converging on my location. With them came a chorus of ringing phones, starting distant but growing closer, louder until it seemed every extension in the office was shrilling at once. I backed against the shelving unit, the box, and its impossible contents clutched to my chest. "This isn't real," I said aloud, my voice sounding hollow in the confined space. "I'm not dead, I'm here. I exist." The footsteps stopped abruptly. The phones fell silent. In their place came a new sound. The software of the building's HVAC system powering down one by one. The overhead lights began to shut off darkness, spreading through the file room like spilled ink, until only the faint glow of the emergency exit sign remained. In that dim red light, I saw my breath slow, then stop being visible altogether. The temperature had normalized whatever presence had filled the room. Moments before seemed to have withdrawn. I stood frozen for several long minutes, waiting for something else to happen when nothing did. I carefully placed the box back on the shelf and made my way through the darkened office to the stairwell. I didn't run this time. There seemed no point. Morris looked up as I emerged into the lobby, his expression neutral. "Working late again, Mr. Mercer." I studied his face, searching for any sign that he was part of this, that he knew something. All I saw was the mild concern of an aging security guard for a workaholic tenant just finished up. I replied, my voice steadier than I expected. "Have a good night, Morris." "You too, sir. See you tomorrow." Woody would anyone that was 2 weeks ago, I've continued coming to work each day, arriving precisely at 9 o'clock and leaving precisely at 5. My colleagues treat me no differently. My clients call with the same questions and concerns. The office functions as it always has. Yet something fundamental has changed. I've checked public records, news archives, even my own medical files. There's no evidence I died in 2018 or any other time. The box in the file room now contains only routine paperwork for the manufacturing client. It was supposed to house the phones. Work normally, my computer behaves as expected, but sometimes when I'm alone in my office and the building grows quiet, I catch glimpses of something in my peripheral vision, shadowy figures that vanish. When I turn to look directly at them, and each night as I prepare to leave, I hear a single set of footsteps matching mine, exactly following just behind me all the way to the elevator. I don't look back anymore. I don't need to. I know the footsteps are mine. Or rather, they belong to the Daniel Mercer who never left this building on March 15th, 2018. He's trying to tell me something. Trying to make me understand a truth I can't yet grasp. The numbers don't add up, you see? And in my profession, that's something we simply cannot ignore. So I wait, and I listen, and I prepare for whatever revelation comes next. After all, what's the worst that could happen? I'm already dead. Or perhaps I never truly lived the first time I saw it. I convinced myself it was nothing. Just a trick of the light. A shadow cast by the flickering fluorescent bulb that had been threatening to die for weeks. But deep down I knew in that decrepit basement locker room with its perpetual dampness and the subtle scent of that no amount of industrial cleaner could mask something had found me, and now it wouldn't let me go. Downtown's elite fitness center was anything but elite, housed in a pre-war building with creaking floors and walls that sweated when humidity rose. It survived on cheap membership fees and its convenient location near the financial district. The equipment was outdated, the trainers half interested, but the monthly rate was something I could afford on my editor's salary. And after my divorce, I needed somewhere to channel the restless energy that kept me awake at night. I preferred working out late, arriving around 8:30 p.m. When the after-work crowd had thinned, the gym closed at 10, giving me just enough time to complete my routine before the staff began their not-so-subtle hints that they wanted to lock up the basement. Locker room became my private sanctuary. Those last 15 minutes, most members avoided showering, they're preferring to head home instead. The locker room's design was a relic from another era, a narrow corridor. LED past rows of dented metal lockers to a shower area with cracked tiles and inconsistent water pressure. Halfway down this corridor stood an enormous wall-mounted mirror, easily 7 feet tall and 5 feet wide, its ornate brass frame incongruously grand. Against the utilitarian surroundings, management had probably salvaged it from somewhere else in the building during a long-ago renovation. The mirror's surface had that wavy common to old glass, subtly distorting reflections. In a way that modern mirrors don't. It was the Tuesday after Labor Day when I first noticed something. Miss I just finished an intense session on the squat rack and was alone in the locker room toweling off sweat before heading to the shower. As I opened my locker, I caught movement in the mirror's periphery, a dark smudge passing behind my reflected self. My head snapped around hard, suddenly racing, but the corridor behind me was empty. I turned back to the mirror, scanning its surface, carefully near the right edge. A slight discoloration marred the glass, like a smear of something dark or perhaps just a shadow cast at an odd angle. I reached out, running my fingers over the spot. It felt smooth and cool. Just like the rest of the mirror, the rational explanation was dirt. A poorly cleaned mirror in a basement that hadn't seen proper maintenance in decades. I mentioned it offhandedly to Miguel, the night attendant, as I left. He nodded distractedly, promising to have someone look at it tomorrow. We both knew nobody would a week pass before I noticed anything unusual again. I was alone once more, the gym nearly empty as closing time approached. Standing before the mirror adjusting my gym bag, I felt a sudden cold spot, as if walking through a pocket of frigid air in an otherwise room temperature space. The chill raised goosebumps along my arms and the back of my neck, and then at the edge of my vision, that same dark smudge seemed to move, expanding slightly before retreating to the mirror's edge. My breath caught. I stared hard at the spot, willing it to move again to confirm what I had seen. Nothing happened, but as I leaned closer to examine the glass, my reflected face appeared somehow different. The eyes a fraction too wide, the mouth set in an expression I wasn't consciously making. For just a moment, I experienced the disorienting sensation of looking at a stranger wearing my face. I backed away, gathered my things, and left without showering. Over the next few weeks, I considered switching gyms, but financial constraints and stubbornness kept me returning. I changed my routine slightly, trying to finish earlier, but inevitably found myself alone in that basement corridor as close closing time approached. And each time the phenomena grew more pronounced, the dark smudge began appearing more frequently. No longer just at the mirror's edge, but sometimes sliding across its surface. While I changed or showered, the temperature drops became more dramatic. On one occasion, my exhaled breath actually fogged in the suddenly frigid air. Most disturbing were the subtle differences in my reflection movements that lagged by milliseconds. Expressions that didn't quite match my own, a sense that what I was seeing wasn't quite in sync with reality. When I finally mentioned these occurrences to Miguel, his reaction was predictably dismissive. He reluctantly accompanied me to the locker room, where of course nothing unusual happened. Standing beside me, he peered into the mirror and saw only what should be there. Two men in a dingy basement. He suggested with poorly concealed impatience that perhaps I was overtraining or needed more sleep. The lighting down here was bad. He reminded me always playing tricks on people, but I knew what I had seen. What I continued to see when no one else was present, I began researching the building's history. Downtown Myrtle Bank had constructed it in 1908, and it had housed various businesses over the decades before becoming a fitness center in the late 90s. The basement had served many purposes. Storage file room, even briefly as a small employee cafeteria in the 60s. Nothing in the public record suggested tragedy or death that might explain a haunting. If that's what this was, October arrived, bringing earlier sunsets and a perpetual chill to the basement locker room. My encounters with whatever lurked in the mirror grew more intense one evening while showering. I distinctly heard whispers emanating from the drain, too faint to discern words but unmistakably human. In cadence, when I hurriedly shut off the water and grabbed my two, I found footprints on the floor leading from the mirror to the shower stall damp. Impressions that couldn't be mine because they approached from the wrong direction. They evaporated as I watched, leaving no trace, except my accelerated heartbeat and the cold sweat that had nothing to do with my workout. That night, my sleep was plagued by dreams of the mirror in my nightmare. I approached it endlessly down a corridor that stretched longer with each step. My reflection waited patiently, growing more distinct as I struggled to reach it, but the face looking back wasn't mine, or rather it was mine, but wrong, like a photographed negative. With hollow eyes and a mouth stretched too wide, in a grimace, masquerading as a smile, I woke gasping, sheets damp with sweat. The bedside clock displaying 3:33 a.m. For several minutes I sat upright, convincing myself there was no mirror in my bedroom, no watching presence in the darkened corners. When sleep finally reclaimed me, it was thin and restless. The next day I asked Diane, the morning manager who worked at the gym, since its opening about the mirror. Her response was unexpected. She paused, keys jingling in her hand, and asked why I wanted to know. There was something guarded in her expression that hadn't been there before. I kept my explanation vague, just curious about such an ornate piece in an otherwise utilitarian space. Diane revealed that the mirror had been there when they took over the building, too heavy and cumbersome to move. She'd wanted to remove it during renovations, but the owner had insisted on leaving it something about architectural integrity or historical preservation. She hurried away after that, suddenly remembering an appointment. She was lying. I was certain of it that evening. I purposely arrived later than usual. The gym was nearly empty, just a couple of regulars finishing half-hearted sets before heading home. Miguel was nowhere to be seen. Unusual, since he was typically stationed near the entrance. At this hour, I completed an abbreviated workout, my attention focused more on the approaching solitude than on proper form or rep counts. By 9:45, I was alone. The overhead speakers announced 15 minutes until closing, the automated message echoing through empty rooms. I descended the stairs to the basement, each step heavier than the last. Some irrational part of me hoped that confronting whatever dwelt in the mirror might end this escalating situation. Another part recognized the foolishness of intentionally seeking out something I didn't understand. The locker room corridor seemed darker than usual. 2 of the fluorescent tubes had failed, leaving pools of shadow between islands of harsh light. The air felt thicker, more resistant, as if the oxygen percentage had subtly decreased, and it was cold, much colder than the autumn night outside. Warranted standing before the mirror, I saw only my ordinary reflection. At first, a middle-aged man with tension evident in the set of his shoulders and the tightness around his eyes. I waited, breathing carefully, watching for any anomaly. Minutes passed. Nothing happened, just as I began to feel foolish, ready to chalk up my experiences to overwork and an active imagination. The fluorescent light directly overhead flickered and went out. The mirror's surface darkened, and in that moment of semi-darkness, my reflection changed. It was still recognizably me, but the eyes now held an emotion. I wasn't feeling a malicious amusement that sent adrenaline coursing through my system as I stared, paralyzed. My reflection's head tilted slightly, a movement I hadn't made. Its lips parted in the suggestion of a smile. The light above sputtered back to life, and the reflection normal IED. But I had seen enough. This wasn't imagination or trick of light. Whatever looked back at me from that glass wasn't me. At least not entirely. I backed away, heart hammering against my ribs, mouth dry with fear. My reflected counterpart matched my movements perfectly now, the momentary divergence apparently over. But I knew what I had seen. The basement speakers crackled with the 10-minute warning I should leave. Every instinct screamed to run from this place and never return. Instead, I found myself stepping closer to the mirror, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't name. "What are you?" My voice emerged as a hoarse whisper. My reflection mowed the same words. Synchronized once more, but then as I watched, a subtle change rippled across its features. The eyes darkened, the pupils expanding until little iris remained. The head tilted again, that not quite natural angle suggesting curiosity or perhaps predatory assessment. Behind my reflection, the dark smudge I'd noticed weeks ago expanded, spreading like spilled ink across the mirror's surface. It no longer resembled a shadow or stain, but something three-dimensional that existed behind the glass. Extending outward as it grew, the temperature plummeted. My breath clouded before me in short panic bursts. The overhead lights flickered again, and in that strobing effect, I saw my reflection step backward while I remained frozen in place. The distance between us increased with each flicker, until my doppelganger stood fully 5 feet behind where it should be receding into a space that couldn't exist. It raised one hand in a gesture that might have been farewell or invitation. The darkness behind it consolidated, taking vague form a suggestion of height of mass of limbs that moved wrong. Whatever it was, it dwarfed my F-flexion, enveloping it. Partially in what might have been an embrace or consumption, I stumbled backward, my heel catching on the uneven floor. The fall saved me as I crashed to the ground. My gaze broke from the mirror, the spell of paralysis shattered with the eye contact. I scrambled up and ran, dignity forgotten in the flight response that overrode all other concerns behind me. The temperature normalized with each step I took away from the mirror. By the time I reached the stairs, I felt only the usual basement chill rather than the bone-deep cold of moments before Miguel stood at the front desk, eyebrows rising at my disheveled appearance and the fact that I still wore my workout clothes. Gym bag clutched in white-knuckled hands, he asked if everything was all right. I mumbled something about not feeling well and hurried past, unwilling to explain or perhaps unable to find words that wouldn't sound deranged. I didn't return to the gym for a week. During that time, I researched mirrors in folklore and urban legends, finding countless stories of mirrors as portals or traps for spirits. Most cultures had some taboo or superstition regarding mirrors and darkness. None of it helped me understand what was happening at Elite Fitness, but it confirmed I wasn't alone in fearing what might lurk behind reflective surfaces when I finally returned. It was midday, the gym crowded with lunch break warriors and retirees using their discounted daytime memberships. I avoided the basement entirely, using the small restroom near the entrance instead. But as my workout ended, I found myself drawn downstairs by a compulsion I couldn't resist. The locker room was occupied. This time, two men changing after their workouts, their conversation about protein supplements echoing off the tiled walls. I positioned myself to keep the mirror in view while I changed. Watching for any abnormality with others present, the glass remained just glass, my reflection behaving as it should as the men left. One of them nodded to me in passing. I nearly grabbed his arm, nearly begged him to stay instead. I watched them disappear up the stairs, leaving me alone once more. With the mirror, the familiar cold descended immediately, as if it had been waiting just beyond the threshold of perception. My reflected self looked back at me, eyes dark and knowing a slight smile playing at lips that I could feel, remained pressed in a grim line on my actual face. "What are you want?" I whispered the reflection. Smile widened behind it. The darkness gathered again, taking more substantial form than before. It suggested a human silhouette, but wrong proportions. Exaggerated limbs too numerous or too long, it loomed over my doppelganger with what I could only interpret as possessive intent. My reflection's lips moved, forming words I couldn't hear, but somehow I understood wrecking company release. The overhead light flickered and my reflection retreated further into the impossible space behind the glass. One hand extended toward me, palm up in unmistakable invitation behind it. The darkness parted like a curtain, revealing glimpses of a place that wasn't a place. A void punctuated by fragments of what might have been other rooms, other mirrors, other trapped observers. I understood then the mirror wasn't haunted, it was a door, and whatever had assumed my likeness was a gatekeeper seeking to draw me through. I backed away, shaking my head. My reflection's expression hardened, the simulated humanity dropping away to reveal something ancient and patient and hungry. The darkness behind it surged forward, pressing against the glass like a membrane about to rupture. The mirror's surface rippled actual physical movement, distorting its reflective plane. A sound filled the room, not heard with ears but felt in bone and tissue, a subsonic vibration that rattled fillings and set nerve endings alight with pain. I ran up the stairs past startled staff out into the street, where I gulped fresh air in desperate lungfuls. I never returned to Elite Fitness after that day, forfeited my membership, abandoned my locker contents, ignored the automated emails asking why I'd left sometimes, passing reflective surfaces, store windows, car mirrors. Even my phone's darkened screen, I catch movement at the periphery of my vision. a familiar silhouette watching, waiting for recognition or invitation. I've covered the mirrors in my apartment, learned to shave by touch rather than sight, because I know what waits on the other side of the glass, and I know that each time I meet those eyes, the barrier between us wears thinner. One day, perhaps no mirror will be needed at all. Until then, I avoid my reflection and try not to think about that other self waiting in the darkness beyond the mirror's edge. Sometimes, though, I wonder if I made the right choice, if what looked back at me from that basement mirror was truly malevolent or merely different, if the darkness had offered was oblivion or transformation, and in those moments of doubt when my guard is lowest, I feel it watching patient eternal, certain that eventually curiosity will overcome caution. After all, we're reflections of each other, and mirrors don't forget the faces they've shown. The first time I felt it, that unmistakable sensation of being watched, was on a Tuesday. In late October, the fluorescent lights in the hallway flickered, casting elongated shadows that seemed to follow me as I walked toward the equipment storage room. I dismissed it as fatigue, a natural consequence of hosting midnight musings, 5 nights a week at our small community radio station. But even as I told myself it was nothing, the hairs on the back of my neck stood rigid and my pulse quickened with each step down that corridor. Something had changed in the building, something was different, something was there. I've been working at WKRP for almost 3 years now. It's nothing impressive, just a small radio station servicing our rural county with local news music and the occasional call-in show. The building itself is unremarkable, a converted 2-story house from the 1960s with offices upstairs and studios on the main floor during the day. It's alive with activity producers darting between rooms, guests waiting in the small reception area, phones ringing. But after 11, it transforms into something else entirely. The cheerful bustle gives way to hollow silence, interrupted only by the hum of equipment and my own voice echoing through the empty rooms. It's just me and Marco. Then he's our night technician, a man of few words who spends his shift locked away in the control room, monitoring levels and occasionally slipping me notes about time constraints or upcoming segments. We rarely speak beyond brief exchanges about the show's logistics. I never minded the solitude. In fact, I cherish those quiet hours alone with my thoughts and the microphone. Until recently, that first night, I had just finished recording a promo for an upcoming interview. The clock on the wall read 12:38 a.m. I needed to retrieve some backup equipment from storage. A microphone to replace one that had been acting up. The storage room sits at the end of a long hallway, past several darkened offices. In the break room, I'd made this walk hundreds of times before without a second thought. The moment I stepped into the hallway, my body tensed, my skin prickled with goosebumps. Despite the building's adequate heating, each step I took seemed to produce an echo that didn't quite match my movements, as if a second set of footsteps followed just microc behind mine. I stopped, the echo continued for one more step before ceasing. My mouth went dry. I called out to Marco, thinking perhaps he had emerged from his technical sanctuary for a rare bathroom break or coffee run. No response came, just the persistent buzz of the fluorescent lights overhead and the sudden deadening sound of my own heartbeat in my ears. I forced myself to continue walking, my eyes scanning every shadow, every doorway. When I reached the storage room, I fumbled with the keys, my hands trembling slightly. I grabbed the microphone and hurried back to the studio, unable to shake the feeling of invisible eyes tracking my movements. I mentioned nothing to Marco that night. What was there to say that I thought the empty building was following me? That shadows seemed to move in my peripheral vision. He'd think I was losing my grip, too many late nights and too much coffee. The next 3 shifts passed without incident. I began to relax, dismissing that night as nothing more than exhaustion playing trick on my mind. But then came Friday. I was in the middle of a segment about local history when the temperature in the studio plummeted. My breath fogged in front of my face, and through the glass partition I could see Marco's confused expression. As he adjusted dials and checked settings, I continued speaking, professional instincts overriding my growing unease as I leaned toward the microphone. A distinct sound emerged from just behind my right shoulder, a soft, deliberate throat clearing as if someone was preparing to speak. My words died in my throat. I spun around, nearly toppling my chair. The studio was empty through the glass. I could see Marco staring at me, his eyebrows raised in question. I gestured vaguely at my throat and took a sip of water, forcing myself to continue the broadcast. After only a brief, awkward pause, the remainder of the show passed in a blur, my senses hyper-alert to every creak and hum in the building when the on-air light finally went dark. I confronted Marco. Had he heard anything unusual? Did he notice the sudden temperature drop? He shook his head, looking at me with growing concern. He suggested I was coming down with something that perhaps I should take the weekend to rest. I nodded, agreeing without conviction yet. As I gathered my belongings, I noticed him glancing nervously at the dark hallway beyond the control room he might not have. Acknowledged it, but something had unsettled him too. The weekend offered no respite. I lay awake in my apartment, replaying those moments in the studio, questioning my perceptions. By Monday, I had nearly convinced myself it was all in my head. Stress, exhaustion, perhaps even the early stages of an illness. I returned to the station with renewed determination to focus solely on my work. That resolve shattered the moment I stepped through the doors. The air inside felt heavy, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. The familiar surroundings seemed subtly altered, as if everything had been shifted an inch to the left. I nodded a greeting to the daytime staff, none of whom seemed to notice anything. Was I truly the only one who felt it? The day's staff filtered out as evening approached, leaving just me, Marco, and whatever else now occupied the building. I settled into the studio, reviewing my notes for the night's show while Marco ran through his pre-broadcast checks. The first 2 hours went smoothly. Music interludes, local news, a few pre-recorded interviews around 1 a.m. I announced a 15-minute break and left the studio to use the restroom. The hallway stretched before me like a tunnel, the end seeming much farther away than I remembered. The fluorescent tubes overhead buzzed and flickered, creating stroboscopic patterns on the worn carpet. I walked quickly, keeping my eyes fixed ahead, fighting the urge to look over my shoulder in the restroom. I splashed cold water on my face and stared at my reflection. Dark circles had formed under my eyes. My skin appeared sour under the harsh lighting. I looked like a man hunted as I dried my hands. I heard it again, that deliberate throat clearing coming from one of the stalls behind me. My heart lurched painfully against my ribcage. I knew with absolute certainty that I had been alone when I entered. I had checked a new habit born of growing paranoia. My legs felt leaden as I turned slowly to face the row of stalls. All doors stood open, all stalls empty. A violent shiver ran down my spine as I backed toward the exit. My hand fumbled for the doorknob, refusing to turn away from those empty stalls as I pushed the door open. A whisper emerged from the last stall, so faint I almost missed it. Stay, I ran, dignity abandoned. I sprinted down the corridor toward the studio, toward Marco, in the comforting presence of another human being. I burst into the control room, startling him so badly he knocked over his coffee. His eyes widened as he took in my appearance, face-pale breathing. Ragged before I could explain, before I could put words to the terror coursing through me. A tremendous bang echoed through the building. The door to the hallway had slammed shut with such force that the glass partition between the studio and control room vibrated. Marco jumped to his feet, asking what the hell that was. I struggled to form a coherent response, managing only to ask if anyone else was in the building. He shook his head, insisting he had been locked in the control room the entire time. We checked the security system together, reviewing the footage from the single camera mounted in the reception area. Nothing, no movement, no unexplained shadows. Nothing to account for the slamming door or the voice I was certain I had heard Marco suggested a draft. An open window somewhere in the building, I nodded, clinging to this rational explanation despite knowing all windows remained sealed against the autumn chill. Somehow I finished that night's broadcast. My voice sounded hollow even to my own ears. Marco watched me carefully throughout the remaining hours, his concern evident in the frequent glances he cast my way. When the show finally ended, he offered to walk with me to my car. I accepted gratefully, though neither of us acknowledged the reason for this sudden courtesy. The following week brought new manifestations. Items in the studio moved when I wasn't looking. A coffee mug shifting positions, my notes rearranging themselves. A chair turned to face the door rather than the microphone. The temperature fluctuations continued isolated to whatever room I occupied, and always the feeling of being observed, of being followed. I began recording everything using my phone. I captured audio during my walks to the storage room, during breaks in the broadcast. During those tense moments after Marco had gone to the control room and I sat alone in the studio, most recordings revealed nothing beyond the building's normal sounds. The creak of settling foundations, the hum of electricity, the distant rumble of the HVAC system. Until last Tuesday, I was reviewing a recording from the previous night, earbuds in volume at maximum. I had been walking to the storage room, narrating my movements in a whisper as I went beneath my voice. Beneath the sound of my footsteps, I heard something else. A second set of footsteps perfectly synchronized with mine except for a slight delay, as if whatever followed deliberately matched my pace, and then unmistakably that. Throat clearing close enough to the phone that it should have been visible in frame had I been recording video instead of audio. My finger hovered over the delete button. Part of me wanted to erase this evidence, to continue pretending this was all in my mind, but I couldn't. Instead, I transferred the file to my computer and enhanced the audio. Isolating that foreign sound, what emerged chilled me to my core. It wasn't just a throat clearing. There were words beneath that sound, barely audible, even with enhancement. "I've been waiting for you." I played the recording for Mark that night. His face drained of color as he listened for weeks. He had been humoring me, I realized, offering rational explanations, suggesting I see a doctor about stress or sleep deprivation. Now faced with irrefutable evidence, he admitted that he too had experienced things. Equipment malfunctions that technicians could never explain, strange sounds coming through his headphones when no microphones were active. The persistent feeling of being watched when he used the restroom down on the hall. We spent hours that night after the broadcast sharing our experiences, comparing timelines. The phenomena had begun approximately 6 weeks ago, shortly after the station manager had brought in some old broadcasting equipment, purchased at an estate sale, vintage. Microphones, a turntable, and several boxes of records from a station that had gone defunct in the 1970s. Marco mentioned that one of the previous owners had died in a broadcasting accident, electrocuted while trying to repair equipment during a thunderstorm. I suggested we research this further, learn more about the station's history and its former employees. Marco agreed, though neither of us acknowledged what we were really discussing. The possibility that we were being haunted by someone who had once sat where I now sat each night, someone whose connection to broadcasting transcended death itself. Last night I came prepared. I brought salt, a protective barrier according to folklore, digital recorders for each room, and a small camera to keep on my person. Marco raised his eyebrows but said nothing as I set up my makeshift ghost hunting equipment. We had moved beyond skepticism into a shared acceptance of our reality. However bizarre the broadcast began normally, I introduced the night's topics, played several songs requested by late-night listeners, and conducted a pre-recorded interview with a local author. During a music break, I left the studio to check one of my recorders in the break room. The hallway felt especially oppressive that night, the air thick and resistant, as if I were walking through water rather than empty space. The break room door stood ajar, though I distinctly remembered closing it. My recorder sat undisturbed on the table, its red light blinking steadily as I reached for it. The temperature plummeted, my breath fogged before me, and the small hair on my arm stood rigid. The feeling of being watched intensified until it was almost a physical pressure against my skin. I turned slowly, camera in hand, and for the first time I saw it not clearly. Not as a defined shape, but as a disturbance in the air. A rippling like heat waves rising from hot asphalt. It hovered in the doorway, blocking my exit. My heart hammered painfully against my ribs and sweat broke out across my forehead. Despite the rigid air, the camera slipped from my trembling fingers, clattering to the floor. That's when it spoke. Not a whisper this time, but a full voice, raspy and static-filled like someone speaking through an old radio with poor reception. "You've taken my place." The words seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Filling the room, filling my head, I pressed back against the table, trying to put distance between myself and that shimmering disturbance. My throat constricted, making it difficult to breathe, let alone respond. The ripple moved closer, the temperature dropped further until it hurt to inhale. On the table behind me, the recorder sparked and died, its batteries draining instantly. The lights overhead flickered violently, then stabilized at half their normal brightness. I found my voice at last, though it emerged as a hoarse whisper. I asked what it wanted, why it was here, who it had been. The ripple expanded, filling my field of vision for just a moment. Within that disturbance, I glimpsed a face gaunt with hollow eyes and lips pulled back in what might have been a smile or a grimace. Then it was gone, the ripple, contracting to a small point before vanishing entirely. The temperature began to rise immediately, the oppressive feeling lifting like a weight removed from my chest. I remained frozen for several minutes, unable to move, unable to process what had just occurred. The sound of Marco's voice over the intercom finally broke my paralysis. The music had ended and I was due back in the studio on unsteady legs. I retrieved my camera and the now dead recorder and made my way back. Marco took one look at my face and knew something had happened. He mouthed, "What, through the glass?" But I could only shake my head and prepare to continue the broadcast. My voice shook, noticing L for the first few minutes until I managed to regain some semblance of professional composure. After the show, I showed Marco the camera footage, a blurry, shaking view of the break room, then the ripple in the air, indistinct but undeniably there. The audio captured the voice clearly, those 4 words hanging between us as we listened. "You've taken my place." We stayed until dawn, scouring the internet for information about the station's history, about the man who had died here decades ago. We found little beyond what we already knew his name. Richard Carlson, his position night host like me, the circumstances of his death, electrical accident during a storm, no photos, no detailed employment history, nothing to explain his apparent attachment to the station or his apparent resentment toward me. I called in sick tonight. I couldn't bear the thought of returning to that building, of walking those halls, knowing what waited for me there. Marco reported that everything seemed normal in my absence. No temperature fluctuations, no equipment malfunctions, no disembodied voices. It only happens when I'm there, only me tomorrow. I need to make a decision. Do I return to the station, confront whatever Richard was in life and remains in death? Do I resign, walking away from a job I once loved, or is there some middle ground? A way to acknowledge his presence, perhaps even share the space he clearly still considers his own for now? I sit in my apartment, lights blazing against the darkness, jumping at every creak and groan of the building settling around me. Sleep feels like a distant memory. Each time I close my eyes, I see that ripple in the air, that almost face within it. And I wonder, if I turn on the radio right now and tune to our station's frequency, whose voice would I hear in the dead of night? Marco's pre-recorded announcements filling in for my absence, or something else entirely? Something that's been waiting for decades for its chance to return to the airwaves. I don't dare find out, not tonight. Instead, I write this account as a record, as a warning to who I'm not sure, perhaps to myself. Should I forget the reality of what I've experienced, perhaps, to whoever takes my place, should I choose not to return, because one thing is certain, that voice, that presence, that former host isn't going anywhere. The station belongs to him in ways I'm only beginning to understand, and the most terrifying realization is that I'm not sure he's content merely to observe anymore. That ripple moved with purpose last night. Those words carried intention. You've taken my place, not a statement of fact, but an accusation, a prelude to something else, something worse. And if I return tomorrow night, I fear I'll discover exactly what that something is. Tyre and the shadows have a weight to them in this part of town. I noticed it the first time I ran past the old Westbrook textile mill. How darkness doesn't just fall here, it seeps from the brick walls like black ink pooling in corners where streetlights refuse to reach. Even in the fading twilight, there's something wrong about how the building looms against the sky, its broken windows like sightless eyes. Watching traffic thin as the workday ends, I should have paid more attention to that first instinct, that initial tightening in my chest. Our bodies know things long before our minds catch up. I've been running this route for 8 months now. 5 nights a week, rain or shine, the steady rhythm of my footfalls on asphalt has become my meditation. After 12 hours hunched over architectural plans at Denholm & Sons, the path cuts through the industrial district, winds past the abandoned mill and loops back toward my apartment complex, a perfect 5M circuit that clears my head better than any therapist or whiskey ever could. The old Westbrook Mill dominates a full city block, a relic from the 1920s when this town was known for its textiles rather than its decay. The main building stretches 4 stories high, flanked by a smaller storage facility, and what was once an administrative office. A rusted chain-link fence surrounds the property. Those sections have collapsed, offering easy access to urban explorers and homeless seeking shelter signs. Warning of trespassing and structural hazards hang at irregular intervals. Their red lettering faded to the color of dried blood. 3 weeks ago, something changed. I had just rounded the corner onto Mulberry Street when a peculiar chill traveled up my spine, that ancient animal sense of being watched. My pace faltered as sweat turned cold against my skin. I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see another runner, or perhaps someone walking their dog in the gloaming. The street stretched empty behind me, with shuttered storefronts and parallel parked cars. I shook it off and continued, but my rhythm never quite recovered. My breaths came shorter, a faint ringing in my ears, drowning out my music as I passed the main gate of the mill. The sensation intensified, a pressure against the back of my skull like invisible fingers probing for weakness. I ran faster, muscles burning, until I was well clear of the property. The feeling vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving me doubled over with hands on knees, gulping down air. Half a mile from the mill, I told myself it was nothing, just the natural weariness that comes from running alone at dusk through a semi-deserted area. Still, I slept poorly that night. Dreams filled with the sound of machinery I couldn't see, and the sensation of fabric brushing against my face the following evening. I almost changed my route, but routine is a powerful force, and I reasoned that breaking it would only validate an irrational fear, so I laced up my running shoes and headed out. Deliberately pushing thoughts of the mill from my mind, the sensation returned the moment I turned onto Mulberry. This time it wasn't just a feeling of being watched, it was the certainty of it. My skin prickled with gooseflesh. Despite the warm September air, I found myself glancing frequently over my shoulder, each time expecting to catch someone ducking into an alleyway or behind a car, but the street remained deserted, save for myself and the lengthening shadows as I approached the mill. My pace unconsciously slowed. The building seemed different, somehow more defined against the darkening sky, its contours sharper as though it had shifted slightly toward the street. My heart hammered against my ribs, no longer from exertion but from a mounting dread. I couldn't rationalize, that's when I saw it. A flicker of light from a third-floor window, just a brief illumination, like someone passing in front of a lantern. I stopped dead in my tracks, staring up at the now dark window. Logic asserted itself. Probably kids with flashlights, urban explorers documenting the decay, or homeless people seeking shelter. Yet something about the quality of that light seemed wrong. Not the harsh white of LED flashlights or the yellow of flame, but a pale blue-green glow like phosphorescence. I continued my run, pushing myself harder than usual, eager to put distance between myself and Westbrook Mill behind me. I could have sworn I heard the faint clacking of machinery, a rhythmic thumping that matched neither my footfalls nor my heartbeat. When I glanced back one final time before turning the corner, I thought I saw that same phosphorescent light moving from window to window on the top floor, as though someone were pacing for 5 nights straight. I avoided that route entirely, opting instead for the well-lit paths of Riverview Park, but the park closed earlier now that autumn was setting in, and the alternative routes added nearly 2 miles to my run after a particularly stressful day at work, a major project falling through after months of planning. I found myself craving the familiar fem loop. I told myself I'd been letting my imagination run wild. The mill was just a building, nothing more. I set out earlier than usual, hoping to pass the mill while some daylight still remained. The air hung heavy with the threat of rain clouds building in the west. I felt fine for the first 2 miles, even optimistic. Then I turned onto Embury. The street was different in the fading daylight, less menacing, more decrepit. The mill stood as it always had, windows blank brick facade stained with decades of pollution and neglect. I maintained my pace, deliberately keeping my eyes forward just another quarter mile and I'd be past it. The sensation built more gradually this time, a subtle awareness blooming into discomfort, discomfort into dread. The invisible pressure returned to the base of my skull, joined now by a low, barely perceptible hum that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. My pace quickened involuntarily as I drew level with the main gate. Movement caught my eye. Something shifting behind a ground floor window. I slowed despite myself peering through the chain-link fence. The broken window in question gaped black against the brick, showing nothing but the darkness. Beyond, I was about to continue when a pale shape moved within that darkness, just a flash of something lighter than the surrounding shadows there, and gone too quickly to identify. I stopped completely. The humming grew louder, resolving into a sound I recognized with sudden, inexplicable certainty, the sound of loons, dozens of them. Shuttles flying back and forth, creating fabric from thread with mechanical precision. But the mill had been closed for over 30 years. A rational voice in my head urged me to leave to complete my run and forget this place. Instead, I found myself approaching the fence, fingers curling around the rusted metal links up close. The mill seemed to pulse with suppressed energy, as though holding its breath. The light was nearly gone now. The first fat droplets of rain speckling the dusty ground at my feet. I found a tear in the fence, and against every instinct of self-preservation slipped through. The mill's courtyard was littered with debris, broken pallets, rusted machinery parts, shattered glass. The main entrance stood 20 yards away, its heavy doors chained shut. But to the left, a smaller door hung partially open. Its lock long since pried away. The sound of the looms grew louder as I approached, though still muffled, as if coming from deep within the building beneath it. I could now discern other sounds, the creaking of floorboards, the soft whir of spinning wheels, and something else. Something like breathing, but too regular, too mechanical. I paused at the doorway. Rain now falling steadily, plastering my shirt to my back, the darkness. Beyond seemed absolute, a physical presence waiting to envelop me. I fumbled for my phone. Switching on its flashlight, the beam cut through the gloom, revealing a narrow hallway strewn with debris. Graffiti covered the walls. Crude tags, mostly, but here and there more elaborate designs. A skeletal loom operator, hands bound to his machine with thread. A faceless figure standing among empty spindles. A single eye woke into fabric. The beam of light shook with my trembling hand as I stepped inside. The air changed immediately colder, denser, carrying the sense of mildew, rust, and something else, something like scorched hair or burning oil. The sounds were clearer now, the phantom looms working at a feverish pace somewhere above me. I made my way cautiously down the corridor, stepping over fallen ceiling tiles and navigating around toppled filing cabinets. My breathing seemed unnaturally loud, echoing back at me from unseen walls. Water dripped somewhere ahead, a steady plink. Plink, plink. Counting seconds. I shouldn't be spending here at the corridor's end. A stairwell LED upward, its metal steps groaning under my weight. The second floor was a vast open space, support columns rising at regular intervals like ancient trees in a petrified forest. My flashlight beam seemed weaker here, penetrating only a few feet before being swallowed by shadow. The floor was littered with broken machinery parts, gears, spindles, shuttles, arranged in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. The sounds of the phantom looms had faded, replaced by a heavy silence. I swept my light around slowly, heart hammering so violently I felt lightheaded. Nothing moved in the darkness, yet the sense of presence was overwhelming. I was not alone. Hello, the word escaped before I could stop it. Hanging in the stale air, no response came, but the quality of the silence changed. It was now attentive, focused as I turned to leave. My light caught something on the far wall, a shape darker than the surrounding darkness. I stepped closer, compelled by a curiosity stronger than fear. It was a tapestry, enormous and ancient, hanging from ceiling to floor. The fabric was discolored with age, its pattern difficult to discern in the poor light. I moved closer, still raising my phone higher. The tapestry depicted the mill itself, rendered in exquisite detail down to the very window I'd seen the light in days before. Around the building, barely visible figures stood in a circle, heads tilted upward, faceless yet somehow expectant, and at the very top, barely caught in my failing light. A single figure stood at a window watching a floorboard creak behind me. I whirled around, light slashing wildly through darkness. Nothing, but as I turned back to the tapestry, my blood froze in my veins. The figure in the window had moved. It was no longer watching the street, but looking directly outward toward the viewer. Toward me, my phone's light flickered once, twice, then died in the sudden darkness. I heard the loom start up again, louder than before, the shuttles flying back and forth with impossible speed, and beneath that mechanical rhythm, footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps crossing the floor toward me. I ran blind in the darkness. I collided with columns and tripped over debris, guided only by my desperate memory of the stairwell's location. The footsteps followed, unhurried, yet somehow keeping pace. I found the stairs more by luck than design, half falling down than in my haste. My knee struck metal with a pain that shot up my leg, but adrenaline pushed me forward. Back in the corridor, a faint light from the open door provided just enough illumination to navigate. I sprinted toward it, lungs burning, the sound of pursuit growing ever closer as I burst outside into the rain. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the courtyard in stark white light for an instant. Just an instant, I saw my pursuer framed in the doorway behind me. Me, a figure formed not of flesh, but of tightly woven threads, its body rippling as though moved by an unfelt breeze where its face should have been. There was only a complex knot of fibers, constantly unraveling and reforming. Lightning faded, plunging the scene back into darkness. I didn't stop running until I reached my apartment, soaked through and gasping for breath. I spent that night with every light burning, jumping at shadow in the normal settling sounds of the building sleep. When it finally came, brought dreams of being wrapped in threads that tightened with each breath. The next day, I called in sick to work and spent hours researching the history of Westbrook Mill. Most sources mentioned only its closure in the late 1980s due to overseas competition, but in the archives of the local newspaper, I found darker stories. A fire in 1938 that claimed 12 lives, accusations of unsafe working conditions throughout the 1940s, and most disturbing, a series of disappearances in the months before the mill closed. 5 workers who were never found. One article mentioned a peculiar detail thread had been discovered at the scene of each disappearance, arranged in intricate patterns that investigators couldn't explain. The mill's owner dismissed these incidents as elaborate resignation notices, claiming the workers had simply left for better opportunities. That afternoon, I drove to the local history museum. The elderly curator seemed surprised by my interest in the mill, but directed me to a small display of artifacts, photographs, ledgers, and a sample of fabric produced there as I examined a black and white photo of workers posed before the main entrance. The curator mentioned casually that some old-timers believed the mill was haunted. According to local legend, the building's original architect had incorporated strange symbols into its design. Symbols meant to CH energy from the workers into the fabric they produced. Some claimed these symbols came from a book the architect had discovered during his travels in Eastern Europe. Others said he'd invented them himself after a nervous breakdown. The curator laughed as he shared these stories, clearly considering them nothing more than colorful local folklore. But as I stared at the photograph, a chill ran through me in the third-floor window, the same window where I'd seen the light. A blurred figure stood watching, indistinct yet undeniably present, and around the mill's foundation, barely visible in the photograph's faded edges. Thin lines formed a pattern identical to the one I'd seen on the tapestry. I haven't run past the mill since that night. I've changed my route permanently, even moved to an apartment in another part of town, but sometimes in the twilight. Between waking and sleep, I hear the distant sound of looms, and in my dreams I see that figure of woven thread, patiently crafting a tapestry in which I feature with increasing prominence. Yesterday I found a single thread on my pillow, blue-green. Faintly luminescent in the darkness, I told myself it was a stray fiber from a new shirt or towel, but I know better. The Westbrook Mill is reaching out, weaving me into its pattern, one strand at a time. I understand now what happened to those missing workers. They weren't fired or resigned. They were incorporated thread by living thread into something larger than themselves, something still growing, still creating, still watching from those black windows. Tonight I will drive past the mill, keeping my distance, watching for lights in those upper windows. I need to know if it's still there, still waiting. I won't get out of the car. I promise myself this every time. Even as I feel the pull growing stronger, the pattern of my life gradually altering to bring me back to those rusted gates. The watcher of the loom is patient. It has waited decades. It can wait a little longer for me. The first time I saw movement in the abandoned store next door, I convinced myself it was just the reflection of passing headlights on dirty glass. The second time I blamed it on exhaustion after a 14-hour workday. By the third time, I couldn't ignore the cold reality anymore. Something existed in that empty space, something that shouldn't be there, something that seemed to be watching me more intently. With each passing night, my name is Daniel Mercer, and 6 months ago I signed a 3-year release on what I thought was the perfect location for my print shop. The rent was surprisingly affordable for a storefront on Blackwell Avenue, a relatively busy commercial strip on the east side of town. The landlord, a nervous man with perpetually damp palms, mentioned something about the previous tenant leaving abruptly, but I was too excited about the prospect of finally owning my own business. To press for details, he practically rushed me through the signing process, his pen trembling slightly as I initialed each page. The space to my right housed a thriving cafe that brought in steady foot traffic throughout the day, but to my left sat a vacant storefront that had once been a small electronics repair shop. According to the neighboring businesses, the owner had simply disappeared one day, leaving everything behind. Dusty shelves, outdated posters, even a half-empty coffee mug still sitting on the counter. The space had remained empty for nearly 8 months. By the time I moved in during daylight hours, there was nothing particularly unsettling about the abandoned store. It was just another failed business, a common enough sight in our struggling local economy. The faded close sign hung perpetually in the window, partially obscured by a layer of grime that had accumulated on the glass. Sun-bleached posters advertising services and products from months ago still clung to the windows, their edges curling inward like withered fingers. But as dusk settled and shadows lengthened across Blackwell Avenue, the vacant store underwent a subtle transformation. What appeared merely abandoned in daylight became something else entirely. After hours, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Whenever I locked up for the night, the first incident occurred. About 2 months after I opened my shop, I was working late, finishing a rush order that needed to be delivered the following morning. By the time I finished, it was well past 9 as I switched off the lights and prepared to leave. Through the rear entrance, a flash of movement caught my eye through the wall of windows facing the street. I turned, expecting to see a pedestrian or perhaps a stray cat. Instead, my gaze landed on the darkened interior of the vacant store next door for just a moment. So brief, I nearly convinced myself I'd imagined it. I saw a faint glow moving across the back wall, like someone walking with a phone screen illuminated. My breath caught in my throat as I stared into the darkness, straining to see anything further, but the light, if it had ever existed, was gone. I stood frozen for several minutes, eyes fixed on the empty store, before finally gathering the courage to leave. As I walked to my car, a shiver ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool night air. Over the next few weeks, I noticed more strange occurrences. Twice, I spotted what looked like flashlight beams dancing across the ceiling of the vacant space as I locked up. Once I could have sworn I heard muffled thumping coming through the wall. We shared each time I considered calling the police to report a possible break-in, but something held me back. Perhaps the complete absence of any signs of forced entry, or maybe something deeper, an instinctive fear of what they might find inside, or worse, what they might not find. I began asking around about the previous tenant, a man named Howard Keller. The owner of the cafe next door described him as odd but harmless, a middle-aged loner who rarely spoke to anyone except to discuss repairs. The barber across the street mentioned that Howard had become increasingly paranoid in the weeks before his disappearance, constantly checking the corners of his store and installing additional locks on both his front and back doors. Said he kept hearing things moving around at night. The barber told me with a shrug, thought someone was breaking in after hours, but nothing was ever missing. According to him, just moved like someone was rearranging his store while he was gone. My hands grew clammy as he spoke. My mouth suddenly dry, I thanked him and left quickly, uncomfortably aware of the thin wall separating my livelihood from the empty space next door. One night in late October, I was working later than usual on quarterly tax filings. The street outside had grown quiet, most businesses having closed hours earlier. The only sounds were the soft hum of my computer and the occasional car passing on Blackwell Avenue. Just as I was about to shut down my system, a loud thud resonated through the wall. I froze fingers hovering over the keyboard. It had come from the vacant store. No question about it. The sound was solid and definitive, like a heavy object hitting the floor. My pulse quickened as I rose from my chair legs, strangely unsteady beneath me. Common sense argued that I should leave immediately, drive away, perhaps call the police from the safety of my car. But a darker curiosity propelled me toward the front of my shop, toward the windows that would allow me to peer into the neighboring space. The streetlights cast just enough illumination for me to make out the vague shapes of abandoned shelving units and display cases within. I pressed my face against the cool glass of my own storefront, angling to see as much of the adjacent interior as possible. The dusty windows of the vacant store revealed nothing at first, just shadows upon shadows in varying degrees of darkness. Then something moved. It wasn't dramatic, no lurching figure or obvious human shape, just a subtle shift in the darkness near the back corner, a patch of shadow that seemed denser than those surrounding it, moving with purpose rather than being stirred by air currents or passing headlights. My breath fogged the glass as I stared, heart hammering against my ribs. With such force I feared it might bruise the shadow, paused as if sensing my observation, then gradually elongated up the wall. It stretched impossibly tall, reaching nearly to the ceiling before stopping again. Sweat bead on my forehead and upper lip. Despite the autumn chill, I wanted to look away to run to my car and never return, but I remained transfixed, unable to tear my gaze from the unnatural darkness that seemed to be watching me in return for felt like hours, but must have been only seconds. We remained locked in this silent standoff, me breathing in short, shallow gasps and the shadow perfectly still, except for subtle undulations around its edges like smoke caught in a gentle current. Then it retreated, sliding back down the wall and across the floor with fluid, almost liquid movements, until it disappeared behind a counter at the rear of the store. The entire encounter lasted perhaps 20 seconds, but it fundamentally altered something within in me. Whatever existed in that space wasn't human, at least not entirely. I called Inc. the following day, unable to face returning to my shop. Instead, I spent hours researching the history of the building online, scrolling through local news archives and property records. The structure dated back to the 1800s, 1930s, originally housing a series of small retail establishments. Nothing in its documented history suggested tragedy or violence that might explain a haunting. Then I found a small article from 18 months earlier about Howard Keller filing multiple police reports regarding break-ins at his shop despite nothing ever being stolen. The final report mentioned Howard's increasing distress over sounds in the walls and his conviction that someone or something was living in the narrow crawl space between the two storefronts. My blood ran cold as I recalled the layout of the building. There was indeed a Maintenance Act access point in my back storage room. A narrow door that I had assumed led to electrical panels. I had never opened it. Having no reason to do so now, I wondered what might lurk beyond that innocuous door in the darkness between our walls. When I finally returned to work 2 days later, I couldn't focus. My eyes constantly drifted to the wall we shared with the vacant store. Was it my imagination, or could I hear faint scratching sounds emanating from within? I found myself holding my breath, straining to listen. During lulls in customer traffic. That night I stayed late again, though not by choice. Something compelled me to remain a morbid fascination with what might occur once darkness fell. I positioned myself at my desk, angled to keep the shared wall in my peripheral vision at all times. At first nothing happened. The usual sounds of a settling building, creaks and groans as temperatures dropped were the only interruptions to the silence. Then just past 8, a soft tap-tap-tap began. It was rhythmic, almost purposeful, like knuckles gently rapping against the opposite side of the drywall. My mouth went dry as the tapping continued, moving horizontally along the wall as if tracing a path toward my back storage room. I rose on trembling legs and followed parallel to the sound, maintaining a safe distance while tracking its progress. The tapping stopped at the point where I knew the maintenance door stood on my side. For several heartbeats, silence reigned. Then came a sound that sent ice through my veins. The distinct metallic click of a latch being tested from the other side. I backed away, knocking over a display of brochures in my haste. The rustling of falling paper seemed obscenely loud in the quiet shop. The clicking at the door ceased immediately. They had heard me. I fled then, not bothering to shut down my computer or turn off lights in the safety of my locked car hands, shaking too badly to insert the key into the ignition. On the first 3 attempts, I finally allowed myself to acknowledge what I had been sensing all along. Whatever occupied the vacant store was aware of me, had been watching me, and was now trying to find a way through. Sleep evaded me that night. I lay awake in my apartment, miles from Blackwell Avenue, yet feeling the entity's presence as if it had followed me home in those dark hours before dawn. My rational mind attempted to reassert control. Perhaps it was just homeless individuals who had found a way into the abandoned shop. Maybe Howard Keller himself had returned living secretly in his former business. These explanations felt hollow, insufficient to explain the unnatural movement of that shadow, or the coldness that permeated the air whenever I sensed its attention. The next morning I arrived earlier than usual, unlocking my shop just as the first hints of daylight crept across the horizon. With determined steps, I marched directly to the back storage room and flung open the maintenance door. I had so studiously avoided it revealed exactly what it should have: a narrow utility space, housing electrical panels, water meters, and heating ducts. Relief washed over me until my flashlight beam illuminated the far wall. There, scratched into the plaster in jagged, desperate strokes, was a message. It lives in the space of between. Below these words were dozens of tally marks, as if someone had been counting days or possibly visits from whatever they feared. The scratches appeared old, covered in a layer of dust that spoke of months rather than days. I slammed the door shut and wedged a heavy filing cabinet in front of it. For 2 weeks, I adjusted my schedule, opening later and closing earlier to avoid being alone in the shop during twilight hours. I hired a part-time assistant, partly for the help, but mostly so I wouldn't be alone. The strange occurrences seemed to subside, or perhaps they simply weren't visible. During the shortened hours I now kept, then came the night I forgot an important client contract on my desk. I had already arrived home when I realized my error and the documents needed to be reviewed. Before a morning meeting, with great reluctance, I drove back to Blackwell Avenue just before 10 o'clock. The street was deserted, storefront dark, except for security lights that cast weak pools of illumination at irregular intervals. I parked directly in front of my shop, leaving the headlights on, and aimed at my entrance, a childish attempt to keep shadows at bay as I approached my door key and hand movement. In the vacant store caught my eye. This time there was no mistaking it. A tall, thin silhouette glided past the front windows, visible for just a moment before disappearing into the deeper darkness within. My fingers trembled so violently that I dropped my keys twice before managing to unlock the door. Once inside, I moved with desperate haste, snatching the contract folder from my desk without even checking its contents as I turned to leave. The lights in my shop flickered once, twice, then stabilized, and that's when I heard it. A soft shuffling coming from the storage room. The filing cabinet I had placed in front of the maintenance door had been moved aside just enough to allow the door to open a few inches from within. That narrow gap came a faint luminescence, not the warm yellow of incandescent light or the cool blue of LED, but something sickly and green, pulsing gently like a diseased heartbeat. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice barely a whisper. The shuffling stopped for several seconds. The only sound was my own ragged breathing. Then a response not in words, but in a long sustained sigh that contained neither any relief nor frustration, but something closer to hunger. I backed toward the front door, unwilling to turn my back on whatever waited in the storage room. The green light began to intensify, growing brighter as a shadow stretched out from the partially open door, reaching across the floor toward me with impossible length. My back hit the front entrance. I fumbled behind me for the handle eyes still fixed on the advancing darkness, just as my fingers closed around the cold metal. The shadow reared up from the floor, rising into a column that towered nearly to the ceiling. It began to take shape, vaguely humanoid, but wrong in fundamental ways. Limbs too long and jointed in places where human arms and legs should not bend a head that seemed more suggestion than substance. Tilting at an angle that implied curiosity or perhaps assessment. The contract slipped from my nerveless fingers as the figure took one gliding step forward then another. Its movement was silent now, eerily graceful as it emerged fully from the storage room in that moment of pure terror. A strange clarity descended upon me. I realized that what stood before me was neither ghost nor monster in the traditional sense. It was something that existed in the negative spaces of our reality, in the gaps between walls, in the shadows between streetlights, in the silence between heartbeats. Howard Keller hadn't fled. He had been absorbed, becoming part of the entity that had tormented him. The same entity that now reached for me with elongated fingers that seemed to both exist and not exist simultaneously. I burst through the front door, not bothering to lock it behind me as I threw myself into my car and peeled away from the curb. I glanced in my rearview mirror. There, framed perfectly in the doorway of my shop, stood the figure now fully solid and unmistakably wearing what appeared to be Howard Keller's face, stretched over features that were decidedly not human. I never returned to collect my belongings. I called the landlord the next day and told him I was breaking my lease, willing to forfeit my security deposit and pay whatever penalties were necessary. His lack of surprise spoke volumes. "It happens," he said quietly. "Every few tenants, they never stay long once it notices them." I've moved across the country since then, putting as much distance as possible between myself and Blackwell Avenue, but sometimes in the moments between wakefulness and sleep, I sense a familiar presence in the corner of my bedroom where shadows gather most densely. I occasionally glimpse movement, a subtle shifting that shouldn't be possible in an empty space. And on those nights I lie perfectly still, eyes shut tight, knowing with dreadful certainty that some things, once they notice you, never truly let you go. They merely bide their time in the spaces between, waiting for the moment when you too will become another shadow on the wall, the fluorescent. Lights never flicker in our office. That's what makes it worse. There's no warning, no physical manifestation of the wrongness that permeates this place. Just the steady clinical brightness washing over identical beige partitions, creating the illusion of normalcy while something watches from the peripheral edges of perception. I've worked at Meridian Financial for 3 years now, and it wasn't until 6 weeks ago that I began to question whether I was truly alone at my desk. The first incident occurred on a Tuesday afternoon. The office had emptied for lunch, but I'd stayed behind to finish a quarterly report. The building was unusually quiet, without the ambient noise of fingers tapping keyboards and hushed conversations flowing over partition walls. I was deep in concentration, manipulating data points in an Excel spreadsheet when I felt it. My chair slowly rolling backward, not a sudden jerk, but a deliberate measured pull, as though someone standing behind me had grasped the backrest with both hands and gently drawn it away from my desk. My body tensed immediately. The movement was unmistakable, the roller wheels making that distinctive soft rumble against the thin carpet. I spun around expecting to find a coworker playing a prank, but encountered only the empty space between my cubicle and the wall. The air conditioning vent was 15 feet away, its gentle breeze far too weak to move a chair occupied by my 185-pound frame. I scanned the area for any logical explanation. Perhaps the floor was uneven, causing a gradual roll. Nothing, nothing. The floor was perfectly level. The chair's wheels were locked. There was no rational explanation for what had just occurred after a few moments of staring into empty space. I laughed nervously and rolled myself back to my desk. The sound echoed unnaturally in the vacant office. I dismissed the incident, blaming it on lack of sleep or an overactive imagination fueled by too much caffeine, but that was just the beginning. 2 days later, I was organizing files in the cabinet adjacent to Kyle Peterson's desk when I heard it. The distinctive click of a mouse button being depressed, then released. I straightened up my spine, stiffening as I turned toward the sound. Kyle's workstation sat empty, his computer powered down the monitor, a black void reflecting the overhead lights as I stared. Another click pierced the silence, then unmistakably the rapid tapping of keys on a keyboard that shouldn't have been active. The hairs on my forearm stood up as I approached Kyle's desk. The phantom typing continued for 3 more seconds before abruptly ceasing. When I reached the edge of his partition, the keyboard sat undisturbed. The mouse hadn't moved, the computer remained off its power button. Unlit, I pressed a random key experimentally, feeling the familiar resistance and hearing the plastic click. It sounded identical to what I just heard, except there had been no one there to press it. I reported the incident to it the next morning, keeping my voice casual as I described strange electrical activity at several workstations. Maris from tech support conducted a thorough inspection, checking for short circuits, software glitches, and remote access attempts. His analysis revealed nothing unusual. He suggested that newer computers sometimes made settling noises as components cooled. Although his explanation seemed forced, a rational band-aid applied to an irrational wound. The incident escalated over the following week. I began documenting each occurrence in a password-protected file on my desktop titled Office Anomalies. The mouse clicks and phantom typing continued intermittently, always from unmanned workstations. Twice I discovered my own monitors awake when returning from short breaks. Despite having manually put them to sleep, chair movements became more frequent. Not just my own chair rolling backward, but occasionally shifting to the side in tiny increments, as though someone invisible was adjusting their position for comfort. I started noticing patterns. The phenomena occurred most frequently between 2:30 and 4:15 p.m., when the office population thinned as people attended meetings or took late coffee breaks. Activity clustered around my section of the floor and 3 empty cubicles nearby that had been vacant since the last round of layoffs. The temperature around these workstations ran consistently 3 to 4 degrees cooler than the rest of the office. According to the small digital thermometer I'd smuggled in and placed discreetly on my desk, my colleagues noticed the change in my behavior before they noticed anything unusual about the office itself. I caught Diane from accounting watching me with concern when I abruptly stopped mid-sentence during our budget meeting after hearing keyboard clicks from an empty conference room next door. Later, she quietly asked if everything was all right at home, her eyes communicating a sympathy I didn't want or need. I assured her I was fine, just suffering from insomnia, the standard excuse for increasingly erratic behavior. The truth was, I'd begun dreading coming to work each morning. I would stand at the entrance to my cubicle, heart pounding, palms slick with sweat, scanning my workspace for signs of disturbance. Had my chair moved a quarter inch to the left, was my monitor tilted at a slightly different angle? Were my pens arranged exactly as I'd left them? The minute adjustments seemed deliberate, as though someone wanted me to notice them but couldn't physically move objects more dramatically. By the 3rd week, I developed a routine to document the normal state of my workspace before leaving it unattended. I took photos with my phone before bathroom breaks, positioned items in specific alignments, and even placed a single strand of hair across my keyboard, an old spy trick to detect interference. More often than not, I would return to find subtle changes. The hair moved or missing. My stapler rotated 15 degrees. Desktop icons rearranged. The incident that finally shattered my skepticism occurred exactly 32 days after the first chair movement. I'd stepped away from my desk for barely 3 minutes to refill my coffee mug. When I returned, my computer display showed an open Word document I had no recollection of creating. The file name was a string of numbers 2222317 docs that I later realized corresponded to the date of the first incident. The document contained only a single line of text typed in 12-point Arial. I need to finish what was started. My coffee mug slipped from my fingers, the ceramic shattering against the thin industrial carpet, hot liquid spattering my ankles. I barely felt it. The words on the screen seemed to pulse with malevolent intent. I didn't create this file. No one else had access to my computer, which automatically locked after 60 seconds of inactivity. Yet here it was undeniable evidence that something or someone was using my workstation. My mouth went dry as I lowered myself into my chair, which felt unusually cold against my back, as though someone had just vacated it with trembling fingers. I closed the document without saving and ran a full virus scan. The system came back clean. I checked the document properties, which listed me as the author and showed a creation time of 10:37 a.m., exactly when I'd been standing in the break room watching coffee drip into my mug from the machine spout that night I couldn't sleep. My mind raced through possible explanations, each more unlikely than the last. An elaborate prank by coworkers, corporate espionage, a security guard. With access to our systems during off hours, a homeless person somehow gaining entry to the building. None of it made sense. The building had 24-hour security and keycard access. The IT systems logged all activity. There would be evidence of an intruder unless the intruder wasn't physical. The thought that had been hovering at the edges of my consciousness finally formed into coherent shape. What if the empty cubicles weren't actually empty? I began researching the history of our office building, digging through public records and news archives during lunch breaks and sleepless nights. The 12-story structure had been built in the late 1980s on land previously occupied by a small psychiatric outpatient facility. Nothing particularly sinister emerged from my investigation. No mass casualties, no suspicious deaths, no documented paranormal incidents. The building had changed hands several times before Meridian Financial leased 3 floors. 5 years ago, however, one detail caught my attention. A small news item from 4 years back mentioned an employee of the previous tenant, an insurance company who had disappeared after being laid off. Walter Grimm, age 47, had reportedly become distraught. After losing his job of 15 years, his car was found in the parking garage, but Walter himself was never located. The article was brief, mentioning that police suspected suicide, though no body was ever recovered. A follow-up piece 3 months later indicated the case had gone cold. My pulse quickened when I read the physical description of Walter Grimm, 5'10", 190 pounds. About my build, the article included a grainy photo showing a nondescript middle-aged man with thinning hair and wire-rimmed glasses, similar to the ones I wore. The resemblance wasn't striking, but it was enough to send a chill racing down my spine. I began noticing new patterns in the phenomena. Activity intensified whenever I worked late. As though my presence after hours disrupted something, the phantom typing became more urgent, the chair movements more aggressive twice. I felt a distinct pressure against my shoulder blades while working, as though someone were leaning over me to view my monitor. Each time I'd spin around to find empty air, my heart hammering against my ribs, my breath coming in short, painful gasps. My work performance suffered. I missed deadlines, made careless errors in financial projections, and zoned out during important meetings. My supervisor, Michael, called me into his office to express concern. He spoke in carefully measured tones about a stress management and the company's employee assistance program. I nodded mechanically, knowing there was no way to explain what was happening without sounding completely unhinged. I promised to improve and left his office with a referral to a therapist. I had no intention of seeing. Instead, I formulated a plan. If something was occupying my workspace when I wasn't there, I needed to document it. I purchased a small motion-activated camera disguised as a phone charger and positioned it on my desk, angled to capture my chair and computer. For 3 days, I reviewed the footage each night, finding nothing but the occasional colleague walking past my cubicle. The disappointment was almost worse than confirmation would have been. Was I truly losing my mind on the 4th day? The camera failed to record anything at all. When I checked the device, I found it unplugged, the memory card missing. I searched my entire cubicle, growing increasingly frantic as I removed stacks of papers and empty drawers. The memory card was nowhere to be found. My hands trembled as I realized the implications. Whatever was happening, it was aware of my attempts to document it. That same afternoon, I received an email from an internal address I didn't recognize. RimmerMeridianFinancial.com. The subject line read your replacement, and the body contained only 2 words. Almost ready, my blood turned to ice water in my veins. Walter Grimm, the disappeared employee. I checked our company directory. No listing for anyone with that surname. I forwarded the email to it. Security claiming it looked suspicious within an hour. Marcus appeared at my cubicle. His expression troubled. That email address doesn't exist in our system, he said, keeping his voice low, and there's no record of this message in the server logs. Are you sure you received it? I showed him my inbox, the message still prominently displayed. He squinted at my screen, then asked if he could check something. I relinquished my chair, watching as he opened command prompt and typed a series of instructions. His frown deepened. This doesn't make sense, he muttered. According to the logs, you sent an email to yourself at 2:43 p.m., but the sender address has been modified somehow. This shouldn't be possible without admin access. I didn't send anything to myself. I insisted. My voice, rising several heads, turned in our direction. Marcus gave me a look that mixed confusion with pity. Look, maybe you should take a few days off. I can report this as a system glitch. But he trailed off, glancing at my desk, which I now realized was cluttered with disorganized papers, empty coffee cups, and the scattered components of my disassembled spy camera. I followed his gaze and saw my workspace through his eyes. The domain of someone unraveling. I agreed to take time off. Not because I accepted his unspoken assessment of my mental state, but because I needed time to think. Without the constant fear of what might happen when I turned my back as I packed my bag, I felt a strange reluctance emanating from the space around me, as though the air itself had thickened with disapproval. For a moment, I could have sworn I heard breathing behind me. Not my own irregular, panicked breaths, but the measured inhalations of someone watching and waiting. 3 days at home did nothing to calm my nerves. I slept poorly, jolting awake at the slightest noise, convinced I'd heard keyboard clicks or rolling chair. Wheels on the hardwood floors of my apartment during waking hours. I obsessively researched Walter Grimm, building a profile of the man who might be haunting my workstation. His digital footprint was minimal. No social media accounts, just a few mentions in company newsletter letters from his former employer. One photo showed him at his desk, occupying what I now realize was the exact location of my current cubicle. When I returned to work the following Monday, I found my workspace meticulously organized. My pens were aligned perfectly parallel to my keyboard. My monitors were positioned at precisely the same height and angle. Even my chair was adjusted to the optimal ergonomic position. Nothing was missing or added. Everything was simply optimized, as though someone had been fine-tuning my workspace. In my absence, my colleagues welcomed me back with awkward smiles and careful questions about how I was feeling. I responded with practiced reassurances, claiming a stomach virus had kept me home. As the day progressed, I maintained a facade of normalcy while hyper-aware of every sound and movement around me. Nothing unusual occurred, no phantom typing, no moving chairs, no unexplained emails. The absence of phenomena was more unsettling than their presence had been. As the office emptied for the day, I made a deliberate decision to work late. I needed to confront whatever was happening, to face it directly rather than allowing fear to consume me at 6:30 p.m. I was alone on the floor. The overhead lights dimmed to their energy-saving evening setting. Casting longer shadows between cubicle partitions, I stood up from my chair and spoke aloud to the empty office. Walter Grimm. I know you're here. The words hung in the air, seeming to vibrate in the silence that followed for nearly a minute. Nothing happened then. Slowly, deliberately, my chair swiveled 180 degrees to face me. The seat remained empty, but the impression of weight was unmistakable. the cushion compressed slightly as though supporting an invisible occupant. My heart hammered against my ribs so violently I feared it might rupture. Sweat beaded on my forehead and trickled down my temples as I stared at the vacant chair that somehow communicated absolute presence. A window opened on my computer monitor notepad, white text cursor blinking against the blank document. Then character by character words appeared. They replaced me. They'll replace you too. We're all temporary here. My legs threatened to buckle beneath me. I gripped the edge of the neighboring desk for support, my knuckles whitening with the effort to remain standing. The typing continued. I didn't leave. I'm still working. I need to finish what was started, but they gave my desk to you. You look like me, sound like me, taking my place. My place. The final two words appeared in capitals, the keys striking with such force that the entire keyboard visibly depressed with each letter. I found my voice, though it emerged as little more than a hoarse whisper. I didn't know. I didn't take anything from you. The cursor blinked for several seconds before new text appeared, more measured now. Not your fault. Management decision. Downsizing. Optimization. Human resources. Human resources, like we're just things to be used until we're used up. I swallowed hard, my throat clicking dryly. What do you want from me? The recipe response came immediately. Acknowledgement, recognition. I still exist. I still matter. I still work. A chill washed over me as understanding dawned. Walter Grimm hadn't left the building after being laid off. Something had happened here, something he couldn't or wouldn't leave behind. His presence had lingered, performing the routines that had defined his existence for 15 years, and when I had been assigned his former cubicle, his territory, his purpose had shifted from performing work to reclaiming his space with trembling fingers. I typed a response. I acknowledge you, Walter. Your work was important. You still matter. For a long moment. Nothing happened. Then my chair slowly rolled backward, creating space at the desk. New text appeared on the screen. There's room for both of us. I can help. I never make mistakes in spreadsheets, never miss deadlines. I just need somewhere to work. I stared at the monitor, understanding the implicit offer, a partnership with something that wasn't supposed to exist, an arrangement that defied rational explanation. Yet in that moment it seemed less frightening than it should have. Perhaps because I finally understood Walter Grimm wasn't malevolent. He was just another office worker clinging to the only identity he had known, unwilling or unable to accept his termination. We can share, I said softly, the words. Feeling strange in my mouth. You work after hours. I work during the day, but no more. Moving my things or scaring me. The cursor blinked for several seconds before the final message appeared. Acceptable terms, contract agreed. Thank you for not replacing me completely. The text document closed itself. My chair rolled forward slightly, then stopped as though inviting me to reclaim my position. With a deep breath, I sat down, feeling a strange pocket of cold air that dissipated as I settled into the seat. The office felt different now, not exactly safe, but comprehensible in a way it hadn't been before. That was 6 months ago. I still work at Meridian Financial. Still occupy the same cubicle. My productivity has mysteriously improved. Spreadsheets that would have taken me hours somehow get completed overnight. My error rate has dropped to 0. My supervisor has commented on my remarkable turnaround, even putting me up for promotion. I never stay past 6 p.m. Now that's Walter's time each morning when I arrive. My desk is immaculately organized. My files arranged with mathematical precision, my chair adjusted to perfect ergonomic height. Sometimes I find notes in minimized windows, suggestions for approaching difficult projects, observations about office politics, warning about upcoming policy changes that somehow materialize days later. I've stopped questioning how he knows these things or what exactly Walter Grimm is now. I simply accept that my workspace has 2 occupants working in shifts we never overlap, except for those brief moments when I'm gathering my things to leave and the air grows slightly colder around me. I always say goodbye aloud, acknowledging his presence before departing. I've learned to live with the arrangement. This strange symbiosis with whatever remains of the man who worked here before me, but some nights lying awake in my apartment, I wonder what would happen if I were ever downsized. Myself, would I leave peacefully, or would something essential remain behind typing at a keyboard long after my body had gone? And if someone new were assigned to my cubicle, our cubicle, would there be room for three? I try not to think about it. Instead, I focus on being replaceable after all. In today's economy, job security is everything, and having seen the alternative, I'm more motivated than ever to keep my position. Because now I understand the truth that Walter Grimm discovered at Meridian Financial. No one ever really leaves their desk EO. The fluorescent light above my head flickered once, twice, then settled into a persistent, almost imperceptible hum that seemed to drill directly into my skull. A cold draft crawled across the back of my neck, raising goosebumps on my skin. Despite the supposedly climate-controlled environment of the university's sub-basement archives, I told myself it was just poor ventilation. Old buildings have their quirks after all. But deep down in that primitive part of my brain that ancestors relied on for survival, something whispered, "You are not alone down here." My name is Daniel Mercer. I'm an adjunct professor of American literature at Grayson University, and 3 months ago I discovered the perfect hiding place. The sub-basement archives, a labyrinth of metal shelving units filled with Dusty Tom's forgotten journals and boxed records that hadn't seen daylight in decades, became my sanctuary. Unlike the crowded faculty offices or the perpetually noisy library, no one came down here. The isolation was perfect for someone like me, desperate for uninterrupted research time to finish the book that might finally secure me a tenure-track position. At first I found the silence comforting, the gentle hiss of the ancient ventilation system, the occasional creak of the building settling. They became a soothing white noise. As I worked, I established a routine, arriving early each morning with a thermos of coffee, navigating the narrow passages between shelves to my favorite corner, where I'd set up a makeshift workspace atop an old wooden desk. The first incident happened on a Tuesday, exactly 26 days after I began working in the archives. I was deep into my research when the sensation hit me, a subtle shift in air pressure, as if someone had just walked past my coffee cup, trembled slightly, sending ripples across the dark surface of the liquid. I looked up, expecting to see a janitor or perhaps another faculty member who had discovered my hiding spot. No one was there. I returned to my notes, attributing the disturbance to the building's old bones, but then it came a sound so faint that had the archives not been deathly quiet, I would have missed it entirely. Daniel, my name, whispered in a voice that seemed neither male nor female, neither old nor young, just a breath of sound that slithered through the stacks. I jerked upright, my heart suddenly hammering against my ribs. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly unsteady. "Is someone there?" Silence answered me. I rose from my chair, the metal legs scraping against the concrete floor with an ugly screech that echoed through the archives. Tentatively, I moved toward where I thought the sound had originated, a dark corner where multiple rows of shelving converged. Each step I took felt heavier than the last, my body instinctively resistant to approaching the source. When I reached the corner, I found nothing but dust and forgotten books. The air was still undisturbed. I laughed nervously at my own foolishness, running my fingers through my hair and willing my pulse to slow. Old buildings make noises. Everyone knows that I returned to my desk, but concentration eluded me. My eyes kept darting to the shadowy spaces between shelves, and more than once I caught myself holding my breath. Straining to hear something, anything after an hour of diminishing productivity, I packed up my materials and left, resolving to return the next day with a clearer head. Sleep came fitfully that night. I dreamed of narrow corridors that stretched endlessly before me, of books whose pages turned on their own, of whispers that grew in volume but remained maddeningly unintelligible. I woke repeatedly, sheets damp with sweat, certain I'd heard my name called from the darkest corner of my bedroom. Despite my unease, I returned to the archives the following morning. My career depended on this research, and I refused to be chased away by what was clearly an overactive imagination fueled by too much caffeine and academic pressure. The archives welcomed me with their familiar musty scent and Tom-like silence. I settled at my desk, determined to make progress for several hours. Nothing disturbed me save the occasional flicker of the overhead lights, a common occurrence in the sub-basement. Then, as afternoon crept toward evening, it happened again. "You shouldn't be here." "Daniel." The whisper came from directly behind me this time, so close I could have sworn I felt breath against my ear. I spun around violently, nearly toppling my chair in the process. My heart seized in my chest. The sudden surge of adrenaline making my vision sharpen painfully. No one was there, nothing but rows of silent shelves stretching back into the dimness. "This isn't funny," I said aloud, my voice sounding pathetically small in the vast space. If someone's playing a joke, it's not working. I knew even as I spoke that no one was there to hear me. The sub-basement had only one entrance, and I would have seen anyone coming or going. The logical part of my brain insisted there was a rational explanation. Perhaps the ventilation system carrying sounds from elsewhere in the building, or my own exhausted mind playing tricks on me. But the primitive part, the part that recognized danger before conscious thought could process it, was screaming at me to leave. I ignored it. I had deadlines to meet, a career to salvage. Instead, I took to bringing a small digital recorder with me, determined to capture evidence of whatever was happening. If it was a prank, I'd identify the culprit. If it was some quirk of acoustics, I'd document it. And if it was something else entirely, well, I wasn't ready to consider that possibility for a week. Nothing happened. The archives remained silent save for my own movements and the building's ambient noises. The digital recorder captured nothing unusual. I began to relax, convincing myself that stress had momentarily gotten the better of me. Then came the day everything changed. I arrived earlier than usual, determined to make substantial progress on a particularly challenging chapter. The archives seemed different, somehow colder, perhaps, or simply more oppressive. The lights overhead buzzed more aggressively, and several flickered with greater frequency than normal. As I wound my way through the shelves toward my workspace, I noticed something odd. Several books protruding from their usual neat alignment as if hastily replaced. I frowned, certain I hadn't left them that way. No one else had access to this section. These were my research materials, carefully organized according to my own system. I approached the shelf. My footsteps suddenly loud in my ears. With a trembling hand, I reached out to straighten the misaligned volumes. "Don't touch what isn't yours, Daniel." The whisper came from everywhere and nowhere, filling the space around me like a sudden drop in air pressure. My ears popped painfully, and for an instant I couldn't breathe, as if all oxygen had been sucked from the room. I stumbled backward, crashing into the shelf behind me. Several heavy tomes tumbled to the floor with thunderous impacts. Sweat beaded instantly across my forehead and upper lip, cold and clammy. My mouth went dry, my tongue sticking to the roof as I tried to call out. When I finally found my voice, it emerged as little more than a croak. "Who's there? Show yourself, self." The lights overhead flickered violently, then steadied in the momentary darkness. I could have sworn I saw a figure at the end of the row, tall, indistinct, motionless. But when the light stabilized, nothing was there. My hand shook as I activated the digital recorder, holding it before me like a talisman. "If someone is here," I said, trying to sound authoritative despite the tremor in my voice, "identify yourself immediately. This area is restricted." When I played back the recording later, there was no trace of my voice, only a persistent static punctuated by what sounded like distant, muffled weeping. I should have left. Then I should have reported the incident to campus security, or at least to my department head. Instead, fueled by a toxic mixture of academic desperation and morbid curiosity, I became obsessed with documenting the phenomena. I began spending even more time in the archives, arriving earlier and staying later. I set up additional recorders throughout the space. I took detailed notes of every unusual occurrence, the temperature drops, the light fluctuations, the whispers that grew increasingly frequent and increasingly specific. They won't believe you. "Daniel, you're not supposed to see Daniel." Some knowledge should stay buried. "Daniel, my colleagues noticed the change in me during a department meeting. Professor Hargrove pulled me aside to ask if everything was all right." I looked unwell. she said with a concerned expression that didn't quite mask her discomfort. Had I been sleeping? Was I eating properly? Perhaps I should consider taking some time off. I responded with assurances that I was fine, just deeply engaged in my research. The words sounded hollow even to my own ears. The truth was, I barely recognized myself anymore. My reflection in the bathroom mirror showed a gaunt face with shadowed eyes that darted nervously at each flicker of the fluorescent lights. I had lost weight, my clothes hung loosely on my frame. Sleep came rarely, and when it did, it brought dreams of endless corridors and whispers that built to screams before I jerked awake, tangled in sweat-soaked sheets. But I couldn't stop. Something in the archives had singled me out, and I was determined to understand why the breakthrough came on a Friday, section break. Evening. As twilight painted the few high windows of the sub-basement with dying light, I had been combing through an obscure collection of university records, hoping to find some history of the archives that might explain what was happening. A slim volume bound in cracked leather and unlabeled caught my attention. It had been wedged between two larger books, almost as if someone had deliberately hidden it. The pages were brittle with age, covered in handwritten notes and a spidery script that took me several minutes to decipher. It was a journal dating back to the early days of the university's founding. The author, a professor of philosophy named Edward Grayson, a relative of the university's namesake, described his research into what he called the thinning of veils between worlds. Much of it read like the ravings of a man in the grip of delusion, but certain passages made my blood run cold. The subterranean chambers beneath the library serve as a natural convergence point, something about the geology perhaps, or some older purpose the land once served. I have conducted experiments that suggest the boundaries are weakest. Here, voices come through, sometimes more than voices, and later I have established communication. It knows me now, it speaks my name in the darkness. It shows me things, truths hidden from human understanding. I record everything, though I fear what might happen should these records fall into hands unprepared for such knowledge. The final entry, dated 1879, read simply, "God forgive me for what I've done." I thought I was recording its words. I realized now I was transcribing an invitation. My hands shook so violently I nearly dropped the journal. A cold sweat broke out across my body and my heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat, everything. The whispers, the sensations of being watched, the growing dread that had taken root in my psyche suddenly crystallized into horrible clarity. I wasn't experiencing random phenomena. I wasn't losing my mind. Something had been trying to communicate with me just as it had with Edward Grayson nearly 150 years ago. The realization brought a strange calm. I closed the journal and placed it carefully on my desk. I had to think, had to plan my next move carefully. If Grayson's records were accurate, I wasn't dealing with a ghost or some remnant of human consciousness, but something older, something that existed in a space adjacent to our reality. As I sat contemplating my discovery, the lights overhead began to flicker more violently than ever. Before the air temperature plummeted so rapidly that my next breath emerged as a cloud of vapor, the pressure in the room changed, causing my ears to pop. Painfully, "Finally understand, Daniel?" The whisper came from directly beside IDE me, so clear and distinct that it could have been a person standing at my shoulder. Been waiting so long for someone to listen again. I didn't turn, I couldn't. My muscles had locked, frozen in primal terror. "What are you?" I managed to ask, my voice a broken whisper, not what. Where came the reply, somehow conveying amusement despite its ethereal quality, nowhere, everywhere adjacent. Parallel, separated by a membrane grown thin in this place. What do you want from me? The same thing Edward wanted from me. Knowledge exchange. I showed him wonders. A cold sensation brushed against my hand like fingers made of ice water, attempting to intertwine with mine. I jerked away, finally breaking my paralysis. I stumbled to my feet, knocking over my chair in the process. "Don't fear me, Daniel. I've been patient, watched you work, admired your dedication. You seek tenure recognition. I can give you insights no human has ever possessed. The offer hung in the air, tempting in its simplicity academic success. The validation I'd been desperately pursuing for years dangled before me like forbidden fruit, and in exchange I asked, already knowing the answer wouldn't be one I wanted to hear. Just permission. Daniel, just an invitation like Edward gave me a small tear in the veil. Just enough to share properly, the temperature dropped further, my breath emerged in great clouding. Puffs the overhead lights flickered rapidly now, creating a strobe effect that distorted my perception in the spaces between light and darkness. I thought I saw something taking shape, a suggestion of form that my eyes couldn't quite focus on, as if my brain refused to process what it was seeing. Grayson regretted it, I said. Backing slowly toward the exit, he asked forgiveness in his final entry, weakness. The voice hissed closer. Now he lacked vision. You don't have to repeat his mistake. Think of what we could accomplish together for one terrible moment. I hesitated. The promise of knowledge, of insights no other scholar possessed, was almost irresistible. My entire career, my identity was built around the pursuit of understanding what was academic research, if not an attempt to push back the boundaries of human knowledge. But something in the voice's eagerness gave me pause. Not Grayson's warning, not the inherent danger of the unknown, but simply the desperation underlying the entities. Offer whatever existed on the other side of that membrane wanted access desperately. 2. Desperately for its intentions to be benevolent. No, I said, my voice stronger than I expected. No, I don't think I will. The reaction was immediate and terrifying. The temperature plummeted further, frost actually forming on the metal shelving around me. The lights exploded one after another, showering sparks and glass across the archives in the sudden darkness. I sensed movement, rapid, agitated, closing in from all sides. You can't leave. The whisper became a shriek, reverberating through the underground space with such force that several books tumbled from their shelves. I've waited too long, you were chosen. Panic seized me. I turned and ran, navigating the dark maze of shelving from memory, my hands outstretched to avoid collision behind me. I heard the crash of falling shelves, as if something large was knocking them over in pursuit. The air filled with the musty scent of ancient paper and something else, an alien that burned my nostrils and stung my eyes. I reached the stairs and took them 2 at a time, my lungs burning, my legs threatening to buckle. I could feel it behind me, a cold pressure pushing against the back of my neck. Fingers of ice just barely grazing my skin. Daniel, my name, echoed up the stairwell, distorted and stretched into something barely recognizable. You can't escape knowledge once offered. I burst through the door at the top of the stairs, emerging into the brightly lit main floor of the library. Several startled students looked up from their studies as I staggered past, doubtlessly appearing like a madman, disheveled, wild-eyed, gasping for breath. I didn't stop running until I reached the campus security office. What followed was predictably disappointing. The security officers investigated the archives and found evidence of an electrical malfunction. The cause of the exploded lights they attributed to fallen shelves, to poor maintenance, and possibly my own panicked flight through the stacks when I tried to explain about the whispers. The journal, the entity that had offered me forbidden knowledge. I was met with concerned looks and gentle suggestions that perhaps I should speak with someone from the university's counseling center. I didn't argue. What could I say that wouldn't sound like the ravings of a man on the edge of a breakdown? The journal itself had vanished, whether taken by the entity or simply lost in the chaos of fallen shelves and scattered books. I couldn't say without it. I had no evidence beyond my own increasingly uncertain recollections. That was 2 weeks ago. I haven't returned to the archives. Since then, I've restricted my research to the main library, always ensuring I'm surrounded by other people. I've even begun seeing a therapist, exploring the possibility that academic pressure and isolation might have triggered some kind of psychological episode. But sometimes late at night in my apartment, when the heating system kicks on and air whistles through the vents, I think I hear it again, that familiar whisper saying my name with a familiarity that makes my skin crawl, Daniel. And sometimes just before I fall asleep, I wonder if I made the right choice. What knowledge waits on the other side of that thin membrane? What insights might I have gained? What price would I really have paid for academic immortality? Those thoughts terrify me far more than any supernatural encounter because, in my heart, I know the truth part of me wanted to say yes. Part of me still does. Yesterday, I received an email from the University Facilities Department informing all faculty that the subbasement archives would be reopened. Following electrical repairs attached was the new access schedule and an invitation to resume any research activities that have been disrupted. I haven't deleted the email. I haven't responded either, but I keep thinking about that journal about Edward Grayson's final words, his plea for forgiveness. I keep thinking about the desperation in that ethereal voice, the promises it made, the knowledge it offered. And I find myself wondering as my cursor hovers over the reply button just how thin that membrane between worlds really is, and whether it might be worth taking one more trip down those stairs just to satisfy my curiosity. After all, what kind of scholar would I be if I didn't pursue knowledge regardless of where it might lead for? Hello everyone, I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I can still remember the stifling silence of that night, the kind that settles too thickly in the air like a damp blanket. You can't shrug off the house we rented for our business. Trip loomed in the darkness, old shutters creaking in an almost rhythmic pattern. No wind touched the tall trees outside, yet somehow they seemed to sway as if caught in a silent storm. The porch light flickered, casting jittery shadows that danced across the warped wooden planks. Even before I set foot inside, something felt wrong, like the entire place was holding its breath, waiting to exhale the moment we let our guard down. I had arrived in this small town earlier that afternoon alongside my colleague who traveled with me as part of our job. We were both commercial representatives, and our work often took us to remote places where we would stay in whatever accommodation was cheap and available. This time we had booked a modest house that stood on the edge of a winding country road. It was far from the main square, which meant the streets were emptier and darker than anything I was used to. The first impression of the house was not entirely unpleasant. It was quaint in a worn-out way with a wooden exterior that showed signs of age but still possessed a certain rustic charm. There was no immediate indication of the unsettling night to come, but I remember feeling a faint unease in my stomach when I walked in. The interior smelled faintly of stale air, as though no one had lived there for quite some time. The floors creaked with every step, and the walls seemed almost too bare, with just a few outdated pictures and a mirror in the hallway. My colleague claimed the smaller bedroom near the front window, while I took the slightly larger one in the back. We had spent a long day on the road and were looking forward to resting before meeting our client in the morning. Before turning in, we decided to make a quick run to a local grocery store a few blocks away to grab a few snacks and drinks. It was during that brief outing that something began to shift. The grocery store was nearly empty. A handful of flickering fluorescent lights illuminated the aisles, but the rest remained oddly dim, as if half the bulbs had burned out long ago. My colleague and I walked through the aisles, noting how limited the stock was. It felt almost apocalyptic, seeing so many barren shelves. Still, we picked out some bags of chips, a few sodas, and some bottled water. I tried to shrug off the strange vibe I got from the store. Attributing it to the late hour and my own fatigue, it never occurred to me that someone else might be watching us. When we returned to the house, we set our groceries on the kitchen table. A single overhead light cast an anemic glow, barely reaching the corners of the room. The countertops were a tired shade of yellow, and the cabinets hung slightly askew, revealing chipped paint and tarnished handles. My colleague suggested we get some rest to be fresh for the next day. I nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief at the idea of lying down, but that relief would be short-lived. Soon after we separated into our respective rooms, I felt a subtle vibration in my pocket. Checking my phone, I saw a text message from an unknown number. The content made my heart skip a beat. It mentioned the brand of chips I had just purchased, followed by a detail about the flavor my colleague preferred. At first, I thought it had to be someone from our circle of work contacts playing a prank, maybe a co-worker who had seen us on the road and wanted to mess with us. But my chest tightened because I hadn't mentioned that specific snack to anyone. My colleague and I had only been in that store for 5 minutes, speaking quietly about which chips we liked, trying to calm down. I walked to my colleague's door and tapped lightly. We spoke in hushed tones through the cracked doorway, both of us puzzled. He told me to ignore it, that it might be a random scam message. He half-jokingly said there must be coincidences sometimes, especially in small towns where local numbers got recycled. Despite his attempt to sound dismissive, I could hear the unease in his voice. We agreed to keep our phones on silent and call it a night. I went back to my room. The bed was lumpy and covered in old-fashioned sheets that gave off a faint scent of mothballs. I found myself lying awake, tension coiling in my stomach. It was impossible to shake off the feeling that someone somewhere had been watching us in that grocery store, or maybe even before that. My phone vibrated again, this time. The message described how I was pacing around my room looking nervous. My pulse hammered as I read the words. I stared at the corners of the ceiling, searching for any hidden cameras, any sign of tampering. Nothing my colleague mentioned from the other side of the wall that something felt off in his room too. Though he didn't go into detail, I paced some more, unsure what to do next, deciding it might be best to confront the messages directly. I typed a response to the unknown number, demanding to know who it was and why they were sending these invasive texts. My palms grew clammy and a chill passed through my spine when my phone buzzed again. I hesitated before looking. The new message simply read that I shouldn't worry because everything was under control and I was better off staying wide awake at that moment. I became aware of the acute silence in the house. No sound came from the street, no hum of distant cars or passing motorcycles. Even the usual night insects seemed to have vanished. My throat felt dry and each breath took conscious effort. I wandered into the hallway thinking I might step into the kitchen for a glass of water. The corridor was darker than before, as if the single light bulb overhead had dimmed. My footsteps resonated against the wooden floor, a hollow echo that made my skin prickle as I neared the kitchen. I noticed a faint movement from the corner of my eye. The curtains in the living room, which I had left open earlier, were fluttering softly, although no draft came through the closed windows. They swayed in a gentle but unmistakable pattern as if guided by unseen hands. The pit in my stomach deepened. I turned on the light in the living room only to find the bulb flickered once and then died. My heart pounded so violently I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. In the dim glow from the kitchen, I saw the curtains come to a standstill, dropping limply back against the window frame. I told myself it had to be some quirk of the old house, maybe a vent or some gap in the wall. Desperate for any semblance of normality, I went into the kitchen and turned on the faucet to fill a glass. The handle felt stiff and the water took a few seconds to come out. It was lukewarm and the pipes groaned as if resenting my need for a drink. After my first sip, the lights overhead flickered in that fraction of a second between brightness and darkness. I saw something dart across the hallway, something tall and shadowy. I nearly dropped the glass. My heart racing so fast I thought I might pass out. I told myself it was just my imagination, a flicker of light playing tricks on me, but I sensed a shift in the atmosphere as if the very air had grown heavier. The phone in my pocket vibrated again. My fingers trembled as I read another message that water won't help, you'll stay awake anyway. My chest constricted and cold sweat broke out across my forehead. My colleague was probably experiencing the same horror in his own room. Yet we had agreed not to panic each other against my better judgment. I crept back to my bedroom, shutting the door behind me and turning the lock with shaky hands. Time crawled at an agonizing pace. Every creak of the floorboard seemed amplified. Every shift of wind outside sounded like footsteps. And then there was the bathroom sink at first. Just a faint dripping, then a heavier flow as though someone had turned the faucet on full blast. My mind raced. Had my colleague gotten up, was the faucet broken? Yet I couldn't muster the courage to step out into that hallway again. At least not immediately. I stood against the bedroom door, pressing my ear to the wood. The rush of water continued, then it stopped abruptly. I felt a compulsion to check, if only to confirm that I wasn't losing my grip on reality. Forcing myself to turn the knob, I ventured into the corridor once more. My legs felt weak. I approached the bathroom doorway and found the light already on. The sink was still dripping droplets plinking against the porcelain. Though the faucet had been closed, water continued to ooze out. Forming a small puddle around the drain, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror above the sink. My face was pale, sweat beading on my temples, eyes wide with confusion and fear. Then my phone buzzed again, making my heart jerk. Another text checked the mirror more closely. Nausea swelled within me. I glanced up at my reflection. Once again, noticing how warped it looked. My features seemed subtly distorted, as though the mirror's surface was not quite flat. I stepped closer and saw the overhead light flicker, bending my reflection in ways that defied normal physics. It could have been an optical illusion, a trick of old glass and failing electricity. But at that moment, it felt like the mirror was alive, or at least possessed by something that thrived on my terror. A sudden rustling sound made me spin around. The hallway behind me was empty, but I felt certain something had been there just seconds before my legs shook and my breathing turned shallow. I retreated to my room, locking the door again and pressing my back against it. The messages kept coming, though I tried to ignore them. They described my every action, how I was standing, how my breath was ragged, even the way my hands kept shaking. Whoever was sending these texts had eyes on me, or worse, they were inside my head. I couldn't decide which possibility scared me more. Around this time, my colleague tapped lightly on my door, asking if I could hear the strange noises too. I responded that I could, my voice barely rising above a whisper. He then mentioned he was receiving odd messages, ones that described his every move and told him not to sleep. It felt surreal hearing confirmation that I wasn't alone in this. Neither of us dared raise our voices or go searching for help. The very walls seemed to be listening, waiting for us to reveal our fear so it could amplify it. Hours passed in a torment of creeping dread. The house became a canvas for every nightmare scenario running through my head. I heard faint knocks behind the walls, the floorboards squeaking outside my door, the faint rustle of curtains. Even though no wind blew, sometimes I thought I heard whispering in the hall, though I could never distinguish words, just a low, unintelligible murmur that made my skin crawl. My body shook with each wave of adrenaline, sweat soaked the back of my shirt. Yet I felt cold, as if an icy current licked at my skin. Somewhere close to dawn, the messages stopped. I hadn't realized how quiet my phone had become until I checked it and saw the last text had arrived nearly an hour earlier. It simply said, "Don't think you're safe." By then, the sky was lightening to a dull gray and a weak glow filtered through the thin curtains. Exhaustion weighed down my eyelids, but I was too terrified to succumb to sleep. My colleague's door creaked and I heard him step into the hallway. He said he wanted to get out of the house as soon as possible, to pack up and leave. I agreed silently. Words caught in my throat. We gathered our belongings in tense silence, each movement feeling magnified in the still morning. The air was less oppressive now, but the memory of that suffocating tension remained. Neither of us dared to check every room thoroughly. Instead, we made sure we had our phones, laptops, and any essential items. The rest could be replaced if needed. Our only objective was to leave the house and never look back. As I closed the front door behind us, I couldn't resist a final glance at the windows for just a second. I imagined I saw a flicker of movement behind the curtains. My pulse quickened, but I said nothing. We drove away from that small town, our tires kicking up gravel and dust, the early sunlight casting long shadows across the road. My colleague and I tried to discuss the events in a logical way. Maybe we had fallen victim to some elaborate prank or local superstition. Maybe the house was rigged with hidden cameras, yet neither explanation fully accounted for the unsettling text that matched our actions in real time, nor did it explain the cold presence that made every hair on my body stand on end. We reached the highway and breathed a collective sigh of relief, but deep down I knew the experience would never truly leave me. Weeks later, I still find myself waking in the middle of the night, gasping for air, convinced that my phone is buzzing with more messages. My heart thunders against my ribcage until I check the screen and see no new notifications even, so I can't shake the feeling that whoever or whatever was behind those messages might still be out there, watching from some dark corner, just waiting for the perfect moment to remind me that I'm not safe. Sometimes I replay the events of that night in my mind, searching for clues or rational explanations, but the more I reflect, the stronger my suspicion grows that we encountered something beyond mere surveillance or pranks. To this day, I don't know if it was a person with twisted motives or if something else had latched onto our presence in 2000. That lonely house, all I know is that every instinct in my body screamed that we were being toyed with by a force that fed on our fear. I still see flashes of that warped reflection in the bathroom mirror when I close my eyes too long. I still feel a phantom chill wash over me when I stand alone in a dark room, and on the rare occasions I find myself in another quiet, desolate place for work, I catch myself glancing at my phone, half dreading, half expecting another text from that unknown number. The worst part is the lingering uncertainty whoever sent those messages never demanded money or made overt threats. Instead, they seem fixated on the notion of keeping us awake, heightening our paranoia, pushing us to the edge. The horror of it wasn't in any explicit violence, but rather in the way it invaded our minds, sowing seeds of distrust in our own perceptions. Even though we left that house intact, a piece of me feels as though I never truly escaped every bump in the night, every flicker of the lights, every unexplained rustle of fabric in a still room now carries echoes of that oppressive darkness. It's a reminder that sometimes terror doesn't need to manifest in physical harm. Sometimes it's enough that it watches you, learns your fears, and makes you doubt your own senses. I've tried to move on, pouring myself into work, convincing my colleague that it must have been a fluke. Yet no matter how busy we stay, the memory of that night lingers, casting a shadow over every mundane action. We've stayed in countless rentals since then, and none have shown the same signs of malevolence. But whenever I encounter a flickering light or a slowly dripping faucet, my stomach tightens with dread. I recall the way the curtains moved on their own, how the house's silence turned suffocating, how the texts knew precisely what we were doing in real time. Even now, I keep my phone locked away when I'm alone at night. The idea of another unknown number lighting up the screen is enough to make my hands shake. Despite all logic telling me it couldn't possibly be the same presence, my instincts remain on high alert. And in those solitary moments just before I drift off to sleep, I sometimes sense a faint prickling at the back of my neck, as if unseen eyes are studying me from a corner I refuse to acknowledge. Deep inside, I realize the fear may never fully subside. It's a burden I carry with me, a reminder that there are places and forces in this world that exist just beyond our comfortable understanding. At the end of it all, I'm left with an unsettling truth. There are horrors we can't explain, terrors that don't rely on bloodshed or open violence. Sometimes the simplest act of observation of someone or something observing us can prove more harrowing than any physical threat. Because in that silent gaze and those messages that know our every move lies the ultimate assault on our minds. We become our own worst enemy, questioning each sound, each shadow, each flicker of light, until reality itself feels like it's unraveling. And in my case, I'm still not certain it has finished unraveling. There is no tidy conclusion, no definitive answer. All I have is that gnawing doubt, the knowledge that some things linger in the darkness long after sunrise. So I continue my travels, meeting new clients in new towns, always a bit more guarded. Always glancing over my shoulder, the memory of that old house in the small town stays with me, a permanent scar etched into my thoughts, a constant whisper that warns, remain vigilant, because sometimes in the hush of the night, the phone still vibrates without reason. And for a heartbeat, I convince myself it's them again, whoever or whatever they were waiting to remind me they never truly left. I don't know if that moment will ever come, but the anticipation alone is enough to keep me awake, staring into the darkness, listening for sounds that may or may not be there, and that in its own twisted way is a horror I can't escape. I still remember how the stale air of that old office seemed to cling to my skin the moment I stepped inside. The corridor walls were painted in a dull shade of gray that felt more like a warning than a choice of decor. My pulse quickened, and I couldn't explain why something about that place felt wrong from the start, as if it were quietly protesting my presence. I told myself it was just the pressure of starting a new assignment. After all, I was only supposed to spend a few nights here cleaning and organizing outdated hardware. It was a straightforward IT gig, one that in theory shouldn't have been terrifying at all. My name is Eric, and I usually work as a freelance IT analyst. I go from company to company, troubleshooting servers, decommissioning old hardware, and taking care of tasks that require some technical know-how and a willingness to do the dirty work. Most of the time, I don't mind the quiet, solitary nature of the job, but there was nothing normal about this building. It had once housed a major corporation's administrative offices. They had downsized years ago, leaving behind a dusty labyrinth of empty cubicles and abandoned conference rooms. When I took this assignment, no one told me about the rumors on my first day while hauling old monitors to a storage closet. A couple of the building staff members mentioned something about the top floor, the one with the decommissioned meeting rooms. They told me that people sometimes heard heavy footsteps at night and doors banging for no reason. Some referred to it as the presence upstairs, giving me grim looks when they talked about it. Others simply joked that I should never wander there alone at night, although they didn't look like they were kidding. I tried to laugh it off. After all, I was a rational man who dealt in cables, hard drives, and system code. Not in ghost stories that changed on the second night I worked there. I needed to reboot one of the older servers that was still active, so I stayed past midnight. The entire building seemed to exhale emptiness, every corridor, a tunnel of darkness lit only by a few flickering fluorescent lights. My shoes echoed with each step, and I couldn't help but notice a faint odor in the air, a mix of old carpet mildew and something accurate I couldn't identify as I walked to the server room, which was inconveniently located near the stairwell leading to the top floor. I heard a distinct thud from above. It sounded like someone dropping a heavy box. My chest tightened, the thud repeated more rhythmically this time, like footsteps pacing back and forth. I told myself it was just the creaking of old architecture, or perhaps the building's ventilation system. Yet my heart pounded so hard that I had to stop and catch my breath. Once the server reboot was complete, I decided to finish up quickly. I was almost out the door when I heard a door upstairs slam. It was abrupt and violent, echoing down the stairwell. I felt my stomach twist, my body tense, sweat forming at my temples. My instinct was to run, but I forced myself to remain calm rationally. The place should be empty. No one was scheduled to be on that floor, and security would have locked up hours ago. But I couldn't ignore the fact that something or someone had just slammed a door. I tried to reassure myself that perhaps a window was left open up there, causing a draft, but the closed windows along the corridor suggested otherwise without wanting to investigate. I hurried to turn off the lights in the server room and head downstairs. On my way, I felt a sudden jolt of panic. The overhead lights flickered just once, but enough to make me gasp. In that brief moment of flicker, I had the unsettling impression that a tall figure stood at the far end of the corridor. I couldn't see any details, just the outline of something impossibly tall and still. My heart hammered so hard I could barely breathe, but when the light stabilized, there was nothing there. I left the building in a state of near panic. Refusing to look back that night, I barely slept, my mind racing through possibilities. Maybe the figure was a trick of the mind, Caused by exhaustion, I told myself I needed to get more rest, to stop letting old ghost stories invade my thoughts. But the next day, when I confided in a coworker what I thought I had seen, she recounted rumors of a tall, shadowy presence that several employees had glimpsed. She described it as an elongated silhouette lurking near the corners of corridors, always watching, never approaching. I felt a twinge of nausea as she spoke. It seemed too specific to dismiss as an optical illusion over the following week. Each time I needed to work late, I found myself dreading that building my palms would sweat the moment I entered the lobby. The quiet hum of the fluorescent lights made me feel on edge, yet my tasks forced me to stay because certain server checks had to be done after hours to avoid disrupting daytime operations. Unfortunately, the older hardware was stored on the very floor everyone avoided. I would stare at the elevator doors for a long moment, then choose the stairs instead. Something about stepping into an enclosed metal box made me feel even more vulnerable. Most nights I heard small noises that could be dismissed as the building settling a faint crack here, a groan of metal there. But there were times I clearly heard footsteps above me, heavy, deliberate steps that seemed to circle the perimeter of the top floor. Whenever that happened, my chest tightened and I'd break into a cold sweat. My mouth would go dry and I'd wait half holding my breath, hoping the sounds would stop. Often they did, but the silence that followed was sometimes worse. It felt like waiting for the next heartbeat of something enormous and hidden. One night I tried to bring a coworker upstairs with me just for company. She insisted she was too busy with her own tasks. I nearly begged her, but ultimately I went alone. I recall gripping the rail of the staircase so tightly my knuckles went white. The corridor lights flickered more than usual. My ears seemed hyper-aware of every little sound, the faint buzz of electricity, my own shoes scraping the floor and the blood pounding in my ears. When I opened the door to the main corridor of the top floor, I felt an immediate urge to flee. The atmosphere was thick as if the air itself carried a menacing weight. I could smell that acrid scent again, some cross between burnt plastic and decaying drywall. My stomach churned and I swallowed hard, determined to get my job done. Fast as I moved to collect some old routers from a dusty room, I caught something in the reflection of the glass wall that separated this room from the next. It was that same towering figure standing at the other end of the corridor, motionless, staring at me. I froze and the reflex made my whole body go rigid, my breath catching in my throat for what felt like ages. I couldn't tear my gaze away. Then, without warning, the figure took a step back and the reflection vanished. I turned around, but there was nothing there, just an empty corridor with outdated furniture stacked haphazardly. By this point, my nerves were frayed. I felt an uneasy mix of terror and curiosity, but I mostly just wanted to get out. My mind raced. Could it be a trick of the overhead lighting? Was I having a stress-induced hallucination? The sense that something was watching me, that it could appear anywhere, anytime, gnawed at me constantly. My coworkers seemed unconcerned, content to believe it was all part of the building's ghost story. But I knew what I had seen. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was no mere shadow. In the following days, I found myself avoiding eye contact with the stairwell to the upper floor each time I passed it. I'd get that tight feeling in my chest, that sense of being observed at night. If I was forced to be there, every echo, every creak seemed to magnify a hundredfold. There were also times I heard a faint whisper, though I couldn't make out words. Only the soft, persistent murmur of something not quite human. My body would respond with a surge of adrenaline, heart slamming against my ribcage, limbs going clammy. My supervisors began asking if I was feeling all right. I try to explain in vague terms that the place was getting to me, that the environment felt oppressive. They offered to let me adjust my hours, perhaps coming in earlier in the evening so I could leave before midnight, but a few tasks still needed to be done in the early morning hours, and inevitably I found myself alone in that place. One particularly unsettling night, I was in the second-floor server room, running firmware updates around 2 a.m. I heard a door upstairs slam 3 times in quick succession. It was so loud that I felt it in my chest. My throat constricted and I nearly dropped my flashlight. The temptation to flee was overwhelming, but I remembered that the servers would be in the middle of a critical update for another half hour if I left. Then it could corrupt the entire system, so I stayed. Each minute stretched into an eternity. The next few minutes passed in eerie silence, and I almost convinced myself that maybe the wind had blown through an open window. Then directly above my head, I heard what sounded like rapid footsteps running across the floor. They paused near the edge of the corridor right above me before dashing back in the opposite direction. My breathing was shallow, my heart slamming like a drum. I couldn't understand how any living person could move that fast, that frantically in an otherwise empty floor. When the firmware update finally completed, I grabbed my things and headed downstairs toward the exit. The hallway lights flickered again. My entire body quaked with dread. I heard a faint scraping sound like nails dragging across metal echoing from the upper floor. I had to fight the primal urge to run in that moment. It felt as though the building itself was alive, demanding my fear as payment for trespassing. My pulse pounded in my ears and my vision tunneled. By the time I made it to the front door, my hands were shaking so hard that I struggled with the keycard. Finally, the lock clicked and I stumbled out, gulping fresh air like a drowning man. After that episode, I seriously considered quitting. I told the temp agency the project was beyond my scope, but they insisted the client was pleased with my work and offered me a raise. If I stayed on just a bit longer, they needed the final inventory and hardware disposal plan against my better judgment. I agreed, but I resolved to never venture upstairs alone at night. Again, a few evenings later, circumstances forced me to break that promise. A series of system errors required manual restarts, and these errors always came at the worst possible times at around 11:45 p.m. I found myself standing in front of that damn staircase again, telling myself I could do this quickly and get out. My mind was in a battle with my adrenaline. Every sense was heightened and the building felt unnaturally still. Climbing the stairs, I kept seeing movements in my peripheral vision, shadows flickering just beyond my line of sight. My skin prickled with goosebumps and my heart hammered in my chest. The corridor on the top floor was darker than usual, a few lights completely out. Leaving long stretches of darkness, I used my flashlight, but it seemed to illuminate only a narrow path, leaving the rest of the corridor in suffocating gloom as I approached the final conference room. The door creaked open on its own. My breath caught in my throat. The darkness beyond that door felt alive, a tangible force pressing against my senses. Then I heard something, a guttural rasp, as though someone or something was struggling to breathe. My legs nearly gave out beneath me, but I forced myself forward, pushing the door fully open with a trembling hand inside. The air was colder than the rest of the floor, and an unrelenting sense of being observed weighed heavily on me. I shone my flashlight around, and that's when I noticed the reflection in the large glass panel at the back of the room. The tall figure stood there again, looming impossibly high. My chest constricted as I watched it raise what looked like an arm far too long to be human. My entire body seized in panic. I wanted to scream, but my voice seemed locked inside my throat. I stumbled backward, tripping over a pile of cables, flashlight clattering on the floor in the frantic moment that followed. I scrambled to pick it up, flicking the beam wildly around the room. The figure was gone. I wasn't sure whether that was more comforting or more terrifying. Something inside me broke at that moment, and fear gave way to a jolt of desperate determination. I ran out of the room, slamming the door behind me, and sprinted down the corridor. My lungs burned and my vision blurred with tears of pure terror. It felt as though the building itself pulsed with malevolence, each step echoing a fraction of a second too late, as if something followed in perfect mimicry. By the time I reached the stairs, my knees wobbled and I nearly collapsed. I forced myself down step by agonizing step, feeling as if I was descending into some other realm rather than escaping it. When I finally burst into the ground floor lobby, I was shaking so violently that I could hardly function. My mind raced with questions: was that entity real, or had I gone mad from stress and lack of sleep? Why did it watch me, and why did it lurk in reflections? The uneasy possibility that it was feeding off my fear. noted at me, I left that night and never returned alone. I negotiated daytime-only shifts, strictly refusing any nighttime assignments. My supervisors weren't thrilled, but they allowed it, possibly seeing the terror etched on my face whenever they asked about the presence upstairs. I'd only say I wanted no part of it. Even recalling the memories makes my heart pound. Eventually, the job ended. I completed my tasks, signed off the inventory, and moved on to my next contract. But the echoes of that building have never left me to this day. I'll catch myself glancing at reflective surfaces in unfamiliar corridors, half expecting to see that impossibly tall shape. Standing there watching sometimes at night, I'll hear noises in my own home that remind me of those footsteps pounding overhead. I'll bolt upright in bed, breath-ragged heart hammering until I remind myself where I am. Yet a nagging doubt remains. Did I escape that presence or did it follow me? I can't say for certain. All I know is that whenever I recall the stale air, the flickering lights, and that looming silhouette, a chill crawls down my spine that no amount of reassurance can erase. I survived that place physically unscathed, but a lingering unease haunts me. A piece of that old office is lodged somewhere deep in my mind. Sometimes I wonder if the darkness I encountered was simply a reflection of my own stress and anxieties, or if in fact that building concealed something far more malevolent than a haunted legend. Either way, I haven't found a definitive explanation, just a lasting dread. And whenever I hear a door slam or see a flicker of movement in a corridor, I can't help but remember that place and its silent watcher waiting in the shadows. I used to believe that the quietest hours before dawn held a sort of solemn beauty. I was convinced there was something almost spiritual about existing in a space that was usually crowded and chaotic, only to find it deserted and silent. That changed the night I heard a whisper echoing from the men's locker room when there was no one else around. Ever since then, the silence in that 24-hour gym has taken on a menacing edge, and I can't walk through those heavy glass doors without feeling my heartbeat rattle my entire chest. I had signed up for the gym membership during a promotional event, lured by the promise of modern equipment and the convenience of being able to go whenever I liked. At first, I was thrilled by the idea of midnight or early morning workouts because my schedule was unpredictable. Sometimes I'd be free at midday, other times at midnight, so the flexibility was a gift. I felt like I had the place to myself when I trained at 2 or 3 in the morning. There were no cues for machines, no loud grunts from the weightlifters, no strangers hogging the squat rack for a few weeks. This arrangement seemed ideal until the strangeness began with subtle, almost dismissible signs. I remember the first time I noticed something was off. It was an ordinary night or so. It seemed I had arrived around 1 a.m., the automated doors giving their usual mechanical hiss as I stepped into the artificially lit reception area. The overhead lights were a sickly yellow, and despite the immaculately cleaned floors, I detected the faint smell of disinfectant that always hung around the front desk. Usually I'd see maybe 1 or 2 other people on the treadmills or elliptical trainers, but that evening the place appeared deserted. I had my earphones in, hoping to keep myself motivated through a long cardio session as I climbed onto a treadmill. I felt a slight chill. At first I blamed the air conditioning, which was always set far too low during the night. My arms prickled with goosebumps and I shrugged it off as a trivial reaction to the cold. But there was something more. I sensed an undercurrent in the air, a subtle tension. I couldn't quite name it. Was like the entire gym was holding its breath within 15 minutes. I found myself restless instead of the usual steady rhythm of running. I kept glancing over my shoulder, certain I was about to spot someone lurking behind me. Of course, every time I looked, there was no one. Only the dim reflection of my own figure in the floor-to-ceiling mirrors and the uniform rows of equipment. The overhead lights flickered once or twice, but I told myself that was just faulty wiring. By the time I finished my run, I was drenched in sweat and more fatigued by nervous tension than by actual exertion. The next odd occurrence happened a few days later. I was wrapping up a shoulder workout around 2:30 a.m., moving from the free weights to the stretching area. The silence was all-encompassing, the only consistent sound being the dull hum of the vents pushing out that icy air. As I lowered myself onto the mat to stretch, I heard an odd patter. It was like the shuffle of feet on the rubber flooring. I paused, heart-thudding, and scanned my surroundings empty again. Still, the sound continued for a second or two, then stopped abruptly when I got up to investigate. Walking around the rows of machines, not a single person was in sight. Part of me reasoned I might have heard my own footsteps echoing, or maybe an old ventilation pipe was responsible, so I forced myself to move on. Attributing it to my imagination, it was a couple of weeks later that I encountered the voice that night. I was more tired than usual, having worked a late shift. Still, I felt compelled to fit in at least a short workout. I arrived just after 3 a.m. The overhead lights were half dimmed, casting long, unsettling shadows across the weight machines. There was a different smell lingering in the air. It reminded me of damp towels that had been left too long in a corner. Musky, faintly sour, and not at all comforting. I started my routine with some light cardio, then proceeded to do a few sets of bench presses. Midway through my last set, I realized I was unbelievably thirsty. My throat felt dry and sandpaper rough, so I decided to take a short break and head to the water fountain near the men's locker room. The corridor leading there was bathed in flickering fluorescent light, the harsh glow seeming to strobe against the pale tiles. My footsteps echoed oddly, as if the hallway was stretching longer with each step. Just as I bent down to fill my bottle, I heard a faint whisper in Portuguese. It was distinctly clear but drained of volume, as if carried by a dying breath. The words were "ponte," and the invitation or command. Whatever it was stopped me cold. Initially, I assumed it was another gym-goer calling out from inside the locker room, maybe beckoning a friend, yet the voice felt off, like someone speaking from a distance that was both too close and too far. At the same time, heart pounding, I stood upright and scanned the corridor. The door to the men's locker room was slightly ajar, and no light seemed to be on inside, just a dim glow from a single overhead bulb. I told myself it had to be a staff member or some other restless soul. So, taking a tentative step forward, I called out a soft greeting. No response came, but the sense of being watched was overwhelming. I could almost feel eyes peering at me from the dark recesses stepping inside. I was met with an unearthly stillness. The row of lockers stretched out in front of me, and the room smelled of antiseptic mixed with stale sweat. My skin crawled as I walked past bench after bench, each unoccupied, each silent. I reached the showers and found the stalls empty. The entire space was deserted, yet I couldn't shake the certainty that someone had spoken to me only moments before I stood there, water bottle in hand. Ears straining for any rustle or breath. When nothing followed, I quickly turned and left, feeling more unsettled than I could ever recall. Being in a public space over the next few nights, I couldn't shake the memory of that whisper. It replayed in my mind incessantly. Sometimes I would be in the middle of a set of squats, and the phrase would ring in my ears again, as if someone had just spoken behind me. My workout suffered because I started rushing through exercises, eager to finish and leave. But every time I tried to push the incident to the back of my mind, a new layer of dread draped itself over me. Another disturbing incident hit like a thunderclap about a week later. I'd convinced myself to face my unease head-on by returning at my usual late hour. The place was emptier than ever, with no sign of the night staff, though the front desk light was on the entire building felt hollow. I did my best to ignore the gloom and focus on the rhythmic clang of weights. Halfway through my routine, the faint overhead music cut off abruptly, plunging the gym into silence, except for my own breathing. Then a distortion of static crackled through the speakers like a whisper full of watery hisses. No words were distinct, but the noise had an undeniably human quality to it, as if layered with quiet. Moans, the sound stretched on for what felt like minutes before snapping back into silence. By that point, my hands were shaking. I dropped the dumbbells, feeling my palms slick with cold sweat, and I could taste fear like copper on my tongue. Shaken but determined not to be controlled by my own paranoia, I reasoned I would just do a couple more sets and leave. The sense of a presence lurking was back stronger than before. Every time I turned, I thought I saw a shape moving around the corners of the mirrored walls. My reflection seemed elongated, twisted as though the mirror itself was warping. The overhead lights flickered relentlessly, creating brief intervals of darkness that felt like an entirely different realm. In those split-second blackouts, I swore I saw outlines of something not human. Shapes flickering at the edge of my vision by the time I finished and walked toward the locker room to grab my bag. Every nerve in my body was on fire. The corridor leading there was colder than before, making me shiver, despite my sweaty workout clothes. I pressed my ear close to the locker room door, unsure why I was even doing it, and I heard faint breathing. It was soft, deliberate, and it made my stomach knot. My mind screamed at me to turn and leave, but some grim curiosity pulled me forward. The instant I crossed the threshold, the lights above me went out in pitch blackness. I felt claustrophobic, my breath catching in my throat. Reaching into my pocket, I hurriedly fished out my phone to use its flashlight. The weak beam illuminated only a small patch of the floor in front of me. With each step, the fluorescent fixtures overhead buzzed like insects trapped in a jar, occasionally sputtering with a sickly light that revealed lockers and benches and fragmented glimpses. Then I saw it a figure or a shadow. It was impossible to say which, looming at the far end, the shape seemed to hover without the normal posture of a person standing on two legs. I tried to call out, but my voice failed. Nothing came out but a ragged gasp. The shadow flickered or shifted, and in one fleeting second of faint light, it appeared to vanish. I stood there, paralyzed, heart pounding so hard that each beat echoed in my ears. Suddenly, the overhead fixtures blinked back on revealing the space in full clarity. Once again, the corridor of lockers was bare. It was an empty, ordinary locker room, as if nothing had ever been there at that moment. I felt an intense wave of dizziness, and it took a concerted effort to remain upright. My pulse wouldn't slow. My breathing was ragged, and a cold sweat coated every inch of my skin. I must have staggered out of the locker room and hurried to collect my belongings from the bench near the entrance. My hands trembled so badly that I nearly dropped my phone twice while stuffing it back into my pocket. My only coherent thought was to get out of that building, out into the safety of the night air. The automated doors slid open excruciatingly slowly. When I finally stepped outside, I realized I was panting as though I had run a marathon. The freedom of the open air felt fleeting. Though I kept looking over my shoulder all the way to my car, convinced that something or someone was watching me from behind the tinted windows in the following days, I tried to rationalize. I told myself it was stress, or that my imagination had run amok in the echoing emptiness of the gym. Maybe I was overtired, or maybe the new supplements I'd been taking had triggered jitters or hallucinations. But late at night, as I lay in bed, images of that shadow and the echo of that disembodied potentate consumed my thoughts. I felt trapped in a spiral of dread, and I couldn't dislodge the fear that there was something malevolent in that place, something that thrived in the silent hours. Eventually, I confided in a friend who also happened to be a personal trainer. I avoided direct quotes as much as possible, telling him indirectly that I had experienced some deeply unsettling encounters and that I was questioning my own sanity. He offered the typical logical explanations about faulty electrical systems, echoic chambers, and the impressionable nature of the mind in a polite but concerned way. He suggested maybe I should work out during the day at least until I felt more comfortable. Part of me felt relieved to hear him say these things. It validated that the rational side of me could still attempt to find normal explanations. A few weeks passed, and I mostly avoided the gym at night, opting for afternoon or early evening sessions. The facility was busier, then filled with everyday noise and the mundane hustle of people rushing to complete their routines. I started to feel safer. However, my schedule eventually forced me into another late-night session, and the moment I stepped through those doors, the memory of that suffocating tension washed over me. I stayed hyper-aware of my surroundings, listening for any odd sounds or whispers. The place was quiet in all the wrong ways. I tried to keep my workout short. Intention was to do only a couple of exercises and leave. After finishing the last set of bicep curls, I inched toward the corridor where the water fountain was located. Although I felt reluctant, my thirst was overpowering. The fountain's trickle sounded unnaturally loud. A soft metallic gurgle that echoed down the hallway as I took a sip. That same Portuguese phrase reverberated in my mind. My heart thumped so hard I felt a tremor in my ribs. The men's locker room door was open just a crack, but the darkness beyond felt like a living, breathing thing. I experienced a strange magnetism pulling me there, but I resisted. I turned away, refusing to let my curiosity lure me inside the entire time. I had the uncanny feeling that someone or something was behind that door, quietly urging me to come, and a wave of revulsion passed over me, and I left without even returning my towel to the rack. My only intention was escape, no matter how cowardly I felt now whenever I pass by the gym late at night. I can't bring myself to go in. Even seeing those lights glowing in the glass front triggers a tightness in my chest. I keep remembering the subtle shift in the air, the scratching static in the speakers, and that formless shadow I nearly walked into worst of all. I recall the voice that sounded both near and distant. Haunt on the memory is enough to send chills drilling into my spine, and I have no rational explanation that can soothe the dread it planted in my mind. Sometimes I ask myself if I was singled out, or if others have heard it too. Since it all happened, I haven't spoken about it much, and the gym staff never bring up anything unusual. It's almost like there's a silent agreement to ignore the eerie atmosphere that descends at night, or maybe no one else has experienced the same level of horror. I still find myself wondering if there really was an entity there, feeding on fear, or if my mind twisted normal occurrences into something horrifying. Even now, I question my own sanity at times, but the fact remains I heard that whisper, I saw that shape, I felt an oppressive presence in the darkness of that locker room. A sensation so vivid it's impossible to dismiss as a mere trick of light. My body's reactions racing. Heart hair standing on end, clammy palms were real and undeniable. That night changed me, and it left an imprint on my psyche that refuses to fade. I've never gone back during those haunted hours. Never walked down that flickering corridor alone again. And though I continue my daytime workouts, the fear still lingers in the back of my mind, as if waiting to pounce. The slightest malfunction of a light bulb or the faintest echo in an empty gym can make my stomach seize with panic. I'm always on guard, half expecting to hear that disembodied voice calling out from the locker room, once more coaxing me into a darkness from which I might not return. The worst part is it leaves me with the uneasy possibility that sometimes the darkness beyond our own reflections is not empty. Something could be there waiting in the silent hush of early morning, inviting us further into shadowed corridors and quiet rooms. And when I remember that creeping dread and that single chilling phrase, I know one thing: I would rather stay outside in the safety of the night air than ever cross the threshold into that echoing void. Again, the air clung to us like a thick, invisible film the moment we stepped into that abandoned industrial zone. Something about the place felt inherently wrong, as though it was trying to repel us. Even before we crossed the threshold, the jagged outlines of rusted metal beams against a darkening sky seemed to stand in silent warning. Yet my friends and I couldn't resist the pull of our own curiosity. We believed naively that we would explore, get a little thrill, and then leave no harm done. None of us realized how deeply the heavy atmosphere and sour stench would burrow into our minds. I remember the road leading to the industrial park was cracked and pitted, flanked by fields of tall, dry grass that rattled in the breeze. An old chain-link fence with more holes than intact mesh was the only barrier between civilization and that decaying wasteland. We'd heard rumors that chemicals had once been processed there, but nobody bothered to confirm. We just wanted an adventure. So we found a gap in the fence, slipped through, and navigated the deserted lot until we arrived at a massive corrugated metal building looming in the gloom. From the outside, the warehouse was colossal, its roof sagging in places and large doors left hanging crooked on rusted hinges. When we pushed one of those doors open, it scraped along the concrete floor in a slow, tortured groan. The noise made my spine tingle. I recall stepping inside, first shining my small flashlight across the interior. The beam illuminated dust motes swirling in the stale air. The place smelled foul, stale, sour, almost like old milk that had turned, but also chemical in a way that made my eyes water. My throat felt scratchy. I wanted to cough, but somehow I held it in. I tried to brush off the creeping dread as I waited for the others to follow. Dan, who usually cracked a joke to lighten the mood, seemed uncharacteristically quiet. I heard him mumble something about how this might not be as fun as we'd thought. He wanted to keep going, though. So we continued. The inside of the warehouse was lined with defunct conveyor belts, metal tables, and enormous vats that once must have held industrial fluids overhead. Fluorescent lights dangled from bent fixtures. They no longer worked, of course, but I kept glancing up, half expecting them to flicker to life. Instead, we had only our flashlights and the occasional faint glow from the holes in the roof. I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows under the machinery were deeper than they should be. It was as though they were absorbing the light, instead of reflecting it. Each time my flashlight beam passed over a dark corner, I felt a gentle tug of apprehension. My heart thudded in my chest, and my palms grew damp around the handle of the flashlight. Every small sound metal creaking, a single droplet of water hitting the floor, echoed painfully in my ears. My breathing sped up, and I tried to keep it quiet so I could listen for anything else that might lurk in the darkness. We fanned out, each of us drawn to different areas. At one point, I ran my hand along a section of rusted piping. The metal flaked away at my touch, leaving orange-brown residue on my fingers. I wiped it off on my jeans, but I couldn't get rid of the gritty sensation, as if the rust clung to my skin. The sour smell intensified as I moved closer to the center of the warehouse, where a massive machine stood silent and forbidding. It was covered in cracked paint with what looked like tangled hoses. Sprouting from its sides, the floor around it was stained with something dark and oily. In my mind, I told myself it was just old chemicals, but my stomach churned with a nameless dread. I felt a presence. Then, as if someone was standing just behind me, my neck hair bristled, my heart hammered, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down my temple. I spun around, shining my flashlight in a wide arc. Nobody was there, only a cluster of upright tanks and conveyor belts that stretched off into the gloom. I let out a shaky breath, telling myself I was being foolish. But that feeling lingered, as though I had intruded on something's territory, and it watched me from just beyond the edge of my vision. A few yards away, one of my friends was fiddling with some levers on a broken control panel. He mentioned in a low mutter that these must have operated the conveyor belts. The rest of us gathered around the machine. We exchanged looks that said we should probably move on. Some unspoken tension passed among us. I wondered if they felt that same pressure in the air, that quiet insistence that we didn't belong. We headed deeper into the building, stepping over piles of debris, broken crates, fragments of scrap metal, and torn industrial tarps. The further we went, the heavier the atmosphere became. It felt harder to breathe, as though my lungs were straining against a weight pressing on my chest. My flashlight flickered once, twice, and then steadied. It was enough to send a jolt of panic through me. The last thing I wanted was for the light to fail in that suffocating darkness. As we approached the back of the warehouse, we found a row of offices sealed behind glass windows. The windows were so grimy that it was impossible to see inside without wiping the sludge away. I hesitated, but eventually used my sleeve to create a streaky portal into the gloom. The beam of my flashlight revealed a cramped room filled with file cabinets and a few desks. All in disarray, chairs were knocked over drawers, yanked open documents scattered across the floor. The sour smell grew even more potent near this office section. My eyes watered and my stomach twisted. It was as if something had leaked out of the walls and infected the air. I noticed a movement from the corner of my eye, a quick flicker of shadow across the other side of the glass. My breath caught in my throat. My pulse slammed in my ears. I jerked my flashlight toward the spot, but there was nothing. Just the ghostly reflection of our group in the grimy glass, looking far more nervous than we had upon arrival. I tried to tell myself it was just a trick of the light, yet I couldn't shake the crawling feeling on the back of my neck. We left the offices behind, deciding it was time to circle around and head for the exit. We hadn't been inside for more than 30 minutes, but it felt like hours. My mouth was so dry I had to swallow repeatedly to keep from gagging. Another friend mentioned in a tense whisper that the smell was getting worse instead of dissipating. He wondered if there might be chemical spills deeper in the building. Someone else suggested we leave right then, but curiosity still battled with our unease. We pressed on, hoping that taking a complete loop around would feel less like we'd run away in fear. With every step, the sense of being watched multiplied. The enormous machines, silent and immovable, seemed to loom larger, as if alive in their own menacing way. The shadows, thick and almost tangible, seemed to pulse with an unseen energy. My breathing grew ragged and every muscle in my body felt tense. Each breath carried that acrid tang, burning my nostrils and coating the back of my throat. The corridor we entered next was lined on both sides by tall racks that once held equipment or spare parts. Now most of them lay toppled, their shelves empty or strewn with debris. My flashlight revealed twisted shapes that looked like they had melted, congealed into lumps that defied easy explanation. A sense of dread settled in my stomach. Cold and relentless. Was this the result of some chemical reaction or something else entirely? As we neared the exit, one of us suggested we regroup and calmly walk the rest of the way without splitting up. We formed a tight cluster, flashlights overlapping to create a larger circle of illumination. The beams of light jittered along the walls and ceiling, revealing streaks of rust and filth that almost looked like spreading veins. Each time we passed another piece of decrepit machinery, I strained my hearing for any sign of movement behind us. The silence became loud, pressing against my eardrums until I wished for even the smallest, most innocuous noise to break the tension. But the only sound I could detect was my own panicked breathing. Then, for a brief moment, the sour smell subsided, replaced by a cool draft wafting in from a large set of double doors. Relief surged through my body. I could see the outline of the exit in the weak exterior light. My heart pounded, urging me forward. The feeling of oppression that plagued me was starting to loosen its grip just a bit. But as we drew closer, the entire building seemed to exhale some foul breath of its own. The sour stench hit like a physical blow, worse than anything I had experienced so far. My knees wobbled and I struggled not to retch. I heard my friends letting out muffled curses, covering their mouths and noses. It was as if the place refused to let us leave without one final assault on our senses. A wave of nausea hit me so hard I had to lean against a rusted support beam. My flashlight dropped, clattering to the ground and rolling a few feet away. The flashlight's beam landed on one of the broken machines, illuminating the space beneath it. In an odd angle, for a second, I thought I saw something move there, some shape that was not part of the machinery. My vision blurred and I blinked furiously. The shape looked almost gelatinous. Quivering in the half-light, it seemed to vanish the instant I tried to focus on it. I forced myself upright. Ignoring the shakiness in my limbs, I retrieved my flashlight and rejoined the group. No one spoke directly, but I caught the stark fear in their eyes. We knew without words that we had to get out. We made a final push toward the exit, refusing to let ourselves be defeated by panic. Yet my heart hammered in my chest and my breath came in ragged gulps. I could feel sweat trickling down my back, chilling my skin in the damp air. The closer we got to those double doors, the more the atmosphere seemed to swirl around us in a suffocating dance, shadows elongated and warped, distorting the shapes of the machinery into monstrous silhouettes. My flashlight flickered again and I nearly lost my nerve. I told myself to keep it together outside. I could see a sliver of the dark sky, a faint promise of escape from this suffocating darkness. When we finally reached the threshold, I could barely breathe. My lungs felt seared by the chemical stench. My nerves frayed by the constant sense of pursuit from those silent shadows. Stepping over the doorway felt like crossing from one reality into another. The night air was cold, but it was a blessing compared to what we had just endured inside. I tasted freedom in that first gulp of cleaner air, even though the sour odor clung to my clothes and hair. Yet even outside, I felt no true relief. The warehouse loomed behind us, its jagged outline framed by the moonlight. My heart was still pounding and a cold sweat covered my forehead. I found myself turning around, shining my flashlight back at the open door. For a moment, I thought I saw a faint movement within, as though something receded deeper into the darkness. It left me with a spine-tingling certainty that the place housed a presence far beyond our comprehension. One of my friends remarked that it was time to head home. Another added, we should never return. There was an undercurrent of mutual agreement. In the group, we began to walk away, our flashlights bobbing in the night. but the sense of being followed lingered as if the dense air from the warehouse had latched onto us. I kept glancing over my shoulder, heart racing each time I imagined a flicker of motion in my periphery. Once we reached the gap in the fence, the night breeze gained some freshness. My eyes stung from the strain of tension and my hands trembled. I was sweating. Despite the cool air, we slipped back onto the deserted street, each step feeling both urgent and numb. I realized my entire body was covered in goosebumps and my nerves felt raw in that quiet. I replayed every unsettling moment in my head, asking myself if I had truly seen those shifting shadows, or if my mind had conjured them in the throes of fear. We parted ways without ceremony, each of us carrying that intangible weight back to our homes. Once I stepped inside my room, I dropped onto my bedclothes, still damp with sweat, and reeking of that sour stench. My mind wouldn't shut off the images of the dark warehouse corners. The ghostly flicker of movement and the oppressive silence haunted my thoughts. Each time I closed my eyes, I felt that presence near me, lurking in the recesses of my imagination, or perhaps somewhere else. My skin prickled with unease. Sleep eventually overtook me, but it was restless. I dreamed of endless corridors stretching from that warehouse, each one leading deeper into gloom. And every time I turned a corner, I sensed a form slithering just out of sight in the dream. My footsteps echoed off distant walls as I ran in slow motion, my heart pounding so violently I thought it would burst when I jerked awake. My body was slick with sweat, my breath coming in gasps. The darkness in my bedroom seemed thick, but at least I knew I was far from that cursed place. I tried to discuss the experience a few days later with Dan in an effort to make sense of it. He brushed it off lightly at first, then admitted he had been feeling an odd paranoia. Since the night we explored, he didn't go into detail. Just a vague mention of being unable to sleep well and seeing things in the corners of his eyes. I confided I was experiencing the same anxieties. We agreed without hesitation never to return. Neither of us wanted to find out if the intangible presence could manifest itself more concretely. Even now, I can't fully explain what we encountered in that abandoned industrial zone. Perhaps the chemicals left behind played tricks on our senses, warping our perception and conjuring hallucinations. Or maybe there was something else, some force that had claimed the warehouse as its domain, feeding on the fear and curiosity of unwary visitors. I can't decide which explanation scares me more. The days and weeks that followed were marked by sporadic waves of claustrophobia and an abiding sense that I was being observed. My imagination, or whatever had latched onto me, refused to grant me peace at night. When the wind howls outside, I sometimes catch a whiff of that sour odor and my heart kicks into overdrive. My palms get slick and a chill spider walks up my spine. It's enough to send me reeling back into the memory of that dismal, reeking corridor. Yet the strangest part is that none of us ever reported any physical ailments beyond the lingering psychological horror. No mysterious illnesses, no rotting shoes from chemical spills, no tangible proof that the place had harmed us physically. The only residue was mental, a wedge of dread lodged deep in our minds. Sometimes late at night, I wonder if that intangible presence found a way to follow us home. Silent and invisible, waiting for the right moment to make itself known. I've kept quiet about the incident for the most part, only discussing it with those who were there. We have a mutual unspoken pact that we will not entertain the idea of exploring abandoned sites anymore. Not because we fear broken floors or tetanus-laden nails, but because there are places in the world where the veil is thin, where something beyond reason or science might lurk. I'm not the same person I was before that night. My nerves are more afraid. My sense of security always under question. I don't look at shadows in the same way. Even the simplest shapes cast on walls can set my pulse racing if I'm not careful. And whenever I catch that sour tang in the air, even if it's just a passing whiff from some distant chemical, I find my thoughts dragged back to the towering rusted machines and those unseen eyes in the darkness. The memory sends shivers through my body, reminding me how utterly powerless I felt in the end. I suppose I'm grateful we managed to leave that warehouse physically unscathed, but the mental scars remain etched into the corners of my subconscious. Sometimes in the late hours of the night, I question whether the worst terror is the one that never fully reveals itself, that stays hidden. Just out of sight, drifting on stale air and waiting the unknown can make any shadow ominous, any unexplained noise a threat, and any foul stench a silent promise of something far more disturbing lying in wait. I've kept this story to myself long enough that it feels like a permanent secret, whispering incessantly in my ear whenever I let my guard down, and though I try to rationalize it, chemicals, old machinery, and overactive imagination, there's a piece of me that knows the truth lies beyond those surface explanations. Something was there, something hungry or angry or simply alien. It reached into my mind that night, left a fingerprint of dread, and ensured I would never forget the way my heart thundered in my chest when it felt like we were trespassing on forbidden ground. We never did return, and I have no intention of ever stepping foot in that forsaken building again. Even the memory of the air thick with that nauseating stench is enough to make my mouth go dry and my pulse accelerate. Sometimes in my quieter moments, I wonder if that presence still waits among the rusted machines shifting in the darkness, listening for the sound of intruders, and if it does, maybe we're the lucky ones. Maybe it was never meant to be seen or understood, but the knowledge that it exists or might exist is enough to keep me on edge whenever I pass by an old decrepit structure, because once you feel that oppressive air and sense that living darkness pressing against your mind, there's no return to blissful ignorance. You carry the fear with you, tucked away like a foul secret, haunting you. With every breath, I first sensed something was wrong on the day I walked into that narrow, dimly lit hallway. The stale air clung to my skin, and an inexplicable chill ran down my spine. The moment I turned the key in the apartment door, something about the building's silence felt unnatural, more like a hush forced upon it than a peaceful quiet. Even before I noticed the flickering lights or heard the echo of mysterious footsteps, I felt as though I was trespassing in a place that resisted my presence. It was an old construction in the heart of the city, with high ceilings and long corridors that played tricks on the eyes. At night, the shadows cast by the single overhead light seemed to stretch unnaturally against the walls as though they had a life of their own. I had moved there for convenience. The centralized location was perfect for my work routine, and the rent surprisingly affordable. On my first walk through, the place looked normal enough. Sure, the paint was peeling in a few spots. The wooden floors creaked, and there was a musty smell that lingered, but I chalked it up to the building's age. I remember feeling oddly defensive about my choice telling friends. Whenever they asked that, I found the apartment charming and full of character. Looking back, I wonder if I was in denial or just under the apartment's spell when I started noticing the hallway lights flickering. I assumed it was a simple electrical issue. The quarter light would blink erratically, a frantic strobe that made the walls appear to ripple. I replaced the bulbs with brand new ones, certain that would solve the problem. It didn't. Even the new bulbs would flicker, then sometimes go out entirely. At first, I convinced myself it was a matter of faulty wiring. After all, the apartment was old, probably never fully renovated, but then the overhead light in the living room began doing the same thing. I'd be sitting on the couch after a long day at work, reading a book or scrolling through my phone, and it would blink once, twice, then extinguish. Just when I stood up to check, it would flare back to life again. My heart rate would spike each time this happened. A subtle panic would tighten my chest, and I'd find myself breathing faster. I tried to be rational. Maybe the wiring was loose or the circuit was overloaded by the outdated fixtures, yet a part of me felt something else was behind it. Something that teased me with tiny, unsettling hints that I couldn't ignore. A few weeks passed, and I began hearing sounds at night. They were faint at first, like a floorboard squeaking in another room or a door hinge shuddering in a far corner. I'd jerk awake to a subtle creaking noise, my heartbeat hammering in my ears. Often I'd lie in bed, forcing myself to remain still. Listening intently. My apartment was on the third floor, so it wasn't likely to be a stray cat on the balcony or street noises drifting through the windows. Sometimes it sounded like footsteps, as if someone was pacing in the living room. The measured, deliberate rhythm of those steps sent ice into my veins. On more than one occasion, I mustered the courage to get out of bed to check the living room. My legs trembled so much it felt like I was wading through water. My palms turned clammy and my breath grew ragged. Each step I took seemed to reverberate inside my skull when I finally flicked on the hallway light switch and prayed it would actually stay on. There was never anyone there, but something else caught my attention. The corridor light, the same one that had refused to stay lit before, would be on already. It made no sense. I was certain I always switched it off before bed. But there it was, shining in that eerie, flickering way. Convinced I was losing my mind, I brought in an electrician. He walked around the apartment, performed the usual checks, and assured me there was nothing wrong with the wiring. I remember him shrugging with a baffled expression as he said something about everything being up to code. His confusion did nothing to alleviate my own. After he left, the flickering continued and the footsteps grew louder. Some nights I'd swear I felt the floor vibrate slightly, like heavy boots pressing down just outside my bedroom door. Sleep became almost impossible. I would lie awake, every muscle in my body so tense that my neck would ache for hours. My heartbeat throbbed in my ears too fast, like a drum beat, signaling that something terrible hovered in the darkness. My mind would play tricks on me. Was the door handle turning on its own? Did I just hear a whisper, or was that the wind outside? The tension built until my hands began to shake. Whenever the lights blinked one night, I thought I caught a glimpse of a shape, just a fleeting shadow darting across the end of the hallway. My chest tightened with such force that I could barely draw breath. I wasn't sure if it was real or my imagination. All I knew was that every hair on my body stood on end and cold sweat ran down my back. Desperation led me to try sleeping with all the lights on. I thought that a fully lit apartment might banish the darkness, and with it whatever presence lurked there. The result was far from comforting. The perpetual glow cast harsh shadows on the walls, and I found myself startled by every flicker, every reflection in the mirrors or windows. My nerves were constantly on edge like a wound-up spring. The faint hum of the light fixtures filled the silence, and my exhaustion deepened. It wasn't restful at all. I felt like a prisoner in my own space, eyes open wide, scanning the corners and ceilings for any sign of movement. I started dreading coming home the moment I stepped into the building's lobby. That heavy, suffocating feeling would return. I'd feel it in my chest. Like my lungs couldn't expand all the way, my pace would quicken as I marched up the winding staircase, each step echoing against the chipped walls. The corridor that led to my apartment seemed longer at night, its shadows and flickering lights creating a distorted tunnel effect. Sometimes I sensed the presence before I even reached my door, a prickle of awareness on the back of my neck, an unshakable certainty that something waited for me inside. By then, paranoia had sunk in. Deep every noise from a neighbor's apartment made my pulse spike. I started scanning the small peephole in my door multiple times a night, expecting to catch someone or something lurking on the other side. Yet it was always just that empty hallway lit by the same flickering bulb. The persistent illusions of footsteps continued to haunt me. Sometimes I'd wake to a noise so loud I was sure I'd find my living room turned upside down. Racing out of bed muscles, twitching with adrenaline, I'd discover nothing out of place. Only that dread-laced corridor light burning when I knew I had shut it off. At one point, I considered speaking to the building manager. However, the conversation never got very far. He was polite but dismissive, muttering that the building was old and odd. Noises were common. He said something about the pipes or the wooden beam settling. I didn't mention the footsteps specifically because I was afraid I'd sound unhinged. Part of me wondered if I was in fact going insane. The stress was wearing me down. My hands trembled. Even in daylight, my mouth felt chronically dry. I caught myself holding my breath in anticipation of the next flicker or noise. Eventually, I decided to do a thorough cleansing of the apartment one weekend. I scrubbed the floors, wiped the windows, and cleared out the clutter, hoping to purge whatever dark energy I felt had settled there. Despite my best efforts, the atmosphere remained oppressive. In the middle of the afternoon, when sunlight was streaming through the windows, I heard what sounded like a soft knock on the corridor wall. My heart lurched. The knock came again, 3 firm taps, then silence. I stood there holding my breath, waiting for something else to happen. Minutes passed in an agonizing hush. but no other sounds followed. By the time the sun set, the sense of foreboding returned with renewed intensity, as though annoyed by my attempt to chase it away. With bleach and mops, my dreams, when I managed to slip into restless sleep, were plagued by bizarre images, hallways that stretched on for miles, doors that led nowhere or opened to reveal infinite darkness, flickering lights that popped and sparked, raining hot embers that never quite touched the ground. I'd wake up drenched in sweat pulse hammering, only to discover the corridor light shimmering beneath my bedroom door, casting a slim beam of unstable illumination into my room. On multiple occasions, I remember launching from the bed to yank the door open, expecting to catch an intruder, but the hallway was always empty, the bulb overhead swaying slightly in a breeze I could never feel at times. I questioned my sanity. I wondered if my job stress had manifested into psychosomatic experiences. Maybe I was projecting my anxieties onto the apartment. But how could I explain the lights that insisted on turning themselves on? Or the electrician's baffled expression when everything checked out? Fine, the rational part of me kept trying to offer explanations, but the mounting terror in my gut refused to subside. My nervous system was in constant overdrive, heart-pounding, hand-shaking. Stomach twisted in knots. One particularly harrowing night, I was jolted awake by a series of loud bangs like heavy fists slamming against the living room walls. I rushed out of bed, every muscle in my body tense and rigid. My throat felt as though it was closing up, and a thin film of sweat coated my forehead. Approaching the living room felt like stepping into a nightmare. The corridor bulb was in one of its flickering cycles, casting a strobing effect along the walls. In that uneven light, I saw a distortion in the corner of the living room, as if the shadows there were shifting. My pulse thundered in my temples. The shadow swelled, coalescing into a darker shape, then abruptly vanished. I stood frozen, heart pounding so furiously that it drowned out all other sounds. I realized I couldn't stay there much longer. My body was running on fumes and my nerves were shot. By then I could barely function at work. My thoughts kept drifting back to the apartment's mysterious phenomena. That sense of being watched never left me, as if a pair of eyes lingered just behind every door. The flickering lights had grown more erratic, sometimes in sync with my own sharp intakes of breath. As if reacting to my fear, I felt trapped, pinned down by forces I couldn't understand. 2 days later, I decided to spend the night at a friend's place. I needed some distance, some clarity of thought. My friend asked why I looked so pale, so exhausted, so on edge. I tried to explain, but the words sounded feeble. Footsteps, flickering lights, a sense of being watched. He listened politely, but was skeptical, though he did mention that sometimes old buildings carry strange histories. He offered me his couch and told me I needed rest. I was grateful for the reprieve for the first time in weeks. I managed to sleep without jolting awake in terror, yet even in a different location, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was attached to me during the night. I dreamt of that corridor with its flickering bulb and peeling wallpaper. I dreamt of the door to my apartment opening on its own, revealing nothing but blackness inside. I woke in a cold sweat, my heart hammering when morning came. I felt no better. Reluctantly, I returned to the apartment the following afternoon. I told myself I had to face it, or I would never live in peace. The hallway was oddly quiet as I walked in. The corridor bulb, for once, was steady, no flickering. The living room lamp too seemed normal. My tension peaked because the calm felt unnatural, like the hush before a thunderstorm. I spent the afternoon packing up a few essentials, deciding I would stay at my friend's place again for at least another night or two. When evening fell, I turned on the lights. For a brief moment, everything remained still. My heartbeat gradually slowed, and I exhaled a shaky breath. Then, as if on cue, the corridor bulb began to pulsate again. The living room lamp followed suit, dimming and flaring back up. I stepped into the hallway, trying to steady my trembling limbs. My throat felt raw and tight, and my mouth turned bone dry. That was when I felt a rush of cold air sweep through the corridor. The overhead light flickered more intensely, casting the walls in a rapid succession of bright and dark. My pulse raced, and a faint buzzing filled my ears like static on an old television. In that throbbing glow, I glimpsed something move at the far end of the hallway, a swirl of shadow that formed the vague outline of a person my lungs seized. I wanted to run, but my legs felt anchored to the floor. Despite my fear, I forced myself to take a single step closer. The figure appeared to shift, dissolving into the wall before emerging again. Further down near the living room door, my heart pounded so brutally I thought I might pass out. I felt a wave of nausea and an overwhelming urge to scream, but my voice caught in my throat as I inched closer. The flickering reached a frantic rhythm and my vision wavered like I was on the verge of blacking out. I could smell something damp and metallic in the air, a scent that made my skin crawl. Something in me snapped a primal surge of adrenaline, jolted my limbs into motion. I lunged for the front door, heart slamming in my chest, breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't dare look back, convinced I'd see that thing looming behind me if I did. My hand fumbled with the lock sweat, making it hard to grip the metal. The corridor bulb popped, plunging the hallway into darkness for a heartbeat before sputtering back on in a shower of sparks. Finally, the door swung open and I stumbled into the building's main hallway, nearly colliding with the opposite wall. I don't think I ever felt such overwhelming relief and lingering dread. Simultaneously, I stood there hunched over, hands on my knees, gasping for air. I could feel my entire body shaking from my shoulders down to my calves. If anyone had stepped out of their apartment at that moment, they would have found me drenched in sweat, eyes wide with terror, looking like I had stared into the depths of something unfathomable. Leaving was the only option that felt right. Over the next few days, I arranged to terminate my lease. The building manager gave me a hard time, but I didn't care. I never spent another night in that apartment. Instead, I moved into a modest place across town, more expensive, smaller, and far less convenient. But for the first time in weeks, I slept with the lights off, with no strange footsteps or flickering bulbs to torment me. Even now, late at night, the memory of that flickering corridor light can make my pulse quicken. There's a sense that I've brushed up against something beyond my understanding, a presence or force that lingered in that apartment like a living stain. I often lie awake haunted, not by the possibility that it followed me, but by the terrifying notion that it was never just the building's past or faulty wiring. Some places simply hold on to echoes of energies best left undisturbed, and I'd been unfortunate enough to stumble right into one of them. I avoided that block in the city center for a long time. The few times I passed by in daylight, I felt a cold tingle slide along my neck as I glanced toward the windows of that old apartment. Even from a distance, I half expected to see a flicker of light behind the glass, and each time my heart would stutter in my chest, reminding me of what I left behind and of the darkness that no amount of modern electricity could ever fully chase away. It began with a feeling, an itch at the back of my mind that I couldn't scratch, a faint electric buzz in the stillness of my own home. The basement had always been an afterthought, a dull space for spare tools and old boxes, somewhere to stash what didn't fit upstairs. But now every time I walk by the closed door leading down those old wooden steps, something clenches inside my chest. I feel my heart flutter, my breath catch in my throat. The very air around me seems charged, as if the house itself is bracing for something to happen. I never used to feel that way about my own home. It's supposed to be a place of safety, of quiet nights and comfortable evenings. Yet here I stand, gripped by a silent, unrelenting sense of unease. I remember how it started, though. I can't pinpoint the exact moment the shift began. Before, I used to joke around that there might be some hidden presence in the basement whenever I needed to grab a hammer or rummage through old boxes. I would stand at the top of the stairs with a sarcastic grin and say something like, I dared whatever lived down there to show itself. It was a tease, a light-hearted poke at all the ghost stories I'd heard growing up. I never believed there could be anything real. Lurking in the shadows of that cramped concrete space, it was just me, my tools and piles of dusty junk. Then came the night that changed everything I was organizing. Shelves in the far corner of the basement trying to make sense of decades worth of clutter. The single overhead bulb cast a weak glow that barely reached the walls. I remember how the darkness pressed at the edges of the light, how it felt like it was eagerly waiting for any slip in my attention for a time. Nothing unusual happened. I moved boxes around, coughed at the clouds of dust swirling in the stale air, checked my phone for the time the place smelled of damp concrete and rusting metal. My breath sounded unnaturally loud down there, echoing in the gloom. At some point, I felt the concrete floor under my boots vibrating so faintly I doubted my senses. It was like a tiny tremor, as if something massive had shifted far below my arms, broke out in goosebumps, and I felt a sudden chill that made my stomach lurch. I tried to shrug it off, telling myself it must have been a passing truck or a random quake, although I couldn't recall the last time I'd felt so much as a tremor in this region. My mind fumbled for logical explanations, but no matter how I tried to justify it, a trickle of dread had already begun creeping into my thoughts as I continued to sort through a box of old wrenches. The metal shelves along the wall gave a gentle, unmistakable rattle. Nothing dramatic, just a slight, almost polite shaking of the brackets. Yet it felt deliberate, as if someone or something was testing my reaction. I froze, every muscle going rigid. My pulse throbbed in my ears, and the dryness in my mouth made me gulp. My eyes darted around the basement from corner to corner, seeking any movement in the dark. The overhead light flickered, and my breath got shallow. Moments later, a small ring of metal keys which I had hung on a hook slipped to the floor with a sharp clang. The sudden noise made my heart lurch into my throat. It was such a simple event, keys falling, but in the charged atmosphere of that basement, it felt like the final straw. My skin felt prickly, sweat trickled down my neck, and I realized I was trembling as the final echo of that metallic clang dissipated. I could have sworn I heard something else, something like a breath or a low hiss. It was too faint to be sure if I wasn't just imagining it. That alone was enough to send my panic into overdrive. My rational mind insisted it was all coincidence, an unsteady shelf, a loose hook, an overactive imagination. But fear flooded my body, pounding in my chest. I didn't even bother to pick up those keys. I dropped everything, turned, and bolted for the stairs. My hand shook so badly I fumbled twice with the doorknob at the top before managing to fling it open. Then I rushed out, slammed the door behind me, and found myself panting in the hallway, sweat cooling on my forehead despite the warmth of the night. I stood there listening, half expecting to hear footsteps or something heavier following me. There was only silence that night. I couldn't bring myself to go back down. In fact, I avoided it altogether for days, maybe weeks. I lost track because I forced my mind to push that unsettling memory away, but the basement refused to let me forget. Subtle reminders began cropping up at odd hours late at night. When I was trying to sleep, I'd hear a gentle tap-tap-tap coming from behind the basement door. Sometimes it was so soft I convinced myself it was just the house settling, but other times it came with a distinct rhythm, like knuckles rapping on wood. My heart would skip a beat, sweat would break out on my palms, and I'd lie there wide-eyed, staring at the door as if it might burst open at any moment. I told myself I was being silly. I'd think about how I used to scoff at ghost stories and people who claimed to sense presences in the dark. I was practical, grounded in reality. Yet every time I woke up in the dead of night to those knocks, my body betrayed me. I couldn't slow my breathing. I felt my own pulse thudding in my temples. A sour taste of dread filled my mouth, and more than once I imagined the door handle rattling. I never worked up the nerve to check something in. Me insisted that if I opened that door at 3 a.m., I'd see something that would unravel my sanity. The worst was how the paranoia leaked into my everyday life. Even during the day, I found myself glancing over my shoulder when I walked past a mirror, worried I might catch a glimpse of something behind me. The house felt colder. The walls seemed to press in on me. I stopped sleeping, well plagued by nightmares that blended the basement with strange shapes creeping in the darkness. My hands would tremble while making coffee in the morning, and more than once I spilled half the mug on the floor. I kept telling myself it was just stress, that everything would be fine if I focused on more mundane tasks. Yet a persistent tension coiled in my chest, a quiet voice warning that the basement was more than just a storage space. Now it was infected with a presence I had invited on one particularly restless night. I heard a single deliberate thud against the basement door. My heart jolted so violently that my arms went numb. I lay in bed, paralyzed, uncertain if I'd truly heard it or if my mind had conjured it from half-leap. Then another thud came, heavier and slower. I imagined in horrifying detail some shape pressing its weight against the other side of the door, testing it. My scalp prickled and I fought the urge to get up, to bolt outside, to do anything but remain there. Frozen sweat gathered at my temples, trickled down the sides of my face, and I realized I was gripping my sheets so tightly my knuckles ached in the morning. I tried to muster the courage to at least check the basement door for any signs of damage. My heartbeat refused to settle and my mouth was desert dry. I stood at the threshold, hand hovering near the door knob, expecting it to jolt under my fingers. The door looked the same, no scratches or dents. But when I finally opened it, I noticed a stale odor drifting up, more pungent than before. It was a combination of damp concrete rust and something else, a musty, almost earthy smell that made my stomach churn. The darkness stretched below and the bottom of the stairs was consumed by shadow. Even with the overhead light switched on, the gloom felt thicker, as if the basement swallowed most of the illumination before it reached the floor. I couldn't bring myself to go any farther than the first step. My entire body tensed with each breath and my knees felt weak. I closed the door again, promising myself that I'd only go down there once worry. I felt braver, though I suspected that moment might never come. Still, life had to go on, at least on the surface. I tried to keep up with work and daily errands. I avoided mentioning the situation to anyone, though a colleague asked once if I was feeling okay. Noticing the dark circles under my eyes, I mumbled an excuse about not sleeping well, about having too much on my mind. Inside, I felt the slow gnawing of fear that had become my constant companion. Even mundane moments felt charged. I'd jump at the sound of a drawer closing too hard, or the hum of the refrigerator at night. My shadow on the walls took on menacing shapes in my peripheral vision. My mind began to distort ordinary sights and sounds, weaving them into a tapestry of dread. Eventually, curiosity or desperation got the better of me. I decided I couldn't let myself be ruled by an empty basement. One weekend afternoon, determined not to be a prisoner in my own house, I steeled myself to go down there. The sunlight streaming through the living room windows did bolster my courage slightly. I told myself that daylight would keep anything at bay, that it was probably all in my head anyway. I armed myself with a flashlight, even though the basement had an overhead bulb, and stepped onto the creaking wooden stairs. Each step felt like a betrayal of my own instincts. My throat tightened and the flashlight shook in my clammy grip. At first all seemed quiet. The glow from the bare light bulb overhead cast long, distorted shadows across the walls. My dusty shelves stood silent, the clutter on them appearing unremarkable, but my pulse hammered mercilessly in my chest, and the sweat beaded on my brow as I moved deeper into the basement. I caught a glimpse of movement at the edge of my vision. Something black and indistinct darted behind a shelf in the corner. I nearly dropped the flashlight, my breath hitching in my lungs, stepping closer. I tried to see if there was anything there, a rodent perhaps, or just my imagination. All I could make out was the rough concrete wall and some stacked boxes, but the air felt colder around me, pressing against my skin as if it had weight. I tried to calm myself by organizing a few tools, wiping down some surfaces. Yet every so often I heard faint rustling sounds. Sometimes they seemed to come from the far side of the room. Other times from directly behind me. My head whipped around more times than I care to admit, and each time I found nothing but empty corners. My breathing grew labored and my vision blurred at the edges. With the adrenaline coursing through my veins, I was on the verge of bolting back upstairs when a soft vibration rocked the shelves again. It wasn't violent, more like a pulse that resonated in the concrete floor. My stomach lurched and the flashlight beam swayed wildly with my trembling hand. A quiet scraping sound reached my ears. It came from near the foundation, low to the ground, as though something was clawing the concrete from the other side. I felt my insides twist into knots. My mind raced with all sorts of explanations, pipes expanding, wind through a crack in the wall, maybe an animal scratching. But the noise had a deliberate rhythm, a kind of slow, deliberate scrape. Pause, scrape. My vision swam and I nearly lost my balance. For a moment, I questioned my grip on reality. Was I losing my mind? Or was there truly something in this basement that creeping sense of doom became overwhelming? My limbs were shaking so hard that I couldn't keep my flashlight steady. I imagined something monstrous on the other side of that wall, dragging its nails along the concrete, waiting for an invitation or a moment of weakness to break through. It was pure insanity, yet it felt more real than anything I'd ever experienced. Unable to endure another moment in that oppressive atmosphere, I stumbled toward the stairs, tripping on the last step and smacking my knee against the edge of a box. Pain flared, but it barely registered through my panic. I lunged for the door, slammed it shut behind me, and pressed my ear against the wood. My chest felt tight, and I sucked in air with audible gasps. I heard only my own pounding heartbeat, but I couldn't shake the certainty that if I lingered even a second longer, I'd feel something on the other side pressing back from that day on the sound of knocks. Thuds and subtle vibrations grew more frequent, even if they were faint. My ears caught them like nails on a chalkboard. Each event chipped away at my composure, driving me to the edge of paranoia. I began to suspect that some entity had indeed responded to my careless mockery. Maybe not a tangible ghost or demon, but a presence conjured by my own mind. Either way, it was powerful enough to invade my thoughts, twist my perceptions, and rattle the foundations of my sanity. The days blurred together in a haze of anxiety. I wondered if I should move out, hire someone to seal the basement, or consult a paranormal investigator, though the idea of explaining all this to a stranger made my stomach knot with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the nights were the worst. I stayed in my bedroom, lights on, straining to hear even the smallest sound. My body was always tense, ready to flee at any sign of movement. Sometimes I thought about how ridiculous this was, letting a basement reduce me to such a fearful state, but the dread was no less real. Finally, I reached a breaking point. Late one night, I heard the unmistakable sound of the door to the basement rattling as if something was testing it. My body seized up, and for a moment I couldn't breathe. Then I forced myself to stand, adrenaline blazing in my veins. I grabbed a flashlight and approached that door again. My hand quivered on the knob, sweat gathering on my upper lip. My mouth was so dry I could barely swallow. The house was silent, but I felt the weight of whatever was behind that door pressing into my consciousness. I turned the knob. The door gave a slight creak. Goosebumps erupted across my arms. There was a pregnant hush, a static-like pressure filling the space around me for a heartbeat. I considered slamming it shut and never opening it again, but something in me needed resolution. I cracked the door open, just enough to let the flashlight beam pierce the darkness below. The stairs were empty, the overhead bulb swaying gently without any breeze. The sense of being watched nearly made me collapse, yet no shape, no face revealed itself. I realized I was muttering under my breath, half a prayer, half an apology, forever provoking. Whatever dwelled in the basement, my pulse thundered in my ears and my hand shook so badly that the flashlight flickered up and down the stairs. I felt close to delirium, convinced that if I waited long enough, some horrifying figure would step into that narrow cone of light, but nothing did. My resolve faltered and I slammed the door shut again, fighting the urge to scream. My lungs burned with frantic breaths, and I wondered if the floor might give out from under me with how violently my body shook. Standing there hard on the brink of bursting, I realized that this presence, whether real or in my head, was not going to vanish. It had latched onto my fear, grown stronger with my every tremor. I might never truly be rid of it. Even if I moved away, I suspected the haunting sensation would follow me, echoing in every silence, lurking in every shadow. My attempts to dismiss it had only tightened its grip on my psyche. I stayed up until dawn that night, listening to the house breathe around me, waiting for the next knock or scratch. None came. The stillness itself felt ominous, like the calm eye of a storm when the first rays of sun finally broke over the horizon. I had a single disturbing realization: the basement had become a mirror of my own fears, a place where my mind's darkest anxieties could take form by daring something unseen to appear. I had opened a door that might never fully close, I haven't slept well since every moment in this house feels charged with an electric tension as though something awaits the next misstep. I haven't gone back into the basement, the door remains shut. Though I can't ignore its presence, sometimes I hear a slight rattle or a muted thump, and each time my heart leaps into my throat, I'm caught between confrontation and surrender, between rationality and sheer terror. The house is quiet now, but that quiet is not comforting. It's loaded with a promise that the worst is yet to show itself in the end. All I can do is endure. I don't know if I'll ever truly find peace here again whenever night falls. The dread creeps back cold and relentless. My heart pounds just from walking past that door. My body tenses with the memory of shaking shelves and falling keys. The tension feels endless, a silent occupant that shares these walls with me in every knock in the night. Every subtle vibration reminds me that once you invite something unseen to reveal itself, you can never really send it away. The horror remains waiting in the darkness below. Knew something was off. The moment I first stepped into that corridor, it was the single path from my bedroom to the kitchen. A narrow stretch of creaking floorboards and wavering shadows that twisted in my periphery. Even on that first night, I felt it a prickling at the back of my neck, like a chill seeping from the walls and tapping against my spine. I told myself it was just the age of the house, just the way old wood can moan and sigh in the night. But deep down, I suspected there was more to it. Something unseen hovered in the corners, waiting for me to pass. My colleague Brian insisted we take this rental because it was spacious and had character. He liked the vintage wallpaper, the arched doorways, the sprawling backyard. I was less enthused, but the rent was cheap and it was close to work. The landlord had no tragic stories to share, no rumored hauntings or ghastly legends. He called it a stately heritage home and left it at that. Brian moved into the larger bedroom down the hall while I took the smaller one right beside that corridor. I quickly learned that the hallway itself was the biggest drawback every time I walked through. My pulse throbbed in my ears, my stomach clenched as if expecting a confrontation with something just beyond sight. It started subtly, barely noticeable at first. One evening I swore I heard a sigh in the darkness. Another time I heard what sounded like gentle footsteps. They were never loud enough to be sure I could always explain them away as the house settling, or perhaps Brian wandering around in the living room. But there was an underlying disc, a sense that the corridor itself was hungry for attention. The hair on my arm stood on end whenever I had to pass through, and my skin felt clammy as if the atmosphere there were colder and thicker than anywhere else in the house. Brian didn't admit to feeling the same unease. He would shrug when I brought it up in a roundabout way, telling me everything was fine, that I needed to relax. I remember him saying in a casual tone that old houses always came with strange sounds and drafts. He also joked that maybe I had an overactive imagination. Privately, I wondered if I was just more sensitive or if I was genuinely losing my grip on reality. Even when I tried to brush off my concerns, the next trip down that corridor would reignite all my fears. My teeth would clench involuntarily, and the weight in my chest felt like a block of ice pressing against my ribs as weeks went on. The experiences intensified. It wasn't just the sounds anymore. I started noticing shapes in my peripheral vision, something dark and still, just standing there at the edge of the light, always gone. When I turned my head, sometimes it looked like a figure about my height, a smudge of shadow that felt profoundly wrong. Other times I sensed a presence looming behind me. My heart would pound so hard I could hardly breathe. My palms became slick with sweat, and I had to fight the urge to bolt for the kitchen or retreat to my room. The corridor was merciless, demanding attention, even when I tried to ignore it. One night after finishing a late shift, I returned to the house exhausted, eager for a quick meal before collapsing into bed. Brian's door was closed, but a faint glow leaked from beneath it. He was likely still awake. The rest of the house was dark and silent, except for the incessant groaning of the old pipes. As I crossed the threshold into the corridor, I felt an immediate drop in temperature. My breath came out in short, tense puffs, each exhalation sharpening my senses to a razor's edge. There was a tremor in my arms as though my body was warning me to stay away. yet I forced myself to move forward. Halfway through the corridor, I heard a definitive step behind me, a single deliberate press of wood underfoot. I froze, my pulse throbbing in my temples. The entire corridor felt more confined, like the walls were leaning in. Slowly, I turned my head, expecting to see Brian or maybe my own shadow cast strangely, but there was only darkness. A cold, uncanny emptiness that made my stomach twist in knots. I stood there unable to blink until a second footstep echoed. It was close, uncomfortably close, and the air around me grew thick with dread. My lungs burned as I forced myself to breathe. That moment stretched on, taut as a wire about to snap. I felt my knees threaten to buckle, yet some primal instinct commanded me to run. I bolted for the kitchen, nearly crashing into the fridge. My heart hammered like a wild drum, and my fingers fumbled to switch on the overhead light. Even in the fluorescent brightness, my chest was tight. I steadied myself against the counter, swallowing past a desert-dry throat. I was convinced something was still behind me, lingering in the corridor, craving my fear over time. The house itself started to feel like a trap. Doors would creak when no one was there. Windows would rattle even on windless nights, and the corridor. Always that corridor seemed alive. I began avoiding midnight snacks or any late-night trips through that space. If I needed water, I would wait until morning. My sleep became restless. Haunted by half-formed nightmares of something whispering in my ear, something pressing on my chest. When morning came, I was greeted by an oppressive fatigue that followed me throughout the day, making it hard to focus at work. Brian seemed oblivious, or he pretended to be brushing off my concerns with a dismissive laugh or a pat on my shoulder whenever I tried to voice them. My paranoia grew. I started to question my own sanity. Was I conjuring these horrors in my mind? Perhaps my stress levels were too high, or maybe I was experiencing some form of mild hallucination, but the sensations were too real. The goosebumps that crawled up my arms were all too physical, and the racing of my heart felt genuine. Every single time I approached that corridor, I could sense something anticipating me, as though it had learned the rhythm of my life in the house and waited for me to cross its path. One evening, after wrestling with my thoughts, I decided to test myself. I sat at the edge of my bed, watching the corridor through a narrow gap in the door. I wanted to prove that there was nothing there, that the illusions only materialized when my mind was tense. But as I stared into the gloom, I detected movement, a fleeting shift in the darkness, as though the shadows congealed for an instant and then separated. My heart slammed against my ribs, and a tingle of electricity coursed through my limbs. The corridor looked different in that moment, more distorted, as though the floor stretched longer than usual and the walls loomed closer. I nearly called out to Brian, but stopped, recalling how little help it had been before. Instead, I closed my door, locked it, and slumped to the floor. Trembling, my skin was clammy with sweat, and my lungs felt tight. A pang of nausea gripped my gut. I kept hearing the memory of that faint sigh and the soft thump of phantom footsteps. It was impossible to rest when I finally crawled into bed. Exhaustion weighed me down, yet fear kept my eyes wide open. The corridor became the epicenter of my anxiety, an ever-present reminder of something intangible but undeniable. Not long after, the nightmares intensified. Some nights I swore I could hear voices just outside my bedroom door, as though muffled shapes were congregating in the corridor. Speaking in low, urgent tones, their presence felt invasive. My tongue would go dry, and my body would be seized by a pins and needles sensation that left me momentarily paralyzed. When I finally mustered the courage to open my door, I would find the corridor empty, its floorboards as quiet as a grave. Each time my fear deepened, and I started doubting my senses even more. Was it possible that the house itself was feeding on my dread? Eventually, Brian noticed my jumpiness. He asked if I was feeling all right, mentioning I looked like I hadn't slept. I told him indirectly that something was off about the hallway and that I needed a break from the house. He suggested I go for a walk or maybe stay with a friend for a couple of days. I could hear concern in his voice, yet he never admitted to feeling that same oppression. There was no direct mention from him that he was aware of any presence lurking in the shadows. Whenever he passed me in the corridor, he seemed perfectly calm. I hated that it felt like the house singled me out, like I was the only one who could sense this intangible force. That night, I made a decision I would confront it, or at least try to, standing at the doorway of my room. I forced myself to stare down the corridor without blinking. My heart thudded against my chest so violently that I felt the pulse in my throat. I breathed in shallow gasps, fighting the urge to close my eyes. The corridor was dark except for a faint glow from the kitchen lamp at the far end. The distance between me and the kitchen seemed greater than usual, as though the house had stretched itself into some twisted labyrinth with each slow step. The floorboards groaned beneath my feet and the atmosphere grew heavier. It felt like walking underwater, each movement requiring immense effort. My ears picked up the faintest shuffle behind me, but I refused to look back. Cold sweat trickled down my temples and my vision flickered as anxiety started to overwhelm me. My instincts screamed at me to run back to my room and lock the door. Still, I pressed on, determined to uncover whatever was haunting me around the halfway point. The air pressure changed, my ears popped, and a strange static hiss buzzed in my head. I had the sudden impression that something was leaning in close. Brushing against the back of my neck, an involuntary shudder racked my body, and I nearly stumbled forward. My lungs burned with the effort to maintain composure. That was when I glimpsed it. The distinct silhouette to my right, not a fleeting blur this time, but a solid shape. A humanoid darkness that stood there silent and unmoving. My mouth went bone dry, every muscle in my body screamed at me to flee, but a stubborn part of my mind insisted I hold my ground. I turned my head slowly, heart pounding so loud it felt like a drum in my skull, and finally faced it. The thing was only a few paces away. Motionless, I could see no features, no face, just a concentrated void. Where a person might be, its presence exuded a strange resonance as though it distorted the air around it, and then in a single heartbeat it was gone. The corridor was once again empty. My breath came ragged and harsh. My vision blurred with terror and adrenaline. My whole body trembled and I backed against the wall, pressing my palms to the cold plaster. I stood there for what felt like ages, trying to steady my breathing and slow the frantic beating of my heart. The realization washed over me. I hadn't imagined this. I truly saw something and it saw me. I retreated to the kitchen, leaning heavily against the counter, heart still hammering my arms. Shook, and every breath felt like I was inhaling shards of glass. I glanced back at the corridor, an ordinary hallway, aged and unassuming, yet I knew it was anything but ordinary. Something was in there, something that fed on the dread it invoked. Brian found me in the kitchen later, eyes wide and face pallid. He asked what was wrong, and I told him as calmly as I could that I had finally seen it. He looked at me with deep concern, suggesting I find help or talk to a professional. He assured me he would give me space to handle it. However, I needed part of me sensed pity in his tone, as if he thought my grip on reality was slipping. I couldn't bring myself to argue. Maybe I was losing it, or maybe something else was truly dwelling in this house, visible only to those vulnerable enough to notice. That evening, I made another decision. I had to leave. Whether I was imagining everything or not, I couldn't remain in that suffocating environment. My sanity was fraying with each passing day. I packed as many of my things as I could. Ignoring the guilt over leaving Brian, my hands were unsteady and cold sweat dotted my brow. My breathing was shallow and my nerves felt like live wires under my skin. I kept hearing that same sigh echo in my head over and over, like a reminder that something lurked just out of sight on my final pass through the corridor, carrying 2 bags and an overnight case. I steeled myself, the floor creaked under every step, and I was painfully aware of the suffocating darkness brushing against my peripheral vision. My heart raced so violently that I tasted copper in my mouth. As I reached the far end, a sudden and overwhelming weight enveloped me, a pressure that made my knees buckle. I paused, breath stuck in my throat, convinced that if I turned around I would see it standing just inches from me, perhaps leaning in with that featureless stare. But I didn't turn. I forced my leaden feet to keep moving until I crossed into the kitchen and out the side door. Once outside, I released a shaky breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. The night air felt almost warm compared to the corridor's bone-deep chill. My heart still pounded painfully and my body was coated in a clammy sweat, but I felt a liberation, however brief. There was an eerie sense of being watched through the windows, as though whatever was in the house might be peering at me from behind the curtains. I refused to look back. I got into my car, cranked the ignition, and drove off. With my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. I wish I could say that I found a neat conclusion or a rational explanation, but the truth is I still feel haunted by that corridor. Even now my mind wanders to it in the dead of night, replaying the footsteps, the sigh, the silhouette. My dreams bleed with images of walls closing in, of a darkness that stands just behind my shoulder. That old house remains as it was unremarkable to most observers, yet teeming with a presence I cannot deny, and part of me wonders if it's out there waiting patiently for someone else to notice its quiet call in the darkness. When the wind blows late at night, I almost hear that sigh again, beckoning me to remember what I left behind and to fear that it might one day find me again. I remember the first time it happened. The office lights were blazing fluorescent. The LED indicators on the servers glowed steady and calm, and the hum of modern technology filled the room with an oddly soothing undertone. It was the kind of environment that usually reassured me: no dark corners, no flickering shadows, just the well-ordered hum of expensive machines. But that morning, the day everything shifted, I felt an inexplicable tightness in my chest the moment I entered. Something about the air felt heavy, thick, as if charged with a subtle yet palpable energy. My heart began to pound, a quiet but insistent drum, and I couldn't explain why there was no visible threat. Nonetheless, my mouth went dry and a queasy anxiety bloomed low in my stomach. I work still do, though I question that choice sometimes. In an advanced tech firm, the main office is a large open space with rows of workstations, all of them outfitted with multiple monitors, high-powered desktops, and a tangle of wires snaking under each desk floor to ceiling windows, let in plenty of sunlight, and overhead bright LED panels. Keep everything illuminated day and night. Adjacent to this open area is the server room. My domain, a secure climate control chamber filled with racks of state-of-the-art hardware. Normally, I find comfort in the whir of cooling fans and the rhythmic blinking of status lights. It was a predictable routine, the kind of environment where logic and data were supposed to prevail. Yet there was something subtly wrong that morning. As I walked toward the server room, I felt an odd static prickle on my arms, making the hairs stand up at first. I chalked it up to some weird change in humidity or maybe new hardware giving off an unfamiliar frequency. But deep inside, I had an unsettling sense that something else was going on. It was as if the technology around me was listening or alive in a way I didn't understand. That feeling made my skin clammy and my breath came in shallow gulps. I tried to calm myself, reminding myself that this was a place of science, not superstition. Things escalated later that day. I overheard a couple of colleagues in the break area discussing the upcoming Halloween season. They weren't telling ghost stories exactly, but they exchanged tales about strange occurrences in old houses, half laughing as they teased each other. A moment later, I heard a shrill beep. One of the servers had rebooted without warning. The LED lights throughout the office flickered just once, almost imperceptibly, but enough to make my heart skip a beat. My boss happened to be passing by at that moment, and he looked as startled as I felt. He dismissed it as a minor glitch, perhaps a power surge, and told me to check the system logs. I remember feeling both relieved and unsettled. Relieved because maybe it was just a technical hiccup. Unsettled because a small voice in my mind kept insisting it wasn't so simple. The system log showed no errors, nothing indicated a hardware fault. No evidence of an update that might have triggered a reboot. It was as if the server had decided on its own to momentarily shut down. I felt a jolt of anxiety ripple through me, a hot flush that crawled along my neck. There was something deeply unnerving about equipment acting of its own accord with no explanation. I tried to focus on the practical aspect. Maybe there was a software anomaly or a cooling issue, yet a persistent chill sat at the base of my spine. As the weeks went on, these power surges and flickers became a pattern, always sparked by any conversation that veered into eerie or superstitious territory. A few coworkers joked that the office was haunted, though they mostly said it with smirks. But jokes became uneasy laughter once it became undeniable that these incidents coincided with those particular topics. My boss had me run diagnostics, bring in outside contractors, even swap out some of the power supply units on the servers. Every test result came back. Normal engineers told him there was no plausible reason for the recurring reboots. Meanwhile, I began to notice smaller details that felt impossible to ignore. A subtle static in the air whenever someone mentioned anything about ghosts, curses, or omens. The fine hairs on my arms would lift and the LED panels would dim, then return to full brightness as though exhaling my own reaction bordered on panic. Each time the phenomenon repeated itself, I grew more tense. My heart would race. The pulse throbbing in my temples, my breathing turned shallow, and I fought back the urge to question my sanity. One late afternoon, I stayed behind to check cabling in the server room. The door closed behind me with a soft hiss, sealing in the whine of fans and the cool climate-controlled air. I tried to concentrate on the wiring, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me. Every so often, I would jerk my head up, certain I had seen a shape flit across the corner of my vision. Each time there was nothing there, just rows of silent servers and their tiny LED indicators. I confided in a colleague, let's call him Derek, about my unease. He told me with a sympathetic half smile that he too felt a strange electric tension in the office. Whenever people talked about inexplicable things, he confessed he had begun avoiding any mention of legends, horror movies, or even superstitious jokes, because it almost guaranteed a flicker in the lights. I felt both validated and more afraid. This wasn't in my head alone. My palms dampened with sweat. When I realized the phenomenon was consistent enough that multiple people were noticing, still most of the office dismissed it as a bizarre coincidence, or at least tried to. My boss insisted on a rational explanation, though he never specified what that might be. He simply believed a physical cause existed and would eventually be found. The tension between wanting to trust him and wanting to flee from whatever unseen force was building in that space ate away at me. My anxiety soared at night. I would catch myself reliving the day's events. Heart pounding in the dark of my bedroom. Mind spinning with possibilities. The day I started losing sleep was also the day I started losing trust in my surroundings. One evening after everyone else had gone home, I stayed behind to review the logs again. I couldn't let it go. I sat at my desk in that open workspace, illuminated by the cold glow of overhead LEDs. The silence pressed in on me. Thick and oppressive, my own breath sounded unnaturally loud, and I could hear the blood pumping in my ears. My heart hammered so forcefully I thought it might burst from my chest, determined to find some clue. I combed through line after line of timestamps and error messages, and then it happened one by one. The LED panels overhead started to pulse in a slow, rhythmic pattern like a stuttering heartbeat. My computer screen flickered in the reflection of the black monitor. I saw movement behind me, just a suggestion of a silhouette, something small and swift. I whirled around, but the space was empty. My scalp tingled and cold sweat trickled down my temple. The dryness in my mouth was unbearable. I tried to call out, thinking maybe security was behind me, but my voice stuck in my throat then. Out of nowhere, the servers in the next room began to cycle. Up and down, fans spinning faster, then slowing. Almost as if they were breathing the hum change pitch, a rising and falling moan that made my stomach twist in fear. I forced myself to approach the server room. Each step felt like walking through molasses. My lungs tightened and I fought the urge to run in the opposite direction as I opened the door. The lights above flickered more intensely. A wave of dizziness hit me as the flickering synchronized with my pounding heartbeat. For a few seconds, I lost track of time. I couldn't tell if I'd been standing there for moments or hours. The entire room seemed to pulsate. I felt certain I was on the verge of some horrifying revelation, like the veil of normality was about to be ripped away, but then just as abruptly everything stabilized. The lights returned to their steady glow. The server fans worried back to their regular drone. My chest heaved with panicked breaths, and I realized I was soaked in sweat. The next day, I told my boss the basics of what I'd seen. He looked concerned, but still insisted there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe I was under stress or experienced a momentary hallucination brought on by working late. My mind reeled. I had always been logical. I had never believed in poltergeists or psychic fields or anything that couldn't be explained by science. Now I was caught between wanting to believe him and the terrifying sense that something intangible had taken root in our office. Over the following weeks, my mental state deteriorated. I began to doubt my own senses. I would be typing an email and my peripheral vision would catch fleeting shapes near the servers. My neck would prickle as if someone stood right behind me. I started to notice a faint buzzing in my headphones, like whispers layered beneath the standard office noises during a routine check. I tried to monitor the electromagnetic levels in the server room, wondering if some abnormal interference was at play. The readings jumped sporadically whenever I so much as thought about the flickers. I couldn't even mention them out loud without the needle spiking. This link between thought and phenomenon was terrifying, like whatever was causing the disturbances could read my fear. My breathing turned ragged just at the idea. Paranoia set in each morning. I dreaded entering the building. My chest would tighten the moment I crossed the threshold, and the smell of burnt electronics would haunt me, even if no one else noticed it. Simple tasks became burdensome because I was always on edge, anticipating another flicker, another glitch. I avoided talking about anything even remotely superstitious, but it didn't matter. The tension in the air had matured into a constant oppressive weight. Coworkers began to notice that I looked pale and jumpy. Some quietly asked if I was all right, but I could see the uncertainty in their eyes, as though they suspected I might be unraveling. Sometimes I felt surges of anger or desperation, and the lights would respond with a brief blink, as if the entire system was acknowledging my distress. At those moments, I could hardly breathe. It became impossible to separate my fear from the swirling undercurrent of energy that seemed to saturate every device in the office. My heart often felt like it was clawing its way out of my chest, and I would taste bile at the back of my throat one late night with almost everyone gone. I decided I needed to confront whatever was happening. I sat down in the darkened office, the only illumination coming from the distant glow of streetlights and the soft LEDs on idle computers, taking slow, measured breaths. I forced myself to speak out loud, not caring if anyone else heard. I asked whatever was in that space to show me a sign to make me understand. My voice trembled and my lips felt numb, but I pushed the words out. The silence that followed seemed to expand, a hollow vacuum of anticipation. Then gradually I felt the atmosphere shift. It was as if the entire building inhaled. The overhead lights began to pulse again, but more faintly this time, like a gentle heartbeat. The servers in the adjacent room came alive with a low resonance that vibrated through my bones. I realized with a jolt of panic that the phenomenon was responding to me. My lungs felt too small and cold. Sweat trickled down my back, despite the overwhelming terror. There was also a strange sense of connection, as though I was bridging a gap between the tangible and the intangible. It felt like I was being urged to accept something horrifyingly beyond normal comprehension. Then it ended, just ended. The lights returned to normal and the servers quieted to their usual operational hum. My entire body shook and I almost collapsed. There was no definitive answer, no clear message, just this impression that the entity or force or whatever it was had acknowledged me. I stood there trembling, uncertain whether this was more horrifying or more reassuring. The next day, I told my boss that I had a solution. I would do my best to ignore the phenomenon and ensure no one in the office discussed anything related to horror superstition or paranormal events. He seemed taken aback, but didn't argue. There was an unspoken pact among some of us to avoid all mention of those subjects for a time. The flickers subsided, the reboots became less frequent, but the tension never really disappeared. It was like living with a coiled snake under the floorboards. Maybe it wouldn't strike if we tiptoed around it, but we all sensed it was still there. My sanity remained fragile on the surface. I appeared functional, doing my tasks and assisting colleagues internally. I was a trembling mess of nerves and paranoia, always expecting the next surge of energy. The slight crackle of static from a monitor or an unexpected beep from a server could send my heart into a frenzy. My nights were plagued by insomnia, replaying every glitch in my mind, questioning if I was the cause or the victim. My body constantly ached from the tension. My mouth stayed perpetually parched as if I could never quench a deeper thirst, some primal need for security that was no longer attainable over time. I realized I couldn't stay in this suspended state of vigilance forever. Something had to give. I began planning to take a leave of absence, hoping that distance might loosen the invisible grip that office held on me. I wasn't sure if physically leaving would help, but I felt I had to try before finalizing that plan. I decided to check the logs one last time to see if there was any definitive proof of an external force. When I did, I noticed a pattern I had missed before each event was timestamped. Exactly after someone mentioned fear or superstition, the correlation was absolute down to the second. It wasn't just random, it was synchronizing with our words that knowledge made me feel both validated and deeply afraid on my last evening in the building before my plan to leave. I walked through the office alone, pausing to listen to the faint hum of electronics and the subdued hum of the air conditioner. The overhead lights glowed softly. My chest felt tight, but this time I also felt a ripple of determination. Under my fear, I approached the server room, placing a hand on the door. The metal was cold to the touch, but a weird warmth pulsed beneath my palm like a hidden current. I whispered an internal farewell, acknowledging whatever presence lurked there. My heart pounded, but I felt a sliver of resolve. Sometimes acceptance is the only way to lessen the terror of the unknown. That was 2 weeks ago, and I'm still trying to process what happened. I haven't returned to the office yet. My boss messaged me indirectly through a text so I wouldn't have to hear his voice tremble. That things have been stable. No more flickers. He said the place feels oddly subdued, as if an electrical weight lifted part of me. Wonders if my own presence was fueling it, feeding that intangible force with my mounting anxiety. Part of me worries that eventually I'll have to go back and everything will start again. The thought of stepping inside that building makes my stomach lurch. I keep replaying the final moments that charged silence before I left, when it felt like the entire space was holding its breath. I can't shake the idea that it was letting me go rather than me escaping it. Sometimes late at night, I swear I sense static in the air at home, or see a light flicker momentarily in my peripheral vision. It makes my heartbeat thunder in my ears. Every nerve in my body braces for the possibility that I brought something home with me. I haven't found a neat explanation, no official diagnosis, no scientific justification. All I know is that the office's environment became a mirror of our fears. It thrived on them in its own silent, pulsing way. Whether it's truly gone or simply biding its time, I can't say, but the uneasy truth remains. Some things respond to our minds and our deepest dreads in ways logic can't untangle, and that is perhaps the most terrifying realization of all, that sometimes the more we question, the darker the shadows become. I first felt it in the pit of my stomach, a cold, nauseating twist that turned my normal commute home into a nerve-rattling gauntlet. It was the sensation of unseen eyes drilling into my back. Each evening as I crossed the parking lot, I sensed a presence lingering behind me just out of sight. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was nothing more than an overactive imagination sparked by a run of late nights and job stress. But deep down I knew better. The feeling was too strong, too persistent, and it was about to become much worse than I ever expected. My name is Alan, and a few months ago I started noticing that one of my coworkers, Melissa, had developed an unusual interest in me. At first I brushed it off as a friendly attempt to get to know someone on the same project. She would approach me during lunch breaks, ask questions about my hobbies, and even laugh a little too enthusiastically at my half-hearted jokes. It felt harmless, if a bit. Cloying, I was used to office camaraderie, and her attention seemed fairly normal, but soon odd details piled up. Repeated attempts to sit beside me in every meeting, frequent run-ins at my locker, and a habit of lingering outside the conference room. Whenever I worked late, I started to get that subtle prickling sense of being watched, even when my eyes were focused on the computer screen. During those early weeks, I reassured myself that coincidences happened in offices all the time. People often drifted to those they found interesting or had some shared interest with. But there was a darker current in the air that I couldn't define. My palms would grow clammy when she was around. My breath would quicken at her approaching footsteps. Each time I opened my email, I half expected to see her name in my inbox, and of course I did. Constantly, she would send me messages about the smallest things: a stray comment in a meeting, a shared reference to a movie I had casually mentioned, or even random greeting cards wishing me a pleasant afternoon as if we were close friends. The messages themselves were not threatening, but their volume and tone were off. They arrived so frequently that I would get 2 or 3 in a single workday, typically signed off with an overfamiliar "take care of yourself," or "I'm always here if you need to talk over time." I noticed that she started asking personal questions, but not in a friendly way. She wanted to know where I liked to hang out after work, which restaurants I frequented, and whether I lived alone. It began to feel intrusive, but I had no evidence of actual wrongdoing. Everyone else in the office regarded Melissa as an overly helpful team member, someone who was always volunteering to pick up extra tasks. Nobody seemed to notice anything amiss, and so I rationalized that I was overreacting. I tried to keep my distance without being impolite. That approach failed spectacularly one evening. I was at a small bookstore near my apartment, a place I visited often to unwind. I'd never told her about it. I like to think of it as my secret refuge from the daily grind. I was flipping through a novel in the dimly lit aisles, lulled by the mellow smell of old paper. When I caught a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, I glanced up and saw her at the end of the aisle staring straight at me. My heart hammered and my mouth went instantly dry. She offered a strange smile that didn't reach her eyes, then came closer, holding a book she claimed was on her reading list. She said something about having stumbled upon the bookstore by chance, though her tone suggested she wasn't being entirely honest. I felt my pulse throbbing at my temples and a thin sheen of sweat broke out on my forehead. Instinct urged me to get away, so I mumbled an excuse about needing to run errands. As I headed out the door, my hands trembled so violently that I struggled to fit my key into the car's ignition. From that point on, it was as though she had discovered the blueprint of my life. She began popping up at my favorite cafe, arriving just as I was about to leave. Sometimes I spotted her car in the grocery store parking lot, parked 2 rows behind mine. More than once I looked out my apartment window at night and thought I saw her silhouette on the sidewalk, illuminated by the sickly yellow glow of a street lamp. Each time my heart pounded against my ribs and a chill raced down my spine. I tried telling myself I was just paranoid, that I was misunderstanding her intentions, but then it escalated in a way I couldn't ignore. One afternoon, I found a small note tucked beneath my windshield wiper. The words were written in neat cursive, instructing me to look behind you next time. My entire body tensed as if an icy hand had clamped onto my neck. Though the message was short, it radiated a creepy possessiveness, like she was daring me to acknowledge her constant surveillance. Soon, more of these notes began appearing, always brief but undeniably unnerving. "I saw you leave late last night. You never answer my emails quickly. I know you're reading this." Each discovery brought a fresh spike of dread, and my stomach knotted at the thought of how she always seemed one step ahead, perfectly aware of my daily routines around that time. I also realized she had photos of me that I had never sent her. A coworker commented that Melissa showed them pictures of me at some office event, but I had no recollection of giving her those images, and the coworkers swore they were taken outside the office. I checked my phone, thinking maybe I had posted something on social media, but these were candid shots, grainy images of me at my apartment building, inside the bookstore, and even sitting alone in my car. The angles were bizarre, as though captured from behind half-closed doors or across dimly lit streets. My breathing shallowed and my palms grew clammy at the realization that she was cataloging my private moments. I tried to confront her indirectly by hinting to a mutual colleague that I was uncomfortable. The colleague assured me that Melissa was just being friendly and maybe needed some reassurance or kindness. But kindness was the last thing on my mind. Every time I felt her presence, a surge of fear flared in my chest, leaving me shakier than before. My concentration at work began to deteriorate. When I typed emails, my fingers sometimes shook, causing me to hit the wrong keys. My nights became restless, filled with half-waking nightmares of hearing footsteps outside my door. One night I was sure I heard soft knocking on my apartment walls. It was past midnight and the quiet hum of my refrigerator was the only background noise. Then came a faint rhythmic tap. My heart seized in my chest and I swallowed the rising panic. I forced myself to check my windows and door, adrenaline pounding in my ears. I didn't see her, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she was somewhere close. Watching my breath came in fast bursts and my skin felt clammy. I remember standing in the center of my living room with the lights turned off, feeling as if my own home had turned into a hostile territory in the darkness. Every shape seemed menacing. I imagined her lurking in the shadows, waiting to step forward and claim me for her dark obsession. Strange things began to happen at the office, too. Several times I would come back to my desk after a meeting and find my chair repositioned or my computer screen left on some random file I hadn't opened. My coworkers barely noticed my unease, shrugging it off when I mentioned it, but each instance cranked my anxiety a notch higher. I started to doubt my own senses. Had I left the chair in a slightly different position? Maybe I opened that file by accident. This creeping self-doubt made me question every thought that crossed my mind. Soon I couldn't tell if the illusions were real or just fabrications of my own paranoia. Lights in my apartment flickered. At odd times, doors seemed to crack open on their own. I caught glimpses of movement in mirrors, like a figure slipping out of view. Just as I turned my head, my heart would race so violently that I felt dizzy and I'd grip the edge of a table to steady myself, the wood pressing into my sweaty palms. The more I tried to ignore these sensations, the more pronounced they became. It was as if a parasite had crawled into my mind, warping every shadow into a potential threat. One weekend I tried to escape. I drove to a nature trail a few towns away, believing I could calm my nerves in the fresh air and distance myself from whatever was happening. For the first few minutes it worked. The gentle rustle of leaves, the sunlight filtering through the branches. Everything seemed tranquil. Then I heard a twig snapping behind me. My pulse raced and cold sweat formed on my temples. I froze. Listening another soft crack, I spun around to see a figure vanish behind a tree. My chest felt like it was being crushed by an invisible vice. I rushed back to my car and my foot pressed so hard on the gas pedal that I almost sped off the dirt road. Even out here, I realized I couldn't escape her presence. The fear had followed me when I returned to my apartment. There was a note taped to my door. Longer than the previous ones, it demanded that I meet her at a small cafe that evening. It threatened to share certain private photos with coworkers if I refused. My vision blurred for a moment and I had to steady myself against the door frame. My breathing was shallow and my heart thudded in my chest so loudly I imagined it echoing in the hallway. This had crossed a line into blackmail and I felt dread creeping up my spine. My mind raced with questions. How far would she go? Would she break in while I was gone? Was she capable of actual violence? I knew I couldn't handle this alone. The next day, I confided in a trusted friend, describing the situation in hushed, shaky tones. They urged me to file a report or at least contact someone in HR. I did both, albeit hesitantly. HR gave me generic advice about setting boundaries and offered to speak with her if necessary. The police noted my statements but explained they needed clearer evidence of wrongdoing. My friend suggested I stay over at his place for a while. I agreed, stuffing the most important belongings into a duffel bag and leaving my own apartment in a hurry for a week. I slept in my friend's cramped guest room every night, jolting awake to the slightest noise. Even there, I had nightmares about her standing at the foot of the bed, her figure silhouetted in the flickering streetlight whispering my name. My friend said I sometimes woke him up with frantic shouts. Though I had no memory of doing so, I was on high alert, and the anxiety was eating away at my sanity. I tried to maintain my routine, going to work and checking in with HR, but the idea of seeing Melissa by the water cooler or worse alone in the hallway made my heart pound uncontrollably. Eventually, the company took the allegations more seriously. She was asked to avoid direct contact with me unless absolutely necessary for work. For a short while, things seemed to calm down, but the tension in the air was still thick, an electrical buzz that set my nerves on edge. Every time I walked past a corridor, I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder. Every ring of my phone filled me with dread. On one particular evening, I stayed late to finish a deadline. The entire office floor was nearly deserted, illuminated by cold fluorescent lights that left large swaths in half shadow. My eyes itched from hours staring at the screen, and the thick silence was interrupted only by the hum of the air conditioning. I sensed a presence behind me so distinct that the hairs on my neck stood on end. I spun around, half expecting her to be there. Nothing, a wave of relief trickled through me, leaving my muscles slack and trembling. But then behind the partition, I caught movement. I heard a soft shuffle like a shoe scraping against the carpet. My pulse spiked, and for a few seconds I was too terrified to move. Gathering whatever courage I had left, I crept forward, every step as cautious as if I were crossing a minefield. As I rounded the partition, I saw a shape in the dim corner, someone crouching. My heart battered my ribs and I stifled a gasp, but before I could speak or do anything, the shape darted out of sight, disappearing into a corridor that led to the emergency exit. I stood there uncertain whether to follow. My body felt paralyzed by fear, a cold sweat drenching the back of my shirt. I decided not to pursue. Instead, I packed up my laptop in a frantic rush. My hands shook so badly it took 2 attempts to zip my bag. The entire time I expected to feel a hand clamping onto my shoulder. My breath rasped in my throat and I could taste the metallic tang of panic. I left the office practically sprinting to my car. Once inside, I locked the doors, immediately feeling my heartbeat throb in my ears. I sat there for a moment, drenched in adrenaline, scanning every window and shadow for any sign of movement. Then I started the engine and drove away. I decided that night I had to make a drastic change. I spoke with HR once more, contacted the authorities again, and on the advice of a security consultant began the process of transferring to another city office. My routine changed as well. I altered my driving routes, varied my supermarket runs, and stayed off social media altogether. Paranoia had become a constant companion, but slowly I felt a small measure of safety returning. After a few weeks of careful planning, I officially transferred out. I never saw Melissa again, at least not face to face. Yet to this day, I'm haunted by a lingering sense that she never really let me go. Sometimes late at night, I hear a faint tapping on the walls of my new apartment, or I catch sight of a vaguely familiar figure in reflective surfaces. I feel that same oppressive presence in empty hallways, as though I'm still being watched. My heart leaps into my throat each time my palms go slick with sweat, and I can't help but remember every horrifying moment of her fixation. The questions still gnaw at me. What was she truly capable of? Was it all an elaborate stalker's game, or was there something more, something beyond mere obsession? I wish I had a definitive ending to this story, but all I have is the uneasy truth. I managed to escape her immediate reach, but I never escaped the fear she planted in my mind when I locked my door at night. I double-check it, triple-check it, convinced that if I let my guard down for even a moment, I'll find another note or catch a silhouette drifting past my window, that sensation in the pit of my stomach. The cold twist of dread, it never fully went away. And the worst part is that sometimes I'm not sure if I hear her footsteps in the hallway or if it's just the echo of my own terror following me wherever I go. I first realized something was wrong the night the motion-activated lights in my apartment corridor flickered in tandem with my own heartbeat. It was past midnight and I was just returning from my shift at the supermarket. Those lights always turned on when I passed by, but that evening they blinked and buzzed, creating a staccato effect that made me feel as though I was stepping into some dreadful stage performance. My chest tightened, the air felt thick. Even the silence around me seemed charged with a heavy, menacing energy. Something in me knew. The darkness outside my door was no ordinary darkness. It felt watchful and oddly intimate. I remember unlocking my door with shaky hands, the key scraping against metal sounding louder than it should have, and that was just the beginning of a long, unnerving experience that made me question every previously solid aspect of my existence. I have always been a cautious person by nature, never one to take unnecessary risks working as a cashier at a local supermarket. Seemed low-key enough for my temperament. I like the routine. Greeting customers, scanning items, making polite small talk, and then moving on to the next person in line. Occasionally, I would get the usual rowdy customer who demanded a discount or complained about prices, but there was a certain comfort in the simplicity of my job. At least that's what I used to think the first time I noticed the man was on a Monday afternoon. I was busy sorting out my register as the supermarket had just opened. He was standing at the end of my lane, not picking out any items, just waiting. There were other cashiers already open, but he didn't seem interested in them. He appeared to be in his late 40s with pale skin and a thin frame. His eyes were an unsettling shade of gray, and he stared at me with what I initially perceived as eagerness. I rang him up quickly, noting that he only purchased a small pack of gum and a bottle of water. I tried to dismiss it. People are odd. Sometimes I thought maybe he just liked my line for some innocent reason, but he came back the next day, and the day after that, he was always there the moment I opened my lane. Regardless of what time I started, if I had to take a bathroom break or help out in another section, I would see him shuffling around the store, glancing at the magazines or frozen foods waiting for me to return. At first, his behavior was more off-putting than frightening. I tried to convince myself that he was just a friendly guy with a weird way of showing it, yet every time he approached the checkout, my pulse quickened. I couldn't place why something about his demeanor went beyond simple friendliness. Perhaps it was the way his eyes locked onto mine, never wavering or blinking enough, or the way he made a point of leaning in too close, whispering casual remarks under his breath. While I scanned his items, he started asking questions about my day that in itself wasn't alarming. Customers do that, but his inquiries quickly became more personal. He wanted to know where I lived, if I lived alone, if I had a partner, what kind of car I drove, and which route I took to get home. My responses were curt and guarded. I attempted to deflect by asking if he found everything he needed, or if he wanted to use a store membership card. He would smile as though we shared a secret and imply that he didn't need any membership card because he always made sure to come to my line. Specifically, the way he said it, with that conspiratorial tone, made the hair stand up on the back of my neck one evening after a particularly long shift. I felt utterly drained. I closed up my register and headed out to the parking lot. The day had been cloudy, and by the time I stepped outside, the night sky looked almost purple. The streetlights cast an eerie glow on the wet asphalt. Then I saw him. He was leaning against the hood of my car, arms crossed as if we were old friends meeting for a late-night chat. My stomach lurched and a wave of cold sweat broke across my forehead. He greeted me by my first name even though I'd never told him what it was, I recall feeling. My legs trembled, my breath got caught in my throat, and my vision blurred for a moment, as though reality had decided to tilt. Just enough to make me queasy, he began talking about how he had seen me leave the store alone every night and how he worried about me, wanted to make sure I was safe. I couldn't bring myself to meet his gaze. I mumbled an excuse about needing to get home quickly and brushed past him. Opening my car door with unsteady hands, he stood there without moving an inch. His stare drilling into me the moment I got in my car, I locked the doors and drove off. Glancing in my rearview mirror the whole time, he stayed in the same spot watching me until I turned out of the lot. Over the next few days, my sense of dread intensified. It became apparent that he wasn't just a pushy customer. He was actively tracking my schedule. No matter what shift I took, he'd show up within minutes of me opening my register. If I tried to switch lanes or run a quick errand away from the checkout, I'd see him skulking in some corner pretending to look at canned goods or reading nutritional information on the back of a cereal box. I told my supervisor I was feeling uncomfortable with a particular customer's attention. She suggested I change shifts to avoid him, which I eventually did, but it didn't help for long. A few days after changing to a later shift, I caught a glimpse of him through the glass doors just standing there. He walked inside the moment he saw me start to ring up customers. My mental state deteriorated at night. I found it difficult to sleep. I'd lie in bed, heart pounding so loudly that my eardrums throbbed. Every slight noise in the hallway, footsteps, doors clicking shut, water running through the pipes made me bolt upright. I checked the locks multiple times, sometimes pacing around my apartment for an hour or more. Too uneasy to rest, my reflection in the bathroom mirror became gaunt eyes ringed with purple shadows, a testament to my mounting paranoia. I began to sense a presence in my apartment, small signs that someone or something else was there. A door slightly ajar that I knew I'd closed. A misplaced mug, a light turned on when I was sure I had shut it off. At first, I blamed exhaustion and stress, but the coincidences piled up to a point where I no longer felt they could be mere accidents one night. As I was drifting into a restless sleep, I heard a sound in the living room like someone running a fingernail across the wall. My entire body locked with fear, my throat tightening as though an invisible rope was choking me. I told myself it was the building's pipes or the old wooden floors settling, but the sound repeated, almost methodical, reminding me of someone lightly tapping or scratching just enough to be heard. I leaped out of bed, grabbed the flashlight from my nightstand, and forced myself to look around. Nothing was there, but that didn't comfort me. In fact, it made things worse. The emptiness of the room felt loaded with threat, as if something intangible hovered in the corners. Watching and waiting in the daylight, I tried to rationalize my fear. I told myself that the man was just a stalker, a run-of-the-mill creeper who had latched onto me for some inexplicable reason. Yet as time went on, his presence seemed to grow beyond mere physical stalking. There were moments in the supermarket where I felt his gaze on me before I even spotted him. The edges of my vision would blur and my chest would constrict when I whipped my head around. I'd see him in an aisle leaning to the side to peer at me, or standing behind a display shelf, always too far to speak yet too close to ignore. Sometimes I caught faint reflections of him in shiny surfaces, windows, mirrors. Even the metal backing on the inside of the candy racks at the store, it became a twisted game of hide and seek, and I never felt I was the one seeking. Instead, I was perpetually aware of being the sought. My boss told me to remain vigilant and not to engage. I considered going to the police, but I couldn't pinpoint anything overtly illegal. He hadn't threatened me verbally. He just existed in my space constantly. That in itself was terrifying enough to feel like a threat. But I worried the authorities would brush me off as paranoid. One particularly rainy evening, I stayed late to restock shelves. The thunder outside echoed through the store, and the fluorescent lights overhead flickered now and then, which only amplified my anxiety. I was alone in the aisles, trying to speed through the last bit of work, when I heard the soft hum of footsteps behind me. My body responded with a jolt. Racing heart, clammy palms, a sharp intake of breath. I turned around slowly. It was him standing at the other end of the aisle, half shrouded in the shadow cast by a defective light. He didn't speak. He just stood there. My mind churned with questions about how he got in after closing, but I was too terrified to voice them. At that moment, something cold and electric passed through me. It was like a static charge multiplied tenfold. The overhead lights flickered more intensely, and for a split second I thought I saw his face distort, jaw stretching wider than any human jaw should. Eyes sunk deep into sockets that looked hollow and endless. My stomach dropped as if I had fallen from a great height. When the light stabilized, his face seemed normal again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had glimpsed something beyond normal human expression. I thought I might be losing my mind. I backed away, slowly feeling the sting of tears I refused to let fall. My body was torn between wanting to run or freeze somehow. My survival instinct kicked in just enough for me to force my legs to move. I half walked, half ran toward the employee exit. The entire store felt uncanny and warped, as if the aisles were stretching. A dull ringing sound filled my ears, and the rhythmic pounding of my heart seemed to sync with the flickering lights. When I reached the exit, I fumbled with my keys and nearly dropped them twice before I managed to unlock the door. I didn't glance back. I didn't want to see him see it again. After that night, I told my supervisor that I couldn't continue working. The same shift, I demanded a change to the early morning slot, even if it meant drastically cutting my hours. Any time of day that might keep him away seemed like the only lifeline I had left. My boss agreed, though she gave me a concerned look. I sensed she thought I was on the verge of a breakdown. My first morning shift passed without incident. I began to believe maybe I'd evaded him, that he wouldn't show up at 5 in the morning just to stand in my lane. Then toward the end of my second morning shift, as the sun was fully up, I noticed something pinned to the windshield of my car. It was a small note with a scribbled message telling me it was nice to see me bright and early. My hands shook, my throat went dry. I scanned the parking lot, but I saw no sign of him. However, my relief was short-lived because that sense of being watched came roaring back, a prickling across my skin that made me feel both cold and feverish. At the same time, things escalated further when I began finding footprints outside my apartment door, a single set of wet shoe prints that stopped right at my entrance. Some days I heard quiet shuffling near the door when I was inside. When I looked through the peephole, no one was there, but I could sense a presence just out of view. My paranoia spiked to unbearable levels. I started second-guessing everything: the reliability of my senses, the possibility that I was conjuring these things out of intense anxiety. Yet the unshakable feeling of external menace was real enough to keep me up at night. I started sleeping with a chair jammed under the door handle and a flashlight clutched in one hand. The final straw came. One afternoon, as I was leaving the store, the sky was unnaturally dark, almost as if a storm was ready to burst overhead. Any second, I had just clocked out and was heading toward my car when the air around me seemed to thrum with tension. My breathing grew shallow and my palms broke out in a cold sweat. I scanned the parking lot. No sign of him. Relieved, I walked a little faster. Then I heard it, the most faint whisper, almost lost under the whoosh of distant traffic. It sounded like my own name, repeated in a soft, taunting tone. My heart hammered in my chest as I spun around, but I saw only rows of parked cars and a single flickering lamppost. That lamppost in that moment looked like a crooked figure with an outstretched neck. My vision swam, and for a second I thought I saw the silhouette of a person hunched behind a car. But when I blinked, the shape was gone. I forced myself to get in my car and drive. As I sped away, I became convinced that someone was in the back seat with me. I could feel a presence so tangible that I broke into a fresh sweat. My breathing turned ragged, each inhale stinging my lungs. I glanced in the rearview mirror, fully expecting to see him. But I was alone still. I could not shake the sensation that he was there in some intangible, possibly supernatural form. When I reached my apartment building, I rushed inside and locked the door that night as I sat in the dimly lit living room. I came to a disturbing realization: maybe he had never been just a person, or if he was, maybe my fear had given him a power beyond ordinary stalking. I recalled every surreal moment, every distortion of light, every flicker in which his face appeared to shift into something inhuman. Was it the product of my own unraveling psyche, or was there a genuine horror lurking under his skin? The boundary between rational explanation and paranormal threat had dissolved. I realized I couldn't keep living with this constant dread. I made the decision to leave, at least for a while, pack a few belongings, stay with a friend in another town, and consider never returning on my last night in that apartment. I heard more tapping on the walls, more whispers in the darkness. I packed my things to the sound of scuttling footsteps above my ceiling. Even though the apartment above was vacant, every hair on my body stood on end as I crossed the threshold for the final time, triple-checking that I left nothing essential behind the corridor. Lights flickered out as I passed, drenching everything in complete darkness for a few agonizing seconds, until they popped back on, revealing no threat. Just an empty, musty hallway. Still, I felt watched. I drove away just before dawn, feeling both foolish for running and relieved for taking action. My heart pounded relentlessly and a tension headache throbbed at my temples. Yet I found a small measure of comfort knowing I wouldn't be there for him to find. The next time he came lurking around, whether my terror was purely psychological or if there was something more sinister at play, I couldn't be sure, but my gut told me I made the right choice. Even now, settled in a borrowed apartment 2 towns away, I can't fully relax at times in that space between wakefulness and sleep. I think I see him standing at the foot of the bed on stormy nights. I recall the flickering lights and sense him in every corner of the room. My heart rate spikes. My palms grow clammy. My mind drifts to that place where rational thought dissolves under the crushing weight of fear. In those moments, I wonder if I escaped him at all, or if by surrendering to my terror, I somehow brought him with me, a specter conjured by dread. The uncertainty gnaws at me, constantly leaving me wide awake and trembling until the first rays of sunrise cast the room in a feeble light that feels less like safety and more like temporary reprieve. I keep telling myself it's over, that I'm safe, that he, whatever he is, won't find me again. But deep down, a persistent chill in my bones reminds me there are things in this world that don't rest just because you run from them. And every time I catch my reflection in a darkened window or see a half-hidden figure from the corner of my eye, my heart sprints, and I remember the way his eyes bore into me as though he saw not just my face, but something far deeper. Something vulnerable and primal within the memory alone is enough to keep my pulse racing well into the night, and even as I sit here recounting the details, I swear I feel that electric static in the air again. The flicker of lights that I can't quite confirm are actually flickering. Somewhere in the darkness, maybe he's still waiting, maybe just behind my mind's peripheral vision, ready to step forward to reclaim the terror he sweat in my life. And that realization, that precarious uncertainty, leaves me with a queasy dread that refuses to fade, haunting me long after the last word of this story is spoken. I remember the exact moment when the silence on that lonely stretch of highway first felt wrong. The road seemed to stretch infinitely, like some dark ribbon leading me away from sanity. My shift at the hospital had been brutal. 14 hours tending to people on the brink, their moans echoing in sterile hallways while fluorescent lights hummed with that sickly buzz. By the time I signed out, exhaustion weighed on my shoulders like a lead vest. Driving at that hour was supposed to offer peace. Instead, it became a gateway to one of the most harrowing experiences of my life. The night sky was a gaping void, refusing to share starlight or even a hint of moon-on-glow headlights illuminated only a narrow swath of tarmac, leaving the periphery swallowed by shadows that seemed to writhe and shift. Whenever I glanced at them, I was used to that tired trick of the eyes. Exhaustion often creates illusions in the dark, but there was a density to these shadows, an almost sentient mass that pressed against the edges of my vision. A mild drizzle coated my windshield, forcing me to lean forward and squint at the road ahead. The rhythmic squeak of the wipers was the only accompaniment to the engine's soft hum. Every so often, I fiddled with the radio, out of habit, static a crackle, then silence again. The few stations that might have been broadcasting this late offered nothing but faint whispers of white noise. Normally, the hush would have soothed me after a day of chaotic emergencies and fluorescent corridors, but something in the air felt charged, as though the night itself wanted to speak. I forced a slow exhale to combat the tension creeping into my chest. My heart rate was steady but heavier than usual, each beat resonating in my ears. I tried to shake off the unease by telling myself I was overtired, but the hush persisted, pressing into me, turning the interior of my car into a claustrophobic capsule. My palms began to sweat against the steering wheel, forcing me to loosen my grip. Then I heard it, a voice low and urgent, as if it were slipping out from behind my seat. It was a single word, but it cut through the silence with an almost physical force, making my heart lurch. It demanded I accelerate. That voice was so clear it might have been a passenger sitting right behind me without even thinking. I slammed my foot on the gas tires, squealing as the car surged forward. Instantly, adrenaline spiked and the edges of my vision blurred. I clung to the wheel knuckles, white, trying to steady the car as I rounded a sharp curve. The back end swerved, nearly sending me skidding into a ditch, but I wrestled control and straightened the vehicle with a gasp that tore at my throat. My heart pounded so violently I could feel the echo in my fingertips. In a split second, the voice was gone and a deafening silence rushed back in. I was panting, my tongue dry and my mouth parched, like all moisture had evaporated. In the space of that single terrifying moment, my mind raced. Had I really heard someone in the car, or was it just an auditory hallucination produced by my exhausted brain? When I finally studied the car's speed and took a quick glance at the rearview mirror, I saw only empty seats, dark and featureless. Yet the oppressive feeling that someone was lurking behind me refused to dissipate. I pressed onward, forcing my eyes on the lane ahead, determined to make it home. The tension in my muscles bordered on cramping, and I found myself leaning forward as if trying to escape my own seat. The rain picked up drumming on the roof, but that usual lullaby of droplets did nothing to soothe me. Every few minutes I caught myself scanning the rearview mirror, certain I'd see a shape or silhouette. My rational mind told me it was just nerves. Nonetheless, the skin on my arms prickled with goosebumps. Every time I looked, when I finally rolled into my driveway, relief fluttered weakly in my chest. I stepped out, my body trembling with unspent adrenaline. The late-night wind was cold, slicing through my jacket and making the hairs on my neck stand on end. Inside, the house was still and dark. The hallway lights were off, but that was expected. No one was there to keep them on. That emptiness usually felt comforting after chaotic shifts, but tonight it felt too large, too quiet, as if any breath or creak would ricochet off the walls and betray some presence I didn't want to admit was there for weeks. After that night, I couldn't shake the memory of that voice I told my colleagues indirectly about. A strange experience, omitting details of hearing an actual whisper. Most said it was stress-related, the sort of hallucination that comes from sleep deprivation. A friend mentioned he once had a micro-sleep behind the wheel, dream imagery bleeding into wakefulness. I wanted to believe them yet. Every night on my way home, I felt the seat behind me as though it held an unseen occupant. I kept expecting that voice to return, commanding me with impossible clarity. Even in broad daylight, a sense of intrusion lingered. I'd be making coffee in my kitchen and suddenly feel like someone was watching from the window. The reflection in the glass never showed anything suspicious, but the skin on my back would prickle all the same. My shoulders grew tight, my posture stooped. I started to suffer from persistent headaches, thick pulsing pain that radiated from the base of my skull. At night, sleep was fractured by nightmares. I'd see myself behind the wheel, hearing disembodied whispers. Sometimes they told me to drive into oncoming traffic. Other times they simply repeated my name over and over until I woke up drenched in sweat. Gasping for air, things escalated slowly, almost imperceptibly at first. One night, driving home under a pale moonlight, finally the sky decided to show me some illumination. I thought I felt a shift in the car's weight, as though someone in the back seat had moved from left to right. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. I flicked on the overhead light, nearly swerving in my panic. The back seat was still empty, but the uneasy heaviness remained over the following days. I noticed an odd smell in the car. It was faint but unpleasant, like singed hair or rotting leaves. No amount of air freshener or driving with the windows down could chase it away. Then the radio started acting up on certain drives. It would burst into static or flicker between stations, even when the power was off. Once I heard something like shallow breathing coming from the speakers. My chest tightened and my scalp tingled with a sensation akin to ants crawling over my skin. That was the same week my reflection in the rear-view mirror began to betray me. Every so often I'd glimpse a face that wasn't mine. It was always too quick to fully register, but I caught the edges. A jawline sharper than my own eyes set slightly farther apart. Pale lips twisted in a grimace or grin. I'd blink in terror, and the face would revert to my own startled expression. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the overhead lights on the highway or the shapes of passing cars, but each time my rationalizations felt more hollow. My mouth would go dry, my entire body would break out in a slick cold sweat, as though I had the flu. Breathing became a labor chest, rising and falling with shallow, desperate gasps in those increasingly sleepless nights. I'd lie in bed listening to the house creak and groan. I heard the wind outside, the distant bark of a neighbor's dog. Every sound seemed amplified, pounding into my heightened awareness. I felt pinned under an unseen weight, as though the voice I'd heard that night had latched onto me. Infecting my thoughts, I remember lying there, eyes on the ceiling, envisioning that spectral passenger crouched in the corner of my bedroom, silently urging me to fear everything around me. Even with the lights on the corners remained dark shapes coalescing just beyond clarity. My heart hammered in my chest until it felt as though it would burst, yet I still had to keep working responsibilities. Don't vanish just because you're frightened or exhausted. So each evening I drag myself back to the hospital, run on autopilot through a barrage of tasks, then steel myself for the drive home. The dread of returning to that car built until the final hour of my shift felt more horrific than anything I'd dealt with in the emergency room. One particular night stands out. The day had been filled with the typical chaos, leaving me drained. It was around 2 a.m. when I finally trudged through the parking lot, each step feeling heavier than the last. When I unlocked my car, I heard a distinct click inside, like the door lock snapping into place, even though I just unlocked them. My pulse quickened. Easing the driver's door open, I slid into the seat and shut it behind me. Immediately, the interior light dimmed. I turned the key in the ignition, and for a brief moment, the radio flared to life with a cacophony of howling static before going silent. I settled my hands on the wheel, forcing my breath to slow my chest. Felt tight, as if an invisible vice was closing around my ribs. I tried to ignore the oppressive hush inside the car, switching on the headlights and creeping out of the lot. For the first 20 minutes, the drive was uneventful, the road devoid of traffic. I allowed myself to relax marginally, though my shoulders remained stiff. Then out of nowhere, the smell hit me, a pungent, acrid odor like burnt plastic. My eyes watered, my nostrils flared as my stomach churned. My first thought was that something under the hood was malfunctioning. I glanced at the temperature gauge. It was normal, but the stench persisted. Filling the car, my heart hammered. I felt a sensation of movement behind me again with a trembling hand. I adjusted the rear-view mirror, my breath caught in my throat. Someone was in the back seat. Not a distinct figure, but a shape darker than the surrounding darkness. My eyes must have lingered a second too long because the car drifted onto the rumble strip. The roar of the tires on the uneven pavement jolted me back by the time I looked again. The seat was empty, though the burning plastic remained. My chest tightened with panic. Cold sweats licked my forehead. My arms felt weak and I nearly fumbled the wheel. Then that same low voice that haunted me weeks before seemed to press against my ear. It wasn't an audible whisper this time, more a guttural presence in my thoughts, urging me to speed up, to abandon control. My foot hovered over the gas pedal, threatening to obey. I fought it, my mind swirling with images of the car spinning off the road or colliding with a guardrail. A wave of anger rose in me. Why was I letting this intangible thing push me around? I managed to keep my foot steady, refusing the silent demand to floor the accelerator. My lungs burned from shallow breathing. Every second felt loaded with the possibility of another intrusion. The voice or the presence or whatever it was seemed to flicker in and out of my consciousness. Adrenaline spiked with every flicker, but I refused to give in. I forced my eyes to the road, ignoring the mirror, ignoring the sense of being watched. I recalled a grounding technique someone at work once mentioned: focus on the immediate senses. I took stock of the smell of my own sweat, the leather of the steering wheel under my fingers, the hum of the engine. Slowly, my panic receded enough to let me think clearly. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I slammed the car into park, cut the engine, and leaped out. Letting the door swing shut behind me, my breath came in ragged gulps. The entire drive from hospital to home had felt like a balancing act between life and madness. I staggered to the front door, half expecting the porch light to flicker off or the lock to resist my key. But everything was normal once inside. I flipped every switch, bathing the hallway in a harsh, comforting glow. I couldn't stand darkness. Not anymore. For hours, I paced the living room, too wired to sleep, too shaken to sit still. My reflection in the window looked hollow-eyed, as if I'd aged a decade. In a few weeks, I couldn't keep living like this, consumed by fear. Every time I got behind the wheel, part of me wondered if I should just quit my job, but that wasn't practical. Another part worried that I was losing my grip on reality. Was it stress a psychotic break, or was there really something malevolent clinging to me? Eventually, I decided to confront it directly in my own way. I set aside the next day to thoroughly clean my car inside and out. I vacuumed every inch, scrubbed the seats, wiped down the windows, and sprayed disinfectant until the chemical smell overpowered everything else. I performed these tasks almost ritualistically, as though purging the vehicle of whatever darkness had nestled there. I even played music on my phone while I worked, hoping the lively tunes would drive away the oppressive silence. That evening, I approached my commute with tense determination. My heart pounded painfully, but I was resolute. I started the engine and let it idle while I took deep breaths as I pulled onto the road. A sense of unease enveloped me, but I felt a faint glimmer of something else, maybe defiance. The drive stretched on each mile, seeming to test my resolve when the radio flickered with a whisper of static. I turned it off when the smell threatened to creep into the vents. I rolled the windows down, letting the cold air sting my face. And when the sense of presence in the back seat surged, I refused to meet it in the mirror, keeping my gaze locked on the road. Somewhere along that route, an odd clarity arrived. It was like a switch flipping in my brain. I recognized that my fear fed this thing. Whether it was external or a product of my own fragmented psyche, the more terror I released, the stronger it became. So I focused on slow rhythmic breathing, telling myself that, supernatural or psychological, it had no right to control me. My heart was pounding, but there was a new steadiness in my hands by the time I reached the final bend near my home. I realized my breathing was almost normal. Though beads of sweat still lined my brow, I felt more in control than I had in weeks. I still expected a whisper, a flicker in the rear view, but it never came. The air felt thick, but the stench was gone. The oppressive weight in the car seemed to have lifted, leaving behind only the faint hum of the engine and the quiet rustle of wind through the window crack when I parked in my driveway. The silence of the night was still unsettling, but it no longer felt like a threat. My chest still fluttered with residual adrenaline, yet I sensed something had shifted, whether I had banished a genuine dark force or simply conquered my own mind. I wasn't sure. All I knew was that I had faced it, refused to be its puppet. As I stepped out of the car, I took in a shaky gulp of the cool air and let the tension uncoil from my muscles. Since then, I've continued my late shifts driving that same deserted road. I can't say everything feels normal. There are times when I catch a fleeting shape in the corner of my mirror, or sense an unsettling hush behind me, but the voice no longer commands me. The presence, if it remains now, finds me harder prey. Sometimes I question if the entire ordeal was a manifestation of my own overworked, anxious mind, or if something truly unearthly latched onto my weariness that night. Either way, I carry that memory like a scar, a reminder of how thin the boundary between reality and nightmare can become even now as I turn the key in the ignition. After a grueling shift, I take a moment to steady myself. My heart inevitably thuds a little faster. My palms dampen on the steering wheel and the hair on the back of my neck prickles with that ancestral fear of the unseen. But I draw in a breath, release it slowly, and pull onto the road when the silence grows too heavy. I remind myself that I've already stared into the darkness and emerged shaken but unbroken. The night still has secrets, but it no longer has me. I still remember the very first instant I sensed that subtle but unmistakable chill along the narrow rural road. It wasn't the kind of cold one feels from a sudden draft or the night air. It crawled under my skin and clung to my thoughts, an almost tangible presence that made my breath hitch. When I recall that moment now, I'm convinced it marked the threshold between my ordinary life and something far darker, something that defies reason. Even now, thinking about it sets my heart racing, and I can practically feel the hairs on my arms standing on end. I walk that back road most weekends. It starts just a few miles from my house, winding through fields and patches of woods before looping around a wide meadow during the day. It's a peaceful place, big sky, the earthy scent of tilled soil, the distant sound of crows calling. I've always found it calming to wander there, letting my mind drift away from work stress. But after the night I saw those lights, Everything changed now. Even the thought of returning to that spot makes my breath quicken. My chest tightens at the memory of the way the air felt wrong and how my heart pounded so loudly I was sure it would echo through the quiet countryside. I had gone for a late evening stroll, something I often did when insomnia kept me awake. I like the hush of nighttime when the stars burn bright and the world settles into a slower rhythm. The moon was only a slim crescent, that night barely illuminating my surroundings. The soft crunch of gravel under my sneakers and the brush of the occasional night breeze against the leaves were the only sounds I remember trying to focus on. My breathing inhale, exhale, trying to let the day's tension melt away. It didn't work as well as I hoped, but I kept going, passing familiar fence posts and crooked trees that had become my silent companions over the years. Then I saw them, two small, intense lights darting across the road. Maybe 30 yards ahead. At first I thought they were reflections, headlights from a distant car or the faint glimmer of fireflies, but they moved too deliberately, too quickly, gliding as though they were alive. I stopped walking, my footsteps grinding to a halt in the gravel. My pulse hammered in my throat and I could taste something metallic on my tongue as I swallowed. The lights hovered a few inches above the ground, crossing from one side of the road to the other in a fluid motion. I couldn't make out any shape around them. No outline of an animal person or machinery, just 2 points of brilliant white that sliced through the darkness as if they were charged with some strange energy. My instincts told me to turn around to head back home. I was no stranger to caution, and fear was already tightening my chest, but curiosity pushed me onward. The next few steps I took felt reluctant, as though my own body warred against me for venturing closer. Halfway to where I had spotted the lights, they simply vanished, no flicker or dimming. One moment they were there, the next they were gone. The night around me was suddenly too quiet, as though the world had hit a pause button. I strained my ears for any sign of life, an owl hooting a breeze rustling the branches, but there was nothing that was... When the cold set in, it spread from the center of that spot outward like an invisible boundary. The hair on my arm stood up and I felt goosebumps prickle along my neck. My breath came out in a shaky exhalation visible in the air. Even though it was late spring and nowhere near freezing, I can't fully describe how unnatural it felt. It was as though the temperature dropped from mild to wintry in just a few seconds. My hands started to tremble and I clenched them into fists, trying to steady myself. I could feel my heartbeat pounding like a drum, reverberating in my ears. There was a moment, just a split second, when I was convinced I heard a whisper so faint I almost doubted I heard anything at all. It felt as if someone had murmured just out of earshot, sending a shiver skittering down my spine. I looked around, desperate to find a source to give it a rational explanation, but all I saw was the dark outline of trees on either side of the road and the open field stretching far into the distance. That night I practically jogged home, refusing to look back. My lungs burned with the effort and cold sweat slid down my temples, dampening my collar. Once I reached my front porch, I realized my hands were still shaking uncontrollably. I told myself I must have imagined half of it, that perhaps it was a trick of the moonlight. Maybe I was overtired or let my nerves get the best of me, but deep down I knew something was off. Over the following days, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. My sleep was restless, and I'd wake up with my mouth dry, heart thrumming as if I'd been running in my dreams. In an attempt to reassure myself, I mentioned my late-night encounter in passing to a neighbor, though I framed it casually and left out the unnerving details. The neighbor simply shook their head, said they'd never seen anything like it, and suggested it might have been a reflection from some new farm equipment. I didn't press the matter. Something about describing the experience in detail felt like I'd be opening a door I wasn't ready to face, but I couldn't resist the pull of that rural stretch. And the following weekend I decided to walk it again, this time right before sunset, so I wouldn't be in complete darkness as I approached the spot where the lights had appeared. My heart began to race. The sky still had remnants of orange and pink along the horizon, and I could see enough to avoid tripping on loose stones. However, the closer I got, the more I noticed a kind of hush descending over the area. The evening chatter of birds seemed muted, and the wind that ruffled my hair just moments before felt oddly distant. I swallowed hard, tasting that familiar metallic tang on my tongue again. My breath grew shallow, a new wave of anxiety twisting in my stomach. I lingered there, scanning the ditch on both sides of the road. Everything looked normal. There was a drainage channel, a few patches of wildflowers, an old wooden fence post leaning at precarious angles. Yet the tension in the air was palpable. It felt like standing on the threshold of a room where something lurks just behind the door. I was jumpy. Even the sound of a twig snapping under my shoe made me flinch. I half expected the lights to reappear, but that didn't happen. Instead, I felt this pervasive sense of being watched. It was almost oppressive. A sensation that made every muscle in my back tighten until I had to force my shoulders to relax. I left that evening before the last traces of sunlight disappeared, feeling uneasy and more confused than before the following days. I couldn't stop thinking about that place. It was as though a part of me was trapped there, replaying the memory of those hovering lights in the unnatural cold. My appetite diminished, and I found my thoughts drifting at work, my hands trembling whenever I recalled the sensation of that quiet. I questioned my sanity more than once. Was I having some stress-induced hallucination? Was it possible for an overworked mind to create such vivid experiences? Eventually, I resolved to go back at night again, mostly to prove to myself that I was capable of walking that road without freaking out. I chose a Friday evening, telling myself that if it all went wrong, at least I wouldn't have to function at work the next morning. The moon was fuller this time, providing a bit more light, but it also created long, eerie shadows that stretched across the dirt like dark fingers. My breathing was shallow, and I noticed my palms were damp inside my jacket pockets. I tried to pace myself and keep calm, but with every step my pulse escalated. Halfway along the route, the tension rose. My ears began picking up indistinct sounds. Maybe just the wind and the grass, maybe something else. My mouth went dry and I had to swallow repeatedly to keep saliva in my throat. The air felt thick as though I was walking through an unseen web. Each footstep sounded too loud, echoing around me in the hush of the surrounding fields. In the distance, I could make out the silhouette of an old barn. I'd passed it countless times without giving it a second thought. But tonight it loomed like a monolith, a silent witness to my discomfort. When I finally reached that familiar stretch, my legs felt weak, and I had to fight the urge to run. The road looked the same, but there was a wrongness hanging over it that made the hair at the nape of my neck prickle. I paused, straining to see if the lights would appear. My body tensed, bracing for something I couldn't name. For a long minute, everything was still then. The wind gusted, and I heard a faint rustling in the ditch. It was probably just a small animal scurrying away, but it made my heart lurch. My breath came in quick, ragged bursts, and I had to remind myself to inhale fully before I passed out from fear. Alone, suddenly the temperature plunged again, just as it had before. One moment I was standing in the mild night air. The next, my skin was covered in goosebumps. I shivered and rubbed my arms, but it did no good. The cold bit into me deeper than any chill had a right to the subtle wave of dizziness. Hit too, like a wave of nausea in my gut. I didn't see the lights this time, but I felt them, or something slithering just beyond my peripheral vision. Several times I thought I glimpsed a flicker at the corners of my eyes, only to whip my head around and find nothing. That was when I felt an unmistakable presence behind me, my entire body seized with terror, and I had to force myself to turn around. The road behind me was empty, bathed in moonlight and shadow. But the feeling of being watched, of something hovering just out of sight, was almost unbearable. I could hear my own heartbeat drumming in my ears, and each exhale sounded shaky. I thought about yelling, making some noise to prove I was alone, but something in me decided it was better to remain silent. Some primal instinct insisted that drawing attention would be a mistake. I'm not proud to admit it, but I bolted. Fear pounded through my veins, and I sprinted, nearly tripping over loose stones. My lungs burned and my vision blurred from the adrenaline. I only slowed down when I reached the outskirts of my neighborhood, where streetlights and houses offered a semblance of normalcy. Once home, I was soaked in sweat, my clothing clinging to me as though I'd been caught in a storm. It took hours to calm down, and even then I barely slept the next day. I couldn't stop replaying the sensation in my mind. A part of me dreaded ever returning, while another part insisted I couldn't let fear claim a place I had once loved for its peaceful solitude. Over the ensuing weeks, I felt my nerves on edge whenever night fell. I started drawing the curtains earlier, double-checking that my doors were locked. Simple noises, a branch scraping a window. A gust of wind made me flinch. My rational mind told me I was being ridiculous, but the dread was too ingrained to ignore. I tried another tactic, returning in broad daylight a few times. I parked my car at the beginning of that road and forced myself to walk its length under the midday sun. Everything looked so harmless in the light, just a gravel path winding through farmland. Yet even then, I felt a twinge of unease. My heart would pick up speed as I neared that particular stretch, and though I didn't sense any dramatic drop in temperature, I couldn't quell the creeping paranoia that settled in my bones one afternoon. I stood there, forcing myself to remain calm and take in every detail: the curb of the fence line, the scattering of pebbles, the tall whispering grass as I did. I had the distinct feeling that the place was studying me in return. The notion was irrational, but it nodded at me. My mouth went dry again and my fingertips tingled with anxiety. A crow caught from somewhere behind me and I startled, nearly stumbling as my heart slammed against my ribs. Over time, I started having nightmares in them. I'd be walking along that road and the two lights would appear drawing closer and closer until I could see something swirling between them, an amorphous darkness that seemed to beckon me forward in the dream. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I could only watch as the darkness pulsed. The sound I heard in these nightmares was a distant humming, like a chorus of voices just out of range blending into a drone that made my ears ache. I'd wake, gasping, my body slick with cold sweat, my mouth so dry it hurt to swallow. I reached a breaking point when I realized I was no longer functioning. Normally, my appetite was gone, replaced by a constant knot in my stomach. My hands trembled whenever I thought about the lights. My concentration at work suffered, and I found myself avoiding social calls. I didn't want to talk about it. Couldn't explain it in a way that felt believable. The scariest part was that I wasn't sure I even believed myself, determined not to be ruled by this dread. I decided on one final confrontation. I would go back at night, stay as long as I could, and see if anything definitive happened. I prepared carefully, dressing in layers for warmth and bringing a flashlight with fresh batteries. My plan was to stand my ground. I wasn't trying to challenge anything. I'm not that foolish. But I wanted to face it to see if I could find any logical explanation. Perhaps if I confronted it head-on, I'd discover some mundane truth and my fears would dissipate. I arrived just before midnight. The night was cool, but not cold. The sky clear and shimmering with stars. My flashlight cut a narrow beam through the darkness. Each step crunched on the gravel, echoing in a way that seemed unnaturally loud by the time I reached that dreaded spot. My pulse was already racing and my breathing had grown shallow. I flicked off the flashlight, letting my eyes adjust to the moonlight. The silence pressed in on me like an invisible weight. Once again, I felt sure there were eyes on me, or something that passed for eyes hidden in the gloom. For a few minutes, nothing happened, and I felt the smallest flicker of relief. Maybe it really had been my imagination. Maybe I'd conjured this terror out of stress and sleepless nights. My heart rate began to slow, my breathing steadied. Then out of the corner of my eye, I saw the faintest glimmer, a flicker of white nearly at ground level. My entire body seized with dread. The lights were back, dancing at the edges of my vision. I forced myself not to move. Though every instinct screamed at me to run, the temperature plummeted sharper and more brutal than ever before. My teeth chattered and I could feel my muscles contracting involuntarily. My flashlight suddenly died, plunging me into near total darkness. Panic surged through my veins, but I fought to keep control. Then came the hum, that low frequency I'd heard in my nightmares, vibrating in my chest and rattling my bones. It felt alive, scraping against the inside of my skull. I wanted to clamp my hands over my ears, but I was too terrified to move. I tried to speak, to ask what it wanted, but my voice caught in my throat. My lungs felt constricted, as though something was gripping me from within. The lights flickered closer. small white orbs bobbing in the darkness, and for an instant I thought I saw shapes coalescing around them like swirling shadows. My vision blurred with tears, not from sadness, but from an overwhelming primal fear. Every nerve in my body was on fire, and then as abruptly as it had started, it ended. The humming stopped, the lights disappeared, the temperature reverted to a normal, if not slightly cool night. My flashlight flickered back to life, beam cutting through the darkness once more. My body was shaking, my knees weak enough that I nearly dropped to the ground. I felt an emptiness where that presence had been no less terrifying, because it left behind an echo, a sense that I had been judged and allowed to leave but not free of consequences. I stumbled back to my car, each breath ragged in my chest all the way home. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see those lights trailing me by the time I reached my driveway. My clothes were damp with sweat, and my heartbeat thrummed so violently I thought it would crack my ribs. I fumbled my keys and almost couldn't open my front door. Once I was inside, I leaned against the wall, letting out a shuddering breath I'd been holding since it began. I don't know exactly what lurks out there, but I'm certain it's something beyond my understanding. The road hasn't changed on a map. It's still just a simple dirt path winding through farmland. But when I recall the feeling of that presence, the hum that resonated inside me, I'm convinced there are pockets of our world that defy logic, places where reality thins and something else bleeds through. I don't walk there at night anymore. I've promised myself I won't be that foolhardy again. Sometimes during the day, I'll catch a glimpse of it in my peripheral vision, two faint lights gone in a blink, and the air around me will feel colder, pressing a reminder into my bones. People often say the unknown is the scariest thing of all, and I agree wholeheartedly. Whatever it is that hovers along that lonely stretch of rural road, I have no desire to understand it anymore. My sanity clings to the idea that I made it out, that I can choose not to go back yet. A part of me worries that I'll never truly escape, because even here in the safety of my home late at night when I close my eyes, I still see those lights dancing in the darkness, hear that low hum beneath my own heartbeat, and feel the cold emptiness stretch its fingers around my mind, and I know beyond any doubt that it's waiting for me, patient and quiet in the place where the warmth of day fades and the chill of something far more sinister takes hold. The night I first set foot in that building, I felt as if every shadow had eyes. The dim corridor lights flickered against the polished floors, casting reflections that rippled like dark water. An uncanny chill enveloped me, and it wasn't just the air conditioning. Something felt tangibly wrong. My heart pounded with the unfamiliar pressure of stepping into a place that seemed to resent my presence. Little did I know that first wave of unease was just the beginning. I took this late-night cleaning shift because I needed the extra money. I worked days as a maintenance assistant in a warehouse, but inflation and unexpected expenses hit me hard when a friend mentioned that a commercial building downtown was looking for someone to handle nightly sanitation. I jumped at the opportunity. The job sounded straightforward enough. Empty the trash vacuum, the hallways, wipe down surfaces in the waiting areas, and lock up before dawn. Simple tasks I was already familiar with, though I never anticipated the sense of dread that would seep into my bones each night during the first week. Nothing too dramatic happened. I'd walk the empty corridors after all the clinics had closed. My footsteps echoing off the tall ceilings, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, sometimes fluttering out for a second and then humming back to life. I brushed off the flickers as poorly maintained wiring, yet even then I had this deep-rooted sensation of being watched. My neck prickled as though invisible eyes traced my every movement rationally. I told myself I was imagining things. This was a vacant space at midnight. After all, one evening, around the time I was finishing the last hallway, I sensed something behind me. It was like a soft rhythm of footfalls that matched my pace. I spun around expecting to see someone who might have stayed late, but the corridor was empty. The overhead lights cast their faint, sickly glow on the floor. There was nowhere anyone could have hidden in those few seconds. Despite my background in hands-on labor, my hands shook so intensely that I dropped my trash bag by the time I gathered the spilled contents. My nerves were frayed, but I forced myself to carry on. I told myself I was being paranoid. As the nights passed, small details began to pile up in my mind, refusing to be dismissed. Sometimes doors that I was sure I'd locked would appear slightly ajar when I returned to them. Other times, the waiting room chairs, which I meticulously arranged in neat rows, would be subtly out of alignment. More than once I noticed smudges on the windows of certain offices' marks that looked almost like handprints, but they were too high or at too strange an angle for anyone to have made them. Accidentally, each new incident added to an undercurrent of anxiety that pulsed through me. During every shift, my responsibilities included checking all the clinics to ensure cleanliness and security. There were various types of practices in the building: a general practitioner, a physical therapy center, a small radiology unit, and a couple of dental offices. Most nights I never encountered another soul. The staff all left by early evening. It felt like I was the sole occupant of that strange and unnerving world. Yet the quiet didn't soothe me. Instead, it amplified every drip of a faucet, every hum of an electrical circuit, and every scuff of my shoe on the linoleum. It was one particularly late night, close to 2 in the morning, when something truly bizarre happened. I was making my usual rounds with a rolling trash bin. The hallway was narrower on the 6th floor, where the physical therapy center was located. The lights there were older, casting a weak orange glow. Suddenly, I heard a sharp scraping noise from behind one of the locked doors. It sounded like heavy furniture being dragged across the floor. My pulse raced and my palms turned clammy. I tried to swallow, but my mouth had gone dry. I knew that clinic was closed and locked for the night because I had just passed it not 15 minutes earlier. Even though my instincts screamed at me to leave it alone, my job required me to ensure everything was secure with trembling hands. I searched my ring of keys, found the correct one, and turned it in the lock. When I stepped inside, the lights were off, so I used my phone's flashlight to scan the room. Nothing appeared out of place. The massage tables were aligned along the walls, and the chairs remained neatly tucked under the reception desk. My heart thudded like a drum, so loud that I thought it might echo against the walls. Then my flashlight caught something that sent a jolt of fear up my spine. The wheelchair that usually sat abandoned in the corner was now facing the door. That piece of equipment had always been turned toward the window. Its wheels locked in position, but it was undeniably pointed right at me. I backed away slowly, as if the chair might roll forward on its own. The rational part of me tried to explain it. Maybe someone used it earlier and forgot to rotate it back, but at that hour, and who would drag a piece of furniture around without leaving it out of place? Shaking, I closed the door, double-checked the lock, and continued my rounds, doing my best to forget the uneasy suspicion that I wasn't alone in the building over the subsequent nights. More unsettling incidents took place. I began to notice the wheelchair shifting positions, not every night, but often enough that I couldn't dismiss it as happenstance. Sometimes it was a mere inch from its original position, other times it faced a different corner altogether. Each time I opened that door, my heart hammered against my ribs and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I would quickly do my cleaning, refusing to glance at the chair for too long, and hurry out. At some point, I must have mentioned these bizarre occurrences to the security guard who occasionally patrolled the lobby. He merely shook his head and said quietly that he also felt something uncanny in the corridors. At night, he didn't detail it further, but his expression said enough. I wasn't imagining things even. So I tried to push that acknowledgement away. Admitting that something truly unexplainable was happening felt like stepping off a cliff into dark, bottomless waters. As the weeks went on, the sense of being followed grew stronger. I'd sometimes catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow that darted around a corner, or a shape that slid into an office whenever I tried to chase after it. I found only empty rooms and silent, sterile corridors. My hands would tremble, a slick film of sweat covering my palms. My breath would come in quick, shallow gasps, as if I'd just run a marathon. I began second-guessing my own senses, after all, who wouldn't question their sanity. Under those conditions, I started going to bed later and later, spending hours on the couch at home after my shift, staring at the turned-off TV, replaying every bizarre moment in my mind. A gnawing sense of dread settled over my everyday life. It was worse on the nights I had to clock in because the anticipation of returning to that building weighed on me like an anchor around my ankles. In an attempt to feel more secure, I started carrying a small flashlight on my belt and a utility knife in my back pocket. The flashlight was mostly for my own peace of mind, but the weight of the knife reassured me. Even though I couldn't say what I was defending myself against, the blade offered a tiny measure of psychological comfort. One particularly harrowing night, the power went out across an entire floor. Just as I stepped off the elevator, the corridor was plunged into total darkness. The only light came from the weak emergency bulbs above the exit signs. I fumbled for my flashlight, my heart thudding like it was going to burst out of my chest in that murky glow. The hallway seemed to stretch on forever, its edges dissolving into blackness. My legs felt heavy, but I forced myself to move forward. Each step echoed unnaturally, as if the hallway wanted me to hear my own fear reverberating. My mouth was so dry I could barely swallow when a sudden crash erupted from a nearby office. I almost dropped my flashlight, fighting the urge to run. I carefully pushed open the door. It was the same physical therapy room as before. The wheelchair now lay on its side, one wheel still spinning slowly as if it had just been toppled. My instincts clamored for me to flee, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from that slowly rotating wheel. It felt as if someone was in that room with me, just out of view, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal themselves. The tension was suffocating, like a lead weight pressing down on my chest. My breath rasped in my throat. I found the light switch near the entrance, but flicking it on did nothing. The office was swallowed in darkness except for my flashlight's narrow beam. I paused, scanning every corner, every shadow. My knife in one shaking hand. Nothing stirred. Finally, I picked the wheelchair up and set it in its usual spot, my pulse still racing the instant I left the office. The hallway lights flickered back on. That was enough for the night. I told myself I would finish early. I rushed through the remaining tasks and signed out. After that, I avoided the 6th floor as much as possible, but I couldn't neglect my duties entirely. The next few days were relatively calm, aside from the persistent feeling of being watched. Then an incident occurred that shattered any illusion of normalcy I had been clinging to. I was on the 9th floor collecting trash from a waiting area when I heard a resonant whisper, as if someone was calling my name. From a few feet away, the voice was soft, almost gentle, but it cut through the silence like a knife. My entire body froze, every hair on my arms and neck standing upright. I looked around wildly, shining my flashlight behind the chairs and around the reception desk. No one was there at that moment. My rational brain gave way to pure panic. I sprinted to the elevator, stabbing the button repeatedly, my breath ragged heart pounding against my ribs. The elevator doors took an eternity to open when they finally slid apart. I dove in and nearly fell against the back wall, my knees weak with terror. I jabbed the button for the lobby and watched with mounting dread as the doors closed, as if I expected something or someone to slip inside. At the last second, the ride down was excruciatingly slow, and in that tiny metal box, I couldn't rid myself of the suffocating sensation that I was not alone. My eyes scanned every corner, expecting a shape to emerge from the shadows. The following night, I tried to rationalize that I was merely sleep-deprived, that stress was taking its toll, but deep down, I couldn't deny that something was fundamentally wrong with that building at night. Sometimes I felt a presence behind me so strongly that I'd whirl around abruptly, only to find the corridor empty. My palms would sweat uncontrollably and my chest would tighten. I could feel my sanity fraying like an overstretched rubber band on the verge of snapping. Things escalated to a final confrontation that made me question my own senses more than ever. I was doing my rounds near midnight, trying to push through the tension by mentally reciting a list of chores reaching the physical therapy suite. I steeled myself before unlocking the door. My plan was to do a quick sweep and leave. As I entered, the overhead lights flickered, and I saw the wheelchair in the far corner facing the window again. For a moment, I breathed a shaky sigh of relief. At least it appeared normal. But the second I stepped farther into the room, the lights went out with a loud pop. Complete darkness enveloped me. My flashlight flicked on, revealing the wheelchair's reflective metal. My hand was trembling so much that the beam quivered across the walls. A faint scraping sound like metal against linoleum came from somewhere in the darkness. It was followed by a soft squeak, reminiscent of an old hinge being forced to move my entire body. Tensed, I jerked the flashlight around, searching for the source in its narrow beam. The wheelchair was now angled slightly toward me as if it had moved on its own. My breath caught in my throat. A wave of cold terror rolled through me, leaving me paralyzed for a few heartbeats. Something inside me snapped. Then the blend of fear, paranoia, and exhaustion ignited a surge of adrenaline. I flipped the flashlight off, plunged in darkness, and darted out the door. Not caring if I dropped my supplies as I ran down the corridor, I sensed something behind me, but I refused to look back. My lungs burned and my heart pounded so violently that I thought it might burst. I sprinted to the elevator, stabbed the button, and when the doors didn't open immediately, I dashed to the stairwell. Instead, I practically flew down those steps, the sound of my frantic footsteps echoing in the enclosed space. Each thump fueled by the raw animalistic instinct to get away. When I finally burst out into the lobby, I could barely catch my breath. The security guard gave me a concerned look, but I just muttered that I was done for the night and left as quickly as possible. Once I was outside, the cool night air felt like an otherworldly blessing. I practically fell into my car and locked the doors, letting out a shuddering breath that felt like it had been stuck in my chest for days. That was my last shift. I never returned to that building. Maybe I let down the management by not giving notice or returning the keys in person, but I couldn't bring myself to step foot in there again when I dropped off the keys at the administrative office the next morning. I simply told them I couldn't fulfill my duties anymore. There was no argument from their side, just a collected nod as if they'd heard this before. Even weeks later, I still can't shake the feeling that something followed me out of that place at night. When the house is quiet, I sometimes imagine that I hear faint scraping sounds in the corners or detect movement in my peripheral vision. My heart still races at unexpected noises, and I've started leaving multiple lights on even though it costs more on my electricity bill. Just to keep the darkness at bay. I don't know what truly lurks in those corridors after midnight. Perhaps it's my own mind unraveling under pressure, or perhaps something inexplicable resides there, feeding on the loneliness and silence. All I know is that the experience changed me. My pulse quickens even now at the memory of the wheelchair angled toward the door as if waiting for me. It stands as a testament to the shadows we can't fully explain and the horrors that might exist just beyond our narrow scope of understanding. I walked away with my life intact and no tangible scars. Yet the haunting reality of that building is something I carry inside me every time I close my eyes. I'm back in that dark corridor hearing the faint scrape of something that shouldn't be there, feeling an unseen presence breathing down my neck, and I'm certain I'll never truly be alone again.